Chapter 79, I Promise. As Jiang Lingmu approached the door, her hand yet to touch the doorknob, the voice of Severus Snape resonated from behind her. Very well, I acquiesce. Ultimately, he could not resist the allure. He had immersed himself in dark magic for many years and was acutely aware that Jiang Lingmu had indeed encountered the very essence of magical power. That was a talent and ability he did not possess. Moreover, he was utterly convinced that mastering her methods would allow him to ascend further in power, all without resorting to any unforgivable dark magic. Such an opportunity was too precious to decline. He could not refuse. Even if Albus Dumbledore stood before him, he would be equally unable to turn it down. How can I be certain that I will indeed master this method? Jiang Lingmu blinked. I'm a woman of my word, and I shall provide guidance unreservedly. I also hope you will refrain from adopting the airs of a professor or life coach during our instruction. Let me emphasize once more that I seek your guidance unconditionally, provided I wish to learn and you possess the knowledge. Snape's voice was as cold as ice. Even if it pertains to an unforgivable curse. What constitutes an unforgivable curse? Regardless, it seems you are familiar with it. Please enlighten me. Snape replied, I believe we both require a measure of assurance and constraint. Jiang Lingmu nodded. Of course, shall we draft a contract? I trust you possess the capability to create a binding contract. Otherwise, she would have to resort to a vow of the heavens, which would be best avoided. After all, it was merely a matter of learning something. Snape raised an eyebrow. Tomorrow afternoon at the same time. Jiang Lingmu firmly declined. No, I must have dinner, and I need to devise a way to earn some money before the last flying class tomorrow. 8 o'clock, then. It is settled. Good night, Professor. As Jiang Lingmu opened the door, Snape's voice echoed once more. Do not cast spells silently and wandlessly in front of others. Upon returning to her dormitory, she was astonished to find Hermione still awake. Jiang Lingmu glanced at the empty incense burner. She had been in Snape's office from evening until curfew and had naturally missed the opportunity to lull her roommates to sleep. Hermione, dressed in her pajamas, Hermione was seated at Jiang Lingmu's low desk, perusing books by the light of a small oil lamp. Jiang Lingmu glanced over and noticed that all the texts pertained to the history of magic. Hermione was still researching the Chamber of Secrets. Now she could use spells. Perhaps she could delve into Tom's diary as well. The existence of the chamber posed a threat to students of Muggle descent and jeopardized Hermione's safety. She could not stand idly by. If all else fails, she could conceal Ginny's involvement and directly shift the burden on a Dumbledore. Oh, you're back, Hermione whispered, closing her book. Why are you so late? What did Professor Snape have you doing this time? Jiang Lingmu replied candidly, dissecting bat wings, spleens, and livers, extracting the eyes and gallbladders of pufferfish. What of it? Hermione displayed a disapproving expression. How could he do such a thing? I mean, that is utterly excessive. Jiang Lingmu grasped her hand. Actually, it's not too bad, and most importantly, Hermione, the book you found for me has proven to be immensely beneficial. The content within has enlightened me greatly. I cannot articulate it well, but it is undeniably useful. And with just a hint of guidance from the professor, I am now able to wield spells. Jiang Lingmu resolved to embellish Severus's reputation with a well-intentioned fib, especially since it was her own decision to linger in his office until such a late hour. Ah, how innocent the potion's master is. Hermione's eyes widened in astonishment. Really? That's fantastic. She momentarily failed to suppress her voice, eliciting a disgruntled grunt from Lavender's bed. Hermione, however, was far too exhilarated to care. She was even more elated than Jiang Lingmu. Quickly, show me. Can you truly perform magic normally now? Jiang Lingmu raised her index finger in a gesture of silence and took Hermione's hand as they exited the dormitory, making their way to the common room. Jiang Lingmu resolved to heed Snape's advice. She meticulously drew her wand and executed every spell she had learned since the beginning of the term. Hermione embraced her tightly. You really can do it. I can hardly believe it. Jiang Lingmu was swept up in her enthusiasm, finally beginning to relish the late-arriving joy. I hadn't expected this either. It's all thanks to the book you helped me find. That is because you possess enough intelligence yourself, Lingmu. To be honest, I couldn't even comprehend that book. I think we ought to celebrate. Jiang Lingmu tossed her robe aside. Are you feeling tired now? Hermione's cheeks were still flushed with excitement, but reason returned to her mind. No, we can't. Nocturnal escapades are against school rules. I believe you may have misunderstood, Hermione. In our Huaxia culture, we typically celebrate with delicious food. Will you accompany me to indulge in a meal? Of course. Can we join? The sudden voice startled them, and upon turning, they discovered 4 heads stacked atop one another at the corner of the staircase leading to the boys' dormitory. 3 of them were red-haired, and 2 bore identical faces. Harry descended quietly, scratching the back of his head. Sorry, we didn't mean to frighten you. Ron placed a hand on his shoulder from behind. But honestly, you 2 were quite noisy. George and Fred wore expressions of excitement, appearing utterly devoid of sleepiness, and they weren't even dressed in pajamas. Jiang Lingmu reasonably suspected they had intended to sneak out for a nocturnal adventure. George remarked, "You didn't return until curfew." Hermione was quite worried. Fred added, "Don't look at us like that. We were hoping to check on the old bat's office to see if you're still alive." Jiang Lingmu responded with a silent expression. Thus, the originally 2-girl ensemble burgeoned into a group of 6, and amidst Hermione's anxious concerns, the party stealthily passed through the portrait of the fat lady, heading straight for Jiang Lingmu's secret hideout. Cool. This was Harry, Hermione, and Ron's first visit to her little sanctuary, and upon seeing the room adorned with elegantly Huaxia-style furniture, they couldn't help but express their awe. Ron was even more enthusiastic. 17. What are we eating? Jiang Lingmu rummaged through her storage ring. What should we eat now that there are so many of us? Hot pot. We shall have hot pot. She produced a divided hot pot, carefully placing it on a small tea stove, and casually tossed a fire-starting charm into the furnace. 5 pairs of curious eyes fixated intently on the uniquely shaped pot. Ron innocently inquired, 17. Can this cauldron be used to brew 2 kinds of potions at once? Jiang Lingmu paused mid-pour of the broth, her expression darkening. No, I absolutely will not allow snails or similar creatures to sully my divided pot. Divided pot. Hermione gazed curiously at the hot pot split by a graceful curve. What a fascinating name. I must say is quite fitting. Jiang Lingmu did not bother to ask if they could handle spicy food, as she instinctively felt they likely could not. After pouring the broth into the pot, she added a generous chunk of vibrant red hot pot base to her side of the pot. Next came an array of hot pot ingredients meticulously prepared by her senior brother, including various cuts of beef and lamb, tripe, duck intestines, goose intestines, duck feet, small crispy meat, glutinous rice cakes, ice powder, and a medley of vegetables and mushrooms. The broth quickly reached a rolling boil, and Jiang Lingmu moderated the heat, briefly explaining the method of consumption while guiding the 5 individuals to prepare their dipping sauces as they officially commenced their meal. Throughout the dining experience, she had to continually remind them of the appropriate cooking times for each ingredient. The wizards exhibited an extraordinary acceptance of the diverse Huaxia ingredients, and they savored the hot pot from past 1 in the morning until after 3, thoroughly enjoying the gathering. Jiang Lingmu served each person a cup of hawthorn digestive tea, and only then did they return to their respective dormitories, supporting their full bellies. The following day, aside from Jiang Lingmu and Hermione, the remaining 4 boys missed breakfast. Chapter 80. The Unbreakable Pact. On this rare day of splendid weather, the sky was a brilliant blue, stretching endlessly with nary a cloud in sight. Once darkness enveloped the world, Jiang Lingmu and Fred and George Weasley made their way to the underground kitchen, a bulging bag of silver sickles in tow. The meticulously organized and disciplined flying experience had yielded substantial profits, much to the satisfaction of both Jiang Lingmu and the twins. The trio enjoyed their dinner in the underground kitchen before indulging in their respective escapades. Precisely on time, Jiang Lingmu appeared at the door of Professor Snape's office. As she raised her hand, the door creaked open of its own accord. With a playful smile, she sauntered inside. Contrary to his usual demeanor, Snape sat at the potions table, a lengthy piece of parchment filled with dense writing before him. "Good evening, Professor. It appears you are well prepared," Jiang Lingmu remarked as she plopped down across from him, her curiosity piqued by the parchment. Snape, ever the epitome of reticence, withdrew his wand and cast several spells on the door to his office. Turning to meet Jiang Lingmu's inquisitive gaze, he hesitated momentarily before explaining some protective charms, including the silencing charm and the anti-intrusion spell. Jiang Lingmu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This was akin to certain formations from the Xianmin sect and the prohibitions of the Tao of longevity, albeit with far more nuanced and practical applications. As he spoke, he gently nudged the parchment toward her with two pale fingers. Jiang Lingmu lifted her hands from the table, not allowing herself to relax her vigilance simply because it was Snape's work. Instead, she meticulously read through the document line by line. Overall, it was sound. Not only did it encompass the conditions they had discussed prior to their separation, but Snape had also meticulously added numerous details, elevating the agreement to a higher caliber. As she scrutinized the complex supplementary clauses, mostly elaborating on the superficial roles of student and professor, she held no objections. She too wished to keep their arrangement from prying eyes. Upon reaching the final clause, she could not suppress the smirk that tugged at her lips. It boldly stated, Jiang Lingmu shall not use spells learned from Severus Snape to maliciously harm the innocent. Why do you presume such a thing, Professor? I am a law-abiding citizen, at least within the borders of Huaxia, she retorted, to which Snape merely scoffed in response. Professor Snape is indeed quite trustworthy. I have no objections. How shall we proceed with the signing of this agreement? Shall we simply inscribe our names, or is there a more elaborate ritual? At last, Snape lifted his eyelids. This involves a particular form of magic. Are you familiar with the unbreakable vow? Jiang Lingmu indeed had a modicum of knowledge, gleaned from Ron's recounting. She vividly recalled his lament about Fred and George tricking him into making an unbreakable vow during their youth, only to be discovered by their father, Mr. Weasley, who had reacted with furious indignation. The thought of the dire consequences of breaking such a vow, where the transgressor faced death, sent a shiver down her spine. Nodding thoughtfully, Jiang Lingmu replied, I understand, but it seems we lack a witness, and it might not be appropriate to have one. Snape arched an eyebrow, gesturing to the parchment before her. This serves as your witness. I have modified the magic so that it retains its binding nature without resulting in death. Jiang Lingmu's eyes widened in astonishment. Magic can be modified? Snape's voice was unusually calm, devoid of his typical sarcasm. Indeed, all spells are the inventions of wizards. Extending his arm across the table, palm facing upward, he hovered above the parchment. What is its effect? If confidentiality is breached, it will automatically become void, and neither party will be obliged to provide guidance to the other. Is that all? Snape's hollow black eyes bore into hers. Those who actively violate the secrecy will face a backlash, non-lethal, yet sufficiently instructive. Jiang Lingmu shrugged, extending her hand to mimic Snape's gesture. Recognizing that a contract could be amended with mutual consent, which she presumed was Snape's intention, she heard him softly uttering incantations, and a series of golden threads began to drift from the parchment, entwining their clasped hands. Jiang Lingmu felt the threads intertwining with her magic, as did Snape, binding their powers together. The terms of the agreement floated into her mind, as if compelling her to remember, before gradually dissipating. As Snape's fingers released her hand, Jiang Lingmu withdrew her own, her curiosity piqued by the parchment's transformation. Their names appeared in elegant golden script at the bottom of the agreement, and soon after, the text began to fade. The parchment split neatly along the center line, curling into two small scrolls. Snape took one scroll, while Jiang Lingmu reached for the other, tucking it away in her storage ring. I believe I shall begin, Professor. I need a blackboard to demonstrate the principles you observed yesterday. Snape, maintaining his impassive demeanor, showed no sign of warmth despite their recent signing of the secret agreement. He flicked his wand carelessly, causing a shelf on the wall to slide out and reveal a full blackboard. Jiang Lingmu, still mastering the art of conjuring written words with her wand, took a piece of chalk and swiftly sketched a rudimentary human figure on the board, complete with clearly labeled organs. I've noticed that the magical community scarcely studies the soul. Even the book I perused yesterday, which argued that magical power derives from the soul, provided no supporting examples. Why is that? Magic concerning the spirit and matters of life and death is predominantly classified as dark magic. Ah, that makes sense, Jiang Lingmu declared, not relinquishing the chalk. She brandished her wand, adopting a lecturing posture. This was familiar territory for her. During her time with the Xianmin sect, she frequently taught practitioners of all ages, primarily instructing them on talisman drawing. With a gentle tap of her wand on the blackboard, she straightened her face, lifted her chin, and exuded confidence. Please pay close attention. Classmate Snape. Snape froze momentarily, a vein twitching at his temple, his thin lips parting as each word emerged as if ground through his back teeth. Classmate Snape? Jiang Lingmu grinned mischievously. Indeed, Classmate Snape. Provoking the tiger by its whiskers is my forte. Let us not squander time. What I am about to discuss is of paramount importance. Tell me, how much do you know about the soul? Regardless of its veracity, share whatever knowledge you possess. Snape remained silent, his lifeless eyes unblinking as they fixated on Jiang Lingmu. Even during his most fervent obsession with dark magic, He had never ventured into the forbidden realm of soul magic, leaving Jiang Lingmu devoid of answers. Chapter 81. The Three Souls and Seven Spirits. An awkward silence enveloped the small classroom within the office, as Jiang Lingmu encountered her most uncooperative student yet. Is it merely a jest? Is it truly that significant? It appears you are utterly oblivious to the essence of the soul. Jiang Lingmu shook her head, grasped the chalk anew, and returned to the matter at hand. Do you know what we, the practitioners of the Xianyuan sect, typically engage in? It seems that Snape possesses some knowledge, for he has frequently borrowed books regarding the Far East from the library of late, resulting in his desired readings often coinciding with Hermione's list. Only when Hermione's reading scope shifted to the legends of the Chamber of Secrets did this situation begin to ameliorate. To my knowledge, the Xianyuan sect is a religious organization serving ordinary people. He found it incomprehensible. Unlike wizards, the Xianyuan sect does not form its own society, but coexists with muggles, seldom concealing their identities. He could not fathom the image of himself wielding a wand in service to muggles. Indeed, but do you know the specifics of our services? This time, Jiang Lingmu did not wait for Snape to respond, convinced that he would struggle to comprehend. The ultimate purpose of the Xianyuan practitioners is to maintain the equilibrium between the realms of yin and yang. Beyond that, practices such as divination, fortune-telling, geomancy, and healing are all extensions of this foundation. Surely you understand the meaning of yin and yang? Snape spoke coldly. The world of the living and the realm of the dead. Precisely. Moreover, you have already encountered the world of the dead. Therefore, unlike wizards, discerning the souls, spirits, and ethereal bodies is the most fundamental lesson for practitioners. The Xianyuan sect has refined its studies of the soul to an exquisite degree. We believe that the human soul is not an indivisible whole, but is divided into 10 parts, referred to as the Three Souls and Seven Spirits. Jiang Lingmu was uncertain how to translate this, and could only employ her native language. She inscribed the characters for the Three Souls and Seven Spirits on the opposite side of the blackboard, marking the words for soul and spirit with emphasis, and adding the Arabic numerals 3 and 7 beneath. Can you distinguish these two characters? It matters not if you do not comprehend. Simply remember them, or at least write them down this way. She annotated the phonetics beneath the terms soul and spirit. Can you discern them now? Snape furrowed his brow, reluctantly nodding in affirmation. The three souls are the Tianhun, heavenly soul, Daihun, earthly soul, and Renhun, human soul. The Xianyuan sect regards the three souls as the most vital spiritual elements of the human body. Among them, the Tianhun symbolizes the core of the spirit, serving as the wellspring of human wisdom and spirituality. The Daihun represents one's vitality and physical strength. The Xianyuan sect views the earth as the source of power, akin to a maternal presence symbolizing nurturing and support. The Renhun embodies human emotions and desires. Snape maintained his usual stoic demeanor, his gaze vacant, making it challenging for Jiang Lingmu to discern whether he grasped the concepts or not. She deliberately paused for a few seconds, allowing time for him to voice inquiries. Yet all she received was a curt command. Continue. Jiang Lingmu endeavored to retain her smile as she used the chalk to draw several circles on a simplified anatomical diagram. The Tianhun resides here. She indicated the point known in the Xianyuan tradition as the brow chakra, representing spiritual insight. She pointed to the circle atop the crown of the head, guiding her wand down toward the vicinity of the heart. Here lies the Renhun, the heart chakra, symbolizing emotion. The Daihun is positioned here. Her wand gestured toward the lower abdomen, the reproductive chakra, representing vitality. Snape's eyes fixated on the three circles on the anatomical diagram, his brow easing somewhat, his expression becoming focused, as if he were beginning to discern something. Having completed the three souls, let us now discuss the seven spirits. In contrast to the three souls, the seven spirits have more defined correspondences. They represent the organs within the human body and 7 distinct emotions. Jiang Lingmu, feeling a lack of creativity for the names of the 7 spirits, resorted to transliteration. The first spirit is the Shirgo, corresponding to the heart and representing the emotion of joy. As she spoke, she marked different locations with chalk. The second spirit is the Fushir, corresponding to the liver and representing anger. The third is the Cain, corresponding to the stomach and representing sorrow. The fourth is the Tunzii, corresponding to the gallbladder and representing fear. The fifth is the Fidu, corresponding to the kidneys and representing love. The sixth is the Chui, corresponding to the intestines and representing disgust. Finally, the seventh is the Choluan, corresponding to the lungs and representing sadness. Jiang Lingmu labeled all the organ locations and then turned to Snape, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Have you gleaned anything? I read yesterday that a wizard's emotions have a pronounced impact on their own magic, and this notion aligns perfectly with our Xianyuan teachings on the soul. You must have first witnessed the energy system of our longevity path within my body yesterday. Jiang Lingmu gestured to herself. The center of energy is here, the Dantian Linghai, from which blood vessel-like meridians radiate outward, permeating every part of my being. This is the source of my power. The Linghai and the network of meridians are infused with spiritual energy. We draw this power from the external world and internalize it as our own strength, allowing us to precisely control and utilize it, manifesting it through techniques or spells, akin to the relationship between magical power and incantations. Yet you reminded me yesterday that while I can control unusual flames, I struggle to harness magical energy. It dawned on me later that the process of mastering power differs between us and you wizards. I must distinctly perceive the presence of power and establish my own energy system within my subconscious to control and utilize it further, whereas you reverse this process. You merely need to acknowledge your magical ability to manifest and utilize it through incantations. This is the reason I've always struggled with spells. Realizing this, I was finally able to identify the system of magical energy within me yesterday, and indeed, this system aligns with what the book describes. Magical power originates from the soul. As she spoke, Jiang Lingmu connected the positions of the 3 souls and 7 spirits with chalk. Snape gazed at the diagram on the blackboard, finally convinced that Jiang Lingmu was not fabricating her claims. The interconnected lines were a rudimentary version of the second heart and circulatory system he had observed within Jiang Lingmu's body yesterday. He endeavored to suppress his excitement, yet the slight rasp in his voice betrayed his agitation. Breaking through the limits of talent? Indeed, precisely that. Imagine. While others remain oblivious to the forms of their powers within, believing they have reached the zenith of their innate abilities, you have already acquired detailed information and can continuously expand and enrich your strength based on this knowledge. With this mastery, talent no longer exists in a vacuum, or rather, the upper limits of talent can perpetually grow. Unlike the essential spiritual roots required in the longevity path, every individual possesses a soul, and the malleability of the soul far surpasses that of spiritual roots. Snape firmly closed his eyes, posing the pivotal question: how can one expand and enrich? These remain mere theories, and theoretical conjectures at that. Snape's thoughts were straightforward. He was unaware of how Jiang Lingmu managed to transcend the physical form to directly perceive the circulation of power, for he could not achieve such a feat. If he could not even manage the basics, how could he speak of expansion and enrichment? Jiang Lingmu blinked, tapping the blackboard with her wand. I believed I had imparted this to you, Professor. The diagram is right here. The specific method is meditation. Snape seemed to chew on the meaning of this word. Meditation? Meditation is the prerequisite for introspection. Only when you eliminate all external distractions and disengage from the burdens of the body can you access your own soul. Imagine, if you will, that beneath your crown lies a powerful nexus of magical energy, intricately connected to your heart and liver, influencing all your emotions. Now, envision the refinement of these connections, resembling a network of blood vessels, some thick, others thin, all complex and unobstructed. Picture these vessels suffusing every inch of your body with magic. As the nexus grows ever stronger, and the flow of magical energy within these veins quickens and intensifies, even I, at the outset, could only perceive a rudimentary diagram within myself. It was through meditation that I expanded this power, forming a more detailed and tangible network. In summary, meditation can indeed enhance the soul, and is a remarkably effective means to do so. Snape remained silent, evidently grappling with the profound implications of Jiang Lingmu's assertions that challenged his worldview. Meditation and sitting in contemplation are fundamental practices of both the mystical arts and the path to longevity. With such a foundation, my progress has been exceptionally swift. However, let me be frank, I cannot guarantee that you will experience significant improvement in the short term. Snape swiftly grasped the crux of Jiang Lingmu's discourse. The agreement stipulated that guidance must be given unreservedly. Of course, you mentioned that meditation is a notably effective method, implying that there are indeed other ways to strengthen the soul. That is certainly true, should you wish to explore them. Jiang Lingmu withdrew her wand into the concealed pocket of her sleeve and resumed her seat across from him. You must have also noticed that the 7 souls and the earthly soul correspond to specific parts of the body. What does this suggest? It indicates a direct relationship between the health of the body and the strength of the soul. Naturally, from my observations, wizards possess far superior physical qualities compared to ordinary individuals, as well as a more robust soul. However, to advance further, one cannot remain complacent. At this juncture, Jiang Lingmu paused momentarily, gesturing with her chin toward the space before her. Would you mind if I took a look? Snape instinctively furrowed his brow. He was still unaccustomed to Jiang Lingmu's casual manner of speaking with him, yet, driven by stronger temptation, he ultimately nodded. Very well, extend your wrist. No. Roll up your sleeve a bit to expose at least 4 fingers width of your wrist, both hands, please. Jiang Lingmu then quietly observed as Snape methodically unfastened at least 7 or 8 buttons on either sleeve. If this garment were on her. Each time she donned or removed, it would be a trial. The tediousness of it made her fingers itch to tear every button off. The distance across the table felt somewhat far, and Jiang Lingmu propped herself on one hand, sliding across to Snape's side like an eel, conveniently disregarding his disdainful expression. I am well versed in ancient Chinese medical practices. This is known as pulse diagnosis. Enough of that. Professor, would you care to attempt learning a bit of Chinese? The translation can be rather taxing. Jiang Lingmu first pressed her fingers against his wrist bone before placing her fingers on his pulse, listening intently with both hands for quite some time, just as she had done with Ginny. It's hard to tell. Professor, you're just over 30? I would have guessed you were at least 40. Wow, you look remarkably youthful, Professor, much younger than the other professors. Indeed, lackluster complexion and emaciation do age one. Snape. Before he could unleash a torrent of venomous retorts, Jiang Lingmu wisely withdrew her fingers, shaking her head with a frown. The essence is waning. Yet the outward appearance seems robust, when in truth, it has been depleted entirely, leaving only the remnants of a feeble constitution. If you had been paying attention, you should understand the implications of that. Snape, expressionless, began to fasten the buttons of his sleeves one by one. Issues with the stomach, liver, and lungs? Jiang Lingmu nodded. The digestive function appears lackluster. This condition likely stems from childhood neglect, resulting in a chronic stomach ailment. If you don't gain weight, who will? You're far too thin. Snape, the liver's excess heat is rampant, and your temper is volatile. Professor, you must cease your late-night endeavors. Ultimately, extreme joy and sorrow can severely impact the lungs. Your lung issues must have been festering for over a decade. Am I correct? Regulate your emotions, and ensure proper ventilation when brewing potions. As a master potion maker, you should be well aware that certain potion fumes can harm the lungs. Jiang Lingmu scanned Snape's office, noting the absence of even a single window that could be opened for ventilation. Most importantly, the earthly soul lacks sufficient yang energy. Jiang Lingmu's gaze instinctively drifted to his lower abdomen. Sunlight and warmth are essential. They not only bolster physical health, but can also enhance fertility. Snape's expression turned peculiar. Jiang Lingmu replied earnestly, "Please refrain from regarding me with such eyes, Professor. I am merely offering sincere and professional advice from the perspective of a doctor and healer. The body is the foundation of all things. Have you been consuming the bamboo leaf green liquor I gifted you? Have you not noticed a significant improvement in your condition after drinking it, such as better appetite and sleep?" The anger that had been simmering in Snape's chest was akin to droplets of water heated by flames, boiling momentarily before vanishing as steam. For Jiang Lingmu spoke only truths. The ailments accumulated since childhood, the sorrow of over a decade. No, could the ancient practices of Chinese medicine truly be so extraordinary? She merely glanced at his wrist, and at most could count his pulse. "Have you employed divination techniques upon me?" Jiang Lingmu vehemently protested. "I wish I could. Alas. I am utterly unacquainted with the art of divination. Without enlightenment, even if I acquired theoretical knowledge, it would be of no use. Furthermore, what need is there for mystical arts? This is merely the ancient practice of pulse diagnosis. Do you comprehend? Observing, listening, inquiring. Well, it matters little. As you likely do not understand." Snape. It was an odd and infuriating sensation, as he had always been the one lacking patience with students. Yet, he found himself utterly at a loss against Jiang Lingmu. "Remember to drink the bamboo leaf green liquor. I shall provide you with another bottle. If you wish for swifter recovery, meet me at the Black Lake at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. Thus, good night, Professor." Jiang Lingmu waved her hand, casting a cleaning charm upon the chalkboard, leaving no trace of chalk dust behind. By the way, she paused at the door, turning to glance at Snape. "Clad in his somber attire, I suggest you change into something more conducive to movement. After all, I have yet to witness anyone of good character donning a long cloak to run through the woods." Chapter 83, The Wizard's Battle. In the northern reaches of November. The days are brief, with darkness arriving early and dawn lingering late. At 5 o'clock, the outside world remained shrouded in pitch blackness. A thick veil of cold mist enveloped the grounds outside the castle. As Snape traversed the rapidly withering lawn, the cuffs of his trousers soaked by the heavy dew. He was compelled to conjure a flickering light to ensure visibility, though it proved of little use. The luminescence pierced the darkness, yet failed to penetrate the dense fog. He walked along the banks of the Black Lake for some time, the atmosphere around it eerily tranquil, with only the soft sounds of water breaking the silence. Just as he began to suspect that Jiang Lingmu had played a trick on him, a figure darted past him, light and swift, mere paces away. He scarcely heard the sound of footsteps, only catching a glimpse of mist swirling in the breeze, illuminated by the faint glow of a wand. Professor? Jiang Lingmu had approached to within 5 paces of Snape, and only then did he truly see her. No wonder he had failed to notice her. She was clad in a flowing, snow-white practice outfit, her long black hair tied up in a sturdy bun atop her head, rendering her nearly indistinguishable from the mist. As Snape scrutinized Jiang Lingmu, she too examined him. He was dressed in black trousers, a black shirt, and a black waistcoat adorned with buttons. The garments fitted him snugly, accentuating his lean physique and exuding an air of competence that was markedly different from his usual demeanor. Yet, one must wonder, was this attire truly suited for physical exertion? Jiang Lingmu suppressed the urge to voice her skepticism as she retrieved a petite pocket watch from the hidden pocket of her training robe, glancing at the time. I have completed 5 laps already. Shall we run a few more together? Severus Snape offered no affirmation or dissent, but Jiang Lingmu felt inclined to believe it was a positive response. With a flick of his wand, he caused the glowing orb at its tip to cascade downwards, illuminating a small patch of ground beneath him instead of vanishing into thin air. Was this a spell for luminescence? Wasn't the light supposed to remain at the wand's tip? Snape, devoid of any intention to mystify, explained that it merely required a slight modification. His distinctive, low-toned voice seemed somewhat distorted in the mist, and Jiang Lingmu felt as if she were listening to a late-night radio program. The flickering light was a sustained charm, combined with a transfiguration spell, allowing the orb to detach from the wand's tip, ultimately controlled in position by a levitation charm. Jiang Lingmu nodded vigorously. Light, though visible, is intangible. Snape's explanation, though straightforward, revealed the complexities of such a spell. She had yet to engage with the transfiguration of living beings, rendering this formless transformation spell even more elusive. It appeared imperative that, following the conclusion of her examinations, she procure all the necessary textbooks for her 7th year at once, she mused. Leading the way, Jiang Lingmu and Snape completed 2 laps around the Black Lake. Snape meticulously observed her condition, noting that her breathing rhythm remained unchanged. This prolonged run seemed to her akin to a leisurely stroll. Such monstrous stamina. Snape mentally affixed a new label to Jiang Lingmu. Jiang Lingmu, in turn, discreetly monitored Snape's state. Indeed, a wizard's physique exhibited greater resilience than that of an ordinary person, yet there were limits, especially for someone like Snape, who had spent years seated in an underground office, seldom seeing the light of day. By the onset of the 2nd lap, his breathing had noticeably quickened. Jiang Lingmu, recognizing the moment, halted to await his arrival. As dawn broke, the horizon began to glow with a pearly light, the morning mist consuming the feeble rays. Engaging the body is merely the first step. Allow me to teach you several fundamental exercises that promote tranquility and restoration. They can also be practiced in your office during inclement weather, though the natural environment is preferable. Standing meditation and horse stance. I began with 1 to 2 hours as a child. Jiang Lingmu, not exaggerating, emphasized that with a master and 16 siblings, each with their unique strengths, even basic skills could be transformed into art. She maintained a strict, guiding demeanor. Shoulders relaxed, hands rounded, waist and back slightly arched and relaxed. Do not be so tense. Stillness in the body does not equate to stillness in the internal organs and blood. This is the essence of static energy, inner movement, outer stillness. Snape grasped the essential movements well, managing to endure for a quarter of an hour on his first attempt. Impressive, Jiang Lingmu remarked, giving him a thumbs up. His control was commendable. Snape remained expressionless, fully convinced that this level of exertion was merely a warm-up for Jiang Lingmu, who was undeniably a fully grown man. Jiang Lingmu seemed to perceive his thoughts. Professor, do you understand the concept of foundational training? I have been engaging with these practices since I learned to walk. Thus, it is quite manageable. With persistence, you too can achieve it. In contrast to the rigorous training to enhance magical prowess, this external discipline was the simplest, merely requiring repetition and determination. Next came the horse stance, deemed an advanced variation. Feet positioned outward, shoulder width apart, squatting down with toes turned forward. The center of gravity lowered, gradually deepening the squat, widening the stance until it reached a breadth of 2 to 3 feet, arms transitioning from an embrace to a horizontal position with palms facing downward. This time, Snape could only endure for less than 10 minutes. It was his first realization that standing still could be more exhausting than high-intensity exercise. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, his shirt clinging uncomfortably to his body. In an instant, Snape understood Jiang Lingmu's choice of overly loose clothing. He harbored another question. Was she not cold? Currently, these are the only 2 exercises. Once you can maintain the standing meditation for an hour and the horse stance for over half an hour, I can teach you some fundamental martial techniques. I have always been curious about the nature of combat among wizards, not merely the regulated duels, but genuine battles. Is it simply standing in place and casting spells at one another? Feeling invigorated by the exercise, Snape gazed at the gradually brightening sky and the receding morning mist. His spirits lifted, experiencing an unusual sense of elation that rendered him nearly devoid of the desire to refute or mock Jiang Lingmu. What? Do you wish to give it a try? Jiang Lingmu's eyes sparkled. Is that permissible? As if testing her reflexes, Snape suddenly stepped back, raising his wand. Freeze. The air was frigid. Jiang Lingmu arched an eyebrow, gracefully sidestepping the freezing charm with fluidity. Snape appeared to have anticipated her movement, his feet beginning to shift. All petrified. Obstacles emerged thick and fast. In this skirmish, both sides exhibited their strengths. Snape wielded a plethora of offensive spells, while Jiang Lingmu possessed but a few. She opted not even to draw her wand, relying instead on her swiftness. After narrowly evading Snape's stunning spell, he realized that attempting to confine Jiang Lingmu's movements with a single incantation was nearly impossible. Quickly bind her. A thick rope launched from the tip of Snape's wand. Jiang Lingmu spun away, grasping the rope in her hand, only to be met by a streak of orange flame racing towards her from the opposite end. Releasing her grip, she slipped beneath the fiery cord with the agility of an eel. Snape altered his approach, casting a spell that struck a monstrous rock by the Black Lake. The explosion was thunderous. The stone shattered into fine pebbles, an impressive display that, while visually striking, bore little lethality. Snape had enough sense to restrain himself. The fragmented stones did not descend to the ground, but were instead linked together by a series of transfiguration spells, transforming midair into a flock of sharp-beaked birds. Unlike other direct spells, these birds could evidently lock onto a moving target, relentlessly pursuing Jiang Lingmu. Armored protection. Snape unleashed several ironclad charms and area effect weakening spells to block Jiang Lingmu's escape routes, victory seemingly within reach. Yet, in a flash, Jiang Lingmu's figure flickered, disappearing into the thick mist. The next moment, Snape felt a weight on his back as Jiang Lingmu's arm encircled his neck, bringing with it a distinctly cool, woody fragrance. Before he could utter a banishing charm, the tip of her wand pressed against his throat. Chapter 84, Newly Acquired Friends. I win. Huzzah! Jiang Lingmu beamed as she leaped down from his back, her smile radiant. Snape pressed his lips together, tugging at the rumpled hem of his waistcoat and brushing off the spot on his shoulder where she had touched him, his expression cool and detached. I dare say you possess no necessity for magical studies. Jiang Lingmu had merely evaded, offering no counterattack. Snape had hoped to witness her offensive techniques, but his expectations went unfulfilled. It was a jest in which neither party had invested genuine effort. When in Rome, one must adapt. We have a saying in Huaxia: it's a shame to travel all this way without bringing back something of substance. With an idle moment at her disposal, she contemplated the prospect of honing her skills to augment her earnings. After all, the study of potion making could prove quite lucrative, particularly as a means of accumulating initial capital. As they meandered along the shores of the Black Lake, Jiang Lingmu busily replicated the incantations recently demonstrated by Snape, albeit with the intention of targeting the fish swimming beneath the surface. The chill of winter bore down upon them. Lo and behold, a sizable fish, measuring 3 feet in length, emerged encased in ice, surfacing to the water's edge. Jiang Lingmu, observing the fish which lay a good 10 meters from the shore, turned eagerly to Snape. Utilizing the summoning charm, she envisioned the fish with meticulous detail. The incantation comprised the name of the object followed by Accio, ensuring efficacy even at a distance. Frozen fish, come forth, she declared, successfully summoning one. Yet, obstacles abounded. All were petrified. Fish, come to me, she commanded. And a number of petrified fish, both large and small, flew into her grasp. An explosive crack echoed as stones along the lakeshore shattered into jagged fragments, scattering in all directions. Clearly, Jiang Lingmu's control did not match Snape's, though her rapid learning was a silver lining. With a protective shield in place, the debris was thwarted by a magical barrier. As for the series of transfiguration spells and the silent incantation of the flame bird charm that Snape executed, she found herself utterly bewildered. However, the spells she had learned today were already sufficient for her to process. She refrained from overindulgence. She stowed her wand and, plucking a handful of grass, deftly twisted it into a makeshift rope, selecting smaller fish from the ground to string together. Snape took a step back, a look of disdain crossing his features as he regarded her fish-scented hands. That will suffice for today, Professor. Thank you for your guidance, she said, glancing at the time. Noting that breakfast was still over an hour away, ample time indeed. I shall take my leave, Professor. With that, Jiang Lingmu turned towards the Quidditch pitch, prompting Snape to furrow his brow. You ought to return to the castle, he advised. I am merely visiting a newly made friend, she replied. Hagrid's hut is not in that direction. Jiang Lingmu halted, turning her head and regarding Snape with curiosity. I'm not seeking Hagrid. I wish to visit the Whomping Willow. Care to join? Snape choked slightly. The Whomping Willow? A good friend? That temperamental tree? His curiosity piqued. He followed Jiang Lingmu despite his instinct to deem it a waste of precious time. By the time they reached the vicinity of the Whomping Willow, dawn had fully broken, and the tree stood as it always did. Its gnarled roots concealed an entrance, surrounded by a spacious clearing. As the obstinate tree refused to share sunlight and nutrients with any other species, it stretched its branches in the crisp morning breeze, awaiting the sun's arrival. Resembling an ordinary tree, albeit with peculiar growth. Yet, 2 unsuspecting birds flitted past its branches, and in an instant, the branches sprang to life. Snape raised an eyebrow at the sight of bloodied feathers floating in the air. The birds' lifeless bodies plummeted to the ground, swiftly vanishing from sight. Snape halted at a safe distance, watching as Jiang Lingmu ventured into the tree's strike zone. He tightened his grip on his wand, prepared to rescue the overly confident exchange student. However, the anticipated attack never materialized. Jiang Lingmu calmly approached the roots, raising the fish in one hand while gently caressing the smooth trunk of the Whomping Willow with the other. To Snape's astonishment, the branches moved, not in aggression, but to dig a shallow hole near the roots as Jiang Lingmu tossed in her string of fish. The tree playfully brushed against her slightly disheveled hair with its clean branch tips, and an unspoken communication unfolded between the girl and the tree before Jiang Lingmu patted the trunk and leisurely exited the danger zone. Is this reasonable? Snape questioned, bemused. They continued in silence towards the castle. After a moment, Snape finally inquired, "Why did it not attack you?" Jiang Lingmu replied, her expression one of innocent surprise. "It likes me. Why would it attack?" She recounted how the tree had once lamented that it had never enjoyed a proper fish meal, except for the time a water bird had inadvertently landed on it after a successful hunt. "It adores the fish from the Black Lake. Ever since Mrs. Loris was petrified, the fish I've caught have mostly been offered to the Whomping Willow. Naturally, she would not work for free. The willow wood was ideal for crafting magical artifacts." Imbued with such spirit, Jiang Lingmu swallowed hard. The adage to gain, one must first give certainly held true. Snape remarked, inconceivable. The weather grew colder by the day, with some weeks yielding no sunny spells. A biting wind accompanied torrential raindrops that pounded the earth, occasionally mixed with icy pellets that stung when they struck flesh. During this time, Jiang Lingmu maintained a commendable demeanor. Hermione had devised a comprehensive study plan for her first semester of the second year, which Jiang Lingmu executed splendidly. One morning, after Hermione had recited the 12 uses of dragoness blood and posed questions regarding key dates of significant magical inventions and the process of the Goblin Rebellion, Jiang Lingmu, blessed with the ability to cheat through her mental prowess, easily retained the information and answered flawlessly. Hermione, cross-referencing her notes from the previous year, marked key exam content in Jiang Lingmu's old textbooks, her excitement palpable. "Marvelous. I assure you, Lingmu, you will surely pass the professor's examinations. Soon, we will be classmates." "I am so thrilled." Harry and Ron shared her enthusiasm, though Ron appeared to harbor reservations. "Honestly, Hermione, I think having all the professors supervising is far more crucial than any exam focus." Merlin, 17. "You truly aren't nervous?" Hermione, not raising her head, retorted. "Lingmu is not you, Ron. I'm not nervous. The professors are all quite pleasant," Jiang Lingmu interjected. Ron mumbled, shoving a large spoonful of milk-soaked cereal into his mouth. "Of course, most professors are amiable, but you must remain vigilant. I've noticed Snape always seems to be on your case. I heard Professor McGonagall say that you must achieve an E in every subject to advance a year. He often keeps you in detention, doesn't he? He might even assign you particularly challenging questions or deliberately give you just an A." Hermione sighed. "How many times must I reiterate, Ron? He is a professor. Besides, he has been guiding Lingmu with her magic. Just look at how quickly she is learning." Ron scoffed, unconvinced, as he poked at his porridge with his spoon. Chapter 85, Doubt. Jiang Lingmu paused in her reading, realizing this was a delightful misunderstanding. She and Snape had established a gratifying understanding. If Snape had inquiries, he would deliberately find fault with her during potions class to keep her in detention. This had become her sole legitimate reason for frequent visits to the Slytherin headmaster's office as a Gryffindor student. Consequently, to her peers, she had ascended the ranks of Snape's most detested students, easily surpassing Harry to claim the top spot. As for Jiang Lingmu, her primary focus now was preparing for the advancement examination, rendering Snape's individualized tutoring unnecessary for the time being. Aside from their weekly potions handover, she had not sought him out. Harry set down his sausage, offering a rather fair observation. "I have a differing opinion, even if Snape is harsh. I doubt he would deliberately make things difficult for you in front of the other professors." He then lowered his voice. "In comparison to him, My concerns lean more towards Lockhart. Just ponder what he has imparted during class. How on earth are we to pass his examinations? Are we expected to reenact some ludicrous scene from his insipid book for the professors? Hermione began to feel anxious as well. Oh, perhaps I should assist you in highlighting the key plot points, and it would be prudent to compile a preferences chart, just in case he decides to utilize that Lockhart exam paper. Ron interjected. I suddenly find Snape more tolerable after all, at the very least. He is genuinely proficient in potions. Jiang Lingmu, however, seemed indifferent. Let him dare, she said. Hermione, the highlights you've provided for the defense against the dark arts class are sufficient. I hardly believe he possesses the capability to create a separate exam paper. I wager he will likely shuffle last year's exam questions to challenge me. Do enlighten me regarding your previous year's examination content. Nothing is more straightforward and effective than referencing past exam materials. In contrast to written assessments, their practical exams were truly diverse. In the Transfiguration exam, Professor McGonagall tasked them with transforming a mouse into a snuff box. The more exquisite the snuff box, the higher the score. Meanwhile, Professor Flitwick required them to make a pineapple dance across a table during the charms exam. Snape demanded the concoction of a forgetfulness potion, and Professor Sprout instructed them to repot plants, among other tasks. Hermione held unwavering confidence in Jiang Lingmu's spells. I believe that practicing a few days leading up to the exams will suffice. For now, your focus should be on the textbook material. Jiang Lingmu nodded appreciatively. Thanks to you, Hermione. You are already quite busy, and yet you concern yourself with my affairs. Ron hastily consumed his cereal. Honestly, have you unearthed any clues during your recent library visits? Ron's casual tone ignited Hermione's ire, prompting her to glare at him. If someone could assist me, I might uncover more useful information. Ron blinked innocently. Why direct your anger solely at me? Harry and 17 have not lent a hand either. Harry has Quidditch practice, and 17 is preparing for his promotion exam. You are the only one with ample free time. Ron's words left him without retort, as he vigorously speared a sausage from his plate and took a hefty bite. Harry cast a sympathetic glance at Ron, but evidently, he dared not provoke an enraged Hermione. So, what have you discovered, Hermione? Hermione inhaled deeply, regaining her composure, and returned the marked book to Jiang Lingmu. Oh, not much. The accounts concerning the Chamber of Secrets are rather scant. However, I believe we can approach it from a different angle. I firmly believe that the incident involving Moaning Myrtle was no mere coincidence. The chamber must have been opened on Halloween, and Harry, you know, Filch is a... Hermione lowered her voice as much as possible, a squib. Just imagine, amidst all the students and professors in the school, who would harbor hostility towards a squib and a muggle-born. Ron ceased his sulking over the sausage and raised his head. Slytherin. Harry chimed in almost in unison, Malfoy. Jiang Lingmu silently observed, aware of part of the truth. She had long suspected that it was Ginny herself who opened the chamber on Halloween. More accurately, it was that diary. The pale and dazed visage of Ginny surfaced in her mind as she glanced at the three serious faces before her. Should I reveal everything to them? Perhaps it would be wise to first seek Ginny's counsel. After all, she had promised to keep it a secret. Alternatively, there was another plan. She could take the initiative to discover the chamber, eliminate the monster, and resolve everything satisfactorily. Hermione had been under considerable stress of late, even if only to secure a good night's sleep. Jiang Lingmu had originally intended to address that diary after the promotion exam and Christmas, while also observing to confirm whether any further attacks would occur during her possession of the diary. However, it seemed that time was of the essence. Silence enveloped the table momentarily. But we lack evidence. It is exceedingly difficult to substantiate unless we catch someone in the act of opening the chamber. Though I doubt the likelihood of that. I've thought of a method, although it is quite challenging, Hermione said, glancing at Percy at the far end of the long table, lowering her voice. Jiang Lingmu watched as Hermione's eyes sparkled with determination, her heart foreboding. In the process, we would be violating dozens of school regulations. Hermione elaborated on her scheme to use Polyjuice Potion to impersonate a Slytherin student and directly inquire with Malfoy. Jiang Lingmu interjected. So what exactly is this Polyjuice Potion? It is a highly potent potion mentioned by Snape in class. It allows one to completely transform into another person without any discernible flaws in appearance. Of course, it does not permit you to maintain another's visage indefinitely. The potion's effects will wear off after a while, and there are no side effects, so, Ron, do refrain from that expression. Ron struggled to regain his composure, then posed a crucial question. When did you learn to brew such a potion? Surely Snape hasn't been providing you with private lessons like he does with 17? Harry shuddered at the thought of that scenario. Hermione rolled her eyes in response. Don't be daft, all right? I certainly haven't learned how to brew Polyjuice Potion, but I know where to find the recipe, in a book titled Powerful Potions. However, it resides in the restricted section of the library. Harry appeared astounded. The restricted section? That is not exactly a safe place, remember? I went there last year to investigate Nicholas Flamel. We cannot borrow books from there unless, Hermione calmly interjected. Unless we have a professor's signed approval. Ron furrowed his brow. Who would permit a second-year student to borrow a book from the restricted section? I think it would be more reliable to simply sneak one out. Jiang Lingmu sat silently on the side, listening to their loud scheming. Unless that professor is exceedingly foolish. Ron paused, then turned to face Harry, both of them simultaneously murmuring a name, Lockhart. This time, even Hermione did not dispute it. Chapter 86, I do not wish to harm you. The three of them grew increasingly convinced of the feasibility of their plan, their excitement mounting. Jiang Lingmu felt compelled to intervene, dousing their enthusiasm with a bucket of cold water. Even if we obtain the potion recipe, then what? That essay recipe from the restricted section, where will you find the ingredients? Even if you can purchase them by mail, they will undoubtedly be exorbitantly priced. Harry immediately countered, I have money. In any case, what Lingmu worries about is valid, but I believe that is a concern for later. Let us first borrow powerful potions from the library, Hermione decisively proclaimed. Jiang Lingmu pondered for a moment, deciding to redirect their focus. I believe there are alternative methods we can explore. We could start from avenues of lesser difficulty. What have you thought of? Hermione inquired. I think the term heir carries connotations of family or bloodline inheritance, does it not? Consider this. Salazar Slytherin was a person who placed immense value on bloodlines. Otherwise, he would not have left behind the so-called chamber within the castle. Jiang Lingmu coaxed them gently, and the trio listened intently. Such a person would not casually select someone unrelated as an heir, even if that individual were supposedly pureblood. Ron was the first to react. Are you suggesting that the Malfoy family has a blood connection to Salazar Slytherin? Jiang Lingmu shook her head. I cannot be certain. Suspicion is merely suspicion. Our task at hand is to uncover evidence, is it not? However, Harry inquired eagerly, but doesn't that just bring us back to square one? If we wish to ascertain whether there is a blood relationship between Malfoy and Slytherin, we must ask Malfoy directly. Hermione and Ron spoke in unison, no. There are other avenues to explore. Ron added, the library contains records about pureblood families. Although I think much of it is nonsense, my parents might know something as well. I could write to them. The Weasley family is also one of the pureblood families. Hermione nodded in agreement. Indeed, I came across some materials on these pureblood families before. I had not considered the aspect of blood relations until you mentioned it. Thankfully, Lingmu reminded me. Then let us approach it from this angle. Hermione sighed with a mix of relief and reluctant acceptance. At least consulting these materials would not violate school rules. Jiang Lingmu also felt a sense of relief within. All right. We can stretch this out for a few days, but not too long. After all, with Hermione's speed, it won't take long to peruse the related texts on pureblood families. Once she had calmed the restless trio, Jiang Lingmu returned to her little sanctuary that evening and opened Tom Riddle's diary once more. She brewed a pot of tea, took a sip, and prepared for a prolonged engagement with the diary. Jiang Lingmu lifted the ink-soaked quill. Tom, it is I? The writing swiftly faded away. Lingmu? Is it truly you? You have been silent for days. Has something transpired? Or perhaps, are you ready? A question mark appeared over Jiang Lingmu's head. Ready for what? Fortunately, she quickly recalled the unfinished conversation from last time. The diary had urged her to write about the truth from 50 years ago in the corridor. Back then, she had been a novice, struggling with magic, as the diary's instructions for the spell to make the ink permanent had overwhelmed her. Now, however, she had mastered many advanced spells and need not worry about revealing herself. Yet, she was not inclined to engage in reckless scribbling. It would be too embarrassing. I have been monitoring Hagrid closely. He has not taken any further action. Perhaps we have misjudged him? Maybe he is not the true culprit. Or perhaps he has regretted his actions and completely withdrawn. The diary paused for a moment as Jiang Lingmu sipped her tea leisurely. Do you not trust me, Lingmu? Well, in comparison to a mere memory, it is certainly more reassuring to trust Hagrid, who has worked at Hogwarts for decades. But I cannot take that risk. What if one day he whimsically opens the Chamber of Secrets again? A student truly died back then. Jiang Lingmu pouted. How could that be? I believe you. You have allowed me to witness the truth of those times, but, fine, I am still quite afraid. Perhaps you could control me as you did with Weasley, compelling me to undertake this task? I do not know where to begin, and there will not be another opportunity like Halloween. The diary responded. I would never do that to you, Lingmu. You are a good girl. If I were to control you, your life force would surge towards me. And that is a side effect I cannot manage. I would never treat you that way. I do not wish to harm you. Jiang Lingmu was deeply moved. What a noble sentiment. Yet she knew he was incapable of causing her harm. She endeavored to appear like a timid, selfish child, easily deceived. So what shall we do? Did you not discover any other clues back then? I have already checked that room. There were no secret chambers or passages. Perhaps you know where the true chamber is located? If we find the chamber, I can write directly to the Ministry of Magic. Then Dumbledore cannot conceal the truth any longer. Unfortunately, the diary remained unyielding. That is far too dangerous, Lingmu. Let me think this through, shall we? You must be careful. Remember to speak to me every day, all right? I want to ensure your safety. Jiang Lingmu obediently wrote a confirmation and shyly bid good night. She closed the diary and tossed it aside, rubbing her arms to soothe the goosebumps. What a charming young lady she was. With Ginny, she played the role of the caring older brother, but with him, she resorted to a more tender and considerate manner. Could she feign being duped? No. Such a deception would be impossible, especially since she did not know how to be controlled by the diary. Her defenses were evidently not on the same level as Ginny's. This form of defense stemmed from her own cultivation. She could not lower her standards for such a thing. Thus, only one course remained. The following afternoon, Jiang Lingmu ventured out of the castle amidst a torrential downpour, claiming concern for her fruit trees and grapevines. Fortunately, the rain posed no threat to her. A protective barrier of magical energy shielded her, and with each step, clean roots emerged from the damp soil to support her. She walked all the way to Hagrid's little hut. Not even her shoes were dampened. Clutching a large jar of grape wine, she knocked on Hagrid's door. The rain was so loud that it took a while for any response to come from inside. Who is it? It is I, 17. The door to the hut swung open with force, revealing Hagrid clad in fur garments, his shiny, beetle-like eyes gleaming with warmth. 17. What brings you here in such dreadful weather? Come in and warm yourself by the fire. Hagrid stepped aside, and Jiang Lingmu squeezed through the doorway, balancing the jar. The fireplace within blazed brightly, filling the room with the comforting scent of dry wood and the aroma of freshly baked bread. Jiang Lingmu surmised that Hagrid had likely prepared rock cakes once again. Chapter 87. Hagrid the Sieve. Hagrid kept the raging storm at bay outside his cottage. You should be having lunch in the castle now. Would you care for some freshly baked rock cakes? Jiang Lingmu politely declined. I have already eaten, Hagrid. Could you please make me a cup of tea? She quite enjoyed the local custom of red tea with milk. I was a bit worried about the grapevines, so I came to check on them and brought you some wine. I remember you enjoy it. Hagrid quickly took the heavy jar from her hands, his beard trembling with delight. Oh, you always do this. You should keep it for yourself. The weather is getting colder, but your fruit trees and grapes. And what is that called? Bamboo? They are thriving, completely unaffected by the cold and rain. Jiang Lingmu wore a sweet, harmless smile. I can't drink it even if I keep it. Besides, I am used to brewing wine for my master. I feel quite embarrassed. You always take such good care of these plants. I know tending to the fields is quite laborious. Flattering words were worth little, so Jiang Lingmu showered Hagrid with praises. By the way, you must try the wine. It is truly fragrant. Jiang Lingmu removed the mud seal and lifted the dry lotus leaves used to seal the jar, releasing a rich aroma of wine mingled with the scent of grapes throughout the small hut. Hagrid hurriedly fetched a cup, and Jiang Lingmu filled it for him. Managing the hunting grounds and safeguarding the keys is no small feat. Where could one find someone as kind-hearted and capable as you? Hagrid's forehead flushed red before he had even taken a sip. He placed an oversized cup before Jiang Lingmu and pushed the milk jug towards her. Do not say such things. I am not. Hagrid, flustered by the compliments, quickly changed the subject. I've heard that you are making remarkable progress. Is that true? After Christmas, you'll be in the same class as Harry and the others, right? Jiang Lingmu lowered her head, sipping tea that was at just the right temperature due to the addition of cold milk. She nodded, observing Hagrid as he downed a large cup of grape brew in one gulp. Indeed, I have been preparing for the advancement exams. Hermione is truly impressive. Despite her own busyness, she manages to guide my studies with such composure. She changed the subject. I am a bit concerned about her. She seems quite exhausted and mentally strained lately. A look of worry crossed Hagrid's face. Why? Is something the matter with her? Jiang Lingmu's fingers gently caressed the warm cup. It's because of the Chamber of Secrets. Hagrid's goblet clinked against the table, producing a jarring noise, and he appeared somewhat flustered. Jiang Lingmu feigned ignorance. After the events of Halloween, she has investigated the legend of the chamber. I truly worry for her. How could Slytherin, one of the founders of the school, make such an extreme decision? I don't understand. Isn't it a cause for celebration when a wizard hails from a Muggle family? To my knowledge, the number of wizards in Britain is rather limited. If this were in China, we would be overjoyed for every new disciple. Not to mention someone as diligent and talented as Hermione. Jiang Lingmu lamented, while Hagrid seemed at a loss for words, pouring himself drink after drink. She took a sip of her red tea and silently apologized to Hagrid. Hagrid, what do you think? Hagrid appeared startled, stammering, oh, who wouldn't agree? I mean, only a madman would wish to harm her. His brow furrowed. Jiang Lingmu seized the opportunity. I truly hope this matter can be resolved soon. By the way, I saw a multitude of spiders the other day. Spiders? Yes, spiders. They were scurrying in a line like ants, making their way out of the castle's windows. It was my first time witnessing spiders behave in such a manner. Do the spiders of Hogwarts move homes regularly? They seem to be heading towards the Forbidden Forest. Jiang Lingmu carefully observed Hagrid's expression, not missing a hint of change. Is there perhaps a spider's lair in the Forbidden Forest? Oh, perhaps, I suppose. What isn't found in the forest? True enough. Jiang Lingmu continued sipping her tea. When she had mentioned the Forbidden Forest and the spiders, she had noticed Hagrid's gaze linger subconsciously in a particular direction for a few seconds. She had gleaned the information she sought. With a rough idea of the direction and the tracking charm she had left on the acromantula, she planned to investigate the spider lair tonight. I think spiders are quite remarkable. Many potion ingredients require spider parts, like their eggs and silk. They also capture pesky little insects. I don't understand why people dislike them. They are such adorable and practical creatures. Hagrid's tense demeanor relaxed. It's wonderful that you think so, 17. My point is, some magical creatures are not as frightening as they appear on the surface. People should learn more about them. Exactly. Just the other day, I read about acromantulas in a book. Hagrid tensed again. The book mentioned that their venom is a highly valuable potion ingredient, but it is difficult to collect while they are alive. I believe that's a failure on the part of the collectors. Can't we just take what we need without harming them? If humans require their venom, shouldn't we at least express gratitude and strive to avoid harming them? Hagrid's body visibly relaxed once more. Jiang Lingmu couldn't help but smile, now utterly convinced that Harry and his friends' adventures from the previous year were likely orchestrated trials. Any sensible individual would know better than to assign Hagrid to a secretive task. They are quite powerful. I once raised, or rather, encountered an acromantula. It was truly beautiful. So large. Hagrid spread his arms to illustrate. However, I never considered extracting venom since I am entirely unskilled in potion making. Of course, if it were as you say, 17. That would be ideal. If people need its venom, they should take it but not harm the creature. That would be a fair exchange. Jiang Lingmu smiled slightly. Since the principal had spoken thus, she would not hold back. Jiang Lingmu lingered with Hagrid until the first class of the afternoon was about to commence. Throughout the entire afternoon, a relaxed smile adorned her lips. Once the curfew bell tolled, Jiang Lingmu ignited a calming incense at the request of Lavender and Parvati. After bidding goodnight to her roommates, she retrieved her diary, checking in and engaging in casual conversation as per its previous instructions. Jiang Lingmu discovered that Tom Riddle indeed possessed considerable talent. It was unlikely a student with poor grades could become a prefect. His expertise in charms was profound, and he had also dabbled in alchemy. No wonder he could create this diary at the tender age of 16. After hastily completing her diary entry, Jiang Lingmu lay in bed, awaiting the stroke of midnight, her mind consumed with thoughts of alchemy. Why had Hogwarts ceased teaching it? It seemed to share some commonalities with the crafting arts of the Tao of longevity, and the materials were even easier to procure. She would need to visit the library to seek out some books. Chapter 88, Aragog. Before the midnight bell had fully tolled, Jiang Lingmu had arrived at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Confirming the direction from earlier, she sent out A Xiong to lead the way, plunging into the ominously eerie depths of the rain-soaked forest. Soon, Jiang Lingmu realized that she likely did not need to extract information from Hagrid beforehand. Nor did she require A Xiong's guidance. A small procession of spiders was methodically hidden beneath the fallen leaves, advancing deeper into the forest. Furthermore, their direction aligned closely with her own. Jiang Lingmu summoned her speed, nearly rivaling her flying on a broomstick, gliding through the dense foliage like a sleek black bird, deftly maneuvering through the thick branches. After approximately half an hour, she sensed the presence of the tracking charm. On this cold, drizzly day, the acromantulas were not out hunting. The location of the charm was indeed their lair. However, this also meant she would have to face an entire family of acromantulas. She wondered how effective Hagrid's connections might be. As she drew nearer, she began to spot large, hemispherical, thick white webs interspersed among the underbrush. The cacophony of clicking and skittering sounds merging into a singular wave. It sounded as if countless acromantulas were traversing the damp, thick leaves. Finally, Jiang Lingmu found herself standing at the edge of a clearing, beside a towering tree, surrounded by darkness. Yet beneath her feet lay a vast expanse of white. She extended her senses, barely able to discern that beneath the dense webs lay a broad depression. There were no trees within the depression. The giant spiders had utilized the surrounding trees for support, effectively draping the entire basin in interwoven webs to shield themselves from the cold rain. Jiang Lingmu hesitated briefly atop the tree before deciding to adopt a diplomatic approach first. She leaped down, drawing her wand. A flicker of light erupted. The incantation and the glow from her wand successfully captured the attention of the acromantulas at the edge of the clearing, and the clicking sounds crescendoed into a torrent. Who is it? Amidst the cacophony of clicking, Jiang Lingmu heard the voice of a giant spider, and in an instant, she was surrounded by a throng of acromantulas, each one as large as a horse. The words they uttered were difficult to discern, each syllable inevitably accompanied by the clacking of their formidable pincers, which left Jiang Lingmu feeling somewhat perturbed by the incessant sound. "You are not Hagrid." Jiang Lingmu rolled her eyes, casting doubt upon the intelligence of the acromantula. "Is it necessary to reiterate such an evident fact, considering the stark contrast in our sizes?" "Aragog," the giant spiders called out in unison. They did not charge at Jiang Lingmu, but instead began to encircle her using a tactic reminiscent of a spider's web, illuminating the path beneath her feet with the glow of her wand. Jiang Lingmu was ushered into a hollow cloaked in layers of webs, an untainted layer untouched by rain. They pressed her deeper into the recess, where a massive hemispherical web awaited, and she discerned the sound of friction emanating from within. A colossal spider, considerably larger than the others, emerged from the depths. It bore signs of age, its once jet-black bristles now tinged with gray. Its grotesque head, partially obscured by its enormous pincers, was adorned with 2 rows of massive eyes, veiled by a web-like film. It was blind, devoid of the prowess it once exhibited, as seen by the image in her memory of Tom Riddle being effortlessly dispatched in the corridor. "What is the matter?" Its voice was as ancient as its appearance. "A human has intruded upon our lair. Is it Hagrid? Is it a student from the castle? A girl? A girl? Dispose of her. Is this task beyond your capabilities?" Jiang Lingmu interjected. "Well, old spider, I am a friend of Hagrid's. I have come in search of you, Aragog, though Hagrid is unaware of my quest." "Oh." Jiang Lingmu detected a hint of curiosity in Aragog's tone. "What brings you here?" "I have heard whispers of events from 49 years past." Jiang Lingmu paused, uncertain whether the giant spiders grasped the concept of numbers and years, and thus rephrased her statement. "Specifically, the year you departed from the castle. It was said that Hagrid released a monster from the castle's Chamber of Secrets, a creature that claimed the life of a female student. Consequently, Hagrid was expelled and even imprisoned in Azkaban. While her understanding of Azkaban was limited, the portrayal of the Dementors suggested it was hardly a place of comfort." Aragog promptly shed its lethargy, its pincers clattering with rage. "We were wronged. It was not Hagrid's doing. Both Hagrid and I are innocent." "I believe you," Jiang Lingmu asserted with conviction. "You are not the monster of the chamber." "Of course not," Aragog proclaimed fiercely, brandishing its enormous pincers as it recounted how Hagrid had nurtured it in secret within the castle until they were unjustly accused. Jiang Lingmu felt a mix of emotions upon learning that Hagrid had even found a mate for Aragog. On one hand, she admired Hagrid's affection for magical creatures, while on the other, she acknowledged the significant contribution he had made to the proliferation of the acromantula species. "Well done, Hagrid. So, you have never harmed a human. Is that correct?" Jiang Lingmu inquired. "Certainly. For Hagrid's sake, I have never attacked humans." Jiang Lingmu felt a small surge of emotion. It seemed that Aragog had never shared the story of the events from 49 years ago with outsiders. Whether it was an attempt to defend itself or an assumption that Jiang Lingmu could never escape the lair alive, Aragog spoke with little reservation. Jiang Lingmu diligently noted the key points it conveyed. The unfortunate student had perished in the washroom. "Thank you. One last question. Your kind appears to be quite fearful of the monster in the castle?" Out of politeness, Jiang Lingmu deliberately omitted mentioning Aragog's hasty retreat. "I observed the spiders in the castle hastily evacuating. It is highly likely that the monster has resurfaced." She noticed Aragog's pincers twitch slightly. If this time the true culprit remains elusive, Hagrid could find himself in grave trouble again. "If you possess any information, please share it with me." Jiang Lingmu's words struck a chord with the acromantula, inciting a wave of agitation among them, their clacking sounds crescendoing into a tumultuous chorus. "You are astute, clever girl. We spiders indeed harbor a profound fear of that monster. It is our nemesis." Jiang Lingmu narrowed her eyes. "So what exactly is this monster?" Chapter 89. I do not have enough venom for you to collect. In the hollow of the forbidden forest, the acromantula gradually encircled Jiang Lingmu, casting countless branching black shadows upon the area illuminated by her wand. Standing motionless, she awaited an answer, but soon found herself disheartened. Aragog fidgeted nervously with its pincers, almost as if possessed by some unseen force. It shouted in agitation, and Jiang Lingmu could barely discern the phrase "not even Hagrid knows" amidst the fragmented utterances. She fell silent, finding it increasingly difficult to honor the taboos of these intelligent beings in such circumstances. "Are you truly so afraid? Even as the king of the acromantula? You are grateful to Hagrid, yet lack the courage to speak the truth?" Provocation proved futile. "Very well, I respect your fear. But could you perhaps provide me with a small hint? For instance, what does the monster look like? What are its characteristics?" Aragog emitted a cold snicker, at least. Jiang Lingmu perceived it as such. It retreated to its lair, and the surrounding acromantulas seemed to receive some command, inching closer toward Jiang Lingmu, forming a wall of spiders around her. Jiang Lingmu realized that it was unlikely she would glean any answers from Aragog today. However, the question of who truly was the prey remained uncertain. What do you mean by that? Did you not claim to refrain from harming humans? Of course. I would not harm you, clever girl. A hoarse voice emerged from the hemispherical web, but my offspring do not share that restriction. Very well. Jiang Lingmu's voice gradually faded beneath the cacophony of the acromantula's movements, yet Aragog still caught the latter part of her statement. You initiated this confrontation first. Aragog lay in wait within its lair, anticipating the sound of screams. Yet, the scenario it envisioned did not unfold. Instead, it heard the dull thud of a massive creature collapsing to the ground, followed by the anguished cries of its offspring. It scuttled forth from the web, instinctively using its blind eyes to scan the surroundings. What has transpired? What is happening? Purple flames danced around Jiang Lingmu, illuminating a vast expanse, while the towering wall of acromantula crumbled, plunging the hollow into utter chaos. What has happened? This is Aragog. I do not know what she has done. The acromantula were bewildered, having been knocked senseless by their own brethren. Fire! Fire! Flames without heat. The flames have taken my leg. Flames devoid of temperature or pain have claimed my leg. Amidst the turmoil, Aragog struggled to pinpoint Jiang Lingmu's exact location, only able to unleash a furious roar. Human! Do not be so agitated. Your progeny wish to feast upon me. Regrettably, given their capabilities, they pose no threat to me and must, therefore, face the consequences. I had presumed that you would at least comprehend the rules of the jungle. If one desires to consume others, one must also be prepared to be consumed in turn. Aragog, my intention today was merely to pose a few inquiries and depart, without any inclination to harm you or your offspring. However, my mind has now shifted. What do you intend to do? Rest assured, while my flames could reduce your lair to mere ashes in an instant, I would not wish to cause Hagrid distress. Amidst a chorus of wails, Jiang Lingmu's gentle voice resonated distinctly. Likewise, you would do well not to contemplate seeking an opportunity to lodge a complaint, as it would be for the sake of our mutual friend. You are aware, Aragog, that Hagrid is not adept at keeping secrets. Should you divulge anything to him, I shall learn of it, and your lair will be in peril. Aragog emitted a series of clicks, yet this time, his sounds were devoid of any human language. I require your venom for a long-term collaboration, but today I do not intend to provide compensation. Merely venom? Indeed, to me, your venom is far more precious than your lives. Very well, my time is limited. Who shall come forth first? As they conversed, the giant spiders retreated like a receding tide, leaving Jiang Lingmu with ample space to maneuver. How considerate of them. I shall commence. Aragog groped his way toward Jiang Lingmu's voice. Jiang Lingmu narrowed her eyes. Truly a magnificent parent. Very well then. Fortunately, she had brought her equipment along. For during this period of selling potions, she had been well stocked with a variety of glass potion vials. Jiang Lingmu clapped her hands, and several sturdy vines sprang forth from the fallen leaves in the depression, swiftly ensnaring Aragog, as if binding a large crab. Human, what have you done? The once quiet hollow erupted once more with a cacophony of clicks, yet no giant spider dared approach to meet its demise. Jiang Lingmu's voice was close to him. A precaution to prevent my own injury. I keep my promises, but I do not trust you. Aragog. Jiang Lingmu donned her dragon-hide gloves, and the vines expertly flipped Aragog over. Despite her lack of experience, she fumbled for quite some time before locating the venom gland. Aragog, where is your venom gland? Aragog, can I not simply feed it to you directly? On the inner side of the pincers, there exists a small opening for the venom gland. Jiang Lingmu, cautious of her magical flames causing harm, withdrew her wand and cast a Lumos charm, finally spotting the small opening on a pair of large pincers. Jiang Lingmu pressed the potion vial against the opening and poked Aragog's long hairy leg with her wand. All right, I am aimed. After a pause, a stream of purplish-black venom was squeezed from the left venom gland. The vial, with a capacity of 1 ounce, filled instantly, prompting Jiang Lingmu to hastily produce another vial. Aragog, the second potion vial filled once more. Then came the third. Aragog could no longer contain himself. We hail from the distant rainforests of Southeast Asia. Jiang Lingmu, puzzled, responded, Why are you telling me this? She was indifferent to the origins of the spiders. She was merely there to reap the benefits. We thrive in warm environments. The Forbidden Forest is not particularly conducive to our survival, especially in this season. Moreover, I am aging. I do not possess an abundance of venom to spare for you. Oh, you should have mentioned that earlier. There must be some left on the right side, no? Given your age, and that you need not venture out to hunt. Why retain so much venom? Aragog appeared as though he might faint from frustration, while Jiang Lingmu extracted 2 vials of venom from the venom gland on his right pincers. Chapter 90. The Lament of the Meadow. Jiang Lingmu kept her word, requesting only venom. She even thoughtfully maneuvered the vines to position Aragog before the hemispherical web. All right. I believe you witnessed the demonstration earlier. Let us proceed with 10 more giant spiders. From each I shall procure 2 vials of venom. Striving not to impede your hunting endeavors. It was not that she was particularly principled, with such a large brood of giant spiders. Even if she only collected 1 vial from each, she could amass hundreds by nightfall. However, her supply of potion vials was limited. With only 20 or so empty vials remaining, it was settled. During breakfast, she would place a massive order for potion vials. The giant spiders engaged in a quiet exchange of clicks and clacks, ultimately selecting their kin, forming a queue to undergo the binding and venom extraction process. When the last spider was collected, Jiang Lingmu noted the absence of 2 legs on the right side of its body and sighed. Very well. I did not intend for this. Had you cooperated sooner, it would have been easier, wouldn't it? Can your legs regenerate? Jiang Lingmu received a negative answer. Very well. Let me see if this works. 2 slightly thinner vines entwined around the giant spider's body, while Jiang Lingmu examined it from various angles and proportions for quite some time, ultimately crafting 2 prosthetic limbs from the vines. The vines contorted into shapes resembling the giant spider's legs, and Jiang Lingmu reinforced the strength of the vines. Just as the venom extraction concluded, she released the giant spider from its bindings and flipped it back onto the open ground. Would you care to take a few steps? If it doesn't fit, I can make adjustments. The prosthetics, of course, could not match the agility of its original legs, but at least they provided support, preventing it from stumbling. The giant spider hesitated before dragging its new limbs a short distance, and Jiang Lingmu indeed made several adjustments for it. Furthermore, she even devised a small mechanism at the joints, allowing them to fold up when not in use, so it wouldn't have trouble resting. Is this acceptable? At the very least, it shouldn't hinder your hunting, correct? By the way, what about the leg you lost? I recall only burning off 1 leg. The other was severed from trampling, yes? Might you part with it? I could study its structure and craft a more suitable prosthetic for you. The giant spider hesitated once more, but ultimately, it unearthed a long, furry, pitch-black leg over 2 meters in length from the leaf pile. Jiang Lingmu smiled as she accepted the offering. Are there any more severed legs? This is a one-time opportunity. A few more giant spiders, albeit reluctantly, crawled onto the open ground, patiently awaiting Jiang Lingmu to custom-make prosthetics for them. Aragog, the intelligent giant spiders. This scene appeared utterly absurd. By the time Jiang Lingmu departed the hollow, it was already past 3 in the morning. The rain of the night had finally ceased, and returning to rest at this hour felt rather awkward, so she opted instead to find a flat stone by the Black Lake, placing a mat upon it to meditate in silence. It was not until the morning bell rang that Jiang Lingmu traversed through the thick mist back to the castle, feigning a return from her morning exercise, and joined Hermione in their morning routines. Why have you ordered so many potion vials? 1,000. Ron inadvertently glanced at Jiang Lingmu's order catalog, nearly dropping his sausage from his fork. At the long table, while enjoying her wontons and rice cakes in a broth of seaweed and shrimp, Jiang Lingmu filled out the order catalog from the apothecary in Diagon Alley. Aside from a brand new brass cauldron and a pristine set of scales, the most conspicuous item was 1,000 glass potion vials, ranging in capacity from 1 ounce to the larger 5 ounces, with a request for a bit of each. Although it is merely an ordinary glass product, its astonishing quantity amounts to at least over 100 gallons. Fortunately, 2 weeks ago, Snape opened an account for her at Gringotts to avoid the hassle of direct payments, which now enables Jiang Lingmu to write checks. Yes, I am of use. Oh, I almost forgot to mention, I have been selling potions for the past few weeks, and Hermione is aware of it. Harry and Ron turned to Hermione, who nodded while engrossed in her book. Indeed. Ron seemed skeptical, but how can you sell potions? You lack the qualifications of an apothecary. Jiang Lingmu set aside the mail order catalog from the cauldron shop and picked up the apothecary's to replenish her potion ingredients. She casually explained, what I sell is not traditional potions. They have been specially processed, yet they yield commendable results. Professor Snape has vouched for me, allowing me to sell them. Harry widened his striking green eyes. Snape? He is willing to help you? Goodness. Ron interjected. Who is this god? I mean, Merlin. Oh, Ron. That is inconsequential. Very well. Ron resumed skewering sausages, slathering them with ketchup. I mean, this is astonishing. He always keeps you in detention. I thought you and Harry were treated the same under him. Harry shot Ron a speechless glance. Jiang Lingmu busied herself with the catalog, nonchalantly responding, perhaps it is my charm that sways him. Ron and Harry's gaze lingered on her face for a few seconds, agreeing with her assertion. So, are you two still heading to the library today? I plan to go as well, but I must first mail this catalog. Jiang Lingmu contemplated the few crucial clues she had gathered from the Acromantula's lair the previous night, and decided to emulate Hermione by visiting the library. Of course, I am only 2 books short. Anyway, I have not found any connection between the Malfoy family and Slytherin in these texts. Hermione finally closed her book and hastened to finish her breakfast. Jiang Lingmu paused with her spoon, having underestimated Hermione's reading speed. Sorry, mates, I must go train, you know. We are set to face Slytherin next week, Harry said apologetically. Hermione replied in a gentle tone. Of course, Quidditch is important. Do not worry, Harry. Ron stuffed the last bite of sausage into his mouth. If only you could knock Malfoy out of the sky during the match. It would save us a lot of trouble. After breakfast, the 4 of them parted ways. Ron and Hermione headed to the library. Jiang Lingmu to the Ollery to send the catalog before rejoining them, while Harry followed Fred and George and the other players to practice. Jiang Lingmu's fears were confirmed. Hermione took about an hour to ascertain that there was no blood relation between the Malfoy family and Slytherin. Both surnames are quite renowned. If there were any connection, it would undoubtedly be documented in these books. Hermione arranged a towering stack of books, nearly half her height, on the table, preparing to return them. Regarding Slytherin, Hermione lowered her voice. I found only one family claiming to be his descendants, the Gaunt family. However, due to their belief in close kin marriage, there are no surviving members left, nor any descendants. Oh, Lingmu, what are you reading? Hermione, having spoken her piece, glanced down to see the book titled Extremely Dangerous Magical Creatures before Jiang Lingmu. I heard that many advanced potions require materials from magical creatures, so I am broadening my knowledge. I have completed my study plan for today, Hermione. Oh, of course, Lingmu, you are far more diligent than some, Hermione said as she mercilessly nudged Ron, who had dozed off on a thick book. What? Is it over? Over, of course it's over, Hermione said through gritted teeth. We must execute our original plan. Jiang Lingmu silently quickened her page-turning pace. Chapter 91. The Children Quietly Scheme. On Monday, immediately after the second-year defense against the Dark Arts class, Hermione successfully obtained Gilderoy Lockhart's signature permitting them to borrow powerful potions. They shared this good news with Jiang Lingmu at lunch, leaving her speechless. What could she expect? That Lockhart, that fool, might inquire about their intentions? This is the most complex potion formula I have ever encountered. We need a quiet, undiscovered place to brew, Hermione said, occasionally glancing at the book bag on the floor. Appearing rather anxious. I was considering Myrtle's restroom, but, Ron interjected, but I certainly do not wish to encounter Percy again in the girls' lavatory. All 3 turned their attention to Jiang Lingmu's face, who was in agreement. Rather than letting them concoct mischief out of her sight, it was better to keep them under her watchful eye. Of course, I can lend you my little base. I will make you a key. A key? Yes. I often brew potions in there and have stored some potion ingredients for safety. I crafted a lock using the methods of a necromancer. Saying this, Jiang Lingmu produced a blank, palm-sized wooden plaque from her storage ring, concentrating her spiritual energy as she traced a few symbols on it with her fingers. When she lifted her fingers, a smooth relief of a paper crane had appeared on the formerly smooth surface of the plaque. Hermione's eyes widened. Jiang Lingmu handed the plaque to her. This key is for you to keep. Although I will not participate in your plan due to my study schedule. Do let me know if you need any assistance. Hermione nodded repeatedly, cautiously placing the plaque in the inner pocket of her robe. The trio's plan progressed smoothly, and Jiang Lingmu also reaped rewards. She thoroughly perused that dangerous book on magical creatures. Although her clues were scarce, she ultimately found something that barely met the requirements. The ancient creature that spiders fear most can petrify or directly kill beings with a lifespan long enough. The basilisk, also known as the Serpent King, can live for a millennium, its gaze capable of causing instant death, making it the archenemy of spiders, whose only fear is the crowing of a rooster. However, this remains speculation, and with so few leads, Jiang Lingmu could only employ the process of elimination to filter out magical creatures that did not fully meet the criteria, leaving only the basilisk. Now, several questions lingered. If a giant serpent truly existed in the Chamber of Secrets, how did it move under everyone's noses? If the Halloween incident was merely a coincidence, with all the students and professors enjoying the Halloween feast, it might have had the opportunity to emerge. But what of that incident 49 years ago? She recalled the date on Tom Riddle's diary. The day the girl died must have been in early June. This period coincided with Hogwarts finals, during which there would be no mandatory events for the entire faculty and student body. The girl perished in a lavatory. Jiang Lingmu remembered Aragog's words and suddenly realized that must have been Moaning Myrtle. Moreover, the location of Mrs. Norris's attack was right beside that lavatory. She mentally noted this point. Other questions arose, such as why Myrtle died, while Mrs. Norris did not, merely petrified. Additionally, why did Harry hear sounds moving within the walls on Halloween night that no one else could hear? Sounds of tearing. It certainly did not sound like a pleasant treat. Jiang Lingmu resolved to tackle one issue at a time, for she had little else to occupy her time. Hermione, undoubtedly a woman of action, packed an abundance of food from the long table after class and, cradling a cauldron along with potion ingredients, made her way to Jiang Lingmu's secret base. At that moment, Jiang Lingmu was returning books to the library and, after circling the Great Hall without spotting the trio, surmised they would be at the secret base. Upon her return, she found Hermione had already set the cauldron up. "You are indeed here," Jiang Lingmu remarked, clutching several alchemical tomes borrowed from the library. She observed them perusing powerful potions and, out of curiosity, leaned in closer. With just a glance, Jiang Lingmu understood why this book had been relegated to the restricted section. As Hermione swiftly turned pages, they encountered a plethora of horrifying illustrations depicting the effects of various potions, the majority showcasing grotesque human forms. However, Jiang Lingmu, unlike the other three, did not express aversion. While the book was indeed repugnant, it paled in comparison to the myriad tortures of the underworld. "Found it!" Hermione exclaimed, pausing her perusal to focus on the recipe for the polyjuice potion, which occupied a full 2 pages and was accompanied by a small illustration depicting a person undergoing transformation, their skin swelling like rubber heated to excess. Harry grimaced, swallowing hard as he returned a slice of bread to the table. "Oh, that is truly disgusting," he muttered. Jiang Lingmu offered a rather objective assessment. "This potion appears quite convenient." Although she could not brew it herself, she saw no harm in acquiring more knowledge. "Hermione, may I take a look at this book as well?" "Oh, certainly, if you're interested," Hermione replied, quickly redirecting her attention back to the tome. Jiang Lingmu, clutching her own alchemical texts, moved to a low table behind a screen, habitually boiling water for tea while being mindful of the activities on the other side. Hermione murmured the list of necessary herbal ingredients. True to her reputation as a student of both action and intellect, she swiftly made preliminary arrangements for the more mundane ingredients, noting that 2-eared grass could be retrieved from the student storage cabinets. However, the unicorn horn and African tree snake skin posed a greater challenge. Then, Jiang Lingmu overheard Harry mention Snape's private collection, raising her eyebrows in delight, grateful for her temporary sharing of the secret base. She lifted her hand to remove the screen. "I can procure the unicorn horn. I previously obtained a mail-order catalog for advanced potion ingredients from Professor Snape, but such materials are exceedingly costly." Harry felt immense relief at the thought of avoiding a raid on Snape's private storeroom, exclaiming loudly, "I have money. No, what I mean is, I can help you acquire it. Consider it an early Christmas gift." She hoped to seize the opportunity to inquire about the market value of acromantula venom, knowing that to receive information, one must first spend. Jiang Lingmu would not take no for an answer. "However, the unicorn horn can only be purchased abroad. I believe there is a shop in Egypt, and it will take at least a week for the round trip. That is more than enough time." "Lingmu, thank you," Hermione exclaimed, forcefully closing the book, feeling a surge of confidence as half of the most difficult material was resolved. Harry and Ron, too, were somewhat exhilarated, witnessing Hermione's unprecedented willingness to challenge school rules. "So, how long must this potion brew?" Hermione's cheeks flushed with excitement. "As long as the ingredients are in place. A month." Of course, she acknowledged that it was a lengthy duration, but they had no better alternatives, did they? Harry and Ron nodded obediently in agreement. Jiang Lingmu mused to herself that it might be more efficient to simply bind someone and interrogate them, adding a forgetting charm for good measure. Nonetheless, she consoled herself with the knowledge that, while others may not know, she was aware of Malfoy's innocence. Chapter 92, The Unruly Quidditch Ball. That evening, Jiang Lingmu sprang into action. She discreetly pulled Ginny from the common room, who, believing Jiang Lingmu was embroiled in serious trouble like herself, was utterly flustered. When Jiang Lingmu merely mentioned the diary, the blush Ginny had painstakingly restored to her cheeks vanished like the tide, prompting Jiang Lingmu to abandon any further discussions. It was evident that Tom's diary had cast a significant shadow over Ginny. Jiang Lingmu had to repeatedly reassure her that she was truly fine and had encountered no trouble, which eventually helped Ginny regain her composure. After escorting Ginny back to the common room, Jiang Lingmu headed straight to Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. Unfortunately, she had forgotten one crucial detail. Her infamous encounter with Peeves on the first day of term had made her quite well known, and the ghosts were filled with trepidation regarding her. As she stepped into the bathroom, she barely uttered a sound before Myrtle let out a scream of sheer terror and vanished into the toilet. In the following days, Jiang Lingmu watched as Hermione began brewing the polyjuice potion, successfully ordering the unicorn horn, yet Moaning Myrtle remained elusive. To capture Myrtle, Jiang Lingmu had to exert considerable effort. She set up a soul-binding array in Myrtle's bathroom, ensuring that whenever Myrtle returned, she would be ensnared by the enchantment. Jiang Lingmu possessed countless methods to summon souls directly, yet all lacked essential components. Unfortunately, no one knew Myrtle's full name or birthday, nor did anyone retain any objects she had frequently interacted with in her life. Jiang Lingmu could only passively await a stroke of luck. On Saturday morning, the Gryffindor Tower buzzed with excitement, and as Jiang Lingmu descended the stairs, she found a throng of students fervently discussing the imminent Quidditch match. Students eagerly gathered to create banners and other paraphernalia to cheer on their team. Jiang Lingmu, who was not particularly enamored with Quidditch, finding the speed of flying broomsticks hardly impressive, settled into an armchair against the wall, clutching her alchemical book, waiting for Hermione and Ron to join her for breakfast. After breakfast, Ron hurried off to the Quidditch pitch to secure a good seat, while Jiang Lingmu accompanied Hermione to the secret base to check on the potion's progress. There was little to observe. They were still in the lengthy process of brewing lacewing flies. Hermione's task was to monitor the magical flames, ensuring they remained stable and alight. Once assured that the potion was progressing well, Jiang Lingmu followed Hermione to the Quidditch pitch. They climbed the high stands and found Ron, who had secured a front row seat, eagerly awaiting the match to commence. Ron appeared even more anxious than Harry had that morning, casting malevolent glances toward the Slytherin spectators and muttering something about making Malfoy regret spending money to join the house team. Jiang Lingmu and Hermione exchanged bemused glances, silently sharing their thoughts. All right, Ron, Harry will win. He will definitely catch the snitch quickly. There is no more dedicated captain than Wood, Hermione reassured him. Unable to bear his distress any longer, Ron merely nodded, lost in his worries, repeatedly glancing at the clock tower to check the time. Finally, 11 o'clock arrived. The Gryffindor team, clad in scarlet uniforms, emerged from the preparation room and strode towards the pitch, greeted by a wave of enthusiastic cheers. Not only Gryffindor, but even the students from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff were rallying behind them. Jiang Lingmu observed this scene, profoundly grasping the severity of Slytherin's unpopularity among the other three houses. The team captains shook hands, and the match officially commenced at Madame Hooch's whistle. Jiang Lingmu observed as Harry seemed to soar from the ground, ascending to a height far surpassing that of the goalposts and other players. Indeed, he was remarkably skilled at flying on a broomstick. Hermione, standing beside Jiang Lingmu, quietly explained, "Harry is the seeker. He needs to fly higher to locate the golden snitch." Jiang Lingmu then noticed Malfoy gliding past Harry on what was rumored to be the latest model of broomstick. Without needing to see his face, she could easily guess the look of smug provocation plastered across it. Suddenly, chaos erupted. A black ball hurtled directly towards Harry. Hermione let out a piercing scream, but fortunately, Harry reacted swiftly and dodged the impending impact. However, the onslaught was far from over. That black ball seemed intent on targeting him, evading Fred and George's attempts to strike it down. The atmosphere on the pitch was fraught with danger, and the roars from the stands echoed ominously. Jiang Lingmu watched the aerial contest, her brow furrowing in concern. Just then, icy raindrops began to fall from the sky, obscuring the figures of the players from both teams. 60-0. Ron struck the railing in frustration. "This is wrong," he shouted to Hermione. She retorted, "I know something's off. It's obvious. That bludger is malfunctioning." The rogue bludger relentlessly pursued Harry, intent on knocking him from the sky. Fred and George were preoccupied with protecting Harry, yet in doing so, they inadvertently hindered him, making it impossible for him to spot the golden snitch. Wood called for a timeout, and the Gryffindor players descended from the sky. They huddled together to discuss their strategy, and after a few minutes, they took to the air once more. Yet, Harry's predicament showed no signs of improvement. "Why is this happening?" Hermione exclaimed, nearly tearing her scarf in exasperation. "It's far too dangerous. Clearly, that bludger is the issue. Why are they still allowing the match to continue?" "No, I must seek Professor McGonagall," she insisted, but Ron grabbed her arm. "It's futile. The balls used in the match are locked away in Madame Hooch's office. If there were a problem, they would have canceled the match. It's clear they Haven T realized there is an issue." Yet, Jiang Lingmu interrupted their conversation. "Look at Harry." Chapter 93, The Unfortunate Lockhart. Harry charged directly at Malfoy, but the bludger struck his right arm, injuring him. Despite this, he did not halt his pursuit of Malfoy until he reached out and seized the snitch, plummeting from his broom in the process. Harry had caught the golden snitch. The stands erupted in a deafening roar of jubilation, but the rogue bludger continued its assault on Harry. In an unexpected turn, a flash of light erupted as a professor intervened. Wood and the twins rushed forward, attempting to contain the bludger, but the three became entangled in the mud. More and more students rushed down from the stands. Jiang Lingmu's keen eyes spotted a certain grinning individual making his way towards Harry. "Oh no, Harry needs assistance. Look, it's Lockhart." Ron was still basking in the thrill of defeating Slytherin, but Hermione quickly followed Jiang Lingmu's lead. "We must hurry. Who knows how he'll treat Harry? All right. Jiang Lingmu wrapped her arms around Hermione's waist, and amid Hermione's startled cries, she leaped from the stands. Fortunately, the crowd's excitement diverted attention from her actions, and she landed gracefully on the ground, still holding onto Hermione, half embracing her as they dashed into the throng. Make way! Make way! Hermione's voice rang out across the pitch. By the time they reached the crowd, Lockhart was already casting spells, while Harry's face was etched with pain and resistance. Jiang Lingmu feigned a loss of control, hurtling towards Lockhart. Lockhart had completed his incantation, but he was suddenly jolted from behind by Jiang Lingmu, losing his balance as the tip of his wand inadvertently pointed at his own arm. A faint white light flickered on Lockhart's arm, and he emitted a high-pitched scream, seemingly attempting to stabilize himself with the cursed limb, but failing miserably. His arm appeared to lose all its bones, unable to support his weight, and he collapsed into the mud, his arm a contorted mess. Fortunately, no one paid him any mind. Harry was left stunned by the sequence of events. He glanced at Hermione, still shaken, then at Jiang Lingmu, who raised an eyebrow at him, and finally at Lockhart, who was struggling to regain his footing but fell again, unable to maintain his balance. Lockhart's entire right shoulder seemed to vanish into thin air, the hand protruding from his sleeve utterly limp and covered in mud, a grotesque sight. He heard Jiang Lingmu say, "Oh, I'm terribly sorry, sir," though her tone bore no semblance of remorse. Hermione crouched down to support Harry's back, while Jiang Lingmu knelt beside him. "Shall I take a look?" "Yes, thank you, truly, I don't want to," Harry began, but Jiang Lingmu retrieved a small leather pouch from her enchanted ring. Unveiling a row of silver needles, she extracted two and, to Harry's astonishment, swiftly pierced them into his upper arm. The pain vanished instantly. "Does it still hurt?" she inquired. "No, it's gone." "What kind of magic is this?" Harry asked, bewildered. Jiang Lingmu offered no reply, instead rummaging through her ring for two wooden splints. She aligned his arm, securing the bones in place, and swiftly bound the splints with fabric, creating a sling to rest against Harry's neck. Her deft hands completed the task in mere minutes, while Hermione helped Harry rise from the mud. Colin Creevey was snapping photos frantically, and Professor McGonagall finally made her way through the throng of students, noticing Lockhart groaning in the mud. "What on earth happened, Gilderoy?" McGonagall's typically calm and serious voice trembled slightly. Jiang Lingmu observed the corners of her mouth tightly pressed, suspecting she was doing her utmost to suppress laughter. Several upper-year students pulled Lockhart to his feet, his body leaning awkwardly to the right, his right side, including his shoulder, sagging. His complexion was alarmingly pale, and his lips, usually adorned with a dazzling smile, trembled, rendering him both pitiable and comical. "It's like this, Professor," Hermione explained, supporting Harry's uninjured left arm as she recounted the entire incident swiftly and accurately. "I was just so worried, Professor, that I accidentally bumped into Professor Lockhart. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to disrupt your healing spell or cause you injury. Are you all right?" she concluded, deftly absolving Jiang Lingmu of any blame. Lockhart's lips moved as if he wished to speak, but McGonagall had already forgiven Hermione on his behalf. "You were merely concerned for your friend. Gilderoy won't hold it against you. Now, please escort our seeker to the hospital wing, will you?" The three of them hurriedly departed the scene, on their way encountering Ron, who was struggling to push through the crowd. Together, the four of them made their way back to the castle. Behind them, Lockhart was being supported by two upper-year Hufflepuff students, trailing along. As they stepped into the castle, Jiang Lingmu drew her wand, casting a series of cleansing and drying spells upon the four of them. As Ferk rushed over, brandishing a mop in a fit of fury, Jiang Lingmu had just finished drying the last remnants of mud on the steps. Miraculously, his anger dissipated upon seeing Jiang Lingmu. He shot them a cold glare before turning away in silence. "Oh, for heaven's sake," Ron exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief that Ferk had uttered not a word. "I think you know why, Ron." Hermione rolled her eyes, shifting her gaze to Jiang Lingmu. "Your cleaning spell is simply remarkable." "No," Ron interjected, "what I mean is, he didn't even accuse us of using magic in the corridor." Hermione offered her objective assessment. "That's because the one wielding the magic was Lingmu, not you." Ron remained speechless. The four friends, engaged in light-hearted banter, made their way to the hospital wing. Harry felt no pain and experienced no restrictions in movement. He was clean and fresh, deeply engrossed in a discussion with Ron about that blasted quaffle. Madame Pomfrey regarded Harry's arm, which had been hastily treated, with astonishment. "Oh, without healing magic, even I couldn't have done better," she remarked, pointing to the silver needles embedded in Harry's arm. "What purpose do these two needles serve?" "They alleviate pain." "Madame Pomfrey, in our ancient Chinese medicine, we believe the human body possesses numerous acupoints, and with proper stimulation using silver needles, various effects can be achieved. The most common being pain relief and hemostasis," Harry replied earnestly. It's true, Madame Pomfrey. After 17 applications, I felt absolutely no pain. Chapter 94, Dobby. How remarkable. Madame Pomfrey examined Harry's arm, which had been bound tightly with a splint. Very well. It seems you have knowledge of bone setting, Miss Jiang. Now, with just a simple incantation, I can mend you, Potter. With a flick of her wand, she touched Harry's arm. Jiang Lingmu observed Madame Pomfrey's actions intently, but alas, perhaps due to her earlier proficient handling, she resolved Harry's fracture with a simple nonverbal spell. Harry, bewildered, felt the splint being removed. While Jiang Lingmu carefully stored the silver needles away, he flexed his right arm and found himself completely healed, save for a slight lingering soreness. At that moment, Lockhart finally stumbled half-dragged into the hospital wing, prompting Madame Pomfrey to furrow her brow. Potter, you may leave now. The four exchanged glances. None wished to miss the unfolding drama. I think I might still be in some pain. May I rest here a moment, Madame Pomfrey? Harry feigned weakness, fluttering his eyelashes as he collapsed onto the bed. I would like my friends to keep me company for a while. Oh, very well, Madame Pomfrey acquiesced, not exposing their ruse as she strode towards Lockhart, waving her wand to clear the mud they had tracked in. Hermione was not particularly keen on staying to witness a professor's folly, but neither Jiang Lingmu, nor Ron, nor Harry showed any inclination to leave, so she remained silent, listening intently. What is going on? Madame Pomfrey approached Lockhart, her voice and expression grave. Lockhart, trembling, spoke first. Oh, Madame Pomfrey, my healing magic was interrupted, resulting in some undesirable consequences. He downplayed the situation, gesturing for her to inspect his right arm. Ron turned his head, making a comical face at them. That's not a consequence of interrupted healing magic. Madame Pomfrey quickly examined Lockhart's arm, squeezing from his fingers up to his shoulder. Finding nothing but soft flesh devoid of bone, she frowned, unreservedly stating, your healing magic itself is flawed. This is utterly unacceptable. As a healer, I must remind you that attempting to use such magic on yourself or on students is profoundly unwise, unprofessional, and irresponsible. With indignation, Madame Pomfrey turned to open the medicine cabinet, retrieving a large bottle labeled with the words bone regrowth potion. The four watched discreetly, stealing glances at Lockhart's expression. Aside from Jiang Lingmu, the others were taken aback by the dark cloud that had settled over Lockhart's face. His usual sunny, foolish grin was replaced by a tight-lipped frown. Suddenly, his gaze swept toward them, prompting the group to quickly avert their eyes. I think I'm fine now, mates. We should leave. Before exiting, Jiang Lingmu noted Madame Pomfrey handing Lockhart a cup, which he drank from, contorting his face in agony. Madame Pomfrey brusquely instructed 2 Hufflepuff students to help Lockhart into a hospital gown. Bone regrowth is quite a trial. You won't be sleeping tonight. The group hurriedly exited the hospital wing, and it wasn't until they turned into another corridor that Ron spoke up. I imagine that potion isn't very pleasant. Harry, still shaken, recalled Lockhart's tormented expression. Thank goodness for the 17. Otherwise, I would have been the one drinking it. Hermione shivered, wrapping her arms around herself. We shouldn't have stayed to watch. What if he targets us deliberately in the future? Oh, come on. Hasn't he targeted Harry enough already? He has practically become a dedicated actor. Shall we return to the common room now? Harry interrupted Ron, not keen on recalling their defense against the dark arts class. I think they've probably started celebrating. Jiang Lingmu and Hermione spoke almost in unison. No. Hermione glanced at Jiang Lingmu. What I mean is, I still want to check on the potion. Would you mind heading back? We're not going back. First, let us go to an empty classroom. I have something to discuss with you. Harry and Ron, bewildered, followed the 2 girls to Jiang Lingmu's secret hideout. As soon as they entered, Jiang Lingmu pushed all 3 of them into the classroom. 17? What is going on? Jiang Lingmu's face grew serious as she closed the door to the empty classroom. Her gaze fixated on the doorframe as she quickly cast several incantations. A hexagonal light circle appeared on the gray floor, but nothing else changed. Jiang Lingmu drew her wand, pointing it at the hexagonal circle. Reveal your true form. Will you emerge willingly, or shall I compel you to do so? Harry and Ron wore puzzled expressions, while Hermione frowned, yet none dared to speak further. Jiang Lingmu wouldn't act without reason. Suddenly, a sound akin to an explosion resonated in the air, and a small, frail figure appeared within the hexagonal light. It was a house elf. Harry recognized him immediately. Dobby, what are you doing here? Have you been following me? Ron exclaimed. Is he the one who intercepted the letters you and Hermione sent me during the summer? The house elf named Dobby seemed terrified. Huddled in the corner of the hexagonal confinement, his large, glassy green eyes shimmering with fear, while tiny tears trembled down the tip of his long nose. You little, Ron charged forward, but was restrained by Hermione and Harry. Jiang Lingmu offered them a calming glance. I became aware of his presence when I was on the Quidditch pitch. However, the crowd was too dense for me to take action. Fortunately, he kept following us. He seems to harbor no ill intentions, despite his behavior suggesting otherwise. We should listen to what he has to say, perhaps regarding why he commanded the bludger to attack you. Harry, a house elf, bound to a master, frequently warned Harry, obstructing his connections with friends in the magical realm, even infiltrating Hogwarts to create chaos. Jiang Lingmu recalled her dealings with Dumbledore and the matters she had been investigating recently, suspecting that this house elf might possess significant knowledge of the underlying truths. Chapter 95. Take the blame, Malfoy. Harry widened his eyes, glancing at Dobby within the confinement, then turning to Jiang Lingmu. 17. What do you mean? Jiang Lingmu nodded affirmatively. That is precisely what I mean. Dobby shrank further into the corner of the confinement, trembling even more violently. Harry glared at Dobby, appearing to teeter on the brink of fury. Why? Do you wish to kill me? Do you have any idea how much trouble that bludger has caused us? I nearly perished on the Quidditch field. No. Dobby does not wish to kill Harry Potter. He sobbed, large tears rolling down his prominent eyes. His speech fragmented and incoherent, yet they grasped the meaning. He did not intend to kill Harry. He merely wished for Harry to be injured, so he could return home to recuperate. Jiang Lingmu was utterly speechless. What a peculiar thought process. To prevent Harry from dying at the hands of another. He sought to conclude matters himself. She had just witnessed Madame Pomfrey's remarkable abilities, capable of healing fractures in the blink of an eye and restoring the unfortunate Lockhart's bones with a single potion. To what extent would Harry need to be injured to warrant a return home? Had this house elf genuinely contemplated this? Clearly, it was not just Jiang Lingmu. The other three also recognized this dilemma. Ron clenched his fists. Do you wish to die? Upon hearing this, Dobby appeared to calm down, offering a sorrowful smile as he stated that he received at least 5 similar threats daily. The four exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond, until Dobby revealed that he was responsible for the platform that could not be accessed at the start of the term. Jiang Lingmu realized. No wonder she had always felt a peculiar familiarity in Dobby's magical aura. They had indeed crossed paths before. Harry and Ron glared at him in fury. You were responsible for the sealed platform. Dobby shrank back, nodding in acknowledgement, extending his hands, which were haphazardly bandaged with long, thin fingers. Indeed, it was his doing, and he had imposed a severe punishment upon himself afterward, a sight that made Jiang Lingmu wince. Compared to Dobby, the house elves in Hogwarts kitchen were remarkably stable in spirit. He continued to mutter about the burnt dinner and the severe whipping. Hermione furrowed her brows at this. Why would you scald your hand? Did your master whip you for burning the meal? Ron glanced at her. Come on, that's not the point. Though he said this, a hint of sympathy flickered in his eyes, and his and Harry's anger diminished considerably. Dobby was evidently different from the kitchen house elves. At least the Hogwarts house elves had clean tea towels to cover themselves. Despite the arduous work, they were not subjected to whippings from students. Jiang Lingmu placed a comforting hand on Harry's shoulder, posing the crucial question. Dobby, right? On what grounds do you presume that Harry will encounter mortal danger at Hogwarts? To put it bluntly, from our perspective, the dangers Harry currently faces are all due to you. Dobby screamed, his emaciated knees hitting the ground as he pounded his head with his hands. Hermione gasped, wanting to intervene and pull him back, yet fearing the disruption it would cause to Jiang Lingmu's confinement, caught in a dilemma. Harry Potter is immensely important to us lowly servants. He ended the reign of the Dark Lord. Harry and Ron exchanged bewildered glances until Dobby mentioned the Chamber of Secrets and its reopening. Hermione and Jiang Lingmu spoke simultaneously. You know about the Chamber of Secrets. Dobby froze, then was seized by terror, scanning the empty confinement around him, and fell to the ground, repeatedly banging his head against the floor. Hermione, unable to bear it any longer, grasped Jiang Lingmu's arm. Lingmu, we cannot. Jiang Lingmu nodded. She could no longer watch. She waved her hand to dispel the confinement, and Harry and Ron rushed forward, exerting considerable effort to lift Dobby from the ground. He screamed incessantly, repeating that Harry should leave school and return home. Harry had grown immune to these neurotic admonitions. He merely sought answers. What do you know? Tell me everything. Do you know who opened the chamber? The house elf screamed, reiterating that he could never divulge such matters, and Jiang Lingmu felt a sense of déjà vu in this scene. Why can't you speak? Who is your master? Which family do you serve? Dobby squirmed even more vigorously, and Harry and Ron were unable to restrain him. With a loud crack, they both tumbled to the ground in a heap. Silence enveloped them. How did he escape? 17, there can be more. Jiang Lingmu shook her head, rubbing her ears. Dobby's screams were akin to a form of mental pollution. No, Harry, he is no longer here. Moreover, I believe that further questioning will yield no results. He will not betray his master. Ron sat up, clutching his reddened forehead. Hermione turned to Jiang Lingmu. Lingmu? What are you contemplating? I am considering that Harry's questions suggest he indeed knows who opened the chamber. In fact, you asked him 2 questions. Harry appeared somewhat deflated. That was one question, 17. Hermione quickly grasped the implication. No, that's not right. It is two questions. Who opened the chamber before, and who opened it now? Those are two distinct inquiries. Precisely. Jiang Lingmu nodded. Considering the house elf's code of conduct, which demands absolute loyalty to its master, why could he not answer this question? If he sought to save you, why could he not divulge more about the Chamber of Secrets? The most plausible explanation is that the answers to these questions are intricately connected to his master. Harry suddenly understood, exchanging a knowing glance with Ron. Ron told me, families with house elves are quite rare. It must be the Malfoys. It has to be him. He abruptly turned to Hermione. Hermione, how is the polyjuice potion coming along? Jiang Lingmu pressed her lips together. The point she wished to convey was not this. At the very least, she could ascertain that Draco Malfoy had certainly not opened the chamber, so Harry's two inquiries were effectively one for her, as she had eliminated the incorrect answer. If Dobby truly served the Malfoy family, it only indicated that the Malfoy family was intricately involved in this chamber opening incident. Since it was not Draco Malfoy who opened it, yet Dobby remained reluctant to respond. There were only two possibilities. Either the last person to open the chamber was indeed a Malfoy, likely Draco's grandfather or great-grandfather. There exists another notion. The act of unlocking the chamber itself is deemed taboo, particularly when it involves a figure shrouded in mystery. One that the entire magical community strives to avoid, none other than the enigmatic Voldemort, also known as Tom Riddle. Speaking of which, what is Voldemort's true name? Despite his notoriety throughout the magical realm, it is evident that his title is not his authentic name. Alas, this raises yet another question. Chapter 96, A Night Visit. As the quest for the last ingredient of the polyjuice potion, specifically, the skin of an African snake, remained unfulfilled, Jiang Lingmu had yet to capture the myrtle. It seemed as if she had entirely relinquished her pursuit of the lavatory, resolutely deciding never to set foot in there again. On yet another Saturday night, the four of them gathered in an empty classroom. Jiang Lingmu clutched the final volume of an introductory book on alchemy, eavesdropping on the trio as they plotted loudly from across the room about how to pilfer the African snake skin from Snape's private store. Despite sharing a significant secret with Snape, which inherently aligned her with him, she could hardly fathom the consequences should he discover their plans. Hermione and the others would undoubtedly face dire repercussions. She listened intently as Hermione calmly assessed the situation. This task is best suited for me. After all, I have breached the school rules the least. Even if I were caught, expulsion is unlikely, but it would jeopardize our entire scheme. Thus, we must devise a flawless plan. Reluctantly, Jiang Lingmu interjected. Enough, I shall take charge of this matter. How can that be? Hermione retorted. You have less than a week until exams. Trust me with this. Besides, I shall not resort to theft. I have other means. With that thought, Jiang Lingmu sighed inwardly. Perhaps she should simply divulge all these chaotic matters to Dumbledore. After all, did he not hold Harry in high regard? Let him handle the children. She felt a surge of temptation to pursue that course of action, but swiftly dismissed the idea. Firstly, should she do so, their friendship would be irrevocably tarnished. Secondly, her curiosity about the potential basilisk lurking in the chamber was piqued. The venom of a giant spider is already highly valuable, and the basilisk, having lived for nearly a millennium, would be an even greater prize. Ha ha ha. Since it is a formidable menace, whoever captures it shall claim it for themselves. If she could extract something from the spider, certainly the snake would yield even more. Of course, she did not intend to keep Dumbledore in the dark. Once the galleons were in her possession, he would uncover the entire truth. As the clock struck midnight, Jiang Lingmu made her way to Snape's underground office. It is noteworthy that following their initial morning training, Snape quickly met the standards Jiang Lingmu had set. Over the next 2 mornings, she taught him Tai Chi, and he appeared to learn it quite adeptly. However, the results thus far had not yielded substantial progress. Snape could swiftly calm himself and enter a meditative state, yet he struggled to grasp the concept of emptiness. Jiang Lingmu pondered over several strategies to assist him, but none had proven effective. Today, she planned to attempt one final method. After all, she had already benefited considerably from Snape, and his lack of visible progress made her feel somewhat guilty. What would she do if Snape lost patience and refused to continue their agreement? Where could she find another tutor skilled in both the light and dark arts, who was taciturn and unobtrusive? Standing before the underground office, she took a deep breath, hoping to resolve the issue along with the African snake skin. Perfect. With that thought, she rapped her knuckles on the door. 2 minutes elapsed before the door creaked open slightly, revealing Snape's pale visage. Upon seeing Jiang Lingmu, a habitual deep furrow creased his brow. What is the matter? He inquired. There are 3 matters, Professor, Jiang Lingmu stated directly. Firstly, I wish to request your assistance in identifying a rumored rare potion ingredient. Secondly, I would like to attempt one final auxiliary method. Lastly, I have come to submit next week's potion. Snape hesitated briefly before opening the arched door of the office and turning to enter. Jiang Lingmu followed him inside, shutting the door behind her and casting a locking charm she had learned from observing Snape. At that moment, an idea struck her. Professor, could you please apply a sound-dampening charm? Snape raised his wand, directing it toward the door and the adjacent wall. Silencing charm, he murmured, capable of reducing sound within a specific range while effectively countering amplification spells. Quietus. Jiang Lingmu smiled, sensing that Snape had cast the charm upon the door and the wall adjoining the corridor, creating a barrier. Excellent. She had learned yet another new spell. And what of the live potion ingredients I previously handled? How can I ensure they remain silent? Snape's wand shifted direction, its tip now aimed at her. Muffliato. Jiang Lingmu cleared her throat. Indeed, she could no longer hear her own voice. Snape appeared to be in good spirits as he moved around his desk and settled into his chair, the long cloak behind him billowing gracefully. Jiang Lingmu caught sight of the long-sleeved pajamas he wore beneath the cloak and couldn't help but chuckle. Their potions professor was surprisingly compliant. Look, he was not even burning the midnight oil. Jiang Lingmu made no request for Snape to lift the silence charm. Instead, she retrieved the potion for the following week from her pocket and watched as Snape meticulously examined each vial before setting them aside. Finally, she placed a small bottle of eight-eyed spider venom on the desk before him. Snape did not lower his wand. Instead, he picked up the small potion vial. The office was dimly lit, and he used a Lumos charm to illuminate the vial, squinting as he scrutinized the dark purple-black liquid within. Soon, his eyes widened, and he waved his wand toward Jiang Lingmu. Eight-eyed spider venom? Where did you acquire this? Snape's gaze bore into Jiang Lingmu's eyes. She could not possibly have connections to the underbelly of Nocturne Alley, nor could she leave the school at will, though she did possess the capability to depart without alerting anyone. The eight-eyed spider thrived only in the warm, humid rainforests of Southeast Asia. He had never heard of their existence near Hogwarts. Let us keep it a secret for now. Professor, I wish to exchange it for a potion ingredient, African snake skin. The skepticism in Snape's eyes deepened. African snake skin? What purpose do you have for this? A series of potion recipes flickered through his mind. Let us keep it a secret for now, Professor. A brief silence ensued. I believe it is pertinent for you to revisit the terms of our agreement, Jiang. If your mind is still capable of retaining memories from not long ago, you should recall. Jiang Lingmu interjected. Mutual non-interference. Yet the negotiation must be devoid of concealment and deception, Professor. I have neither concealed nor lied to you. I merely stated it is a temporary secret. She added, moreover, I have not been involved with any dubious individuals, so rest assured. Their gazes met in the air, his eyes lingering on the vial of eight-eyed spider venom, and he could not deny a flicker of intrigue. His private collection contained several pieces of African snake skin. This potion ingredient was indeed costly, yet its application in high-level powerful potions was relatively common. The value of this vial of eight-eyed spider venom far surpassed that of African snake skin. By any calculation, he would not be at a loss. However, he had grown accustomed to exercising caution in dealings with Jiang Lingmu. Wait. Snape rose from his seat, pushing open one of the small doors nestled within the gaps of the shelves in his office. Jiang Lingmu was aware that this led to his private collection room, with his bedroom situated on the other side. Swiftly, within a minute, he re-emerged in the office, clutching a small pouch in his hand. With a swift motion, he tossed the pouch to Jiang Lingmu and lowered his voice. If you intend to use it for any nefarious purpose, you'd best pray I don't discover it. Chapter 97. Resonance and Harmony. Jiang Lingmu had long been impervious to his sporadic threats. She carefully stowed the dried, pale gray fragments of snake skin into her spatial ring before proceeding with her second objective. This is the last auxiliary method I can conceive of, she stated, retrieving two cushions from her ring and placing them closely on the ground. Do you remember the last time? Did you feel a touch of the soul when you observed my magical power core? Snape nodded curtly. Yes. Today I shall employ a similar method, the introspection of the path of longevity, combined with the resonance and harmony of the mystical gate. Seating herself cross-legged on her cushion, Jiang Lingmu gestured to the adjacent cushion. Come on, Professor. She found it perplexing that Snape consistently struggled to enter a meditative state. From her perspective, he was a master of self-control. Perhaps, in the extreme of self-discipline, he found it difficult to touch the realm of naturalness and emptiness. Hence his challenges? Snape remained motionless, gazing at the two closely positioned cushions. Jiang Lingmu could scarcely tolerate his fastidiousness. It is essential to maintain a certain degree of physical contact during this process, Professor. She extended her hand, beckoning him. She surmised that Snape did not possess a true aversion to contact. Rather, he harbored a profound distaste for engaging with others. Fortunately, this aversion was universally applied to all. Snape meticulously calculated the length of his arm in relation to hers before adjusting his cushion to create some distance. Jiang Lingmu thought. Fine, I still need him for potion making and specialized tutoring, so I will endure. Snape leisurely settled into a cross-legged position on his cushion. Jiang Lingmu suspected he was merely cautious not to reveal the nightclothes beneath his cloak with any abrupt movements, and then he extended his hand toward her. With an air of indifference, Jiang Lingmu placed her hand atop his without hesitation. Focus on your breathing, calm your mind, and envision your consciousness turning inward, toward me. Snape's breathing soon became almost imperceptible, just as it had in previous attempts. He could swiftly enter a meditative state, yet could never progress further. Her master had once told her that even when practicing the same techniques, the meridian pathways of each practitioner differed. Thus, she believed that magical energy would behave similarly. Therefore, her aim today was to forcibly assist Snape in making initial contact with his core, allowing the development of his pathways to unfold thereafter, beyond her influence. Jiang Lingmu utilized her free hand to form a hand seal for the soul resonance technique and began fervently channeling her magical core. The third heart located at her crown chakra began to pulse rapidly, sending vibrations throughout her consciousness, and she heard the disgruntled growl of Xiong, who had been jolted from their mind link. On the other side, Snape was experiencing a far less pleasant sensation, one difficult to articulate. He was acutely aware that he sat motionless on the cushion, yet his consciousness was undergoing a tumultuous earthquake. He felt vibrations from all directions, and he could sense his soul rolling in the tumult. He struggled to maintain his meditative state, his mind resembling a tangled mess as though it had been shredded by a frenzied owl. But soon, he discerned that something seemed to shatter, to collapse. In the midst of the vibrating darkness, he glimpsed a faint gray light, veiled in shimmering silver beads, emerging from the fractured crevices. No words could encapsulate the astonishment he felt. It was as if all the magical knowledge he had encountered over the past 20 years converged at that moment. The complex incantations, the intricate principles, those spells he had even forgotten, long relegated to the corners of his mind, flooded forth, breaking through the barriers of his mental block, or rather, alongside it, presenting themselves to him in a systematic array. They extended gray filaments, rooting themselves firmly in the light, as if they had always existed in this primordial form. Involuntarily, he inhaled deeply, the air reminiscent of a snow-laden night in a pine forest, its crisp scent momentarily banishing all awareness of his surroundings. It worked. Jiang Lingmu opened her eyes, withdrawing her hand while gently pressing Snape's extended arm back down. Turning her gaze, she noted that his magical energy was surging, rather than departing. She opted to remain and provide support. Thank goodness it was successful. You cannot expect a horse to run without feeding it grass. Rising from her cushion, she stretched her limbs and, with a flick of her wand, transformed the nearest chair into a plush sofa. Although she could cast spells without a wand, she acknowledged the wand's extraordinary significance for a wizard. It stabilized spell casting and ensured precision in targeting. It optimized output to conserve both physical stamina and magical energy. Most importantly, she could not allow herself to become complacent due to convenience. Imagine if a first-year student studying abroad suddenly mastered silent, wandless magic. What an embarrassment it would be. Jiang Lingmu felt a pang of sympathy for the wizards laboring through classes and writing papers. She maintained an upright posture on the sofa for 2 minutes before succumbing to a more languorous position, finally settling with her legs draped over the backrest, her body reclining, and her head hanging down, while Xiong swung playfully in her hood. In this inverted perspective, Jiang Lingmu retrieved Tom Riddle's diary. Tomorrow, she would hand over the African snake skin to Hermione and the others, and in 2 weeks, the potion would be ready, meaning they would act during the final 12 days of the Christmas holiday. Her own advanced exam was scheduled for 2 days before Christmas, leaving her with just 5 days to prepare. With no means to grasp the elusive evidence of the ghostly Myrtle, she resolved to focus on the diary. The most effective strategy would be to make the diary perceive her as easily manipulable as Ginny had been. Once under its control, she could retrace Ginny's actions from Halloween, likely unraveling the secrets of the Chamber of Secrets. The question remained, how could she be deceived and dominated by the diary? Jiang Lingmu felt it was hardly her fault. The diary was simply too weak. She placed the diary on the sofa, her fingers tapping silently upon its surface while her eyes remained vigilant, observing Snape's condition. In the dimly lit underground office, the flickering candlelight failed to illuminate Snape's face, instead casting his silhouette against the shelves lined with jars and vials. Jiang Lingmu gazed at a dragon liver floating in an unknown pale yellow liquid, its surface reflecting the profile of the potion's master. She could not help but note the striking depth of his features, particularly his nose, which bore a slightly aggressive angle when viewed in profile. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck her. The reflection. How had she not thought of it sooner? She herself cannot be controlled by the diary. So why not simply switch to another identity? She could create a false one. Chapter 98, The Soul Binding Array. Snape awoke from an enigmatic state, and upon opening his eyes, he was startled by the sight of a head hanging not far from him, causing his pupils to constrict. Ah, Professor, you are awake. Jiang Lingmu executed a backflip and stood up, deftly retrieving the diary that had been resting on the sofa into her storage ring. How do you feel? Snape. So this is how agility is cultivated? Why can't one simply sit properly on the sofa? Yet it was this little girl who had unveiled the truth of magical power to him. Snape closed his eyes, pausing for a moment before speaking. I believe I have touched upon it. Your theory stands entirely validated. I had always thought of power as mere power, existing within my body, and I endeavored to learn how to wield it. Now I have encountered its essence. The magic I have grown accustomed to has found its roots within my soul, and those previously inscrutable principles are now within reach. A peculiar light flickered in Snape's dark eyes, not the usual emptiness and cold mockery, nor the caution and subtle pleasure he exhibited in the presence of potions, but a fervor unbridled. So, Professor, at what stage are you now? You should still remember the positions of the 3 souls and 7 spirits that I explained to you the other day, right? I have merely glimpsed the essence. It has been drawing me to amplify it, yet I have not developed any channels. Jiang Lingmu furrowed her brow. Something seems amiss. From my perspective, Professor, while your celestial soul is indeed robust, it is not formidable enough to independently sustain the entire system's cycle. You are likely well acquainted with human anatomy. The power system bears a striking resemblance to our circulatory system. Both the heart and the vessels are indispensable. She extended her hand toward Snape. May I have a look? This time, Snape did not hesitate. He promptly placed his hand upon hers. Jiang Lingmu grasped his wrist. Recall the sensation of resonance. It might be somewhat uncomfortable. Snape had steeled himself for this experience, but the resonance this time was not as excruciating. He sensed Jiang Lingmu peering into the depths of his soul. Her gaze was profoundly palpable, yet it withdrew in an instant. Fortunately, it is not grave. Jiang Lingmu's brow remained knitted. Professor, I understand your ardent desire to enhance your strength, but this is an exceedingly long journey. Do not be blinded by the illusion of power before you. The soul is the essence of the spirit, but you are its master. Next time, do not be misled. Steadfastly adhere to the original plan. Consider this. If a sound cycle cannot be established, an excess of magical energy will accumulate at the core. Jiang Lingmu clasped her hands together and then abruptly spread them apart as if to illustrate an explosion. Snape's heart skipped a beat. Additionally, I have one more question. Why does your brain possess such a formidable shell, Professor? I believe I have discerned why you have been unable to enter the state independently. Snape was rising from the cushion, marveling at how he had remained seated cross-legged on this small mat for nearly 2 hours without feeling any discomfort. He recalled Jiang Lingmu's earlier definition of meditative stillness, feeling as though the essence of humanity had been thoroughly explored. He thought of the various books he had ordered days prior, reassuring himself. The brain-sealing technique, designed to guard against mental intrusion. He fixed his gaze upon Jiang Lingmu's eyes, mentally reciting the incantation for mental intrusion. However, he found nothing before him, as Jiang Lingmu remained a true enigma. Jiang Lingmu instantly perceived the direction of his magical energy. So this is mental intrusion? Is it mind reading, or can you see my memories? I can only glimpse the visual fragments of memories. The structure of the human brain is exceedingly intricate, and there are numerous influencing factors. Thus, I cannot see yours. He paused before adding, Dumbledore is also a master of mental intrusion. Jiang Lingmu nodded. I know, he has employed this magic on me as well. So, the brain-sealing technique is merely a means of encapsulating one's memories? Not merely. Its functionalities are manifold. Thoughts, memories, emotions, provided your magical capacity is sufficient. You can summon your memories at will and control your emotions. Jiang Lingmu understood. Snape must have utilized this magic during meditation, allowing him to enter the state so swiftly. Yet the emptiness of that meditation is not something one can achieve intentionally, which is why he had made no progress. Jiang Lingmu succinctly explained this to him. In the future, do not employ the brain-sealing technique during meditation. I have only just managed to dismantle the barriers, and if you seal them again. She gestured toward the location of the cushion with her chin. Professor, I fear you may have to endure once more. The sensation of a shaken soul is quite unpleasant. Truthfully, Snape, upon waking, had not experienced any dizziness or nausea. His control was truly remarkable. Snape uttered a low acknowledgement. Following a brief silence, Jiang Lingmu inquired, Can I learn the brain-sealing technique and mental intrusion? Snape replied without hesitation, It is not yet time. The human brain requires time to develop. While one approaches adulthood around the age of 12, there remains a period of gradual maturation. Engaging too early could be detrimental, at the very least. You should wait until you are 15. Furthermore, I believe there is no necessity for you to learn the brain-sealing technique. Snape's unexpectedly amiable demeanor left Jiang Lingmu somewhat disoriented. In any case, I still have 2 years. We shall discuss it then. It is getting late, Professor. I shall return to sleep now. Jiang Lingmu accepted this rationale, glancing at the wall clock in the office, which indicated that it was already past 2 in the morning. She approached the door and unlocked it. The cushion is yours. Good night. Without waiting for Snape to respond, she closed the door. As the arched door clicked shut, Jiang Lingmu dashed down the corridor. To avoid the treacherous steps, she leaped and instead took the staircase railing. Racing like the wind toward the girls' restroom on the 3rd floor of the castle, her soul-binding array had finally stirred. Minutes later, Jiang Lingmu gazed at the object tightly bound by the golden ropes within the array, her expression nearly touching the floor. Peeves, how is it you? Students should not be awake at this hour, tormenting the spirits of this ancient castle. Cursed little imp. I shall summon Filch to capture you and hang you from the ceiling of his office. Peeves screeched, his shrill voice piercing the eardrums. Jiang Lingmu swiftly drew a talisman, causing his tirade to abruptly cease. Where's Myrtle? Why are you here? Jiang Lingmu, lacking patience, demanded, speak. I Peeves, the poltergeist's eyes shrank somewhat. I merely came to find her to play with her, or to play her for a fool. Such a waste of sentiment. Jiang Lingmu turned to leave. Wait, you must release me. Let me go, these damned ropes. I know where she is. I can bring her. Jiang Lingmu paused, turned back, and offered Peeves a gentle smile. Chapter 99, The Death of Myrtle. In the end, Peeves tumbled out of the girls' restroom, dragging a thin golden thread behind him. That thread enabled Jiang Lingmu to summon him back at any moment. She found a relatively clean spot, leaned against the sink, and closed her eyes. She witnessed the mischievous poltergeist tugging at her golden thread, darting about in disbelief. The thread, possessing neither beginning nor end, remained steadfastly tethered to him, rendering any attempts at escape utterly futile. After half an hour of futile trials, the poltergeist seemed to acquiesce, and Jiang Lingmu sensed that he had ventured into a certain area on the 5th floor. Was that not the exclusive bathing area for the upperclassmen? Moreover, was it not where the male upperclassman, Myrtle, had been hiding all this time? Jiang Lingmu couldn't help but smirk, her lips curling slightly as she prepared to pull the golden thread taut. The poltergeist inspected 4 or 5 bathrooms, ultimately discovering Myrtle's silhouette above a water pipe in the last bathtub. Upon sensing another spirit's presence, Jiang Lingmu swiftly activated her arcane arts, ensnaring Myrtle, who attempted to flee, along with the poltergeist, and yanked them down from the 5th floor of the castle. Leaning against the sink, Jiang Lingmu twirled the golden thread in her fingers, observing the chaotic entanglement of the poltergeist and Myrtle. Myrtle appeared utterly terrified by this sudden turn of events, her translucent pearl-white visage etched with profound fear, as non-corporeal tears streamed down her face, desperately seeking to break free from the golden thread. It was uncertain whether her fear of the thread surpassed her dread of being in close proximity to the poltergeist. Oh, stop it, you lunatic. The poltergeist had resigned to his fate, raising his gaze to Jiang Lingmu, his dark eyes filled with trepidation and resentment. I did it. I found her. You insufferable little brat from the Far East. Release me at once. Certainly. Jiang Lingmu waved her hand, undoing the spell, and the golden thread binding the poltergeist and Myrtle vanished instantly. Without a moment's hesitation, the poltergeist dashed through the wall of the girls' restroom. Myrtle, if I were you, I wouldn't run away at such a moment. Jiang Lingmu regarded Myrtle, who was inching closer to a toilet stall, with a subtle smile. Myrtle froze momentarily, then spun around to glare at Jiang Lingmu. I apologize. It was not my intention to summon you this way. Allow me to introduce myself politely. Oh, spare me. I know you. Every ghost in the castle knows you. Myrtle finally spoke, her voice sharp and high-pitched. That simplifies things. I merely wish to ask you a few questions, nothing more, as a form of compensation. Jiang Lingmu retrieved a stick of incense from her storage ring, gently shaking it until it ignited, the smoke curling and drifting towards Myrtle. You insufferable student, what do you intend to do? Myrtle darted about, flitting between the restroom and the stall to evade the smoke, her shrill voice tinged with fury. I am already dead. Will you not leave me be? It's truly amusing to bully someone. I assent it. Jiang Lingmu was taken aback by her extreme reaction and hurriedly clarified. You've misunderstood. I harbor no intention of bullying you. This incense is my offering to you. It will stabilize your spirit, allowing you to worry less about being tormented by the poltergeist. Myrtle's erratic movements slowed as she regarded Jiang Lingmu with skepticism. Really? Just as she paused, the incense smoke caught up with her, prompting Myrtle to unleash a series of shrill screams louder than any she had emitted before. Jiang Lingmu, quick to adapt, waved her wand, and cast a multitude of silent spells upon the walls, floor, and ceiling of the restroom. Oh! Myrtle ceased her screams. Floating to the ceiling and gazing down at her somewhat solidified form, her eyes shining brightly behind her thick bangs and glasses. You did not deceive me. Jiang Lingmu smiled. Of course. Do you feel better now? She tossed the incense into the air, and the burning stick seemed to be drawn towards Myrtle by some unseen force. Myrtle inhaled the smoke with rapture, a look of bliss washing over her face. May I ask my questions now? Oh, certainly. What would you like to inquire about? Jiang Lingmu got straight to the point. Nothing much, merely curious about how you met your demise. Even while still entranced by the incense, Myrtle's expression shifted dramatically. She straightened up, filled with a sense of pride. Jiang Lingmu realized that perhaps no one had ever posed that question to her before. It was quite a terrifying experience. Myrtle remarked, attempting to create an air of mystery. Jiang Lingmu nodded in agreement. I wasn't bullied only after my death. I was ridiculed while alive as well. They mocked me and gave me cruel nicknames. With nowhere to turn, I hid in this restroom, in this very stall. She warmly invited Jiang Lingmu to step forward for a tour. Jiang Lingmu glanced at the filthy toilet and politely declined. Myrtle continued, I wept on this very toilet. Unable to comprehend why they treated me so. Was it because I was a muggle-born? Or perhaps because of my looks? I never knew. Jiang Lingmu pressed her lips together. Myrtle wore a dreamy expression as she recounted the circumstances of her death. A boy had barged into the girl's restroom. She had opened the door, intending to reprimand him. And then it all went black. Jiang Lingmu was taken aback. What? Just like that? Indeed, Myrtle seemed dissatisfied with her reaction, lowering her voice mysteriously while pointing behind Jiang Lingmu. I saw a pair of enormous yellow eyes here. Jiang Lingmu stroked her chin. The book had not specified the color of the basilisk's eyes. She turned to scrutinize the sink, which appeared identical to all the others. After inspecting it thoroughly, she finally noticed something amiss on the side of the faucet. A small carving of a snake, its body coiled, with its head held high, appearing remarkably lifelike. Jiang Lingmu turned on the faucet, but nothing happened. It's useless. It has always been broken. Myrtle looked somewhat excited. What is this incense? It's truly magical. I feel like I can remember more things. Jiang Lingmu turned to her. Is that so? Then do you recall what the boy who intruded upon the girl's restroom looked like? Myrtle seemed much more composed now, furrowing her brow as she pondered amidst the smoke. I remember black hair and a prefect badge. Oh, he was a Slytherin. I saw the green and silver of his collar. As she spoke, she lowered her gaze, covering her cheeks with her hands. Oh, he was very, extraordinarily handsome. Chapter 100. The foreign ghost has quite the taste. Jiang Lingmu could almost ascertain the identity of the true culprit responsible for Myrtle's demise. It was none other than Tom Riddle himself. Nonetheless, she retrieved paper and a pen, bending over to sketch something. Since you remember his face, and given your description, he must be quite remarkable. Do you not recognize him? Myrtle tilted her head. The incense nearly burned out. I do not recall him. I cannot remember his name or identity. Jiang Lingmu nodded. That is quite normal, especially considering you have experienced death. It is a common occurrence for spirits to have unstable memories. This is universally acknowledged. Then take a look, Myrtle. Is this him? Jiang Lingmu unfurled the paper, revealing a simple sketch of a figure. Myrtle's eyes widened, nodding vigorously. Yes, that's him. It's him. Although the lines of this portrait are simple, its spirit resonates profoundly, and she recognized it at a glance. Jiang Lingmu squinted her eyes, and indeed it was so. Quite adept at playing the thief while shouting to catch the thief, aren't you, Tom? Well, I have answered your question. As the last stick of incense burned out, Myrtle floated down from the ceiling, no longer afraid of Jiang Lingmu. She stole a glance at the portrait in Jiang Lingmu's hand, revealing a shy smile. Could you possibly give me this portrait, Miss Jiang? Jiang Lingmu was momentarily taken aback before responding. What? Give it to you? Oh, is he really that unappealing? He is the one who killed your true murderer, and you wish to keep a portrait of a murderer? Goodness, you have quite an unusual taste, foreign ghost. Kill me? Myrtle displayed a look of disagreement. No. I told you, it was a terrifying monster that killed me. How could it possibly be him? Jiang Lingmu fell silent for a moment. Think carefully about why a boy would be in the girl's restroom, and why he would appear alongside a monster. Moreover, as Jiang Lingmu tucked the portrait away, Myrtle's lingering gaze finally vanished. Regardless of the reason, this painting cannot be given to you. You may leave now, Myrtle. Having located the entrance to the secret chamber, she need not exert herself to create a substitute paper figure. Today, she would deal with that large serpent within the chamber. Why should I leave? This is my restroom. To be precise, it is the school's restroom. Jiang Lingmu resumed her pace around the sink adorned with serpent carvings. The serpent motif, emblematic of Slytherin House, is indeed a serpent. Jiang Lingmu mused, is Slytherin so fond of serpents? Although Myrtle was quite annoyed, She instinctively continued the conversation. I know this because he is a Parselmouth. Parselmouth? Yes, a Parselmouth. Salazar Slytherin could speak the language of snakes. Suddenly, Jiang Lingmu recalled Myrtle's earlier words about hiding in a stall and crying, hearing strange male voices outside, as if speaking another bizarre language. This made sense. Tom Riddle was indeed the legendary heir of Slytherin, and he was also a Parselmouth. His diary had controlled Ginny, and on Halloween night, he had used Ginny to open the Chamber of Secrets, leaving a warning on the wall and attacking Moaning Myrtle. Therefore, accessing the chamber wouldn't require any incantations, right? Just like entering Dumbledore's office or the Gryffindor common room. Jiang Lingmu decided to give it a try. You really should leave, Myrtle. Myrtle put her hands on her hips, but shrank back upon seeing Jiang Lingmu pull out a talisman. She had heard of this object. Peeves had been subdued by this thin piece of paper, and he had proclaimed more than once that it felt as if he were being scorched by hellfire. All right, fine. I'll leave. This restroom is yours now. No, wait until I finish my business, then you can return. I have no interest in an entire row of sinks and toilets. Jiang Lingmu was quite pleased with her compliance. Furthermore, everything that transpired today, you have seen me. I have asked you questions, all of it. Do not disclose it to anyone. I will keep a close watch on you, Myrtle. Myrtle fled at great speed, leaving Jiang Lingmu alone in the expansive girls' restroom. She drew her wand and casually aimed it at one of the stalls, casting a spell. The stall was instantly obliterated by the incantation, the toilet shattered into pieces, and water gushed forth from the ruptured pipes. The spell's effect was rather indiscriminate. Splintered wood and ceramic shards flew everywhere, and Jiang Lingmu had to extend her protective barrier to shield herself. This wasn't quite the effect she desired. Jiang Lingmu switched her incantation, dig 3 feet deep. A deep pit opened beneath the shattered toilet, the spell destroying the pipes below, before some unwelcome substances erupted forth. Jiang Lingmu waved her wand again, restoring it to its original state. The debris swiftly reassembled, and in the blink of an eye, the stall returned to its former appearance. Jiang Lingmu turned and aimed her wand at the sink. Dig 3 feet deep. It became evident that the secret chamber left by the founders of the school could not be violently destroyed by a mere spell. Jiang Lingmu tried repeatedly, even employing talismans and spells, yet the sink remained steadfastly in place. Well, some matters were destined to require effort. She would have to create a substitute. After all this commotion, it was nearly 4 in the morning, yet Jiang Lingmu remained invigorated and decided to return to her secret little base to meditate. The next morning, her 3 companions hurriedly brought breakfast to Jiang Lingmu's secret little base. Hermione, disregarding everything else, immediately went to check on the cauldron brewing the polyjuice potion. Lingmu, did you sleep here last night? Jiang Lingmu hadn't even returned to the dormitory, and Hermione had worried herself to sleep only past midnight, evident by the faint shadows under her eyes. Jiang Lingmu nodded, casually stirring something in the cauldron. You needn't worry about me. You don't have to wait for me anymore. I can sleep here. Ron, munching on a piece of bread, leaned over, almost dropping crumbs into Hermione's cauldron. Hermione gasped and nearly shoved him to the ground. Ron, Weasley. Ron sheepishly apologized. All right, sorry. To divert the topic, he turned to Jiang Lingmu. But there's no bed here. How do you sleep? Jiang Lingmu raised her hand, and a splendid 4-poster bed appeared in the empty classroom, occupying almost half of it. With a canopied top, steps leading up, and a corridor constructed from intricately carved columns and hanging floral canopies, adorned with a beautiful vanity and various lamps. One had to walk 4 to 5 meters to reach the bed at the far end. The trio was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the grand furniture. Harry was wide-eyed. Ron exclaimed, cool. Hermione, for once, put down her cauldron and moved closer to inspect the 4-poster bed, which bore no difference from a room. She raised her hand to touch the intricately carved window lattice, but then hesitated. Lingmu, may I take a look and touch it? Of course. But you must remove your shoes before entering. Feel free to look around. Chapter 101, I believe in you. Jiang Lingmu gently stirred the white liquid in the cauldron with a slender spoon. After the trio had explored enough, they returned to sit at the low table. It's simply exquisite. Hermione exclaimed. Those carvings are stunning, aren't they? Lingmu, are all your Chinese furnishings so beautiful? This can hardly be called a bed. It resembles a room. Jiang Lingmu quickly shook her head. Certainly not. Look at the desk I use. Isn't it quite ordinary? This bed was a birthday gift from my 11th senior sister when I turned 8. She has a penchant for woodworking. Her 11th senior sister was born during the Ming Dynasty during the Tianxi period and was said to be of royal descent. There was little more she could know. In any case, it was from her senior sister that she learned woodworking skills and a bit of architectural knowledge. Ron displayed a sour expression. Are all the brothers and sisters in China so wonderful? It was indeed difficult for him not to feel envious. Harry focused on another matter. 17. When is your birthday? Jiang Lingmu blinked. I don't know either. I'm an orphan, you see. raised by my master, so I'm unaware of my exact birthday. When my master found me, it was already late November, and I appeared to be merely a month old, which led my senior brothers and sisters to jest that I could celebrate my birthday every day throughout October. Ron covered his heart with his hand, feeling an unexpected loss of appetite for the roasted sausages. Hermione turned her gaze once more towards the large and intricate bed. In truth, I have a question. Lingmu, do you genuinely need to earn money? She had often felt conflicted about Lingmu's simple attire and lack of desire for new clothes. While she was resolute in her pursuit of wealth, every item she produced seemed to boast considerable value. For instance, the incense burner she used in the dormitory, which she believed could easily fetch a price sufficient to meet Lingmu's financial goals if sold. Jiang Lingmu shook her head. Hermione, just because something is well-made doesn't imply wealth. Truly, our Huaxia sect has not formed a secret society akin to yours in the wizarding world, as you should know. Hermione nodded in understanding. Thus, the items I utilize are not suitable for circulation in the marketplace. They would reveal the secrets of the path to longevity, especially those artifacts passed down through our sects, which not only are ancient, but might also overturn the historical perspectives of the mundane world. This bed, on the other hand, is quite new. Yet it was crafted from timber that has recently been listed under protective measures for flora and fauna, rendering it unsellable. Otherwise, my gentle 11th senior sister might find herself in quite a predicament. Hermione, seemingly grasping the situation, yet still puzzled, observed the evident frustration on Jiang Lingmu's face and refrained from delving deeper. Oh, I almost forgot. Here are the potion ingredients you requested. Jiang Lingmu slapped her forehead, retrieving the African snake skin she had traded from Snape the previous day. Hermione exclaimed, Goodness, how did you? Don't ask, just don't ask, Jiang Lingmu interjected, raising her finger in a gesture for silence. The three little ones squirmed on the cushion as if they had been pricked by needles, but ultimately, the joy of not having to trespass into Snape's private collection vanquished their curiosity. 17, what are you brewing? Ron inquired, staring at Jiang Lingmu's cauldron, in which a white slurry was slowly bubbling and emitting a faintly sweet aroma. Something akin to an adhesive? Glue? Perhaps, Jiang Lingmu declared, extinguishing the flame. The cauldron contained paste, which she intended to use for paper dolls. Thus, the entire day unfolded with everyone engrossed in their respective tasks, while Hermione diligently monitored the potion's status and completed her homework. The weather grew increasingly frigid. Just last week, a Quidditch match had taken place, and Harry, temporarily free from training, sat with Ron by the small fire, distractedly working on their assignments. Their glances frequently strayed to Jiang Lingmu on the other side of the room. Jiang Lingmu crafted a human figure from thin, flexible bamboo strips, adhering specially treated lightweight paper onto it with paste. With her skill, she could have made it far more exquisite, but deemed it unnecessary. What if additional spells were required during the process of opening the secret chamber? The paper doll she created could cast a few esoteric techniques, but magic would be a different matter altogether. Suddenly, the notion of alchemy struck her. Jiang Lingmu retrieved several introductory books on alchemy from the bookshelf behind her and began to peruse them intently. In alchemy, paper is a common material, a fact which she found satisfactory. The crucial aspect was how to enable the paper to carry and store magic. As Jiang Lingmu flipped through the books and conducted experiments, she was pleasantly surprised to discover that Ron seemed to possess some knowledge of alchemy, offering her numerous practical suggestions. As night fell, she eagerly sent the three little ones away, having nearly completed the paper doll. Jiang Lingmu infused the doll's arms with a touch of alchemical elements, allowing her to cast magic twice under controlled circumstances. That was the best she could achieve. She hoped the process of unlocking the secret chamber would not be overly complicated. Finally, Jiang Lingmu drew a drop of blood from her fingertip and used the blood bead to give the paper doll eyes. With a subtle gesture of her fingers, the doll began to awkwardly lift its arms and legs, its crude exterior gradually becoming more agile and refined under the spell's influence. 2 minutes later, two almost identical Jiang Lingmus stood face to face at the desk. Jiang Lingmu retrieved her diary from her storage ring, and the other her sat at the desk, picking up a quill and writing fervently in the diary. The content was nothing more than expressions of overwhelming pressure and the fear of encountering further troubles. Over a month had passed since the Halloween incident, and apart from Hermione, Harry, and Ron, the other students had gradually forgotten the events surrounding Madame Loris. Despite Filch's relentless pursuit of the culprit, he and his cat remained decidedly unpopular among the students. Jiang Lingmu speculated that Tom Riddle would not easily accept the abrupt conclusion of his Grand Chamber endeavor. Indeed, after she had vented her frustrations to the diary, it began to probe her current location and surroundings. She truthfully penned in the diary, "I am in an empty classroom on the 5th floor of the castle." "What is it?" "Nothing much, Lingmu. Do the words you spoke earlier still hold? You mentioned that you were afraid to act alone, and permitted me to control you. She hesitated just enough. Must it be this way, Tom? I'm sorry, I do not wish to harm you. But I cannot simply stand by and watch the students in the school fall into danger. You know, Lingmu, that is the very purpose of my leaving this diary. Jiang Lingmu smirked coldly, having sensed a dark aura emanating from the diary, persistently attempting to attach and erode the paper doll. It appeared that Tom Riddle had finished testing her. Perhaps she was wavering mentally, or perhaps she was weakened by illness. In any case, she was now susceptible to control. Yet he dared not act without preparation, choosing instead to conceal his fangs, aware that there were too many unexpected aspects about her. What if the control failed midway? I will be very careful, all right? I will absolutely not let you fall into trouble, Lingmu, I promise you. Perhaps when this matter concludes, you shall meet me, rest assured. As you can see, I possess considerable talent in magic and potions. You need not worry about my age. I will present myself at the school in my finest form. All right, she replied. Very well, I believe you. Chapter 102, The Mantis Stalks the Cicada. After she put down her pen, the Jiang Lingmu, standing nearby, sprang into swift action. In the blink of an eye, dozens of gestures took shape in her hands, as she needed to control the barriers surrounding the paper doll. It had to convey the impression to Tom in the diary that control was impeded while ensuring that he ultimately succeeded after his efforts. This was a delicate task. Jiang Lingmu could not ascertain whether the diary's control sought to entice her into actions or if it could completely invade her body. For precaution, Jiang Lingmu affixed an invisibility charm to herself. 10 minutes passed, and the dark aura had enveloped her entirely. Her once lively expression now dulled into a vacant stare. She rose from her seat, her face adopting a new expression, one that appeared both excited and playful. She eagerly looked down at her body, flexing her fingers, and seized the wand Jiang Lingmu had placed on the table earlier, her eyes gleaming with fervor. The invisible Jiang Lingmu observed the distorted expression on the face identical to her own and could not help but sneer. Now she could ascertain with certainty that it was the latter. The Tom Riddle within the diary had completely seized control of the paper figure's corporeal form. Wasting no time, she neglected to don the wizarding robes that Jiang Lingmu had meticulously prepared, grasping the diary instead and hastily pushing open the door of the empty classroom to make her exit. Jiang Lingmu hurried to follow, silently trailing behind her all the way to Myrtle's lavatory. To her surprise, Myrtle was still present. Upon seeing Jiang Lingmu rush into the lavatory, Myrtle floated out from her cubicle in haste. It's you? Why have you come again? However, she paid no heed to Myrtle's inquiry. Just as Myrtle was about to utter more, Jiang Lingmu, concealed in the shadows, took action. The smile on Myrtle's face abruptly froze, and she turned to glide back into her cubicle, plunging the lavatory into silence once more. Jiang Lingmu observed Myrtle standing before the sink adorned with a carving of a small snake, her lips moving as she emitted a series of hushed, hissing sounds akin to a serpent's flickering tongue. Was this the command to enter the chamber? Indeed, one must speak the language of snakes. Jiang Lingmu had anticipated this. Recognizing the difficulty of such pronunciation, she recorded the incantation into a memory charm. After articulating the correct command, a blinding white light flashed, and the faucet and sink vanished, replaced by a pipe that resembled a slide, ample enough for an adult to wriggle through. Without hesitation, she bent and slid into the pipe, casting a levitation charm with her wand. Jiang Lingmu exhaled in relief, grateful for her foresight. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly have revealed her presence at this juncture. Rather than recklessly following, she listened intently to the sounds emanating from within the pipe. She discerned the rustling of fabric against the pipe's interior, indicating that someone was still descending through the conduit. Approximately 34 minutes passed before the rustling ceased, replaced by the sound of footsteps echoing like someone treading upon a stone floor with shallow puddles. Jiang Lingmu suddenly realized that regardless of whether this was the chamber, it was undoubtedly a sewer. Overcoming her internal revulsion, Jiang Lingmu summoned a protective barrier and leaped into the pipe. She slid rapidly down the chute, encountering numerous pipes of standard size intersecting with the slide. Silently, she estimated the vertical distance, sensing that she had likely descended deep beneath Hogwarts, far deeper than Snape's underground office or classrooms. The slope of the slide gradually leveled out until it became flat. Jiang Lingmu enveloped the pipe's exit with her magical energy, gently colliding with the exit along with her protective barrier. After dispelling the magical shield, she did not immediately step out. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, and Jiang Lingmu extended her senses, perceiving that the space outside the pipe resembled that of another conduit, albeit more spacious than the slide. She could sense her breath not far away, still venturing deeper within. Disdainfully glancing at the damp tunnel floor, she contemplated and retrieved a handful of grass seeds from her storage ring, scattering them casually. As she stepped away from the pipe's exit, each footfall landed upon soft, clean grass, allowing her to silently pursue her quarry, navigating through one turn after another, passing by a massive snake shed along the way. This shed measured no less than 6 or 7 meters in length, the thickest part boasting a diameter of over a meter, dramatically coiled in a relatively open area. Jiang Lingmu had long since closed her eyes. Her senses quickly discerned that the shed was empty. Snake sheds were valuable too. She would collect it later. Ultimately, she halted before a formidable stone wall. The wall bore snake-like reliefs akin to those of the faucet, and it was evident that there was more than one. Their bodies intertwined, resembling a lock. Jiang Lingmu crouched behind a corner, suppressing the urge to pry the gems from the relief's eyes. No. A gentleman acquires wealth through honorable means. The basilisk could be considered a trophy, but prying gems seemed rather ignoble. Jiang Lingmu heard her mouth emit the same hissing sounds as when opening the pipe. The serpent reliefs animated, unraveling, and the stone wall opened, allowing her passage. Jiang Lingmu swiftly followed her inside. Before her lay an immense chamber, deep and high, stretching endlessly. As she tilted her head back, the dim, sickly green light rendered the ceiling invisible. She observed towering stone columns, each entwined with similarly grand serpent reliefs. She had encountered dragon-wrapped columns before, but never those entwined with snakes. It was rather intriguing. She proceeded toward the opposite end of the chamber, her damp cloth shoes muffling her footsteps, amplifying the silence within. Jiang Lingmu extended her senses throughout the expansive room, confirming that no living beings existed aside from her and the paper substitute, which allowed her to proceed with confidence. At the far end of the chamber stood a life-sized statue, far from aesthetically pleasing. Its excessive age and baldness rendered the colossal figure somewhat grotesque. She stood before the statue, seemingly admiring it, for over a minute before she stirred again. She placed the open diary against her chest and gradually laid down upon the cold, damp floor. The magical energy within the paper figure rapidly diminished, and simultaneously, a translucent, misty silhouette rose from her body, none other than Tom Riddle himself, whom she had previously encountered within the diary. Jiang Lingmu squinted from the shadows. Was it a spirit? A soul? Its composition appeared utterly bizarre. Chapter 103, Resurrection. Jiang Lingmu crouched behind a serpent-wrapped column, her thoughts tangled in a knot of confusion. What exactly was this? TSK. Perhaps it was time to venture out more often. This was, after all, quite the eye-opener. Jiang Lingmu felt the magical energy she had infused into the paper substitute, intended to replace her life force, depleting rapidly, while simultaneously, Tom Riddle's form grew increasingly solid. She swiftly comprehended Riddle's intent. He was no longer content to exist as a spirit within the diary. He yearned to be reborn. Naturally, passively waiting for someone to take the bait was no match for making an active move. Moreover, could there be a more suitable sacrifice than Jiang Lingmu? Under her deliberate misdirection, Riddle had acquired all her information. An international student from the Far East, isolated and unsupported in the school, unfamiliar with her surroundings, an unvalued orphan. No one would care if she vanished. Compared to the pure-blooded Ginny Weasley, who had a whole family, the potential aftermath was negligible. His form solidified little by little. He could now touch the stone column. Leaning against it, he lowered his head, coldly scrutinizing the increasingly pale and feeble Jiang Lingmu, a smirk playing upon his lips. He picked up Jiang Lingmu's wand, raising it to examine under the eerie green light. Jiang Lingmu's patience dwindled, retrieving a pocket watch from her inner pocket. She noted that the ordeal had progressed to 1:30 in the morning. Yet Riddle showed no intention of unleashing the basilisk. Perhaps she should escalate matters? Jiang Lingmu executed a hand gesture, and the last remnants of magical energy within the paper substitute surged into Riddle's body. The expression on his handsome face contorted, the level of horror rivaling that of the grotesque old statue. She was utterly finished. I did it. I succeeded, Riddle exclaimed in ecstatic triumph, opening his arms towards the grotesque statue as if proclaiming something to it. I have returned, brimming with vitality. Thank you, Lingmu. I shall ensure your rest is fitting. Dear innocent girl. A sharp, maniacal laughter erupted from him, reverberating within the desolate chamber, only to abruptly cease. He gazed at the statue, murmuring joyfully to himself. I believe the time has come, has it not? He commenced pacing before the effigy. I have been resurrected for 11 years. Who would have thought that I could return through this diary? What shall I do next? Jiang Lingmu astutely grasped the crux of Riddle's words. Resurrection, 11 years. I must first fulfill the grand ambitions of Salazar Slytherin, which I, in my previous existence, could not achieve, purifying this school. Furthermore, there is a matter of utmost importance. Harry Potter, I must have him. I must eliminate him. Yet, there is no need for haste. I must tread carefully. Before I regain my unparalleled strength, Dumbledore must not discover my existence. I am alive indeed. I have countless opportunities. Jiang Lingmu's brow furrowed slightly. She could almost ascertain that Tom Riddle was none other than the Voldemort who would later perish at Harry's hands. The diary likely contained his 16-year-old self. He could only rely on it, extracting information from conversations. But how could he from the past be aware of Harry's existence? Ah, of course, Ginny. Ginny regarded him as a confidant, sharing the tales of her affection for her beloved boy in the most natural manner. You have slumbered for far too long since our last encounter, have you not? Jiang Lingmu once again heard the hissing sound, this time different from the previous two. Riddle was likely reciting a complete phrase. As the hissing subsided, the chin of the decrepit statue began to move. And Jiang Lingmu watched with eager anticipation as its jaw slowly opened. It was as if a massive tongue writhed within its mouth. The basilisk was about to emerge. To be prudent, Jiang Lingmu withdrew a pre-prepared black strip of cloth from her ring, securing it over her eyes along with a protective talisman. Her consciousness expanded, rendering her surroundings devoid of color and distinct shape. Yet she could clearly perceive the outlines of all energetic entities and their flow of energy, coupled with her keen senses. Even without sight, her forthcoming battle and actions would remain unaffected. Jiang Lingmu removed an unassuming hairpin from her updo, poised for action. She observed a colossal serpent slithering from the statue's mouth, the hissing sound reverberating once more within the chamber, accompanied by the soft rustling of tiny scales. She noted the serpent gliding past the position where the decoy lay, and then the paper figure vanished. Jiang Lingmu realized that Riddle must have commanded the basilisk to consume her corpse. Oh ho, matters are proceeding even more smoothly than she anticipated. Riddle continued to converse with the basilisk, its massive, cumbersome body gliding slowly across the chamber floor, producing a series of sharp, fragmented sounds. The creature was making its way towards Jiang Lingmu, or rather, towards the exit. It was time. Jiang Lingmu tore away the invisibility charm, the talisman swirling in the air, erupting into a warm glow. Who goes there? Jiang Lingmu stepped forth from behind the stone pillar, accurately orienting herself towards Tom Riddle, and bestowed upon him a broad smile. Hello, Tom. I did not expect our reunion to occur so swiftly. Riddle's handsome visage contorted once more, his eyes wide with shock as he beheld Jiang Lingmu. Despite the black cloth obscuring her eyes, he recognized her instantly. Had she not been claimed by him? In body and in spirit. Just a minute prior, he had commanded the basilisk, watching her lifeless form being devoured. You are not Lingmu. Who are you truly? Riddle raised his wand, emitting a hissing sound once more. The basilisk, urged by his command, swiftly circled the stone pillar. Its glare was ineffective against Jiang Lingmu. The powerful tail of the serpent lashed out towards her from behind, as if she possessed eyes on her back. Jiang Lingmu leapt high the moment the tail was about to strike, gracefully landing upon the protruding serpent sculpture on the pillar. Riddle was oblivious to whether she had utilized some form of magic, but that leap was no feat of a mere mortal. The basilisk reared its body, baring its venomous fangs, lunging at Jiang Lingmu, while simultaneously, a sickly green light shot forth from Riddle's wand. Jiang Lingmu deftly soared to another pillar, evading both the serpent and Riddle's spell. TSK, attacking me with my own wand. That's rather unbecoming, Tom. I am Lingmu. Thank you for guiding me. I have no time for explanations. You may return whence you came. Riddle observed as Jiang Lingmu entwined her hands, her fingers skillfully executing a series of gestures. And not long after, he felt the vibrant life force within him rapidly dissipating. No, what have you done? Stop. I command you to stop. Stop. Chapter 104, Striking Gold. The screams transformed from piercing to ethereal as Riddle watched helplessly as his formidable vitality fled swiftly from his being. His fingers could no longer grasp Jiang Lingmu's wand. They had once again lost their substance, and the wand fell from his palm with a resonant thud. Rolling a few feet away, Riddle gazed at Jiang Lingmu, who was skillfully maneuvering against the basilisk, a manic, cold smile twisting at the corners of his mouth. The hissing sound echoed once more. Jiang Lingmu sensed the serpent's strikes accelerating. Yet, they posed little threat to her. The speed of attack remained too slow. Neither its tail lashes nor its bites could reach her. The only unrestricted means of assault, its gaze, was rendered ineffective as she had willingly relinquished her physical sight. Jiang Lingmu pondered briefly, quickening her pace to circle behind the basilisk's head, deftly returning the hairpin to her updo. Wielding a sword would be excessive. Her hands began to form seals. In the meantime, Riddle's body was being absorbed by the diary, and he continued issuing commands to the basilisk. Though Jiang Lingmu could not comprehend the serpent's tongue, she could discern the urgency in his tone. Finally, as Riddle was reduced to a pitiful half of a head, Jiang Lingmu completed her seals. An invisible force detonated within the basilisk's body. In Riddle's final moments, he beheld the basilisk arching its flattened head in agony, its mouth agape. dark blood mixed with splintered debris erupting from its maw. It was all over. The massive form of the basilisk collapsed upon the chamber floor, restoring silence to the room. Jiang Lingmu approached the unresponsive head of the serpent. To ensure safety, she withdrew a stack of talismans from her ring, casting them forth, which adhered densely to the basilisk's eyes. Only then did she remove the black strip that had shrouded her vision, quickly readjusting to the dim, sickly green light of the chamber. For the first time, Jiang Lingmu had the opportunity to scrutinize the basilisk's immense form. Its body was a vivid green, unmistakably venomous. Its gaping jaws were lined with rows of shark-like teeth, each glistening with a ghostly green sheen. Jiang Lingmu pondered for a moment, then retrieved a stack of talismans. With a swift kick, she struck the serpent monster's jaw, causing its mouth to snap shut. She scattered the talismans around its wide maw, adhering them densely along the edges. Now, she felt thoroughly secure. Even if this creature were to awaken suddenly, there was little to fear. Rather than slaying it outright, Jiang Lingmu detonated the paper substitute that it had swallowed. Fortunately, she had not crafted the substitute too intricately, and Riddle's resurrection had already depleted a considerable amount of her spiritual energy. The serpent monster did not perish. It was merely momentarily dazed by the internal shockwave, suffering no serious injuries, perhaps a slight case of gastrointestinal bleeding at most. Jiang Lingmu was quite satisfied. A complete, living serpent monster could yield far more valuable materials when disassembled. However, she soon realized that despite her prior experiences with slugs, dissecting toads, salamanders, beetles, pufferfish, and bats, she had never dealt with a snake, especially not one that had lived for over a millennium. The texts had provided no guidance on which parts of the serpent monster could be used to brew potions. Crouching beside the serpent monster, Jiang Lingmu wrestled with her thoughts for a while before ultimately deciding that, in order to maximize the value of the materials, it was best to leave the specialized tasks to professionals. She wondered whether Severus Snape was awake at this hour. The least she could do was offer him a portion as a token of gratitude, considering how pleased he had been to receive the venom from the eight-eyed giant spider just the day before. Resolute in her decision, Jiang Lingmu turned and approached the statue of the old man, retrieving her wand and Tom Riddle's diary. She cleaned her wand before stowing it in her hidden pouch, while the diary was tossed into her storage ring. The serpent monster, still alive, could not fit into the ring, and after a moment's hesitation between bringing the monster out or fetching Snape, she decisively chose the former. Clutching the tip of its tail, which was just the right size, she wrapped her right arm around it, tucking it under her armpit, and dragged the serpent monster out of the chamber. After traversing 7 or 8 meters, the last of the serpents had finally exited the chamber, triggering the mechanism of the heavy door, which sealed shut with 2 serpents returning to their original positions, fitting together perfectly. Bringing the serpent monster out directly was indeed the right choice, although she had recorded the incantation to open the chamber in a sound talisman. What if there were additional conditions? For instance, the command might need to be spoken by the heir themselves, or their soul, to work. Tom Riddle would surely not be deceived by a paper substitute again. Jiang Lingmu made her way back to the water pipe's exit. The pipe, designed to accommodate the serpent's movement within the castle, was indeed wide enough, alleviating any concerns about getting stuck along the way. Her levitation spell was insufficient to bear both her and the serpent's weight, and the narrow pipe was not suitable for her to ride her broom. Contemplating her options, she decided to awaken the slumbering bear in her mind. What are you sleeping for? Your master isn't resting. Bear, take me up through this largest pipe. Do not stray from the path, understood? The bear, shaking off its snowy white fur, looked at the disheveled surroundings and the large green serpent clutched in Jiang Lingmu's embrace with disdain. After a moment, it begrudgingly used its front paw to grasp the back of Jiang Lingmu's collar. Of course, the robe beneath her wizard's cloak, or else it would not be able to support both her and the serpent's weight. With a gentle growl, the bear unfolded a pair of light blue wind wings from its sides, flapping them steadily as it ascended through the winding pipe. 5 minutes later, Jiang Lingmu emerged from the pipe's entrance, much like drawing water from a well with a pulley, pulling the remaining length of the serpent out behind her. The myrtle in its little compartment remained withdrawn, and the washroom was eerily silent, save for the sound of the serpent's scales scraping against the pipe. The bear retreated back into her mind to continue its slumber, while Jiang Lingmu took out her wand and opened the washroom door, dragging the serpent through the long, dark corridor and down the staircase. The portraits along the corridor emitted a chorus of snores in the darkness, and the journey was uneventful. Jiang Lingmu arrived at the door of Snape's underground office and rapped on it. On the other side, Snape had just concluded his meditation the previous night. Jiang Lingmu had forcibly shattered the barrier, allowing him to finally access the core of magical power. Coupled with Jiang Lingmu's suggestion, his meditation goal that day was to extend the core towards the throat chakra. Though progress was slow, He felt satisfied with the advancement. Just as he settled onto his bed, exhaustion weighed heavily upon him, and he thought he would surely enjoy a restful night. At that moment, a relentless knocking echoed from the office door, causing Snape to abruptly open his eyes in the darkness. He was all too familiar with the rhythm of that knock. One strike. A 2-second pause, followed by 2 more strikes. If there was no response, this polite knocking pattern would repeat every half-minute. Gritting his teeth, Snape rose and donned his cloak, mentally drafting a scathing reprimand in mere seconds. He was determined to make this fearless foreign exchange student aware of just how foolish and rude it was to visit a male professor at such late hours, even if they had an agreement. Chapter 105, No Wealth to be Found. Jiang Lingmu had just raised her hand to knock a 3rd time when the arched doors suddenly swung open. Snape's icy voice, particularly harsh that night, followed. At 2:30 in the morning, Lingmu Jiang, you had better have a valid reason for this intrusion, or I shall not hesitate to deliver you personally to Filch. Snape's voice trailed off as he caught sight of the long, green object tucked under Jiang Lingmu's arm. In the dim light, he could only discern part of it, with much obscured by the darkness behind her. What on earth is this? It's the serpent monster, Professor, Jiang Lingmu exclaimed excitedly, her cat-like eyes glimmering with golden light in the shadows. Snape's heart skipped a beat as he instinctively raised his wand, a white orb of light trembling at its tip. With a flick of his wrist, the orb flew several meters toward the area behind Jiang Lingmu, allowing him to finally see what she had dragged along. To make a long story short, Professor, I found the legendary Slytherin's chamber and captured the serpent monster. You can dissect it, can't you? This serpent king must have lived for over 1,000 years. The materials on it are undoubtedly priceless. Professor, I propose you take 10% as your share in exchange for your assistance in dissection. Snape. Snape. What serpent? What monster? He suspected something was amiss with his hearing and vision. Before Snape could process Jiang Lingmu's words, the tail she was gripping suddenly twitched twice. Snape's pupils constricted as he instinctively yanked Jiang Lingmu's arm, attempting to throw her behind him. Yet nothing happened. Jiang Lingmu continued to cling tightly to the serpent's tail, making it impossible for him to move both her and the massive serpent. It seems like it might awaken. Jiang Lingmu pulled her arm free from Snape's grasp and flung a lightning talisman, which landed squarely on the serpent monster's forehead. Snape only saw a flash of electricity erupt at the end of the corridor, and the serpent remained still once more. Professor? Please help me, Professor. You do enjoy collecting rare potion ingredients, do you not? Snape took a deep breath, forcing himself to quell the frantic pounding of his heart, and ignored Jiang Lingmu. What should he do now? He dared not leave, leaving Jiang Lingmu alone with a serpent king that could awaken at any moment. It was imperative that Jiang Lingmu no longer allowed the serpent monster to roam the castle. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately raised his wand. Tracing a circular motion in the air with its tip, a silvery beam erupted from the end of his wand, transforming midair into a leaping quadruped, a slender and exquisite silver doe. The doe circled gracefully before vanishing into the walls, leaving a lingering warmth and joy in the otherwise somber atmosphere of the underground. Jiang Lingmu's eyes widened in astonishment. What kind of magic is this? Professor, I wish to learn it. Severus Snape remained silent for an entire minute. Jiang Lingmu observed the tight-lipped corners of his mouth as he took a deep breath through his prominent nose. The Patronus charm, I believe, is not something to be learned at this moment. Jiang Lingmu nodded in agreement. Then, Professor, shall we first find a place to deal with the serpent? Snape exhibited none of the anticipated interest or excitement regarding the serpent. He merely tightened his grip on his wand, coldly and vigilantly watching her and the monster without uttering a word. Minutes passed as Jiang Lingmu contemplated resolving the situation herself, when suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from the other end of the corridor. She heard the sharp click of a lighter, followed by flames that flickered to life on the torches adorning the corridor walls. 4 torches blazed brightly, illuminating everything in the hallway with clarity. Snape gazed down at the reflection of the vividly green serpent's body, which appeared even more menacing under the ample light. Severus, 17, what on earth? Oh, Merlin, Jiang Lingmu exclaimed, taken aback by the sudden appearance of Dumbledore. Dumbledore, too, was momentarily stunned as he surveyed the tense Snape, the bewildered Jiang Lingmu, and the serpent, which nearly filled the corridor. Once he regained his composure, Jiang Lingmu swiftly turned to Snape, her gaze filled with unmistakable reproach. How could he not only refuse to help, but also report her? Snape ignored her silent accusation. It's quite simple, he said, his voice somewhat hoarse. The brave and clever Miss Jiang has discovered the Slytherin chamber and apprehended the serpent that has dwelled there for over a millennium. Dumbledore's expression could only be described as shock. He typically wore a serene, smiling demeanor, and Jiang Lingmu had never witnessed such an overt display of emotion upon his face. Oh, I see, Dumbledore paused, regaining his composure. I have 100 questions to ask, but I believe we should first address this serpent. The beast's massive form nearly blocked the entire corridor, leaving Dumbledore trapped on the opposite side. He waved his wand in silence, and Jiang Lingmu felt the magical surge envelop the serpent, which then shrank dramatically. In the end, it transformed into a diminutive snake, less than a foot in length, which Jiang Lingmu pinched between her fingers, causing it to wriggle incessantly in the air. Mr. Headmaster? She exclaimed, her eyes nearly bulging with urgency. Oh, 17. It's merely a shrinking spell. It will not adversely affect the serpent, Severus? Snape turned and entered his office, retrieving a wide-mouthed, empty jar. Jiang Lingmu eyed him warily, refusing to surrender the serpent. This was her trophy, one she had worked hard to capture. I know that after your handling, the serpent poses no threat, Miss 17. Dumbledore approached from the other end of the corridor, his cerulean eyes sparkling in the firelight as he looked down at Jiang Lingmu. However, I believe we have much to discuss, and it would be unwise to hold such a creature directly in hand, don't you think? Jiang Lingmu felt that the old man had a point. She extended her hand to Snape, accepting the wide-mouthed jar and placing the pitifully small snake inside. Dumbledore tapped the jar with his wand. This time, without Jiang Lingmu needing to inquire, he proactively explained. The disruption charm and the binding charm merely ensure it remains more secure. Jiang Lingmu noted the names of the two spells, intending to seek Snape's guidance later. Severus, perhaps you wouldn't mind if I borrowed your office for a moment? Snape lifted his gaze slightly. Of course. He turned and entered the office, with Jiang Lingmu and Dumbledore following. Snape sat behind the desk and waved his wand, summoning 2 chairs to the opposite side of the desk. Please, he said expressionlessly. Jiang Lingmu plopped down, cradling the jar, contemplating how best to explain herself and what terms to negotiate. She knew she could not claim the entire serpent for herself and aimed to maximize her benefits. Tom Riddle's diary was also quite valuable. Chapter 106, A Nightly Discussion. Severus, if you don't mind? Dumbledore raised his hand, and Jiang Lingmu noticed he was holding a small object resembling a lighter. Snape nodded coolly in the dim light, and Dumbledore pressed the lighter, sending sparks flying in from the door, which then entered the lighter. After several presses, flames illuminated the office chandelier, igniting all the candles and transforming the room into a bright space. Yet, the light only served to accentuate the myriad of jars and bottles, rendering the atmosphere even more eerie. It dawned on Jiang Lingmu that the chandelier was not lacking candles. Rather, Snape never lit them all, seemingly fond of the dim ambience. With the lights now bright, Jiang Lingmu observed that Dumbledore was clad in a fluffy, loose morning robe, accompanied by thick woolen socks and a knitted hat adorned with a white pom-pom. He indeed appeared as though he had just emerged from his bed. Jiang Lingmu admired the old man's spirit in being fully dressed, even in such a state of comfort. I believe we shall have much to discuss, Severus. Dumbledore seemed intent on easing Jiang Lingmu's apprehension. If it were in my office, I would serve you sweets and hot tea. Snape's expression grew even more rigid, while Jiang Lingmu glanced around in bewilderment, turning to Dumbledore with an expression that conveyed her incredulity. The old man was quite confused. She could not envision Snape serving her hot tea. The only object in the room suitable for boiling water was a cauldron, and she would never drink water boiled in Snape's cauldron, even if she were dying of thirst. If you don't mind, Mr. Headmaster, might I handle that instead? Jiang Lingmu retrieved a porcelain tea set and small clay stove from her storage ring. That would be most kind of you, 17. Dumbledore observed curiously as Jiang Lingmu unpacked the elaborate tea set. I have always appreciated the tea culture of Huaxia. Thank you, Mr. Headmaster Longjing. Jiang Lingmu had to admit that under the circumstances, green tea would be quite suitable for dispelling heat and dryness. Though Snape outwardly remained impassive, she sensed he was on the verge of exploding with frustration. Jiang Lingmu tossed a talisman into the clay stove, boiling water for tea. She usually did not adhere to such rituals, but under Dumbledore's curious gaze, she performed the entire tea ceremony with an air of cultured sophistication. The jade green, clear tea was poured into warm white porcelain cups, the crisp fragrance of the tea wafting elegantly, mingling with the rising steam, relaxing her tense spirit. Snape nearly forgot to remind them that this was not the appropriate time for tea. Jiang Lingmu pushed the cups toward the two professors. Please enjoy. Dumbledore delicately lifted the petite teacup, savoring a sip. Ah, what a refreshing flavor. I feel it could benefit from a touch of sugar. The smile on Jiang Lingmu's face instantly vanished. This is green tea, Headmaster, not English breakfast tea. Dare to add sugar and see what happens. Dumbledore, understanding the hint, set down the teacup, while Snape continued to sip eagerly, seemingly quite fond of the tea's invigorating taste. Now, where shall I begin, 17? Perhaps from the evening of the Halloween feast? I noticed you exchanged glances with Harry. Did you discern something at that moment? Dumbledore placed his hands on the table, his long thumbs circling each other. At that time, no, headmaster. I merely cautioned Harry against stepping forward, concerned he might attract unnecessary trouble. Snape returned the teacup to the table, the porcelain clinking sharply against the surface. Of course, I do not encourage him to lie to you. I merely believe certain matters are better discussed privately, just as we are now. I presume you have heard some absurd rumors, merely because you summoned Harry and his friends, prompting students to speculate that he was the true culprit behind the attack on Mrs. Norris. Dumbledore nodded in agreement. I concur with your perspective, 17. And what transpired afterward? Jiang Lingmu lowered her gaze and sipped her tea, feeling the fragrance seep deep into her heart. That night, I indeed made a discovery. I acquired a remarkable diary. She glossed over the process of obtaining the diary, yet it was evident Snape would not overlook such a conspicuous gap. A diary? Whose diary? How did you come by it? Jiang Lingmu's expression remained impassive as she tightly sealed her lips. A diary dating back 49 years, containing the memories of a 16-year-old student. This diary belongs to Tom M. Riddle. Upon saying this, Jiang Lingmu glanced at Dumbledore, recalling having seen him in the diary's visions from 49 years ago. He would undoubtedly recognize this student and be aware of his future identity. As expected, Dumbledore's expression grew solemn and peculiar. Before Snape could press further about how she obtained the diary, Jiang Lingmu dropped a bombshell. Just over an hour ago, I confirmed his identity in the Chamber of Secrets. He is the Dark Lord, Voldemort, and the true heir of Slytherin. Snape's pupils dilated, and he abruptly turned to Dumbledore. Ah, indeed, Severus, and you, 17. Dumbledore sighed. Very few are privy to Voldemort's past. He too was a student at Hogwarts over 50 years ago. Tom Riddle was his name. And he was the most brilliant student I have ever encountered. After graduation, I lost track of him. But I suspect he delved deeply into various dark magics around the world. The dark arts corrupted his body, stripping him of his once handsome visage and transforming him into the horrific, inhuman form he later assumed. He became a completely different person. Jiang Lingmu nodded, then shook her head. You say he was handsome. I concede that point. The 16-year-old Riddle was indeed quite striking. Dumbledore's beard twitched. You claim he was intelligent? I remain unconvinced. Subsequently, Jiang Lingmu recounted how Riddle had manipulated her using fragmented memories from the diary, how he had cunningly glorified himself, what she had learned from Hagrid, how she had captured Moaning Myrtle to extract the truth, and most crucially, how she had employed a decoy to feign being ensnared and successfully infiltrated the Chamber of Secrets, detailing every aspect of her experience. Naturally, she omitted the part about visiting Aragog's lair and the efforts of Hermione and Harry, believing it did not affect the overall logic of the narrative. Jiang Lingmu spoke for a full half-hour, the tea in the goblet having grown lukewarm. She hurriedly downed 2 cups to quench her thirst. Throughout her lengthy account, Dumbledore and Snape remained silent, their demeanor increasingly subdued. Jiang Lingmu concluded her narrative, and that is how matters stand. After a considerable pause, Jiang Lingmu prepared a second infusion of tea. While Dumbledore and Snape appeared to have finally digested her discourse, Dumbledore regarded Jiang Lingmu, who was calmly pouring them tea, with unreserved admiration gleaming in his eyes. I must say, that was truly remarkable. Even I could not have articulated it better. In fact, in the fortnight following Halloween, I enlisted all the professors to search for the Slytherin chamber, yet to no avail. Jiang Lingmu interjected. Naturally, it is cleverly concealed and requires a special incantation. I dare say, even if you were to discover its location, you might not gain entry. Professors, do you have any questions? Why did you not suspect Hagrid? From my understanding of Tom, the memories he displayed to you would not be so poorly crafted as to be easily discernible. That is quite simple, Headmaster. For Moaning Myrtle was murdered. This matter involves a loss of life, and I did not perceive the aura of a killer in Hagrid. He has not taken a life, either directly or indirectly. Jiang Lingmu found this notion astonishing, considering Hagrid's fondness for dangerous magical creatures. In his 3rd year, he had dared to raise a acromantula, and after his expulsion, having no regard for school rules and living adjacent to the Forbidden Forest, he had managed to care for those magical creatures without causing a single death. I trust my judgment. With that significant premise in mind, Riddle's deception was untenable from the outset. However, I still required more clues regarding the chamber, so I continued to engage him in conversation for an extended period. Jiang Lingmu stated, yet she had no intention of directly presenting Tom Riddle's diary. The notion of selflessly contributing in vain did not suit her. She had already resolved what she sought to negotiate. Very well, I believe the situation is sufficiently clear, 17. You mentioned that Tom may not be intelligent. What leads you to this conclusion? Jiang Lingmu carefully chose her words. I initially believed him quite clever, whether through subtle probing or leveraging his own strengths to deceive others. Yet this evening, my perspective shifted. In the Chamber of Secrets, he had already possessed the body of the decoy, Yet he was overly fixated on resurrection, draining the decoy of all its energy and commanding the basilisk to consume its remains. Is that not foolish? I discerned his intent. He aims to continue Slytherin's legacy, to purify this school, and he desires Harry. Were I in his position, I would continue utilizing the decoy, blending in with the students. That would be the most efficient way to approach Harry, would it not? Jiang Lingmu sensed she may have spoken a touch too much, as she noticed Dumbledore and Snape observing her with a distinctly profound gaze. However, she felt no fear. I believe any rational person could conceive of this. Yet Riddle had failed to recognize this, which starkly contrasted with his prior displays of intelligence. Did the intelligence within the diary diminish over time? Jiang Lingmu could not ascertain. You assert he was Voldemort at 16, yet at that time, Voldemort had not yet existed. Potter had not even been born. He was merely a fragment of memory. How could he know of the matters between Voldemort and Potter? Snape seized upon the crux of the issue. Jiang Lingmu spread her hands in a gesture of uncertainty. I cannot provide clarity on that. Since he is capable of communicating with me, it stands to reason that prior to the diary reaching my hands, others must have conversed with him as well. Harry's renown within the magical realm is well known, and I need not elaborate further. With merely an inquisitive tone, he can uncover all there is to know. Therefore, how did you come into possession of this diary? Jiang Lingmu fixed her gaze on his cold, dark eyes, a hint of menace flickering in her expression. That is of little consequence, Professor. What truly matters is that the situation has been resolved. I have located the Chamber of Secrets and captured the basilisk. There is no longer a need for concern regarding Muggle-born students facing dire threats. I believe it is time to discuss other matters, such as the distribution of the basilisk. Dumbledore regarded Jiang Lingmu, then turned his attention to Snape, who did not pursue the inquiry further, a knowing look passing between them. With a smile, he began, Indeed, heroes ought not to be overlooked. I would like to visit the chamber. May I, 17? If possible, I would also like the diary. Jiang Lingmu interrupted Dumbledore. I trust you, headmaster. Though her words conveyed confidence, her grip on the broad jar containing the basilisk tightened. I can lead you and the professor to the chamber right now. Jiang Lingmu navigated the dark corridor with ease, while Dumbledore and Snape illuminated the path with their wands. The trio swiftly arrived at Moaning Myrtle's lavatory, and it was evident that Dumbledore had some recollection of the place. He sighed. The body of that young student, Moaning Myrtle, was discovered here. Jiang Lingmu pushed open the lavatory door. I believe many tragedies could have been averted, headmaster. Had Myrtle not been ostracized and bullied, she would not have spent the night alone in the lavatory. Had she remained in her dormitory, she would not have encountered Riddle, who opened the chamber, unwittingly leading to her demise at the tender age of 14. Dumbledore appeared somewhat moved. His azure eyes glimmered in the darkness, while Jiang Lingmu distinctly heard Snape emit a derisive snort. This is the spot. Jiang Lingmu indicated the faucet that would never dispense water, its side adorned with an engraved serpent, the emblem of Slytherin. Dumbledore and Snape advanced with their wands raised, quickly discovering the small serpent relief on the faucet's side upon Jiang Lingmu's suggestion. This is the entrance to the chamber. It requires a password, and it must be spoken in Parseltongue. Dumbledore and Snape exchanged glances, a mutual understanding dawning upon them. Parseltongue, indeed, is a skill most prized by Salazar Slytherin. Dumbledore stroked his beard, pondering the journey to the chamber, realizing that Jiang Lingmu's substitute had perished, leaving them to question where they might find another speaker of Parseltongue. Jiang Lingmu produced a sound recording charm, the thin parchment fluttering at her fingertips. I recorded the sound of the password, though I am uncertain of its effectiveness. As she spoke, she summoned a trace of magical energy to activate the charm, intricate vermilion strokes shimmering with a soft red glow, a strange, hushed hissing resonating within the lavatory. A flash of white light illuminated the entrance to the chamber once more. Jiang Lingmu herself was somewhat surprised. It seemed the password mechanism was not as complex as she had envisioned. Regardless of whether one was the so-called heir, mastery of the pronunciation sufficed to unlock the chamber. This passage leads directly to the chamber. Shall we descend? Certainly. Thus, the three of them formed a line and leaped into the passageway, this time without Jiang Lingmu expending her own energy. Dumbledore's hand rested upon her shoulder, his levitation spell encompassing her as well, allowing them to traverse the winding tunnel smoothly until they reached the underground. The basilisk shed skin had long been collected by Jiang Lingmu, and they made their way unimpeded to the entrance of the chamber, where Jiang Lingmu employed her previous method to open the grand door. Chapter 108, The Farm Plan. Dumbledore flicked his wand, releasing several orbs of light that ascended to the ceiling, casting bright silver beams that illuminated the entire chamber as if it were midday. Snape furrowed his brow and approached a small pool of black blood on the ground. The basilisk's blood remains. What is this? He levitated the unidentified substance stained with blood from the floor, and Jiang Lingmu glanced at it. Oh, that is a substitute, bamboo strips and white paper. The effigy I created was consumed by the basilisk, and I detonated it from outside, leaving behind this residue. Snape discarded the item and began to inspect the chamber alongside Dumbledore. Jiang Lingmu leaned against a stone pillar, her mind racing with calculations. Dumbledore traversed the vast expanse of the chamber, his voice echoing clearly even from a distance. I believe the matter is quite clear. This is indeed the chamber left by Slytherin, where he concealed a basilisk for his heir to continue what he deemed a noble endeavor. 17. You have accomplished something remarkable. May I see Tom's diary? Of course, Headmaster. Jiang Lingmu retrieved Riddle's diary from her enchanted ring. It was small and thin, with a tattered leather cover. Yet both Dumbledore and Snape immediately sensed the potent dark magic concealed within it. However, what do you intend to reward me with? What do you offer in exchange? She queried. By the way, I have no interest in trivial trophies. Dumbledore maintained his cheerful demeanor. Slytherin is one of Hogwarts' founders, and the basilisk hidden within the castle is also Hogwarts' asset. Jiang Lingmu remained composed, unfazed by Dumbledore's assertions. That sounds reasonable. I wish you success in capturing the basilisk left by Slytherin. What connection did Slytherin's basilisk have with the one she had captured? Dumbledore could call the basilisk, but it would not respond. As she spoke, she retrieved a pocket watch from her robe and ostentatiously checked the time. Oh dear, it is quite late, Headmaster, Professor. I must return to my dormitory for rest. Good night to you both. With that, Jiang Lingmu turned to leave. Snape observed her retreating figure, a subtle smile curving his lips. His gaze held a hint of mockery as he looked at the slightly flabbergasted Dumbledore. It appears not everyone is swayed by such tactics. Is it, Headmaster? 17, please wait a moment. Very well, what do you desire? Jiang Lingmu turned back. I prefer directness to beating around the bush, Headmaster. First, let us discuss what you seek. Dumbledore narrowed his eyes, his calm smile resurfacing. Firstly, the basilisk is of particular use to me. It cannot yet be dismantled for materials. Secondly, I wish for you to hand over Tom's diary, as it is crucial for our subsequent actions. Lastly, I would appreciate it if you refrained from disclosing the events that transpired here today to Harry and the others, at least until the end of this academic year. It must remain confidential. Jiang Lingmu pondered for a few seconds, raising the broad jar in her hand. It cannot yet be dismantled. Does that mean you can disassemble it after you have finished with it? Am I correct in my understanding? That is correct, 17. But I fear you cannot take it all with you. As you can see, though I am the headmaster, I must also account for the Board of Governors. Half and half. Anything less than that, and we need not discuss further. Jiang Lingmu possessed a certain understanding of the intricacies involved, regardless of Dumbledore's intentions concerning the basilisk. Any action he took would signify the creature's emergence into the light of day. Placing a tempting morsel on the table naturally invites everyone to take a bite. Dumbledore acquiesced with remarkable alacrity. Very well. I can also agree to other conditions. As for what I desire, I have set my sights on a parcel of land situated between Hogsmeade and the school. This piece, which spans over 60 acres, caught her attention when she and Harry and Ron soared over it on their broomsticks. While the area may not be expansive, it is ideally suited for a meticulously cultivated family farm, particularly as she intends to grow economically valuable magical herbs. The prospect of incurring losses should be negligible. Dumbledore's mustache twitched with amusement. Ah, I have heard Pomona mention it. An integrated farm, is it not? What a splendid aspiration. Moreover, it is quite astute. That land belongs to Hogwarts, yet has remained unused. Jiang Lingmu was genuinely unaware of the ownership of this land, and Dumbledore's revelation was a delightful surprise. If the land were indeed under the school's jurisdiction, his capacity to negotiate as headmaster would be limited. Dumbledore reflected, as far as I know, that area encompasses approximately 10 acres. As headmaster, I can grant you rights to 1 acre initially. During your time at school, you may cultivate it or even build a dwelling until you have sufficient capital to purchase it. Another unexpected boon. Originally, she had estimated that acquiring this land would take her at least 6 months to a year to save up. Now, with Dumbledore granting her 1/10 of the usage rights, she need not worry about how to spend her summer. She could establish a small homestead within that scope, eliminating the need to return home, and utilize the remaining land for various cultivation experiments. Jiang Lingmu's eyes gleamed with excitement. Dumbledore wore a smile reminiscent of a child coaxing a treat. As for the transaction of that land, I shall assist in mediating, regardless of price or qualifications. Snape cast a sidelong glance at him, sensing a shift from intimidation to a more amiable approach. Observing Jiang Lingmu, he noted her exuberance, which bordered on the ridiculous. You can assist with everything regarding the farm? She inquired eagerly. Of course, as long as I am able, he replied. Jiang Lingmu hurried back, extending her hand towards Dumbledore. A pleasure to collaborate, headmaster. When may I obtain the rights to 1 acre of land? Ah, that will require a small amount of paperwork. I anticipate it will be ready shortly after the Christmas holidays. After shaking hands, Jiang Lingmu relinquished the jar and Riddle's diary. Although she felt a tinge of regret parting with the basilisk, shedding the burden of the diary was a cause for celebration. Dumbledore and Snape remained in the Chamber of Secrets to orchestrate the next steps, while Jiang Lingmu yawned and leisurely made her way back to the Gryffindor common room. Utilizing a silencing charm, she enjoyed a warm bath in the washroom and then settled into bed, sleeping soundly until the following morning. Thick layers of snow blanketed Hogwarts castle and grounds, rendering the grand, ancient structure akin to a cake adorned with white frosting. Life at the school continued as usual, with Filch's cat seemingly forgotten and everyone eagerly anticipating the arrival of Christmas, much to Jiang Lingmu's approval. As Christmas approached, the trio grew increasingly anxious. Chapter 109, The Dueling Club. Hermione fretted over Jiang Lingmu's advanced placement examination while simultaneously preoccupied with her polyjuice potion. The book Powerful Potions had been returned. Yet Hermione meticulously transcribed the polyjuice potion portion onto parchment. During their time in the small base, she repeatedly reviewed the densely written instructions and ingredients, her demeanor bordering on neurotic. Harry and Ron were also concerned about Jiang Lingmu's exam results, albeit to a lesser degree. They felt Hermione was making too much of it. I'm not unconcerned for a friend, Hermione, but your anxiety might be contagious to Lingmu. I truly believe she will do just fine, Ron said as his knight captured Harry's pawn during their game of wizard chess, while Jiang Lingmu was engrossed in further research on her doppelganger. She sensed that Tom's diary held great significance. Enchanting alchemy, she mused. Hermione stirred the potion in her cauldron, not raising her head as she retorted. I harbor no doubts about Lingmu's abilities. She learns swiftly and effectively. But your approach to examinations is far too casual, Ron. Harry appeared resigned to their inevitable loss. I have some good news. While signing Professor McGonagall's Christmas itinerary, I spotted Malfoy's name. He is staying at school this year. Harry's announcement momentarily halted Ron and Hermione's banter. A smile finally graced Hermione's face. That's splendid. If Malfoy remains at school, the risks associated with our plan diminish significantly. Typically, Slytherin students return home for Christmas. We should minimize our interactions with Slytherin students while we're masquerading, otherwise, we risk exposure, Ron remarked, his voice serious. You're right. By the way, have you seen the notice board in the entrance hall? They're inaugurating a dueling club. It starts this evening. Jiang Lingmu had not paid much attention, as she generally found the notice board uninteresting. Over the past half semester, the most notable item she'd seen was Filch's list of prohibited items. Ron's expression was one of excitement. I heard from Dad and Mom that Hogwarts used to have a dueling club a long time ago, but it was disbanded due to too many student injuries. Whoever initiated the club must be quite remarkable. Are we going? No boy could resist the allure of magical dueling. And Harry was equally enthusiastic. Hermione was less interested, but Jiang Lingmu was intrigued. Witnessing professors in duels would be fascinating, and she wouldn't mind observing duels among upperclassmen either. Ultimately, they all agreed to attend, arriving promptly at 8 in the Great Hall. The perennial 4 long tables were absent. The professor's dining area had been elevated into a stage. Students, brimming with excitement and curiosity, poured in, filling the hall to capacity, forcing the 4 of them to exert some effort to navigate through the crowd. I heard Professor Flitwick was once a dueling champion, Ron observed, his gaze fixed on the stage. I'd wager this is his doing. He has always been a splendid professor, hasn't he? Harry nodded vigorously. As long as it's not. His words trailed off as his expression soured, and everyone followed his gaze into a heavy silence. Gilderoy Lockhart made a dazzling entrance, clad in a resplendent golden robe that sparkled, making it difficult to ascertain whether he or the floating candles above shone more brightly. To Jiang Lingmu's astonishment, he was accompanied by Snape, who, against Lockhart's radiant presence, appeared almost spectral. Good evening, everyone. It seems you are all quite enthusiastic about the dueling club I have established. I must say, I am thoroughly impressed by your eagerness to learn. It nearly rivals my own. Wouldn't you agree? Lockhart proclaimed, raising his wand, his sonorous voice echoing throughout the great hall. Jiang Lingmu exchanged glances with her companions, and in their eyes, including Hermione's, there resided a shared incredulity. Ron grimaced, lowering his voice. Merlin, I truly wish I could wrench his teeth out one by one. Harry continued his thought. Are you planning to turn them into a necklace? That would be quite dazzling. Hermione raised her hand and gave each of them a light tap on the shoulder. As for our esteemed potions professor, he wholeheartedly supports my proposition and has even volunteered to assist me in demonstrating for you all. Jiang Lingmu locked eyes with Snape, who stood on the stage, sharing that same hollow, sardonic gaze. She glanced at Gilderoy Lockhart, who was prattling on, eagerly anticipating the unfolding scene. Perhaps today Lockhart might enjoy a delightful excursion to the infirmary? Lockhart on stage continued his incessant chatter. Rest assured, little ones, I am quite measured in my approach. I would never harm Professor Snape. The students in the hall began to murmur among themselves. I do hope you understand. Ron's expression shifted from disappointment to an odd glimmer of hope. Jiang Lingmu shot him a glance. What are you hoping will transpire, Ron? What else? Of course. A brawl that lands us all in the infirmary. Harry gulped. I can scarcely fathom why Snape would willingly act as his assistant. I assert that Lockhart is destined for a rather unfortunate fate. Jiang Lingmu wholeheartedly agreed. Snape remained expressionless. And Jiang Lingmu sensed that he regarded Lockhart as one might a repulsive slug. The demonstration commenced. The two men separated on stage, each claiming a side. With Lockhart bowing to Snape. Snape pursed his lips, barely perceptibly shaking his head, before they both raised their wands simultaneously. As you can see, neither of us intends to take the other's life, Jiang Lingmu heard Harry say. I beg to differ. Begin. Snape commanded, Expelliarmus. A blinding red light shot toward Lockhart, who had no time to react before being struck, sent sprawling against the stone wall of the hall with a resounding crash. He then crumpled to the ground, curled up like a defeated dog. The students were momentarily stunned into silence, but after a few suffocating seconds, the Slytherin students erupted into applause. Lockhart hurriedly climbed back onto the stage, albeit with difficulty, limping as if he had twisted his ankle, his once glimmering golden robes now caked in dust. An exceptionally splendid disarming spell. I must say, and I'm not boasting, that this magic is quite easy to defend against. Yet I wish to present the best possible outcome for my students. Jiang Lingmu observed him desperately attempting to salvage his dignity, all the while maintaining a defiant expression. Snape sneered at him, and Lockhart finally had the sense to cut short his rambling. Well then, it's your turn, but do not rush. I believe it is best to assign you to groups. Chapter 110, Parseltongue. Lockhart descended from the stage to distribute groups among the eager students, with Snape following him like a specter. Under Snape's intervention, the dream team of Harry and Ron was forcibly dismantled, with Ron being assigned to Seamus Finnegan. Jiang Lingmu had a distinct impression of this boy, reputed to be Gryffindor's expert in blasting spells. Harry was then unceremoniously thrown to Malfoy. Despite Hermione's swift attempt to cling to Jiang Lingmu's arm, it was in vain. She was assigned to a Slytherin girl named Millicent. Jiang Lingmu felt a twinge of displeasure. Did Snape think she would harm Hermione? However, Hermione squeezed her arm and whispered in her ear, potion. Jiang Lingmu realized Hermione intended to seize this opportunity to procure something from Millicent, which prompted her to release Hermione's hand. I'll keep an eye on you. Don't worry. Jiang Lingmu glanced at Millicent, who was poised to become Hermione's rival. And it was hard not to feel a pang of concern for Hermione. Millicent was at least 3 times Hermione's size. Snape's footsteps halted behind Jiang Lingmu, and a chilling voice emerged from behind her, truly heartwarming. Unable to contain herself, Jiang Lingmu turned and shot Snape a significant eye roll. She thought it necessary to assign a new label to this potion's professor, immature and sharp-tongued. The last time he reported her was far from settled. All the students in the hall had been assigned to their groups, yet Jiang Lingmu remained alone, as Snape had not arranged a partner for her. For some reason, Lockhart also bypassed her entirely. Fortunately, Jiang Lingmu had little desire to engage in combat with the younger kids. She sat back, poised like a fisherman. While keeping a vigilant watch over Hermione, Lockhart continued to issue commands from the stage, directing all students and repeatedly emphasizing that only the disarming spell should be used. Clearly, no one cared for his stipulations, as within mere minutes, the hall devolved into chaos. Harry and Malfoy unleashed every minor curse they had mastered. Harry's tickling charm struck Malfoy, who collapsed to the ground in uncontrollable laughter. In the midst of his mirth, he retaliated with a dancing jinx against Harry. Jiang Lingmu clenched her palms, savoring the spectacle of Harry's awkward dance alongside Malfoy's raucous laughter. Her teeth felt hot, yearning for fresh air. Lockhart leapt off the stage, shouting amidst the throng, appearing utterly helpless. Until Snape pointed his wand at Harry, Jiang Lingmu glanced at him. He seemed to sense her gaze and articulated the incantation with utmost clarity. Finite incantatum. Harry's dance came to an abrupt end, and Malfoy's laughter faded into silence. The hall had descended into utter mayhem, a cloud of confusion. Millicent, in a brazen display, discarded her wand, relying on her physical advantage to confront Hermione. Jiang Lingmu frowned, and without hesitation, kicked Millicent down, positioning herself protectively beside Hermione, relishing the unfolding farce. Lockhart appeared to be on the verge of a breakdown. Merlin, why can't you all behave? Disarming spell, disarming spell. What on earth are you doing? His shrill scream finally garnered some effect, as the hall quieted once more, successfully capturing the attention of all the students. Lockhart took a heavy breath, looking quite shaken. This is a complete oversight. Professor Snape should not be teaching you the disarming spell. He should start with the stopping spell. You are not permitted to act or engage in combat on your own. I believe we should summon a group to demonstrate correctly. As Lockhart spoke, his gaze shifted to Snape on the opposite side of the stage. Snape nodded in agreement. His gaze swept across all the students' faces. I find Professor Lockhart's suggestion commendable. I nominate Malfoy and B. Snape's words were cut short as Harry suddenly bent over, clutching his chest. Ouch. Jiang Lingmu raised her hand. Professor, I would like to give it a try if I may. You didn't assign me a partner. Snape lowered his gaze, scrutinizing her coldly. Then turned to look at Malfoy, who appeared eager to engage, casting a mocking glance at Jiang Lingmu. The provocation unmistakable. Snape did not immediately acquiesce, even seeming inclined to refuse. No one knew better than him the extent of Jiang Lingmu's capabilities. Even for Malfoy's sake, he could not allow him to face Jiang Lingmu. However, Lockhart decisively made the call. Excellent, let it be so. Malfoy and Jiang Lingmu strode toward the center of the hall simultaneously. Severus Snape cautiously descended from the stage. Positioning himself behind Malfoy, his wand held firmly in hand, embodying the stance of a protector. Malfoy, with a sneering countenance, seemed intent on settling both old grievances and new scores with Jiang Lingmu today. Gilderoy Lockhart exhibited a complete lack of responsibility towards Jiang Lingmu, feigning ignorance of Snape's protective gesture as he called for the duel to commence. Malfoy swiftly raised his wand, malevolence gleaming in his eyes. Release the beast. At the tip of his wand, a dark mist erupted, twisting and coiling as it descended, transforming into a massive black serpent. The serpent appeared exceedingly agitated, rearing its upper body in a menacing posture, eliciting screams from the crowd, while Lockhart turned pale. Jiang Lingmu raised an eyebrow. Is this all? Suddenly, she noticed Harry, seemingly entranced, locking eyes with the black serpent. As everyone else frantically sought refuge, he was inexplicably drawn closer to the center of the hall. Hermione and Ron desperately pulled him back, yet Harry opened his mouth, emitting a hissing sound all too familiar to Jiang Lingmu. Acting swiftly, she seized the moment while the crowd remained fixated on the serpent, raising her wand and declaring, Petrificus totalis. The serpent dissipated into an insubstantial black smoke, vanishing into the ether. Malfoy stood momentarily stunned, still reeling from the ease with which his grand spell had been neutralized. Harry regained his senses, yanked back into the throng by Ron and Hermione, who clearly sensed something amiss. Ron's face ashen and Hermione's expression grave. Snape's gaze lingered on Harry for a few seconds, but soon Lockhart's voice redirected everyone's attention back to the duel demonstration. Ah, just like that. He seems rather reluctant to commend Jiang Lingmu, who's next to demonstrate. Jiang Lingmu tucked her wand into the hidden pocket of her sleeve and stepped out of the central arena. I find this rather dull. Let us depart. Indeed. Let us go, Ron urged as he grasped Harry's wrist. This is exceedingly boring, mate. Before Harry could respond, Ron pulled him out of the hall, with Jiang Lingmu and Hermione hastening alongside them until they reached Jiang Lingmu's small sanctuary. What is the matter with you? Harry asked, irritably shaking off Ron's grip. Ron brushed off Harry's somewhat aggressive gesture, his expression still grim. You can speak with snakes? Why didn't you tell us? Chapter 111. A fatal blow. The small sanctuary fell into a profound silence as Harry faced the intense scrutiny of the three companions, blinking in confusion. Don't you all? He inquired. I mean, this is the wizarding world, Hogwarts. We are all witches and wizards. Ron's expression darkened further, exchanging a glance with Hermione. Mate, let me be clear. Speaking to snakes is not an ability everyone possesses. It is exceedingly rare and rather troubling. Troubling? What do you mean by that? Harry furrowed his brow, bewildered by his friend's cryptic demeanor. Hermione gently patted Harry's arm, though her face remained tense. This gift is known as Parseltongue, and Salazar Slytherin himself was a Parselmouth. What's worse, many regard it as a mark of dark wizards. You know how Slytherin is perceived by others. Harry stood frozen. The gravity of Ron and Hermione's expressions weighed heavily, while Jiang Lingmu appeared to be deep in thought. She began to piece together a crucial detail. The voice Harry had heard in the wall, inaudible to anyone else. On Halloween, after attending the memorial feast, they had intended to return to the hall for a snack, yet this unheard voice had led Harry directly to the Myrtle's bathroom. If Harry, like Slytherin's Tom Riddle, was indeed a Parselmouth, the mystery would unravel. He had merely heard the basilisk's voice. Harry regained his composure, seemingly unable to accept any connection to Salazar Slytherin, whether by talent or bloodline. We've already researched so many pure-blood family trees. I've seen no mention of any Potters, he said, casting a pleading glance at Hermione. Hermione, didn't you say that the only descendants of Slytherin are the Gaunt family? That family has been extinct for many years. Hermione nodded. That is indeed the case. Harry, please don't be alarmed. We all believe in you. You cannot possibly be Slytherin's heir. Harry gazed into her eyes, realizing that her words were not merely comforting platitudes, and he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Yes, you're with us every day. We attend classes together, train with Fred and the others, and at night, we all sleep in the same dormitory. Ron stepped forward, patting Harry on the shoulder and urging him to sit on the cushion. I see you Haven-T opened the Chamber of Secrets, have you? Harry nodded, appearing considerably steadier, though he still struggled internally. But, well, it's nothing. He recalled how, over a year ago, the Sorting Hat had nearly placed him in Slytherin. The empty classroom settled into a quietude, and Jiang Lingmu appeared perplexed. Is possessing an additional ability truly such a dreadful thing? Ron hesitated to respond. Honestly, the attitudes of the other three houses towards Slytherin tell a story. He faltered, but Hermione continued. Many believe Slytherin breeds dark wizards, and in truth, that is not far from the mark. If you delve into the history of Voldemort's rise, you will find that a significant number of Death Eaters were once students of Slytherin. Moreover, consider his motives for leaving the Chamber of Secrets in the school. It reveals much about his character. Of course, I mean no offense, Harry. You will never become a dark wizard, but you must keep this secret, she added. For this ability could lead to dire consequences for you, unlike for others. Today, you nearly exposed yourself. Just think, you are the one destined to defeat the Dark Lord. Had Jiang Lingmu not volunteered to demonstrate the duel, one can only imagine what might have transpired after Malfoy cast that spell. Hermione's clear analysis plunged the classroom back into silence. Suddenly, Harry recalled something, yanking the red string around his neck. I almost forgot about the charm, just moments ago. When Snape was about to call my name, the charm you gave me grew warm. He presented the small pouch to Jiang Lingmu, who accepted it. Noticing that the vermilion markings had faded slightly. Indeed, it has activated. It can be used one last time. I thought you had exhausted it during the last Quidditch match. At that time, Harry had been soaring high in the sky, too distant for her to perceive whether the charm had taken effect. Merely observing him brush past the bludgers repeatedly, Jiang Lingmu tightened the pouch's drawstring and returned it to Harry. No, before the match. Harry entrusted it to me for safekeeping. He felt carrying it was akin to cheating. Ron interjected, a hint of trepidation in his tone as he patted his chest. Fortunately, as Hermione said, had you revealed it before so many people, I shudder to think of what you would have faced next. Jiang Lingmu could somewhat grasp the notion of a single blow bringing about total devastation. In both the realms of the arcane and the path of longevity, there exist forbidden arts. Clandestine learning is one matter, but openly proclaiming one's mastery of such arts would render one a pariah. So, what shall we do moving forward? Harry once again hung the small red pouch around his neck, his complexion still pale and unappealing. What shall we do? Have you forgotten our plan? Hermione's voice suddenly rose in pitch. We are, of course, proceeding according to plan. The Polyjuice Potion, to extract the truth from Malfoy. As long as we uncover the true culprit behind the Chamber of Secrets, there's nothing to fear, even if your ability to speak Parseltongue is revealed. Lingmu is correct. Possessing a unique skill that others lack is certainly not a disadvantage. Harry had never felt more reassured by Hermione's stubborn and resolute demeanor than he did at this moment. With only 3 days until Christmas, all the students had finished their classes, and Jiang Lingmu was finally about to take her advanced placement exam. Hermione appeared even more anxious than she did, having even set aside the Polyjuice Potion she had painstakingly brewed. As she pulled Harry and Ron along to escort Jiang Lingmu to the examination venue, the staff lounge. This was a narrow, rectangular room filled with an array of slightly worn chairs, where all the professors for the first years were gathered, seated and engaged in conversation. Even Dumbledore was present. Seated in a grand armchair, his expression less than favorable, which Jiang Lingmu suspected was due to Gilderoy Lockhart's incessant attempts to engage him in conversation. Hermione, Harry, and Ron cast a glance into the lounge, their faces reflecting a shared concern. While accompanying Jiang Lingmu for her preparations had been manageable, now, witnessing the gravity of the situation and contemplating Jiang Lingmu's upcoming examinations under the watchful eyes of all the professors was daunting. Merlin, help us, Ron muttered. Hermione wished to offer Jiang Lingmu encouragement, but she herself was more tense than Jiang Lingmu. We'll be waiting for you outside, Lingmu. Harry's voice was dry. Good luck. 17. Chapter 112, The Advanced Placement Exam. Once the door to the lounge closed, Jiang Lingmu greeted the professors with a bright smile. Professor McGonagall instructed her to take a seat at a desk already laden with several examination papers and quills. Without rearranging the order of the papers, Jiang Lingmu sat down and immediately began to write. A smile finally broke across Dumbledore's face as he gestured for Lockhart to be silent, and the lounge fell into a hushed stillness. The examination papers prepared by the professors adhered closely to the key points Hermione had outlined. The astronomy exam, originally scheduled for the evening, was simplified due to the cold weather. The considerate Professor Sinistra provided 2 blank star charts for Jiang Lingmu to fill in with the names of all the stars. The trio had been particularly worried about the defense against the dark arts exam, but it unfolded as Jiang Lingmu had anticipated. Perhaps Lockhart truly lacked the capability to create a proper exam, or perhaps he was too intimidated to risk his own failure in front of so many professors. The questions on the paper were lifted directly from the previous year's content. He merely shuffled the order and removed 2 questions from last year, stubbornly adding 2 questions of his own design, which Jiang Lingmu promptly skipped. Jiang Lingmu did not dawdle, completing the written portion of the exam swiftly. Next came the practical exams for transfiguration, potions, and herbology. Jiang Lingmu adeptly and efficiently repotted the magical plants prepared by Professor Sprout, and, at Professor Flitwick's request, made a candlestick walk across the edge of the table with a series of small hops, transforming the mouse that Professor McGonagall had prepared into a crystal goblet. She created a vessel adorned with exquisite diamond facets and a rim of golden decoration, giving it an air of significant value. Professor McGonagall beamed at her with an approving smile. The subsequent potions exam was even simpler, requiring the same forgetfulness potion as the previous year. And Jiang Lingmu executed it flawlessly. The professors graded the papers, and Dumbledore approached Jiang Lingmu. I believe you are destined to achieve all OS outstanding. I wouldn't dare to presume so, Headmaster, Jiang Lingmu replied, glancing at Lockhart, who was facing away from the professors as he graded. Perhaps some professors place more importance on overall performance? Oh, all the professors are quite forgiving and kind, Dumbledore remarked, winking at her with his bright blue eyes. Jiang Lingmu understood. It seemed he had already prepared for Lockhart's shortcomings in advance. Minutes later, the results were announced. Aside from an E, exceeds expectations, in defense against the dark arts, she achieved OS in all other subjects, including history of magic. As Professor Flitwick and Professor McGonagall congratulated Jiang Lingmu, Lockhart cast her a cold glance from a vantage point only she could see before being the first to exit the lounge. Jiang Lingmu paid him no mind, maintaining a harmless smile as she sweetly thanked the professors. Thank you, professors, for taking the time to accommodate me. I shall strive to catch up on all the material from the first half of second year. The professors beamed at her with fond smiles. 17. Why aren't you a Ravenclaw student? Professor Flitwick inquired. Professor Sprout shot him a disapproving look. What nonsense are you speaking? 17 should be one of our Hufflepuff students. Her passion lies with herbology. Professor McGonagall examined the exquisite glass goblet, utterly unfazed by its previous state as a filthy mouse. As she listened to the debate between the 2 other heads of houses, a victorious glimmer in her eyes. You have completely overcome your challenges. That is remarkable. Do continue to strive forward. I will, Professor McGonagall. Unlike Lockhart, Snape did not exit abruptly, yet he certainly did not engage in the light-hearted banter of the others. His expression remained cold as he scrutinized Jiang Lingmu's exam paper, intending to linger in the lounge for a while to have a private word with her. Ever since the incident with the basilisk, Jiang Lingmu had not sought him out, completely disregarding his confinement order, for the simple reason that he had neither offered assistance nor refrained from reporting her. One by one, the professors departed, leaving only Dumbledore steadfast. Snape shot Jiang Lingmu a meaningful glance, but she refused to acknowledge it. Goodbye, Headmaster, Professor Snape, she called as she pushed open the door to leave. Ah, Snape interjected. Dumbledore stroked his beard thoughtfully. I believe Potter and the others are still awaiting to celebrate some good news. As Jiang Lingmu stepped out, the smile on Dumbledore's face gradually faded. Severus, I trust the first-year students' papers should not require such protracted scrutiny on your part. It appears your relationship with 17 has softened considerably, has it not? Snape scoffed softly, placing the exam paper down. I do not share that opinion. What are you implying? Dumbledore straightened his back, leaning slightly forward, his hands resting on the armrests in a posture imbued with authority. Nothing of consequence. You have not reported on 17's situation in quite some time. Do you not have anything you wish to share with me, Severus? I believe she would prefer to engage with you directly, Headmaster Dumbledore. Snape emphasized the title pointedly. As you can see, I lack the means to provide her with what she desires. Dumbledore relaxed his posture, leaning back against his chair. Her first instinct upon encountering the basilisk was to seek you out. You cannot deny this, Severus. Indeed, a student who covets galleons should certainly take matters into her own hands after encountering a basilisk, wasting materials for an ideal price rather than consulting a professional. Snape retorted with a cold laugh. If you doubt my capability, I would ask that you assign this troublesome task to another. I am already swamped with unending classes, incessantly wasting materials and ink on assignments, all while keeping an eye on your Potter, And now you expect me to carefully observe a foreign little girl? Dumbledore remained silent for a few moments, unfazed by Snape's biting sarcasm, yet neither was he easily swayed by his words. She is formidable, perceptive, and exceptionally astute, as evidenced by the events of the past few days. My intention in urging you to keep a close eye on her was to prevent her from embarking on reckless adventures alone in the future. It is our duty, is it not? Snape offered no reply. He harbored grave doubts as to whether the basilisk incident truly constituted a peril for Jiang Lingmu. Perhaps Dumbledore had other plans. Or perhaps he remained oblivious to Jiang Lingmu's true capabilities. Regardless, Snape saw no danger in the entire affair. He merely perceived a reckless and frenzied avarice. In any case, regarding the basilisk and the Chamber of Secrets, I assure you, I am no more informed than you were mere minutes ago. Snape resolutely put an end to the conversation. How do you intend to handle the basilisk? And what are your plans for that diary? I believe I have conceived the most fitting arrangement. Dumbledore smiled and rose from his armchair. This Christmas, Harry may receive a rather special gift. Snape's expression momentarily darkened as he fixed Dumbledore with a disapproving glare. What trickery are you plotting now? You said we must protect that child, ensure he lives, rather than entangle him in some utterly senseless danger. Dumbledore merely turned away. I am quite certain that this will be beneficial for him. Some matters he must confront sooner rather than later in preparation for that day. Chapter 113, The Battle of Sugar-Candied Hawthorn. After completing the advanced placement exams, Jiang Lingmu successfully advanced to the second year, becoming classmates with Hermione. The atmosphere of Christmas grew increasingly festive. Aside from Professors Snape and McGonagall, the other instructors began discreetly easing academic burdens in their classes, canceling after-school assignments. This resulted in Jiang Lingmu gaining considerable leisure time to ponder what else she might pursue. Accompanied by the Weasley brothers, eager to earn some extra pocket money, she trudged through the thick snow to the garden, conjuring a bountiful harvest of oranges, hawthorns, strawberries, and grapes. The atmosphere in their secret little base was lively. Even Hermione joined in, as they washed the fruits, carefully peeled the oranges, and sliced open the plump, crimson hawthorns to extract the seeds. Jiang Lingmu primarily focused on crafting straw targets and preparing bamboo skewers. Utilizing transfiguration magic, she quickly produced a significant quantity of smooth, uniformly sized skewers. Indeed, after hearing Hermione mention that Christmas and the New Year coincide with the arrival of the holiday season in England, she resolved to capitalize on the opportunity to sell sugar-candied hawthorns, a treat suitable for all ages. Jiang Lingmu meticulously cleaned the bamboo skewers and instructed the others on how to assemble the treats. To facilitate transactions and bookkeeping, all varieties of sugar-candied hawthorns were uniformly priced at 2 silver sickles each, with 4 pieces of grapes, strawberries, or stuffed hawthorns per skewer, and 7 pieces of orange segments or regular hawthorns per skewer. Jiang Lingmu calculated that the cost of ingredients was virtually negligible. The fruits were homegrown, and the sugar was a stockpile derived from her own sugarcane cultivation within the sect. The straw targets and bamboo skewers required no expenditure whatsoever. The only costs incurred were labor and time. Fred, George, and Ron were the primary laborers, and wages would need to be paid. Hermione and Harry declined Jiang Lingmu's offer of payment, citing their intention merely to join in the fun, yet both threw themselves into the work with great enthusiasm. Shortly thereafter, 2 resounding pops echoed from the classroom door, and Fred wiped his hands before promptly rising to open it. Outside stood the house elves Winky and Dobby, accompanied by a massive catering trolley. 17. It's Winky and Dobby, Jiang Lingmu exclaimed, peeking out from beside Fred. Ah, Miss Jiang. The ingredients you requested are steamed and ready. We have brought them to you, Winky declared, pulling the trolley closer, which was laden with enormous, steaming bamboo steamers. Jiang Lingmu's eyes sparkled at the sight. In terms of labor, no one present, herself included, could rival the efficiency of the house elves. It was unfortunate that these elves were bound to serve the entire school, especially during the Christmas season. Jiang Lingmu felt immensely grateful for their assistance in watching over the pots of glutinous rice and red bean paste. Wow, thank you. Once I'm finished, I'll be sure to save some for you both. Dobby shyly covered his face with his hands, peering through his fingers at Jiang Lingmu, while Winky remained composed. He bowed to Jiang Lingmu, saying, "It is our honor to serve you, esteemed witch." Following the 2 pops, the house elves vanished, and Fred wheeled the trolley into the empty classroom, while Jiang Lingmu set up a large pot. Is this the stuffing for the sugar-candied hawthorn? Ron inquired, stepping forward to assist, lifting the lid of the topmost steamer to reveal fragrant, white glutinous rice. Yes, there's both white and black glutinous rice. We need to shape them into smooth balls using a water-dipped spoon, which we then place between halves of the hawthorn. Jiang Lingmu demonstrated, and the twins, being deft, quickly grasped the technique. Ron, albeit a bit clumsy, was earnest about making money. Although he worked slowly, his results were satisfactory. Noticing their progress, Jiang Lingmu ignited the stove to begin sautéing the red bean paste filling. To cater to her foreign classmates' palates, she thoughtfully reduced the amount of lard used in the bean paste, substituting it with butter and ensuring ample sugar was added. Once the final batch of sugar-candied hawthorn was assembled, Jiang Lingmu began to prepare the sugar coating. A considerable quantity of white sugar melted in the pot until it took on a faint caramel hue. Jiang Lingmu extinguished the flame and began dipping each skewer into the syrup, placing them on a tray borrowed from the kitchen that had been pre-greased with butter. The weather was sufficiently cold. After each tray was completed, Fred and George set it on the open windowsill, allowing the cold air to harden the sugar coating within minutes. Thus, before dinner, they collectively produced over 1,000 skewers. Fred and George each took a straw target brimming with treats and set off to sell them. While Jiang Lingmu had already scouted a prime location adjacent to the hall, with Ron assisting her in setting up the stall. Hermione and Harry remained behind at the little base, monitoring the polyjuice potion, and Jiang Lingmu left them a dozen skewers to enjoy at their leisure. As for Ron, Jiang Lingmu had always appreciated his talent for eating. She decided to let him indulge on-site while promoting their wares. A small space was cleared amid the snow-covered courtyard. Jiang Lingmu set up a fire pit, 2 stools, and a pair of large red rosewood floor lamps, properly positioned the straw target, hung the pre-made price tags on it, and then sat down with Ron to roast marshmallows while enjoying sugar-candied hawthorn. The stall was strategically placed so that no matter which corridors students traversed toward the castle hall, or from outside returning, they could easily spot the small sugar-candied hawthorn stall. Ron was unable to stop eating, while Jiang Lingmu wrapped the specially made 2-piece sugar-candied hawthorn boxes in oil paper. Once they sold out, she planned to distribute these among the professors. Perfect. Before long, their little stall attracted a large crowd of students, with Ron having practiced his pitch extensively, presenting it with clarity and enthusiasm. The sweet and sour fruits and the thin, crisp sugar coating quickly captivated students of all ages. Before long, the number of sugar-candied hawthorns on the target had diminished by nearly half, and Jiang Lingmu mused that children's money was indeed easy to earn, especially around the holidays when almost every student purchasing would not settle for just one skewer. With a spark of inspiration, she wrote on the price tag a full flavor package, featuring a total of 7 flavors with a buy 6 get 1 free offer. The inventory has rapidly diminished, with some students even repurchasing more than one set, intending to send them home as gifts. Jiang Lingmu, seizing the opportunity, adjusted the Christmas gift box reservations. For merely an additional 3 silver sickles on the basis of the buy 6 get 1 free offer, one could acquire elegantly crafted packaging. Reservations made now could be collected the next day at the same hour. Ron gaped in astonishment. In the meantime, Fred and George replenished the stock, pouring copious amounts of coins into Jiang Lingmu's pocket. Ron deftly assisted them by inserting candied hawthorns, and Fred, glancing at the set and gift box reservations, gave Jiang Lingmu a thumbs up. Brilliant. Why didn't I think of that? 17. Could you spare a piece of paper? Let's write these 2 down. Jiang Lingmu nodded and handed them parchment and a quill. The reservations shouldn't exceed 100. Ron and I have already received over 200 gift box orders. Any more, and we won't be able to fulfill them. Understood. Chapter 114. The Night Battle of Candied Hawthorns. It was only halfway through dinner that the group finally wrapped up their sales. Jiang Lingmu tossed the heavy pouch of coins into her ring and distributed a stack of prepared gift boxes to the faculty seated at the professor's table. The professors cheerfully accepted Jiang Lingmu's delightful little gifts, particularly Dumbledore, who seemed to radiate joy, his blue eyes almost shimmering with delight. Oh, I've heard about this, Dumbledore said with a smile, accepting a mini candied hawthorn and surveying the students holding them. Business seems to be thriving, doesn't it? Jiang Lingmu replied with a smile. Thanks to you, Mr. Headmaster. Perhaps I could reserve a few gift boxes from you. One must consider the older friends in one's life when pondering Christmas gifts. Dumbledore's remark awakened the professors, who eagerly placed their orders, resulting in dozens more gift boxes sold in an instant. Jiang Lingmu's smile became notably more genuine. So much so that she felt less irked by Snape's frosty demeanor, even if his attitude was excessively polite and distant. Professor Snape, this is for you. Snape paused momentarily, slowly extending his hand to receive the gift box. Thank you. He observed Jiang Lingmu's smile, which had noticeably faded, stirring within him a mix of annoyance and amusement. Truly, she held a grudge. No need to thank me, Professor. Jiang Lingmu tossed the remark over her shoulder as she continued to distribute gift boxes and record the professor's orders. Whether Snape wished to place an order or not, she wouldn't sell to him anyway. Fortunately, Gilderoy Lockhart had departed the school early to prepare for a live book signing event for Christmas, much to Jiang Lingmu's relief, as she didn't have to give him anything. The extra box was gifted to Filch. Despite the time that had passed, This eccentric and irritable senior cat enthusiast still had not emerged from the shadow of Mrs. Norris's attack. As a fellow cat lover who had never encountered trouble, Jiang Lingmu felt the need to offer him some comfort. She searched for him, but found no trace. So she decided to leave the gift box at his office door. As she passed through the familiar corridor on the 3rd floor, she spotted a dark, indistinct figure weeping outside the washroom of Myrtle. Jiang Lingmu felt there was no need to run back. "Mr. Filch, is that you?" A muffled, trembling whimper emerged from the shadows, soon followed by Filch's heavily nasally voice. "Who is it?" "It's me, sir, Jiang Lingmu." Jiang Lingmu drew her wand and softly uttered a Lumos spell, illuminating her face with a silvery glow. "Oh, at this hour. You should be in the Great Hall having dinner, not wandering about." Jiang Lingmu did not advance further. "Yes, I ate rather quickly. I prepared a few small gifts for the faculty. I'll leave them here. Mrs. Norris will recover." Jiang Lingmu extinguished the light from her wand, placed the 2 parcels down, and swiftly exited the corridor. She had thought that Filch had given up on Professor Sprout's mandrakes, which were thriving, and all he could do now was wait. He was mute. Even if he captured the true culprit, what could he accomplish? Jiang Lingmu shook her head and hurried back to the secret base to count the money. In the empty classroom, Harry and Hermione were enjoying the food Ron had packed from the long table. Upon seeing Jiang Lingmu enter, Ron's expression was one of pure excitement. 17, "You finally returned. This is the money Fred and George collected." Ron pointed to the bag on the floor. "They've gone out to buy wrapping paper. They'll be back soon." Jiang Lingmu nodded and waved her hand. "Let us start counting." Excluding the amount Fred and George took for the wrapping paper and the deposit for the gift boxes to be delivered tomorrow, Jiang Lingmu's stall earned a total of 123 galleons and 10 sickles that day. Once the accounts were settled, even Harry and Hermione were astonished. "All right, it's time for wages." Jiang Lingmu counted out 3 galleons and handed them to Ron. Fred and George, owing to an additional performance bonus, would each receive 7 galleons. Regrettably, they had too much change and no galleons to collect, just a small pile of silver sickles. She estimated she would earn quite a bit during this Christmas season. And the weekly sword-flying experience also brought in sickles. Although her ring could easily hold it all, she still needed to exchange for more whole coins. However, she wasn't particularly tied to the school. Flying to London to deposit money and then returning seemed a bit troublesome. Perhaps she could ask Snape for assistance? If he were willing to help, she could put the incident with the basilisk behind her. "Ron, have you saved enough for a new wand yet?" Ron played with the gleaming, hefty galleon, his smile stretching from ear to ear. "Of course. Thanks to you, 17. But I would like to earn a bit more pocket money. Can I continue to help?" "Absolutely. You are warmly welcomed." Jiang Lingmu perused the parchment where she recorded the orders. "Look at these orders. I think I need to sleep tonight. Are you willing to take the night shift? There will be overtime pay." "I'm willing. I love overtime." The joy of earning money completely overshadowed the fatigue of a long day, and Ron appeared exuberantly enthusiastic. The professors had placed 53 gift box orders, and Fred and George had just returned with 100 orders. Together, Jiang Lingmu and Ron received the highest number, totaling a remarkable 242. This was still the result of her deliberate control in the latter stages. In other words, not counting the sales to be made tomorrow, they would need to produce nearly 3,000 skewers of candied hawthorns just from the orders. And the remaining stock from today was virtually zero. Jiang Lingmu fell silent for a moment, realizing she should have paced herself. Was it too late to hire help now? After Harry and Hermione finished their dinner, they came over to take a look and were equally shocked. "My goodness, so much." Harry seemed to understand Ron's excitement now, as if he could envision countless galleons flowing towards him. "I think I'll stay to help, Lingmu. After all, I need to keep an eye on the polyjuice potion." Although Jiang Lingmu was tempted by the 2 extra workers, she firmly shook her head. "Unless you and Harry are willing to accept wages, I can't let you work for free, Hermione." Hermione hesitated for a moment before nodding. "I don't think I would refuse some pocket money. What should we do now?" "I can provide a few convenient spells for working, such as cleaning the strands off the oranges, which would greatly improve the efficiency of handling the fruit." Jiang Lingmu suddenly found clarity. Indeed, they were wizards. Why should they toil personally? Harry raised his hand. "Count me in, 17. Jiang Lingmu emptied a considerable stock of fruits from her storage ring and began delegating tasks. "I think I need to return to the vegetable garden." "No? This time you need not follow me. I have assistance." Inspired by Hermione, she decided it was time to unearth the 2 wintering tabby cats to lend a hand. By the time Jiang Lingmu returned to the small base with a plethora of fruits and a tabby cat that had been magically shrunk to the size of a basketball, Fred and George had already returned with a significant supply of wrapping paper. They had endured the cold on their way back, but fortunately, Jiang Lingmu had affixed several warming charms in the empty classroom and conjured a few fire pits with those charms. The twins had evidently heard about the overtime work scheduled for that evening, and as they counted a heap of silver sickles, Their excitement rivaled that of Ron's. Jiang Lingmu also conceived an excellent solution to the labor shortage: paper dolls. Chapter 115: High Standards and Strict Requirements. The group worked overtime until 1 in the morning. When Jiang Lingmu insisted they return to rest, she, however, remained awake throughout the night. With the assistance of the multi-armed tabby and 3 crude paper dolls, she barely completed the order before dawn. When the others returned from breakfast with packed meals, Jiang Lingmu had already begun to prepare gift boxes. She carefully wrapped the candied hawthorns in oiled paper, while 2 rather eerie-looking paper dolls swiftly folded sturdy boxes, placing them atop colorful Christmas wrapping paper and ribbons. Jiang Lingmu had mastered the folding spell. With a gentle flick of her wand, the wrapping paper folded itself, and the ribbon was tied neatly. Scattered around the table were numerous dried flowers, and the last paper doll was responsible for inserting these floral decorations into the ribbons. Surrounded by a mountain of fully packaged gift boxes, I can hardly believe it. As soon as Fred entered, he was completely captivated by the paper dolls, not in the least frightened by them. How do they manage to move? 17. George's gaze lingered on the numerous, already packaged gift boxes. I think you might not even need extra labor, except for Fred and me. We could assist you in selling the goods. Don't be foolish, George. Jiang Lingmu finished packing the last gift box and couldn't suppress a yawn. While they had indeed increased their manpower, she still needed to exert effort to control and maintain it. She certainly couldn't do without their help. You haven't slept all night? Hermione remarked, pressing a cup of warmed milk into Jiang Lingmu's hands. You need to eat something and take a break. You're far too exhausted. Even in the pursuit of profit, one must have a plan. Jiang Lingmu nodded in agreement. Now she had a new topic to explore: how to mix formations and magic to safeguard her farmland while minimizing costs and conserving her energy, thus increasing available labor. She instinctively believed that alchemy could be a promising breakthrough, but, damn it, why had Hogwarts ceased teaching alchemy? Our first class is defense against the dark arts. With Lockhart absent, you could take a short nap while Harry, Ron, and I continue working. We have plenty of time before we begin selling in the afternoon. Hermione fixed her gaze on Jiang Lingmu as she finished the entire cup of warm milk, unyieldingly laying out the plan for the next steps. Jiang Lingmu obediently acquiesced, preparing to return to her dormitory for a hot shower and a moment of meditation to regain her energy. By the time she returned to the secret base, brimming with vitality, the preparations were nearly complete. Everyone had been trained into proficient workers, and their efficiency was remarkable. At the end of the school day, the fixed stalls in the courtyard opened punctually for business. Thanks to the groundwork laid yesterday, Fred and George no longer needed to lug around straw dummies. Distributing gift boxes and collecting payments occupied most of their attention, and the cacophony of voices dispelled the chill in the courtyard. Even the heavy snowfall could not extinguish the students' enthusiasm for shopping. Amid the bustle, Fred sighed. If only we could set up our stall in Hogsmeade. Jiang Lingmu's eyes sparkled, but she quickly regained her composure. I don't think that would be feasible, at least not this year. After all, this was a spur-of-the-moment decision, and we lack sufficient manpower. Jiang Lingmu gazed at the bright red candied hawthorns, feeling an utter lack of desire to produce more. Yet, she clearly underestimated the twins' fervor for earning money. How about this? We've thought of a few proposals you might consider. First, selling it ourselves would consume too much time and energy. We could directly sell to the Honeydukes, and we would only be responsible for production. Second, if possible, George and I would like to buy ingredients from you, such as fruits and other raw materials, and we'll handle the selling ourselves. Third, we could promote it to Honeydukes, providing them with the production methods, so they purchase fruits directly from you. Jiang Lingmu pondered seriously. I think none of these options would work. Whether it's the first or the third, if we are to collaborate with an established store outside school, a stable supply of goods is fundamental, and we simply cannot meet that requirement. Rapid plant growth has its limits, especially for perennial plants like hawthorn and orange trees. Frequently using spells on them is detrimental. This is already their limit. The next batch of oranges and hawthorns will require at least a month of recovery. Thus, we've nearly exhausted our fruit supply today, and tomorrow we will likely have only a few hundred skewers left, which I can entrust to you and George to sell. In summary, while making a little quick money is feasible now, it is not a suitable long-term strategy. After all, I intend to run a farm, and I cannot afford to collaborate carelessly before ensuring stable production. One misstep could jeopardize my future reputation. The twins were unconcerned with such matters since they did not plan to pursue this line of work. They merely sought to earn some extra galleons by working for her. As for the second option, I also do not recommend it. Though you may not place great importance on studying and exams, you are still students. As far as I know, you will be taking your OWL exams next year. Is it truly worth sacrificing your studies for a small sum of money? After speaking, Jiang Lingmu fixed her bright eyes on Fred. Even if not for the exams, education remains crucial, does it not? Many of your small projects are grounded in the knowledge of magic you have acquired. As I understand it, invention and creation require a robust reservoir of knowledge. In matters of learning, one must not be careless. High standards and strict requirements are essential. Fred found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Confronted by Jiang Lingmu's bright and clear eyes, he had merely intended to earn a few extra galleons, but unexpectedly received a lecture on the importance of education, which he found surprisingly reasonable. Just then, another batch of students flooded in after class, and Fred turned to check yesterday's reservation list. He had previously found it tedious when his mother and Percy discussed it. What? George had just crossed off a skewer from the order list, and hadn't quite caught what Fred was saying. Nothing. I just think we ought to focus on our studies. What? It wasn't until after dinner that all the gift boxes and retail stock were finally sold out. Fred's voice had grown hoarse from repeatedly delivering the harsh news to every student eager to purchase candied hawthorns. Stock is limited. Tomorrow on Christmas Eve is the final day. After tidying up the stall, the group hurried back to the secret base. Hermione hurried towards her cauldron, and it is worth noting that Fred and George, having come to lend a hand, were also privy to the trio's scheme. True to their nature of reveling in chaos, they eagerly chose to join in. Fortunately, the potion's quantity was ample enough to accommodate their share, and Hermione assigned them a task, to inquire about which Slytherin students remained at the school and to devise a method to procure the hairs of those who were closely associated with Malfoy. While they deliberated over these plans, Jiang Lingmu remained silent nearby, smiling enigmatically. The plan was destined to falter. Malfoy had no connection to the Chamber of Secrets. And more importantly, the threat posed by the chamber had already been neutralized by her. Chapter 116, 1650 galleons. Galleons and a plethora of silver sickles nearly overflowed the low table, as everyone joined in the joyous task of counting money. Jiang Lingmu produced her small abacus, the beads clicking melodiously as she manipulated them. The earnings of the day exceeded 3 times that of the previous day. Upon her announcement, the empty classroom erupted in ecstatic screams. Come, come, let us distribute the wages. After that, we shall feast on hot pot. The classroom was filled with even more fervent shouts. This time, even Hermione and Harry received a small pouch of silver sickles. Harry shook the coins in his pocket, the sound resonating delightfully in his ears. He felt a twinge of danger, fearing he might succumb to the money-making obsession that plagued 17 and the Weasley twins. Nevertheless, no one could resist the allure of hot pot, especially Fred and Hermione, whose palates had evolved to relish spicy pots alongside Jiang Lingmu. The revelry continued until the midnight bell tolled. Jiang Lingmu, utilizing the household magic she had gleaned from newspapers, effortlessly cleaned up the remnants of the hot pot. After ensuring everyone returned safely, she ventured downstairs alone to Snape's office. A few weeks prior, Snape, weary of weekly deliveries of heavy coins, had opened an account for her at Gringotts, specifically for the profits from her exclusive potion sales. She meticulously preserved every letter from Gringotts, and her account had amassed over 600 galleons. In addition, she possessed even more funds from selling osmanthus oil. The earnings from her first few weeks of potion sales, the proceeds from the Flying Experience project, and the money earned from her recent candied hawthorn stall. The total amounted to a staggering 1,700 galleons, most of which were in silver sickles. Having earned over 2,300 galleons in less than 4 months abroad, converting that to Chinese currency approached nearly 140,000. Jiang Lingmu felt somewhat inflated with pride. The opportunities abroad were abundant. She was indeed formidable. Yet, she pondered the real estate prices in the magical world. Considering a desolate plot of land, surely, with Dumbledore's influence, acquiring it would pose no issue. As she mentally calculated her finances and small plans, she found herself at the door of Snape's office. Raising her hand, she knocked softly. Before she could strike a second time, the arched door creaked open. Enter. Jiang Lingmu pushed the door and stepped inside. The office remained unchanged, with Snape seated behind his desk, impeccably attired, seemingly engrossed in grading papers. A pungent aroma wafted in with her entrance, prompting Snape to furrow his brow, though he remained silent. What is it? Nothing much, Professor. I'd like to request a small favor from you, she replied, tossing a hefty bag of urea fertilizer onto the floor. The weight of the bag producing a dull thud. Snape glanced at the unfamiliar Chinese characters on the bag, noting its coarse texture. I would like to ask you to make a trip to Gringotts to deposit this money, 1,650 galleons. I've kept over 60 galleons for emergencies. If you're willing to make the trip, we can consider the previous informant matter settled. Upon hearing the amount, Snape visibly paused, clearly taken aback by the unexpected profitability of her small ventures involving flying and snack sales. The sum was nearly equivalent to his annual salary as a professor at Hogwarts. Professor? Jiang Lingmu prompted when he remained unresponsive. Could you give me a definitive answer instead of staring into space? You may go back. Jiang Lingmu's eyes sparkled. She recognized this as an agreement. Thus, she audaciously took a seat opposite Snape's desk, eyeing the assorted parchments filled with varying handwriting. The first-year papers proved to be the most challenging to grade, as the children were young and often made numerous spelling and grammatical errors, all of which required the professor's meticulous correction. Diverting her gaze from the disheartening papers, she inquired, "What do you think, given my current rate of earning? When might I be able to acquire that piece of land?" As a member of the inner circle, Snape should have insight into property values. He lifted his eyelids coldly. "Regarding her, if Dumbledore is willing to act as your guarantor, you could easily obtain it through a loan and repay it gradually." Jiang Lingmu's eyes lit up. "Of course. Who said she must pay in full? A loan would suffice. Could she then apply to establish an agricultural company?" She had previously consulted Professor Sprout regarding similar queries, and it appeared that the main obstacle was her status as a foreigner. Other matters regarding the introduction of crop varieties seemed manageable. The management of invasive species was a serious issue in the Muggle world, a fact she noted during her customs experience months ago, but this was the magical realm, where such regulations did not exist. Jiang Lingmu beamed, her spirits soaring. "By the way, Professor, how is your progress? Any new developments?" At this, Snape paused his grading with the quill. "I am attempting to construct the cycle, but progress is slow." Jiang Lingmu extended her hand. "May I see?" Snape extended his right hand, palm facing upward on the desk. Jiang Lingmu placed her hand atop his, her fingers slipping through his complex, taut cuff, gripping his wrist. Snape frowned slightly, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Perhaps he should consider donning less constrictive attire in the future, he mused. Another moment of familiar weightlessness passed, and by the time he regained his composure, Jiang Lingmu had withdrawn her hand. She furrowed her brow, gazing at him with an expression of hesitation. "Professor, how shall I put this? You seem a bit too tense and serious. You must understand, what you are constructing is entirely your own. Aside from my occasional guidance, no one else will see it. You need not concern yourself with its appearance or feel compelled to replicate mine. Do you understand what I mean? It belongs to you. It serves only you. As long as the general position, essentially where the soul resides, is correct, it need not be so rigidly defined. Can you grasp the sense of freedom? It should be spontaneous, unrestrained." Snape lowered his gaze to adjust the wrinkled cuff that Jiang Lingmu had crumpled. Listening to her string of words that bore no relevance to him, his mind filled with cold derision. "Professor, in your youth, well, you're not old now either. What I mean is, during your time at Hogwarts, did you never indulge and play freely, without restraint? Not even once. Recall that feeling and allow your imagination to flourish." Severus's response was but a mere 2 words, no. In the recesses of his mind, he was reluctant to recall his childhood and adolescence, for the experiences spoken of by Jiang Lingmu were foreign to him. Chapter 117, The Alchemical Remedial Plan. The conundrum now lay with Jiang Lingmu. She narrowed her eyes. Gazing intently at Severus, the two engaged in a silent standoff. A minute passed before she abandoned this futile endeavor. Severus possessed a formidable mental occlusion technique. He could effortlessly conceal his emotions, presenting only a hollow facade, rendering her observations utterly ineffectual. "Very well, I shall ponder the dismal weather upon my return." A small scheme began to form in Jiang Lingmu's mind. "Good night, Professor." "Wait, is there something else, Professor?" Severus dipped his quill into the inkwell. "If memory serves, shouldn't there be answers regarding those matters temporarily shrouded in secrecy?" Temporarily shrouded matters? Jiang Lingmu contemplated. Recalling indeed there were such things, like the origin of acromantula venom and the uses of African tree snake skin. Not yet, but answers will soon be forthcoming. You need only exercise patience. Disclosing the origin of the acromantula venom to Severus was inconsequential, yet the uses of the African tree snake skin involved Hermione and the others. And Jiang Lingmu was reluctant to be the informant. Severus was evidently displeased with her response. However, Jiang Lingmu was adept at confronting inquiries. The best approach was not to answer or fabricate lies, but rather to pose a question to which the other party could not respond. "By the way, Professor, how have you been managing the basilisk? What plans does Professor Dumbledore have regarding Tom Riddle's diary? As the first to handle it, and half the basilisk's master, I believe I am entitled to know the subsequent developments, am I not?" A faint, victorious smile crept across Severus's face. "Temporarily shrouded," Jiang Lingmu replied. "All right, fine, hee. With her objective achieved, she briskly exited Severus's office. The business on the last day before Christmas was rather lackluster compared to the previous 2 days. A heavy snowfall had blanketed the grounds overnight, causing even the ever-enthusiastic Ron to be absent from work, his arms too fatigued from labor to lift. The polyjuice potion would be ready in about 4 days. Hermione was at the secret base, supervising the cauldron while ensuring Harry and Ron completed their assignments. Only Fred and George accompanied Jiang Lingmu at the stall. She erected several screens around the booth to shield against the biting wind. igniting a warm fire pit that contained not only charms, but also some sturdy logs and a few sweet potatoes she had filched from the common room. A considerable number of students had departed on the Hogwarts Express that morning, leaving only a few brave souls braving the cold to purchase candied hawthorns from the courtyard. After a long while at the stall, the last straw target was still filled to the brim. The surroundings were eerily silent, save for the crackling of the wood in the fire pit, and Jiang Lingmu glanced at the twins huddled together on a chair, garbed in layers, finding it somewhat amusing. You needn't feel obligated to keep me company for such a trivial amount. Today's supply of candied hawthorns is scarce. Even if sold out, the earnings would be minimal. And I feel a twinge of guilt. We aren't merely enduring the cold for profit. Fred grinned at Jiang Lingmu. We all have matters to attend to. And someone ought to keep you company, right? George nodded in agreement. Otherwise, it would be dreadfully dull, wouldn't it? Jiang Lingmu blinked, suddenly recalling something. Isn't your family quite proficient in alchemy? I noticed Ron knows a bit about it. Given your penchant for invention, you must be even more skilled, no? Fred and George exchanged glances, neither denying it. George lowered his voice. Oh, our dad loves to tinker and invent little gadgets. I believe you've seen our family car. We do have a few old alchemical books at home. Why do you ask? Jiang Lingmu's eyes sparkled with unexpected excitement. To her surprise, casual conversation had led to the revelation of true expertise. Oh, it's nothing really. I'm quite interested in alchemy myself. Would you be willing to teach me? I've borrowed quite a few introductory books from the library, but I'm still a bit lost. Consider it a tutoring session. I can pay you for your time, 1 galleon for half an hour. What do you say? Fred promptly declined. You can ask us anything whenever you want. We wouldn't dream of charging you. Jiang Lingmu shook her head, sighing. Then I suppose I shall have to seek guidance elsewhere. George's eyes widened in confusion, clearly not following Jiang Lingmu's line of reasoning. Why? We are friends. We would be more than happy to help you. Jiang Lingmu's expression turned serious. As a merchant, it is unprofessional to conflate friendship with monetary matters. It contradicts my principles. I do not wish to waste your time without compensation. I believe charging for tutoring would be beneficial for both parties. Her overly earnest demeanor successfully drew the twins into a quandary. Fred scratched the back of his head, only managing to rub his thick wool gloves against his beanie. All right then, how about 10 sickles an hour? Don't be too quick to argue, Jiang. Our knowledge is far less extensive than you might presume. Jiang Lingmu promptly agreed. Deal? 10 sickles for half an hour. It's settled. With that, she drew her wand, casting a levitation charm on the fire pit to unearth the sweet potatoes buried beneath the logs. Try these. They're quite sweet, but be cautious. They're hot. Fred and George, whether genuinely distracted by the roasted sweet potatoes or simply too lazy to convince Jiang Lingmu otherwise, each held a hefty sweet potato, tossing it between their hands. Jiang Lingmu rummaged through her spatial ring, retrieving a handful of plump chestnuts, carving a small slit before tossing them into the flames. Would you care for some roasted corn? A bit of butter would enhance the flavor, and adding some soy sauce wouldn't hurt either. She set up a round iron grate over the flames, placing 3 unpeeled corn cobs alongside a few dried red dates, longan, and a small piece of peeled ginger. She also pulled out a ceramic teapot, preparing to brew some hot tea. Watching Jiang Lingmu's creative culinary endeavors, Fred and George couldn't help but marvel once more. George remarked, Little Ron is going to regret missing out. Fred wore a mischievous grin. Not to worry, we'll indulge ourselves and then describe every detail to him. Jiang Lingmu paused mid-pour, contemplating. Was this what they called brotherly affection, harmonious sibling bonds? Her senior peers were significantly older, with legitimate mentors, and they merely doted on her without boundaries or principles, leaving her bereft of the opportunity to experience the delightful mischief of sibling camaraderie. How regrettable. Today was yet another day of longing for her older brother. The crisp crunch of footsteps in the snow echoed as 3 figures emerged from the castle's corridor, heading straight for the candied hawthorn stall. The smiles faded from Fred and George's faces as Jiang Lingmu turned to see who approached. It was none other than the formidable trio of Malfoy, flanked by his 2 burly companions, striding toward them with an air of menace. Chapter 118. The Distinguished Master Malfoy. Oh, this is the most insufferable guest I have ever encountered, Fred remarked, his distaste unmistakable. Jiang Lingmu offered a faint smile. Do not be so brusque, Fred. After all, a guest is a guest. It seems that you possess a modicum of talent in these trifles, do you not? Malfoy approached, his gaze flitting across the screen, the chair, and the brazier. Evidently, as the scion of the Malfoy family, he had retained a basic level of discernment. Unable to find fault elsewhere, he cut straight to the chase. Jiang Lingmu, maintaining her composure, inquired, Would you care to sample? Was the strawberry from last time not to your liking? Malfoy's face, seemingly born with an air of disdain and arrogance, contorted slightly. Ah, thank you for the reminder. Following our last encounter, my father specifically wrote to me, urging me to be vigilant against consuming anything unsavory outside. Jiang Lingmu parted her lips, but ultimately refrained from speaking. It was best to hold her tongue. Her words might chase away a patron of considerable means, which would be detrimental to her fortunes. So what brings you here? Has the Slytherin common room grown too chilly for your liking? Fred and George stepped forward, blocking Jiang Lingmu's path. Take your charming little entourage and skedaddle. Malfoy, unable to glare at Jiang Lingmu, scrutinized the Weasley twins up and down, emitting a loud, derisive snicker. He elongated his tone mockingly. Entourage? That clever little schemer behind Lingmu has surely made a pretty penny, hasn't he? Is this your first encounter with a galleon? Did your family nearly faint with excitement? You. Without hesitation, Fred charged forward. Jiang Lingmu did not intervene. He shoved Malfoy into the snow, and the two began to tumble. Meanwhile, Malfoy's lackeys, Crabbe and Goyle, stared with rapt attention at the candied hawthorn on the straw target, clearly more enamored with the treat than with their master. Crabbe, Goyle, are you two utterly daft? Only then did they snap out of their reverie and stride towards the scene. Jiang Lingmu, quick on her feet, teamed up with George to pull Fred back. With no target left, Crabbe and Goyle could only assist Malfoy to his feet. Unbeknownst to them, Fred had become a veritable snowman. His fur-lined collar torn askew and snow stuffed down his neck. You'll pay for this, Malfoy gasped, shivering violently, casting a venomous glare at Jiang Lingmu as he kicked the straw target over in passing. Jiang Lingmu did not stop him. She watched as the target and its sugary adornments toppled into the snow. She advanced, seizing Malfoy's scarf and yanking him back forcefully. You've sullied my belongings. You must purchase them all. Let go of me. Who would want your rubbish? Jiang Lingmu tightened her grip on the scarf, her dark pupils fixed intently on Malfoy. Compensate me, or endure the consequences first, then pay. Choose wisely. Malfoy, taken aback by her boldness, stared at her for a moment, feeling the scarf constricting around his neck before he finally responded. How much? Jiang Lingmu loosened her grip just slightly, akin to holding onto an errant pup. She swiftly counted the candied hawthorns. There are 108 in total, rounding up, let us say 110. At 5 sickles each, that totals 550 sickles, which is 32 galleons and 6 sickles. To be generous, let us make it 33 galleons. Since you've damaged my goods. She pointed to the snow on the straw target, add 10 galleons for that, making it 43 galleons. Hand over the money. You can either take the items or discard them. I am indifferent. Malfoy, likely unaccustomed to being billed in such a manner, stared blankly for a moment before his voice turned hoarse. How much did you say? Did you not hear me? I said 43 galleons. Malfoy protested. You sell them to others for only 2 sickles each. And you Haventi even factored in the buy 6 get 1 free offer. You mentioned that was a standard transaction. This is compensation. Can the two be compared? Jiang Lingmu retorted. If you wish to purchase in the future, speak courteously. A fair exchange is paramount. The cost of a loose tongue can be steep, wouldn't you agree? Now, hurry and produce the funds. Jiang Lingmu, resembling a bully teasing an innocent lad, switched her grip to his finely tailored collar, shaking him lightly. Malfoy appeared on the verge of fainting, perplexed as to why he, nearly equal in height to Jiang Lingmu, could not break free. Her grip was like a vice. He fumbled in his robe pocket for a coin pouch, his sharp visage flushed with embarrassment. I don't have that much. Jiang Lingmu showed no signs of relenting. What of your lackeys? Let them cover the difference. Ultimately, Jiang Lingmu rummaged through 3 coin pouches, extracting 42 galleons and 16 sickles before depositing the coins into her own pocket right before Malfoy's incredulous eyes. You still owe me 1 silver sickle. She raised a finger. Do remember to repay it later. How could the esteemed young Master Malfoy owe anyone? Malfoy huffed, panting like a pale bullfrog, unable to muster even a retort this time. Crabbe and Goyle, together, hoisted the now heavy straw target, and the trio made their way hastily back to the castle. Even Fred and George sensed something was amiss. Fred's features twisted in confusion. He can't be what I think he is, can he? George, brushing the snow off Fred, replied, I believe he is indeed what you suspect. Fred found the situation absurd. Can't he just come over like a normal person and buy it? Jiang Lingmu gleefully counted the galleons in her pocket. What does it matter? She remarked. Fools with money make for perfect customers. What is wrong with being a bit obstinate? If she has such wealth, she can afford to be. Is being a bit reckless such a crime? It only results in profit. Fred, lost in thought, shivered at the notion. He regarded Jiang Lingmu with utmost seriousness. 17. Keep your distance. I'm not jesting. All right. Jiang Lingmu neither agreed nor disagreed. The tea is overbrewing. Let us finish our food and return. Early closure. Only when Jiang Lingmu beheld the hall, lavishly adorned for the Christmas festivities, did she begin to feel the anticipation of the grand holiday. The hall, resplendently decorated, emanated an air of festivity and grandeur. More than a dozen Christmas trees, adorned with frost, stood proudly within. Their branches embellished with an array of colorful crackers and small gift boxes. Mistletoe and holly wreathed the ceilings and walls, interspersed with ribbons of red and green. Magical snowflakes danced throughout the hall, and as Jiang Lingmu reached out to catch a few, she realized they were not true snowflakes, for they did not melt. The number of students remaining in the castle was sparse, rendering the usually bustling for long tables somewhat vacant, yet this did not diminish their enthusiasm for the holiday. Jiang Lingmu peeled away the thick layer of frosting from her pumpkin pasty, pondering whether she would receive any Christmas gifts, though she had not prepared any special presents for anyone. Chapter 119, The Wall of Gifts. That night, Jiang Lingmu refrained from any nocturnal escapades or mischief, dutifully retiring to her dormitory for a restful slumber until dawn. The following morning, the dormitory came alive with its customary clamor, and Jiang Lingmu, feeling refreshed, gracefully drew back the curtains of her bed. To her astonishment, a vibrant wall of assorted gift boxes had formed beside her, a kaleidoscope of colors. "Hermione, are you there?" Jiang Lingmu exclaimed. From behind the wall of gift boxes, Hermione's voice emerged. "Lingmu, you're awake? I'm here. Just a moment, I'll help you." A flurry of activity ensued as Hermione diligently dismantled the towering wall of presents until it reached half her height, revealing Jiang Lingmu, who sat on her bed, momentarily stunned. Lingmu, Hermione, now dressed, looked at her with sparkling eyes. "Look, these are all Christmas gifts for you." Clad in a pristine white nightgown, Jiang Lingmu slid out of bed, her bare feet meeting the carpet. "All of these are for me. Is it really that extravagant? But I haven't prepared gifts for anyone else." Hermione extended her hand, and Jiang Lingmu took it, following Hermione's gentle pull over the makeshift wall of boxes. "Don't think too much about it, Lingmu. I took a peek, and many of these gifts are from the faculty. No one will hold it against you. You've already given plenty of gifts. It's only fair to give others a chance to reciprocate, don't you think?" Still feeling bewildered, Jiang Lingmu nodded as Hermione guided her to sit on a cushion, ready to unwrap her presents. Hermione promptly retrieved a gift box from behind her and placed it in Jiang Lingmu's hands. "This is from me, Lingmu. Hurry, open it." As Jiang Lingmu tore through the wrapping paper, she discovered a complete outfit: a white shirt, a brown plaid skirt, a pair of knee-high socks, and charming little shoes, thoughtfully accompanied by a bow tie in the same color scheme as the skirt. The clothes had been freshly laundered, exuding a delicate fragrance of detergent. Jiang Lingmu's eyes sparkled with delight. "New clothes. Thank you, Hermione. I absolutely love them." Her storage ring contained numerous garments, the majority crafted by her senior brothers and sisters, with a few pieces she had learned to make while accompanying them. However, all were traditional Chinese styles, with the trendiest being a Qing-style jacket and skirt made by her 13th sister. She found those cumbersome and impractical for work, often opting for various short robes instead. She had never possessed Western-style garments such as shirts or dresses, and despite her studies in England, she had only purchased the required Hogwarts robes. If it weren't for Hermione's thoughtful gift today, she wouldn't have considered acquiring any Western attire for herself. "Can I wear this? I'll change right away." Hermione blushed slightly. "Of course. I'm so glad you like it." Jiang Lingmu hurriedly dashed into the washroom, clutching her new clothes, and re-emerged 2 minutes later, radiantly transformed. "How do I look? Is it pretty? Does it seem odd?" She twirled around, slightly unaccustomed to the exposure of her legs. But the fact that this gift was from Hermione made it entirely surmountable. Hermione enthusiastically cheered. "You look wonderful. Absolutely stunning, not strange at all, and so adorable." Jiang Lingmu struck a pose in front of the mirror, admiring herself until Hermione pulled her back to the mountain of gifts. As Hermione had rightly noted, every staff member at the school had bestowed gifts upon her. Even Filch had sent her a large bag of honeydew sweets. Professor McGonagall gifted her a collection of advanced books on transfiguration, most of which were used, annotated with meticulous notes in McGonagall's handwriting. Upon opening Professor Sprout's gift box, she found several thick letters and a long roll of handwritten parchment notes. Jiang Lingmu opened one of the letters to discover a plethora of business advice from a predecessor at the wizarding farm. The parchment scroll was even more valuable, containing numerous spells curated by Professor Sprout that could be applied to the cultivation of magical herbs, including those that could influence growth and mutation. Jiang Lingmu felt that Professor Sprout's gift was undoubtedly the most precious among the pile of Christmas offerings. She carefully placed the books and notes on her bed before continuing to unwrap another gift. Professor Flitwick had also sent her books, perhaps having heard of her performance at Lockhart's dueling club, as he gifted her a collection of books and notes related to dueling. It was evident that he had a genuine passion for the art of dueling. Jiang Lingmu flipped through the notes. The first entry detailing a duel from over 20 years ago, which Professor Flitwick had observed in its entirety, meticulously analyzing the thrilling exchanges between the wizards and their assistants. as well as the spells employed. What a treasure! Jiang Lingmu exclaimed, carefully setting it aside on her bed. Professor Sinistra gifted her a beautifully crafted three-dimensional model of the solar system, while Hagrid presented her with a thick, snowy blanket imbued with magical warmth. Along with a large bag of homemade cream fudge, Jiang Lingmu turned the blanket over in her hands, unable to discern its material, before folding it neatly onto her bed. The Weasley twins sent her a vast assortment of unwrapped candies, and recalling their mischievous nature, Jiang Lingmu decided it was best to avoid them. Ron's gift was an oversized box of super bubblegum, promising to produce bluebell-flavored bubbles that would linger in a room for days, which Jiang Lingmu found delightful. Harry gifted her the latest complete set of household magic books, while Ginny presented her with a handwritten book list, also related to household magic. Establishing a unique understanding between them, Harry's books comprised a third of Ginny's list. Hermione then opened a large, soft package. Oh, it's from Mrs. Weasley, Ron's mother. Look. Jiang Lingmu took it and discovered a thick scarf and a pair of knitted fingerless gloves made from soft gray wool, cozy to the touch. Nestled within the scarf was a card in which Mrs. Weasley expressed her gratitude for the job opportunities Jiang Lingmu had provided to the twins and for her care of Ginny, hoping they hadn't caused her too much trouble, and finally welcoming her to visit the burrow. Jiang Lingmu admired the intricate patterns woven into the scarf and gloves, enchanted by Mrs. Weasley's mastery of knitting. She resolved to write to her for guidance. Lavender gifted her a pair of light blue hair ties adorned with bows, while Parvati presented her with a small box of sandalwood powder. Jiang Lingmu promptly asked Hermione to style her hair into 2 low ponytails, securing them with the bow ties. Dumbledore also sent her a complete set of introductory books on alchemy, the content far more detailed and comprehensible than those she had borrowed from the library. The last gift she unwrapped was from Neville, an entire box filled with various magical herb seeds. The paper box was thoughtfully divided into 12 compartments, each containing a carefully sealed brown paper bag, each labeled with the name of the herb. Jiang Lingmu smiled knowingly, tucking the box away into her storage ring. As she reached the end of her unwrapping, Jiang Lingmu noted the conspicuous absence of a gift from Snape. While she hadn't expected him to bestow any Christmas gift upon her, the lack of a gift from him stood out starkly after receiving so many from others with whom she had developed a rapport since arriving at Hogwarts. After all, they were all part of the same community. Such behavior seemed rather inappropriate. However, this thought flickered fleetingly through her mind, as she had not prepared any gifts herself and thus brushed it aside, swept away by Hermione's invitations and the festive atmosphere surrounding her. Jiang Lingmu donned her cloak and secured the scarf and gloves gifted by Mrs. Weasley, preparing to descend the stairs with Hermione for breakfast, when a sudden tapping resonated from the window. Lingmu, an owl, had arrived. Was someone late in delivering a gift? Hermione opened the window, and in hopped an owl adorned with 2 prominent eyebrows. Skillfully, Hermione retrieved a handful of small, stone-like biscuits from her pocket. The lively bird indulged in the treats but offered no letter, instead fixating its amber gaze upon Jiang Lingmu. Is it looking for me? Jiang Lingmu stepped forward, and the owl nuzzled against her hand, lifting a leg bound with a letter. She took the envelope, and the owl let out a soft hoot before soaring back out the window. What is this? I have no idea, Jiang Lingmu replied, opening the weighty envelope to reveal a Gringotts deposit slip, a vault key, and a small piece of parchment. The note read, "Come to the basement office after the dinner." Signed, SS. Hermione's eyes widened in astonishment. Lingmu? Is this a key to Gringotts' vault? She lowered her voice, glancing around cautiously despite being alone with Jiang Lingmu. How did you come by Severus Snape's vault key? Jiang Lingmu shot her a bemused look, questioning whether Hermione's mind had been muddled by Ron. Of course not. This is my own vault key. I asked Professor Snape to assist me in depositing some money at Gringotts a few days ago. You know how I tend to accumulate too much change. Receiving the vault key and deposit slip did not astonish Jiang Lingmu. Rather, it was Snape's note that piqued her curiosity. What could he possibly want after dinner? Did he have inquiries for her? Or was he intending to present her with a gift? Upon reflection, she dismissed the latter possibility. Remote gift-giving was a luxury, let alone presenting a gift in person. Could Snape truly engage in such gestures? It would be more straightforward to simply stab him directly. Hermione appeared momentarily dazed. So, he really helped you deposit money? Yes. You seem to forget that I was selling potions for the professor. My Gringotts account was established on his behalf. Only when Jiang Lingmu pulled Hermione down to the common room did she regain her composure. Indeed, no one could refuse Lingmu. The common room buzzed with excitement, the Weasley family's red hair occupying nearly half the space. Fred and George were examining Harry's new sweater. Ron was seated, boasting about various candies, while Ginny sat quietly, observing the ruckus, and Percy was absent. Oh, look who has arrived. Fred was the first to spot Jiang Lingmu and Hermione, swaggering over with George. their eyes wide with exaggerated astonishment as they appraised Jiang Lingmu. "You've changed your outfit. This is clearly a masterpiece by Mom." George chimed in. "I bet unwrapping all those gifts is quite the endeavor." Hermione nodded, smiling. "Merry Christmas." "Indeed, it is quite the task." Lingmu's pile of gifts is even taller than the beds in the dormitory. As night fell, laughter and chatter filled the hall as everyone made their way to the dining hall. Despite the reduced number of students due to the holiday, the festive atmosphere remained undiminished. The long table overflowed with delectable dishes, and Jiang Lingmu spotted several that suited her palate. Dumbledore led everyone in singing a multitude of Christmas carols. Even Snape's expression appeared less rigid during the festivities. Hagrid indulged in a drink of unfamiliar spirits, his voice growing increasingly boisterous. Malfoy continued his futile attempts at provocation. But no one paid him any mind. Jiang Lingmu, considering the 40-odd galleons at stake, found it hardly worth her while to retaliate. While the trio was entirely absorbed in the thrill of the impending revelation, Hermione, in particular, was ecstatic, as her polyjuice potion had finally transformed into the thick syrupy consistency described in the texts, beginning to emit wisps of dark gray smoke. She selected a less cloying raspberry pudding for Jiang Lingmu, whispering conspiratorially, "It's going smoothly. It should be ready by tomorrow or the day after. Are you all prepared?" Harry and Ron exchanged uneasy glances, their expressions growing increasingly pallid at the prospect of consuming a potion containing a part of Goyle and crab. Jiang Lingmu scooped up some pudding, withholding her opinion, and had no intention of intervening. After all, they were at school, and the basilisk had already been dealt with. The only risks involved were the potential loss of points or receiving a beating. Fred and George's participation alleviated her concerns for Hermione's safety, while the prospect of Harry and Ron merely receiving a thrashing seemed trivial. In short, it was far from a situation warranting excessive caution. After the dinner concluded, Hermione led Harry and Ron straight to Jiang Lingmu's secret base. Jiang Lingmu waited until all the Slytherins had vacated the hall before leisurely making her way to the basement office. On the stairs leading down, she could still hear the raucous celebrations of the Slytherin students, but as she turned into the potions classroom corridor, the sounds abruptly vanished. The dim light flickered against the stone walls, devoid of any festive decorations. The sudden silence felt as though she had stepped into an entirely different realm. Upon reaching the office door, she raised her hand to knock, only for the arched door to creak open slightly. "Come in, Professor." Stepping into the office, everything appeared unchanged. Snape remained seated behind his desk, which was perpetually cluttered with an unending array of papers from various grade levels awaiting his correction. Jiang Lingmu found herself inappropriately reminded of the adages from the old men who took turns caring for children at the gate. In a past life, one might have slaughtered pigs. In this life, one teaches. Indeed, there was a kernel of truth in that. "You summoned me. Is there something you need?" Snape lifted his gaze from a pile of parchment, gesturing towards a table opposite him laden with cauldrons. A knot of trepidation formed in Jiang Lingmu's stomach. Surely he wouldn't summon her to work on a holiday? Although such behavior was not entirely outside the realm of possibility for Snape. Following his finger's direction, she did not find any peculiar large buckets or cages beside the table. Instead, it was piled high with books. Stacks of various sizes formed 6 towering piles, each taller than her, with a scroll of parchment resting at the edge. Jiang Lingmu's eyes lit up. Could it be as she hoped? Chapter 121, The Weight of Knowledge. "Professor, are these all for me?" Jiang Lingmu unfurled the parchment scroll, and as she suspected, it was densely packed with a list of textbooks and supplementary reading for her studies across 27 grades. Flipping through the extensive list, the subsequent pages detailed an even longer and more comprehensive study plan, summarizing her expected knowledge for each subject at the conclusion of the current semester. For instance, in the summary for her current second-year first semester, it outlined various concepts she should master and apply proficiently. As the grades advanced, the content became increasingly detailed, even covering elective courses without any hint of negligence. It was worth noting that many of these subjects she might not even choose to pursue. Jiang Lingmu stared in disbelief, rapidly scanning the scroll, realizing it was longer than 2 of her. The entire document was penned in Snape's handwriting, reflecting on the terms of their agreement. She knew Snape was a diligent individual, but she had not anticipated he would be this thorough. Today, the illustrious crown of the most valuable gift she received successfully shifted from Professor Sprout's head to that of Snape. Goodness, what does this signify? It indicates that for the next 5 or 6 years, even if she were to attend not a single class, as long as she possesses these textbooks and the Hogwarts library remains open, she could effortlessly navigate the OWL examinations and subsequently ascend into the 6th-year advanced classes. "Professor." Jiang Lingmu was just about to utter some kind words when she was abruptly interrupted by Snape's voice, which was as cold and unyielding as ever. If only you could exhibit a modicum of foresight in your studies of magic. Rather than asking questions at every turn, I wouldn't have to exert myself so much. Are you merely observing? Put that away. Jiang Lingmu hastily and deftly stowed away the towering stacks of 6 books piled upon her desk into her enchanted ring. Just as she finished, before she could utter a word, a force propelled her out of Snape's office, staring at the familiar closed archway before her. She paused in silence for a moment, then suddenly had a thought and quickly dashed away. The door to the secret lair was forcefully pushed open by Jiang Lingmu, startling the trio guarding the polyjuice potion. Lingmu? What happened? They inquired, sensing her urgency as she rushed past the low table directly to the desk behind the screen. It's nothing. I just have a pressing matter to attend to. You all continue with your work, don't mind me. The 3 exchanged glances and resumed their tasks. Realizing her oversight, she hadn't anticipated that Snape would present her with such a grand gift. During this festive season, she ought to reciprocate in some manner, shouldn't she? After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Lingmu rummaged through her enchanted ring and retrieved the fresh, warm set of domestic magic books that Harry had gifted her. Extracting a volume titled Enchanting Your Dress. Perfect, a specialization in magical sewing. As she flipped through the pages, she also sifted through fabrics within her ring, already formulating a plan. Given that Snape now required practice attire, she would craft 2 sets of training garments, both practical and imbued with heartfelt sentiment, which should suffice as a token of appreciation. Taking into account Snape's usual attire, she selected navy and black fabrics. The book from Harry was exceptionally useful. The first 3 chapters were filled with various sewing-related spells, while the latter chapters delved into fashion analysis within the magical realm, subjects she had little use for and cared not about. With a flick of her wrist, her wand slid from the concealed pocket of her sleeve into her hand, and she deftly pointed at the fabric, murmuring the incantation. The material unfolded gracefully in midair. Oh, remarkable. It truly works wonders. She estimated the dimensions. After all, it was a loose fit, so it posed no significant issue. With magic aiding her, the cutting process was completed in under 2 minutes. Jiang Lingmu extracted needles and thread, first testing the stitching on a piece of scrap fabric before commencing the sewing. Several slender needles moved in unison, and Jiang Lingmu watched in astonishment as the fabric floated a foot high above the table, accompanied by the flurry of needles and threads. She adored magic. Was this not even more efficient than the sewing machine down the hill? The scrap material was cut into narrow strips, folded twice, and secured with needle and thread to form a slender, robust drawstring. After some thought, she decided against being too hasty. She added a cloud knot atop the ordinary fabric button. Considering Snape's apparent fondness for buttons, she crafted the training outfit without a sash or diagonal closure, opting instead for a symmetrical design adorned with a neat row of toggle buttons. Simply perfect. The simple wide-legged trousers were the first to be completed and cast aside. The button sewing process was more intricate, and Jiang Lingmu readied herself with her wand. The 2 rows of buttons and drawstrings were sewn with precision, and she adjusted the collar and cuffs with meticulous attention to detail. Once satisfied, she glanced down at the little dress she wore. Hermione had washed the garments before gifting them, and Jiang Lingmu, recalling the incident with perfume during her first class, refrained from overdoing it. Instead, she wrapped the neatly folded clothes in the leftover wrapping paper and ribbon from the candied hawthorn gift box. The entire process, from conception to finished product, took no more than an hour. She would still make it in time. Thus, Hermione and the others witnessed Jiang Lingmu darting out, cradling the packaged gift like a whirlwind. She swiftly returned to Snape's office, knocked on the door, placed the paper package down, and turned to leave. Must give the professor some dignity. The office door opened slightly, and Snape waited for several minutes, but no sound emerged from outside. What could that bothersome little giant be up to now? Only she would knock in such an uneven rhythm. Snape opened the archway, finding the corridor empty, save for a blue gift box lying outside. On the 3rd day of the Christmas holiday, Hermione's polyjuice potion reached completion, thick black smoke billowing from her cauldron. Fortunately, Jiang Lingmu had previously placed a cleaning charm in the empty classroom, absorbing the incessant smoke and maintaining the air quality to its usual high standard. Hermione promptly notified all involved in the plan. Fred and George's initiative was, as ever, astonishingly formidable. They not only discovered the location and password to the Slytherin basement, but also pilfered clothing from the laundry and acquired hair from all the target individuals. Harry and Ron took on the roles of Goyle and Crabbe, believing that Malfoy would not lie to 2 dim-witted hulks. The twins pinpointed a Slytherin player remaining at the school during the break. George and I thought about it. We can't both go, as there are too few staying over the holiday, Fred explained. Exactly. I plan to disguise myself as one person. One will follow you to uncover the truth, while the other distracts the real Slytherin to prevent you from being exposed. How does that sound? Hermione's eyes lit up. And without hesitation, she dismissed Harry and Ron, instead delving into meticulous discussions with the twins about the detailed plan. Meanwhile, Jiang Lingmu quietly sipped tea and read letters at the adjacent desk. Chapter 122, Polyjuice Potion. 2 weeks of holiday are neither too short nor too long, and Jiang Lingmu has neatly organized the various reference books she received during Christmas. First on her list were the letters and parchment notes regarding planting from Professor Sprout, which she must thoroughly comprehend before the snow days conclude, ensuring she does not delay her planting experiments and subsequent plans. Next was the 6-year study plan Snape had provided her, notably interspersed with transfiguration-related texts gifted by Professor McGonagall. Following that were the alchemical books from Dumbledore, which would require a solid foundation of knowledge to understand, thus making Snape's study plan a priority over alchemy. Lastly, there were the gifts from Harry and Ginny, which she had already tested through her clothing-making endeavors. The simple household magic was easy to grasp and could serve as delightful leisure reading. Now, her task was to respond to the letters left by the predecessors in farm management, carefully ensuring to include a fresh fruit basket as a gesture of goodwill. These were all favors from Professor Sprout, and since she was willing to assist, Jiang Lingmu could not afford to tarnish the professor's reputation. In the empty classroom, the right side was sneaky, while the left remained tranquil. As night descended, Hermione and the others began to execute their plan. They first proceeded to the Great Hall for dinner, then seamlessly left the table in groups, returning to the empty classroom to gather secretly for their transformation. Jiang Lingmu finally set down her quill and approached the cauldron. Her curiosity piqued as she observed Hermione meticulously portioning the dark, sludge-like potion into cups. Upon lifting her gaze, she encountered the unmistakable expressions of fear etched on Harry and Ron's faces. You must trust Hermione. The potion is entirely safe, exhibiting all characteristics precisely as described in that book. She was genuinely intrigued by the process of the potion's effect, especially since it had the potential to completely transform one individual into another. Fred and George, arms slung casually over each other's shoulders, bore mischievous grins upon their identical faces. Oh, we have no worries, they chimed in unison. However, Harry and Ron exchanged glances, their apprehension unmitigated. To be honest, Harry began, I have no doubt about Hermione's potion-making skills. It's just that Ron interjected, completing his friend's thought. We simply don't want to consume a part of Crabbe and Goyle. Who knows what they taste like? Just looking at this potion is already off-putting enough. Ron's remaining words were silenced by Hermione's steely gaze. Do you still wish to know the truth? She challenged, applying a bit of force as the bottom of the cup struck the ground with a sharp sound. Harry promptly responded, of course. But what about you, Hermione? Fred and George only acquired hair from the boys. Oh, I collected it long ago, Hermione replied, producing a small glass vial containing several short strands of slightly orange hair. This is Millicent's, from the dueling club incident. Jiang Lingmu narrowed her eyes, extending her hand toward Hermione, who instinctively handed over the potion vial. Is there a problem, Lingmu? Hermione inquired. Jiang Lingmu scrutinized the strands in the light for a considerable duration. Are you certain this is Millicent's hair? I believe her hair color is lighter than these strands. I suspect they may belong to a cat. As she spoke, Jiang Lingmu reached into her outer robe pocket, retrieving a fluffy white ball of fur, a xiong. Ron's eyes widened in disbelief. It has been sleeping in your pocket this whole time? Well, sort of, Jiang Lingmu replied, waking a xiong and allowing it to sniff the vial's opening. Indeed, it's cat hair. The polyjuice potion is meant for transformation, Hermione. I strongly advise against proceeding further. Alternatively, you could observe the reaction of the potion with different types of hair. I suspect cat hair will behave differently from human hair. Hermione took the potion vial from Jiang Lingmu. Her faith nearly solidified, yet her expression betrayed disappointment. Then let us see, Fred, what about the hair you obtained? Fred produced 3 paper packets, each labeled with a name. All right, Crabbe, this is yours. Ron, Goyle, Harry, and ours. The 4 boys tossed the hair into their respective cups, and the viscous potion began to bubble ominously, emitting hissing sounds. Moments later, the liquids transformed into a spectrum of colors. Ron gazed into his cup, frowning at the murky yellow liquid. Oh look, Goyle's essence. Jiang Lingmu prompted. Now it's your turn, Hermione. Nodding, Hermione added the strands of orange hair into her cup. This time, the potion reacted with far greater vigor, boiling for a full 30 seconds while crackling and popping. Ultimately, the liquid in Hermione's cup morphed into a color strikingly similar to the hair. The group exchanged glances. Harry observed, this doesn't bode well. Even he and Ron, typically indifferent to potions, could sense something was amiss with Hermione's demeanor. He glanced at Fred and George. I think it suffices for us to test this. With Millicent involved, Malfoy may not be truthful. This potion is for transformation. What if something goes wrong? Hermione, what I mean to say is, you've done enough already. Hermione pressed her lips together, nodding in understanding. Jiang Lingmu empathized with her. After all, it was a bold move to challenge the school rules, only to see the plan falter midway. Very well, Lingmu and I will await your news here. Remember, the potion's effects last only an hour. You must be swift. The four boys pinched their noses and gulped down their potions. Jiang Lingmu mused. The illustrations in potent potions were indeed quite vivid. The distorted expressions and the potion's unpleasant taste were quite the experience. After consuming the concoction, they all doubled over, releasing muffled groans of discomfort amidst Hermione's anxious demeanor, as their skin began to undulate as if melting, reshaping before her eyes. Within a mere minute, they had completely transformed into different individuals. Harry and Ron, in pain, kicked off their shoes, revealing 2 pairs of pudgy feet, while their clothes threatened to rip at the seams. Jiang Lingmu and Hermione had to assist them in shedding their outer robes. Fred and George, however, remained unmistakably identical. They had become one person. As per their strategy, Fred would confront their impersonated selves, subsequently using this face to stall the real Crabbe and Goyle. The changes in Fred and George's physiques were minimal, merely a slight reduction in height. They hoisted themselves off the ground, still linked at the shoulder, scrutinizing their matching visages. "Mate, I must say, you look rather repulsive right now," George remarked. "Hey, you do as well," Fred retorted. Turning to Jiang Lingmu and Hermione, he declared, "All right, ladies, we must change our clothes. Time is of the essence." Chapter 123, Let me take you out for a spin. Jiang Lingmu and Hermione waited behind the screen, and mere minutes later, the boys, now dressed, hurriedly exited their secret hideout. Once they left, Hermione busied herself with cleaning the cups and cauldron, pacing nervously as she monitored the time-keeping enchantment. Jiang Lingmu felt little concern. Fred and George were far more reliable and agile than Harry and Ron, particularly since Hermione was not partaking in the mission. Her worries were further alleviated. As anticipated, about 40 minutes later, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed outside the hideout, and the door swung open, revealing the 4 boys, still bearing the effects of their transformations, rushing in. Hermione gasped, quickly stepping forward. "How did it go?" she inquired, her eyes fixated on Crabbe and Goyle. "Did you succeed? Did you uncover the truth?" The boys exchanged glances, and Harry spoke up. "All right, I'll share the most crucial news first." His brow furrowed in a comically exaggerated manner upon his pudgy face, appearing even more foolish than the original Crabbe. Malfoy claimed he had nothing to do with the opening of the chamber. It was indeed opened 50 years ago, and during that time, a student from a Muggle family lost their life. Jiang Lingmu noted the sharp intake of breath from Hermione. She pondered for a moment. It seemed Christmas had indeed signified the start of the following year, making the 50-year statement plausible. Harry continued, "When the chamber was last opened, Malfoy's father had yet to be born. He only knows that the last person to open the chamber was a student. He was subsequently caught, expelled, and imprisoned in Azkaban. That's the gist of it. Hermione, Malfoy wasn't he the one who opened the chamber this time?" Ron chimed in. "It's also possible he's lying. Let us not forget about Dobby. We found out that Dobby is indeed his family's house elf." "Yet," Harry countered, "he has no reason to lie to us. I mean Crabbe and Goyle. He stated that his father had advised him to remain inconspicuous, merely waiting for the heir to take action." He further expressed his bewilderment at the heir's prolonged inactivity, having only petrified a cat without further escalation. Jiang Lingmu remained silent beside him. The heir had become utterly incapacitated. Additionally, Ron, with a mischievous grin, proclaimed that he now knew where their family concealed their contraband, and he needed to hasten to write a letter to his father. Such was the situation. It was uncertain whether it was Fred or George who shrugged. "Where should we commence our investigation? If even Malfoy himself is unaware, the trail has gone cold. I feel there is no cause for concern. Nearly 2 months have elapsed since the last assault on Felix's cat, and nothing has transpired. Perhaps Dumbledore has already resolved the matter?" As they spoke, the effects of the polyjuice potion gradually wore off, and the 4 boys reverted to their original appearances. Harry and Ron appeared as though they had been encased in oversized black sacks. Harry blinked, fished his glasses out of his pocket, and put them back on. "What should we do next, Hermione?" Hermione furrowed her brow. "Well, I'm not entirely convinced that the heir will relent, but George and Fred have a point. Given the length of time without further incidents, it is possible that the issue has been resolved. However, we do not know. What I mean is, Dumbledore cannot possibly disclose everything to the students, can he?" "Lingmu, I appreciate your patience during this time." Hermione returned the key to the wooden plaque to Jiang Lingmu. "Hermione." Jiang Lingmu firmly grasped Hermione's hand. Within their small circle, Hermione was the only one with a clear Muggle background, and she understood Hermione's anxiety and frustration. "I know you are not acting solely for yourself, but for the students in similar circumstances. Do not fear. Whatever creatures may reside in the Chamber of Secrets, I will protect you." Hermione smiled at Jiang Lingmu. Her previous gloom lifted. Jiang Lingmu kept her promise, retrieving a talisman from her dimensional ring, folding it into a triangle, and pressing it into Hermione's hand. With this, should you encounter any danger, I will be aware. The boys stared intently at the talisman in Hermione's hand. Yet none dared to speak. Soon, Fred and George dispelled the group's feelings of defeat with their whimsical fireworks. After dinner, Jiang Lingmu informed her friends that she would not be returning to the dormitory that night, as she intended to continue studying Professor Sprout's planting notes in their secret base. She slipped through a wall hole, leaving the common room, and leisurely descended the stairs. The rare good weather had arrived, the snow had finally ceased, and the sun had graced them with its presence in the afternoon. Now, as night fell, a silver crescent moon hung high in the clear sky. The snow and moonlight complemented each other, illuminating the grounds as bright as day. Jiang Lingmu felt compelled to fulfill her earlier promise. With this thought, she veered away from the concealed passage leading to the secret base and continued down the stairs. Standing before the door to the underground office, Jiang Lingmu knocked, and the arched door cracked open. She entered and was taken aback by the scene inside. Goodness, Professor Snape was not grading papers. He was clad in the practice attire she had gifted him days prior, diligently practicing Tai Chi. Professor, wow. Jiang Lingmu circled around Snape, realizing that the black practice outfit suited him surprisingly well. She stroked her chin, feeling rather pleased with her magical sewing skills. Indeed, she had done well. Quite fitting, Professor. You look rather dashing. Although his Tai Chi lacked finesse, the stance was nonetheless imposing. Jiang Lingmu unreservedly gave him 2 thumbs up. Snape paused momentarily, his expression somewhat peculiar. Is there something you need? Jiang Lingmu nodded. Yes, I'm here to fulfill a promise. A promise? Indeed, the day I asked for your assistance with saving money. And the matter that was to remain confidential. I believe it is time to conclude that secrecy. Of course, that is but one reason. The more pressing matter is that I have quite a bit to accomplish and require an additional pair of hands. A twofold benefit, if you will. Snape hesitated, quickly recalling the events of that day. His progress in constructing the magical system had been exceedingly slow, and she had mentioned she would think of a solution. So, has she devised one now? Snape remained silent, awaiting Jiang Lingmu's elaboration. Did I not mention that you were too tense? I have conceived an excellent coping strategy. If one cannot experience freedom, then let us create a freedom experience. I firmly believe your abilities are beyond reproach. The issue lies with your mindset. Professor, let me take you out for some fun, to unwind a bit. What do you say? Snape frowned, his gaze icy, displaying a mix of confusion and irritation. He had ample reason to suspect that Jiang Lingmu had lost her mind. I have no plans to go out. Now, if you have finished speaking, you may return to your dormitory. Chapter 124, Departure. Jiang Lingmu, hearing Snape's refusal, displayed no hint of surprise on her face. Are you certain you do not wish to go? Do you not want to know the answer that has been kept confidential? Snape narrowed his eyes slightly, lifting a finger to indicate the office door. Regardless of what it is, I do not wish to ruin my precious Christmas holiday. Now leave. Jiang Lingmu looked up at him, utterly undeterred. Since you have nothing better to do, are you certain you will not join me? Shall I go alone? The underground office fell into an awkward silence as Snape fixed his gaze on Jiang Lingmu's eyes. First of all, the notion of playing seemed utterly foreign to him, and he had no interest whatsoever. Rather than accompany Jiang Lingmu to adjust her so-called mindset, he would prefer to practice Tai Chi in his office. As for her temporarily confidential matters, he had never possessed such intense curiosity. Yet, he was acutely aware that since Jiang Lingmu had put it forth, regardless of his response, she would not remain within the castle this evening. It was difficult for Snape not to recall the previous incident with the basilisk. Who knew what Jiang Lingmu might accomplish on her own? Professor, does your silence imply acquiescence? Snape had yet to weigh his options when Jiang Lingmu had already made a unilateral decision. She pulled out her pocket watch and checked the time. Very well. I must prepare some items. It would be prudent for you to change into warmer outdoor attire. Let us say half an hour? Considering the multitude of buttons adorning Snape's clothing, Jiang Lingmu felt a surge of empathy. We shall depart in half an hour. With that, Jiang Lingmu strode directly to the cauldron table, beckoning with her fingers, causing a chair to swiftly glide across from the opposite side of the table. Jiang Lingmu sat down, retrieving her brush, vermilion ink box, and a stack of talisman paper, neatly cut to size. After preparing the vermilion ink, Jiang Lingmu raised her brush, while Snape remained focused on her movements rather than changing clothes. The red ink spread across the yellow paper, and in the blink of an eye, Jiang Lingmu completed a talisman. At the moment the brush left the paper, Snape distinctly saw a flash of golden light on the parchment. Then came the second and third. Jiang Lingmu's right hand, gripping the brush, never faltered as she completed one talisman after another. Her left hand deftly withdrawing the finished ones while her right hand immediately began crafting the next. Each stroke was executed with impeccable precision, revealing no discrepancies. In less than a quarter of an hour, an entire stack of blank talisman paper was depleted. Jiang Lingmu exhaled slowly, gathering her assorted tools, and commenced folding each talisman into a triangular shape. This task she performed with remarkable proficiency, her hands a blur as the talismans transformed into neat, uniform triangles without her needing to glance at them. Upon raising her gaze, she noticed Severus Snape still lingering there. Was time truly meant to be squandered in such a manner? She couldn't help but discern a peculiar daze about him this evening. Had he encountered some sort of stimulus? Professor? She mused. Very well, if you prefer not to change your attire, then allow me to present you with this. Jiang Lingmu reached out, tapping one of the triangular talismans before extending it towards Snape. He hesitated momentarily before accepting it, inquiring, what purpose does this serve? No sooner had the talisman made contact with his palm than he understood its function. A comforting warmth rapidly spread throughout his body. It possessed no extraordinary capabilities, merely serving to ward off the cold. With it, one could comfortably engage in a snowball fight, clad only in light garments. The realm of the mystical indeed housed numerous practical talismans. However, given the current scarcity of spiritual energy, even the most ordinary practitioners would expend considerable effort to create a single talisman, naturally opting for those of greater utility. It was far simpler to don additional layers against the chill unless in extreme circumstances. Thus, few indulged in the luxury of wasting their spiritual energy on such matters. Consequently, warming talismans had become further marginalized. Yet, Jiang Lingmu was different. Her abundant spiritual energy left her unconcerned with practicality. She learned simply for the sake of knowledge. Each talisman could last a month, as long as it was kept dry. Shall we depart now? Jiang Lingmu inquired, her tone seemingly seeking Snape's approval. Yet her actions belied her words as she strode to the archway and flung the door open, stepping outside. Snape clenched his jaw, turned to retrieve his wand, and hastily approached the door, donning his cloak as he walked, resigned to follow Jiang Lingmu's lead. They ascended the staircase leading to the ground, traversed the great hall, and emerged into the courtyard of the castle. In the afternoon's pleasant weather, students had engaged in an exuberant snowball fight, leaving the ground unevenly blanketed in snow. The fluffy layer enveloped all sound, rendering the scene eerily tranquil, as if only the two of them existed in the world. Jiang Lingmu removed her spirit sword from her hair, performing a gesture to amplify its essence. The night was bright, the snow glimmering like silver. Flying at a lower altitude should pose no issues. She mounted the spirit sword, turning to gesture for Snape to join her. While I fly steadily, I still recommend you secure yourself. Snape, with a flick of his robe, seated himself sideways on the spirit sword. He observed as Jiang Lingmu formed the necessary gestures. The sword ascending smoothly to a height of 40 to 50 feet above the ground, gliding steadily toward the forbidden forest. The warming talisman performed its function reliably. He felt the wind slicing through his thin clothing during the flight, yet he remained blissfully unfazed by the cold. The spirit sword resembled a small vessel sailing through the moonlight. Jiang Lingmu moved with ease upon the sword, taking a few steps to Snape's side, her brow furrowing as she occasionally glanced at his composed demeanor. She could no longer contain herself. Professor, are you not the least bit curious about where I am taking you? To lack even the most basic curiosity, how does one even proceed? She then added, by the way, I must express my gratitude for the study plan and books you provided. Are we not allies? You address my concerns. Naturally, I must endeavor to address yours. Only then did Snape turn to regard her, casting her a cool glance. Is it the venom of the acromantula, or the skin of the African tree snake? The venom of the acromantula, she replied, mindful of the need for discretion regarding the snake skin's purpose, prioritizing the safety of Hermione and others. Snape's brow furrowed. Acromantulas in the Forbidden Forest? The climate in Britain is unsuitable for their survival. How could they possibly be found here? You shall see upon our arrival, she replied. Not merely are they present, but they have established a substantial colony of spiderlings in the Forbidden Forest. I have answered a question that must remain confidential for now. In return, might you provide an answer to one of mine? The spirit sword soared above the edge of the Forbidden Forest, the endless expanse of white snow beneath them giving way to the sounds of unfamiliar creatures echoing from within the woods. After a long pause, Snape finally spoke. I presumed you were already aware. You are inseparable from Potter and his friends, are you not? Aware? Jiang Lingmu blinked, momentarily perplexed. What was it she was meant to know? But soon enough, she realized. Surely the headmaster would not have assigned that diary to Harry without careful consideration of his words. Akin to the handling of the Philosopher's Stone last year, this time, it was Snape who appeared astonished. You do not know? Jiang Lingmu shook her head. No, I do not. Harry has not mentioned it. Perhaps he has yet to discover it. It certainly does not appear conspicuous, does it? Snape scoffed. Has he not discovered it? Or has he simply withheld that knowledge from you? Jiang Lingmu regarded him with surprise. Is this an attempt at sowing discord? No matter, I can play that game too. I am confident he merely overlooked it. However, that diary does seem intriguing. I suspect it is far more than a mere alchemical artifact preserving memories. I would think the headmaster must have recognized its significance. Has he not informed you? Snape merely remained silent. Jiang Lingmu smiled mischievously. Come now. Let us engage in mutual harm. Harry is certainly more forthright than Dumbledore. So, the headmaster intends for Harry to engage more closely with Voldemort through the diary, does he? What new trials has he arranged for him this time? Snape snorted derisively. Merely a tedious, meaningless adventure for the sake of vanity. Given Potter's behavior at school, selfish, lazy, and mediocre, does he truly expect that mere contact with that person will transform an unremarkable and talentless student into a seasoned orer in a short span of time? Jiang Lingmu thoughtfully stroked her chin, squatting down a step away from Snape. In truth, Harry is quite perceptive. It is not unusual for a child his age to be disinterested in studies. Perhaps the headmaster merely wishes to prepare him for the truth? Snape shot her a glance. It was unclear what perspective she held in making such comments about a child of that age. Had she forgotten that she too was a child? If his memory served correctly, Jiang Lingmu was merely 13 years old. Miraculously, Jiang Lingmu received his signal. I am nearly 14. If Harry is destined to confront Voldemort, early exposure to the truth may serve him well. Though she found herself perplexed by Dumbledore's methods, Snape managed a cold smile. Destined fate. Do you believe in destiny? Jiang Lingmu nodded vigorously, tracing the patterns on the spirit's sword with her finger. Of course, but fate is an abstract and unstable concept. I do indeed believe in destiny. She then swiftly pivoted her statement. However, I am more inclined to believe that human determination can triumph over heaven. Snape paused, momentarily taken aback, before quickly regaining his composure. Self-contradictory. Jiang Lingmu lowered her voice, as if she might be whisked away by the wind at any moment. No, this is not a contradiction. Just like me. I was never meant to survive. No matter where my unseen parents abandoned me, my fate was sealed. Yet, my master and my elder brothers and sisters refused to accept this grim fate, and thus I survived. Not just survived, but thrived. Much like Harry, who was destined to confront Voldemort, fated to encounter peril. Why could it not be he who vanquished Voldemort? Just as you, Professor. Do you not believe there are pivotal moments in life? Such is the nature of destiny. What may be dealt to us could be a dismal hand. Yet there always exists a chance for a miraculous escape. The Great Way comprises 50, the heavens distribute 49, and humanity evades 1. Even when faced with apparent dead ends, a glimmer of hope can still emerge. A prolonged silence ensued. Snape clenched his hands tightly beneath his cloak, wishing to counter her assertions, yet upon reflecting on his past, he could not deny the profound truth in Jiang Lingmu's words. He had once believed he would perish in that home rife with violence and resentment. Yet he was met with a surge of magic and received his admission letter. He had assumed his days at school would be shrouded in obscurity and oppression, only to discover his remarkable prowess in potions and dark arts. A miraculous escape. Snape silently repeated these words, glancing at Jiang Lingmu, who was crouching atop her sword, fiddling with its engravings, and feeling an odd sense of dissonance. Therefore, could he also triumph over the so-called fate? We are almost there. Jiang Lingmu suddenly stood up, pointing downwards to the right. Snape's thoughts were interrupted as he tightened his grip on his wand and followed her finger, only to behold a vast expanse of white. Logically, such a large clearing should not exist in the Forbidden Forest, where every inch of soil is fiercely contested by trees and flora. We are about to descend, Professor. Jiang Lingmu expertly maneuvered the spirit sword to hover steadily over the clearing, and as they approached the ground, Snape noticed the snow covering the area appeared exceptionally deep, an estimated depth of over 10 feet. He quickly deduced that this clearing was likely not merely snow. The acromantula Jiang Lingmu sought might reside here. The spirit sword came to a halt at the edge of the clearing, and Snape leaped down, sinking into the knee-deep snow. He gripped his wand tightly, staring at the massive snow mound that dominated the area. Jiang Lingmu sheathed her spirit sword and drew out her wand. The moonlight and snow danced in harmony, illuminating their surroundings brilliantly. The acromantula dwells here? Indeed, Professor. Jiang Lingmu gestured with her wand, indicating that the entire depression was their lair. They were quite clever, using the snow for insulation and protection against the wind. Snape furrowed his brow tightly, extracting crucial information from Jiang Lingmu's words, leading to a ludicrous hypothesis. How many spiders are there? Jiang Lingmu pondered seriously. Countless, simply unfathomable. As she spoke, her tone brimmed with excitement. There is a whole nest here. Snape hesitated momentarily, his grip on the wand faltering. A whole nest? How did you hunt them before? Jiang Lingmu blinked, her eyes wide with innocent curiosity. Don't be ridiculous. I have never killed them. She rather liked Hagrid. How could she face him if she had slain the acromantula? She had merely clumsily broken a few of their legs. I only need their venom. Why would I kill them? She was quite humane in her principles. As she spoke, Jiang Lingmu trudged through the thick snow, taking 2 or 3 steps to the edge of the snow mound before raising her wand. Shatter! Snape barely had time to intervene as a sizable gap opened along the edge of the massive snow block, wide enough for several people to pass side by side. Beyond the gap lay darkness, and a wave of murky, warm air surged forth, accompanied by the cacophony of chitinous legs scraping and clicking together. The two sounds melded into a chaotic symphony, and Snape's pupils constricted, merely by sound. He discerned that the number of acromantula within the snow mound far exceeded his expectations. Snape's immediate reaction was to grab Jiang Lingmu and flee, but when he reached out, he grasped only air. Jiang Lingmu had already swaggered inside. She continued to chatter as she walked. Aragog, Aragog, it's me, Snape. Chapter 126, A Buzzing Mind. Jiang Lingmu took a few steps into the acromantula's nest, turning to find Snape still standing in place. Professor, come on. If you can't see well, you could conjure a few light orbs. Snape hesitated for a moment, and the next second, several floating orbs of light fluttered from the tip of his wand, soaring to Jiang Lingmu's side, illuminating a small area near the gap. Countless dark, hairy spider legs encircled the illuminated space, and the clattering noises filled the air, creating a buzz in Snape's mind. Just by observing the length of the spider legs, one could surmise the terrifying size of these acromantula. Yet, curiously, not a single spider dared to breach the light's perimeter. Snape regarded Jiang Lingmu with an expression of incredulity, as if he were gazing upon a creature from a different realm, and he steeled himself to follow her lead. As they ventured deeper into the snow mound, Snape could barely discern fragments of human language amidst the din of clicking sounds. Gok Aragog, it's her. That human girl has returned. She even brought help. Snape. Jiang Lingmu turned her head, a teasing smile gracing her lips. Were you frightened just now? Snape. Rest assured, there is no danger. This isn't my first visit. Even if a conflict arises, I am confident I can lead you to safety. Snape remained silent. Jiang Lingmu focused on the agitated acromantula, placing her hands on her hips, her posture resolute. Silence. With a single commanding shout, all the acromantula momentarily halted their movements. Although any motion would inevitably produce sound, it indeed diminished significantly. Lead us to Aragog. The acromantula rustled, parting to create a pathway, the biting cold wind rushing in through the gap, though they dared not protest. Jiang Lingmu, not wishing to be too cruel, turned and performed a restoration spell, sealing the gap in the snow mound once more. Snape followed closely behind Jiang Lingmu. Proceeding through the pathway created by the acromantula, he found himself on the verge of speaking several times, yet hesitated. Professor, Aragog is the king of this nest of spiders. Jiang Lingmu kindly explained. Snape had no desire to respond. Over a month had passed since his last visit, and the interior of the acromantula's lair had not changed significantly. A thick layer of snow blanketed the outside, effectively insulating against the biting wind, making the depression much warmer than the exterior. Jiang Lingmu could not help but wonder what they would do when the snow melted. Perhaps Hagrid would come to help dig drainage ditches? The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed. They followed the pathway formed by the acromantula to the deepest part of the depression, arriving before a hemispherical web, where Aragog awaited them at its edge. Snape squinted slightly, increasing the number of light orbs, revealing Aragog's massive, aged form fully before him. You've come again. What do you seek this time? The hoarse voice, intermingled with the clattering of formidable pincers, reverberated within the snowy hollow. Severus Snape swiftly discerned the nuanced demeanor of the eight-eyed giant spider named Aragog towards Jiang Lingmu, a blend of palpable fear evident in its tone. This prompted Snape to recall the basilisk that had been dragged from the depths of the castle to the threshold of his office. Despite being ensconced in the perilous lair of the giant spider, a somewhat ludicrous curiosity took root in his mind. If that basilisk could speak, what would it say to Jiang Lingmu? Meanwhile, Jiang Lingmu perceived that Aragog had indeed aged, its memory evidently failing. I have expressed my needs before. I require your venom for a long-term collaboration. However, I pride myself on being reasonable. Previously, it was your kind that initiated hostilities, and I responded in kind. This time, however, I intend to barter for the venom. Aragog's tone was rife with skepticism. Impossible. What could you possibly offer in exchange for our venom? We have no use for mere gold and silver. Jiang Lingmu smirked. How amusing. I seek the venom precisely to procure gold and silver. I haven't even amassed enough for myself, let alone to pay you. We do not require prey either. My offspring can secure sufficient hunting even in the coldest nights. Jiang Lingmu refrained from further pleasantries, her hand flipping to reveal a triangular talisman poised between her fingers. With a decisive throw, she cast the talisman onto the old spider, where it adhered firmly beneath its relatively smooth abdomen. Aragog fell silent. Snape, too, found himself at a loss for words. Well, I recall you mentioning your origins from a distant tropical rainforest, which must make this climate rather challenging for you, no? Of course. I believe a powerful adult giant spider can withstand the cold and even hunt in the biting chill and snow. But what of your young? The hatching of spider eggs requires warmth, does it not? Newly emerged giant spiderlings would struggle to survive the winter, would they not? After a prolonged silence, Aragog's pincers finally stirred. What have you done to me? Nothing of consequence, merely bestowed upon you a unique warming tool from our mystical tradition, Jiang Lingmu replied, extending her hand as the triangular talisman peeled away from Aragog's abdomen, returning to her grasp. Snape could not shake the impression that this aged, eight-eyed giant spider had quivered slightly against the cold. It appeared they were indeed intolerant of frigid temperatures, despite having thrived in this forbidden forest for many years, propagating a vast lineage. 2 talismans will ensure that the hemispherical webs behind you remain warm for an entire lunar cycle, a full month. 10 vials of high-quality giant spider venom in exchange for a single talisman. Aragog hesitated, while the other spiders engaged in clattering discussions, some comprehending, others lost. Jiang Lingmu busied herself, offering the talisman to each in turn for their trial. How does it feel? Is it not warm? With this, you shall no longer suffer from the cold. TSK, what do you mean you do not need it? Just because you do not require it does not imply your offspring do not. Imagine placing it in the nest of spider eggs, with merely 2. Your little ones could hatch normally during winter. Add another, and the newly hatched giant spiderlings would survive the harsh cold. You claim venom is insufficient? You could consolidate the eggs together, gather a few giant spiders, and there you have it. Naturally, you will first exchange for a month's supply. I shall return in a month. After all, activating the warming talismans requires a modicum of spiritual energy, which the giant spiders cannot generate themselves. Do I lack credibility? As for last time, there's an old saying in our culture. No conflict, no acquaintance. The bonds forged through strife are also bonds. That's right, you. Is your prosthetic not crafted by my own hand? Does it not serve its purpose? Minutes later, Jiang Lingmu rallied a throng of giant spiders, exclaiming, for the sake of reproduction, for stronger progeny, for the glory of the giant spider clan. Aragog, Snape. Snape felt a buzzing sensation in his head. Ultimately, the enthusiasm of the 8-eyed spiders for the birth and flourishing of new life overcame Aragog's hesitation and skepticism. Jiang Lingmu clapped her hands, and robust vines erupted from the ground, twisting into the form of chairs. She tossed down cushions crafted from cotton onto 2 chairs and warmly beckoned Snape to sit and wait. The giant spiders had already sprung into action, clearing their hemispherical webs, counting the number of spider eggs, and collaboratively consolidating them within the vacated webs. The hollow nests bustled with organized activity. Jiang Lingmu once more patted the adjacent chair. Professor, they will be busy for a while longer. Are you certain you do not wish to sit and wait? Snape remained silent for several seconds before ultimately settling into a seat. You have been here before. How did you locate this nest? Jiang Lingmu, seated and counting the empty potion vials in her spatial ring, momentarily flickered her gaze. Fortunately, her head was lowered, and Snape did not notice. It was discovered by Ashiong. Jiang Lingmu's consciousness stirred, and the bear-like creature, currently slumbering in her mind's contract, was summoned to her shoulder. Not only the lair of the 8-eyed giant spiders, but also the wondrous herbs within the forbidden forest were found by Ashiong. This was not a lie. She had indeed first encountered the 8-eyed giant spiders in the company of Ashiong. Given Hagrid's previous indiscretions were not yet wiped clean, and considering Dumbledore's subsequent handling of Tom's diary and the basilisk, it was likely that Hagrid would continue to bear his past. Should Snape learn that Hagrid was harboring a multitude of dangerous 8-eyed giant spiders in the forbidden forest, he would be at risk of losing his job. Mentioning herbs, Snape was instantly reminded of that rather unpleasant encounter in his bedroom late at night, his expression darkening. However, as he scrutinized the diminutive white kitten, no larger than 2 palms, snoozing on Jiang Lingmu's shoulder, his brow furrowed. At least within the magical realm, he had never heard of a feline magical creature that sought treasure. What on earth was it? Before Snape could finish his inquiry, Aragog's raspy voice, accompanied by the clattering of pincers, echoed from behind. It is ready, human lady. They have arrived. Jiang Lingmu sprang from her seat. The giant spiders, having successfully gathered all the spider eggs, now stored near Aragog's web. She counted. The eggs occupied 3 hemispherical webs, each requiring 2 warming talismans, totaling 6. 6 talismans equated to 60 ounces, in small potion vials, of giant spider venom. With the appropriate warmth, The eggs would hatch into juvenile giant spiders within the forthcoming 6 to 8 weeks. The growth rate of giant spiders was not slow, yet the fragile juvenile phase would persist for approximately 23 months. Jiang Lingmu's mind whirred with calculations. Hatching required 1.5 to 2 months, followed by an additional 2 to 3 months, perfectly coinciding with the arrival of summer, as winter would extend for roughly 3 more months. It implied ample opportunity for profit remained. After all, once the colossal spider hatches, it is no longer as easily stored as the spider eggs. As the young colossal spiders gradually grow, their requirement for living space increases, leading to a rise in the number of warm spider silk nests needed. By the time spring arrives, she can expect to harvest at least 300 ounces of colossal spider venom. Each ounce of venom can fetch around 50 galleons, meaning 300 ounces would yield a remarkable profit of 15,000 galleons. Jiang Lingmu's eyes sparkled with golden excitement. This is truly a business with no initial investment. Considering her talismans and cinnabar are always generously provided by the Xianmen sect, resulting in no cost at all. Well, what she sells is not merely a warming talisman, but a solution to pressing problems. Indeed, she would require 6 talismans, correct? I can pay you in advance. Jiang Lingmu rummaged through her storage ring to retrieve the talismans, stepping into the spider egg nest, where she affixed a talisman on either side of the interior. The effects of the talismans were immediate. The temperature within the spider egg nest soon rose and stabilized. Aragog rubbed his large pincers together, and Jiang Lingmu felt he must have issued some command to the other colossal spiders. Sure enough, several colossal spiders scuttled to the entrance of the nests, seemingly to inspect the goods. Of course, there would be no issues with the inspection. Aragog inquired, "Are you certain that the effects of this will remain stable for a month?" "Absolutely," Jiang Lingmu replied, her smile radiant. "Do not forget, I seek a long-term partnership. There is no need for me to deceive you. I shall return just before the month concludes." Soon, under Aragog's guidance, 30 robust colossal spiders were selected. Jiang Lingmu unceremoniously stuffed over 20 small potion vials into Severus Snape's arms. After laboring for so long, it was finally time for her to take charge. "No need to be anxious. We have cooperated before," she reassured her mobile bank. "This gentleman, he is my potions professor, the renowned master of potion making, and his techniques are undeniably professional." Snape remained stoic. The colossal spiders lined up in 2 rows, clearly displaying their lack of trust towards Snape, with very few of them standing in front of him. Jiang Lingmu held a small potion vial in each hand, deftly injecting the venom into the small openings of the colossal spider's venom glands, quickly filling the vials before moving on to the next spider. Snape, however, operated with significantly more caution. One hand gripped his wand, prepared for any sudden aggression from the spiders, while the other, clad in dragonhide gloves, collected the venom. Remarkably, no unexpected incidents occurred until the last vial was filled. The colossal spiders from whom the venom had been extracted did not seem displeased, having grown accustomed to the process. They happily scurried off to check on their offspring. Jiang Lingmu walked to the edge of the depression, waving goodbye to the colossal spiders. "Goodbye. See you next month." "What? You wish for some food in return? Would fresh meat suffice?" A few forward-thinking colossal spiders expressed concern that the hatchlings from this winter might not have enough food, as their previous winter stores had been meager. Without Jiang Lingmu's assistance, the spider eggs this winter would likely go to waste, becoming their sustenance in early spring. "Wait a moment, let me jot this down. How much do the young colossal spiders typically consume? I can assist with procurement." She planned to ask Hagrid and Ruby to procure more fresh meat for her, presenting an opportunity to profit from the price difference. After estimating the quantity of fresh meat required, Jiang Lingmu closed her notebook contentedly and raised her wand to employ the same trick again. A fissure opened in the snow-covered castle, and the biting cold wind rushed in. Jiang Lingmu and Snape hurriedly stepped outside. All restored, the thick, soft layer of snow absorbed the sounds of the colossal spider's movements, and tranquility returned to the realm once more. Jiang Lingmu stowed her wand and contentedly stroked her storage ring. "So, Professor, was it enjoyable?" Chapter 128, The Boring Old Stick. Snape stood amidst the snow, his expression and mood difficult to articulate. Everything he had just experienced was absurd from any angle you analyzed it. Even if he were to share it, few would believe him. Yet that annoying little giant was relentlessly inquiring about his impressions. "Professor? Professor? How did it feel? Was it surprising or thrilling? Did any of your preconceived notions shift? Realizing things could be approached differently?" Jiang Lingmu casually scooped up a handful of clean snow, rubbing her hands together. "This method of extracting venom from the 8-eyed colossal spider is quite innovative, wouldn't you agree?" Snape took a deep breath, the chilly air of the forbidden forest filling his lungs. "Indeed, it is quite innovative. Do you realize how many school regulations you have violated?" Jiang Lingmu shrugged, unfazed. but I am not bound to follow school regulations. Surely, you cannot be serious. After such an extraordinary experience, you feel no sense of enjoyment? Snape shot her a glance. Extraordinary, perhaps, but enjoyable? Not necessarily. Jiang Lingmu shook her head, mockingly whispering, boring old stick. Before Snape could respond with ire, she quickly continued, with such a mindset. When do you expect to establish the cyclical structure? Your enthusiasm for enhancing your power is rather evident. Then, shifting the topic, she pulled a still warm vial of colossal spider venom from her storage ring and offered it to Snape. This vial is for you, a token of payment for your services. Snape hesitated to take it. Based on his understanding of Jiang Lingmu, this vial of venom was certainly worth far more than just tonight's payment. Indeed, I currently possess a substantial amount of 8-eyed colossal spider venom. I have inquired, and a single vial can fetch at least 50 galleons. Inquired? Yes, inquired. In truth, she had only asked 2 individuals. One was Hagrid, to whom she had subtly broached the subject. The good-natured Hagrid remained unaware that she had already collaborated with Aragog. The other was a potion shop abroad. Previously, she had ordered a unicorn horn and various basic potion ingredients for Hermione's Polyjuice potion project. And in the notes for her order, she had casually inquired about the market for colossal spider venom. Having made a purchase, the shopkeeper likely assumed she was a potential major client and provided her with a record of the recent price fluctuations for 8-eyed colossal spider venom, gently informing her that their stock was severely limited. The lowest price was 50 galleons per ounce, while the highest could reach over 70 galleons. It is indeed quite valuable. The only hindrance is her lack of connections. She could not expect that foreign shop to purchase 80 vials of colossal spider venom. At most 10 vials would be the limit, and even then, she would need to be discreet. Thus, Jiang Lingmu looked up at Snape, her gaze eager, persistently extending the small potion vial toward him, her hints becoming increasingly overt. She was not merely seeking to take Snape out for fun or to assist her in extracting venom. She also hoped this master potion maker could help her sell the 8-eyed colossal spider venom. Professor, could you lend a hand? Snape showed no inclination to accept the payment. He turned away, his fingers tracing the intricate designs on his wand. I believe the agreement does not encompass such matters. I am neither obligated nor interested in assisting you. He emphasized the words assist you distinctly. Jiang Lingmu pressed on. You truly will not help? Although the profits are mine, these are indeed rare potion materials. Surely, you could gain access to several contacts within the potion community? She was acutely aware that all exchanges should be founded upon mutual benefit. For you, this poses no difficulty, nor does it entail any detriment. On the contrary, it promises numerous advantages, does it not? What responded to her was Snape's cold snicker. Jiang Lingmu remained unperturbed. She retrieved her pocket watch and glanced at the time, 2 in the morning. Very well, let us conclude for today. She summoned her spiritual sword and leapt onto it. I shall first escort you back to the castle, and then, Snape keenly seized upon the pivotal word. Then, what else do you intend to do? Do those of the longevity path not require sleep? The spiritual sword ascended steadily into the air, soaring towards the castle. And perhaps due to Jiang Lingmu's eagerness to fulfill that then, their return was notably swifter than their departure. Snape merely perceived a flash of silvery light before his eyes. And when he reopened them, the spiritual sword had already halted in the courtyard outside the hall. Jiang Lingmu, emboldened, stowed away her sword and gazed southward. I do not intend to do anything. Since you are unwilling to assist, I shall simply exert my own efforts. However, it is not a significant issue. The Ghost Gate bears almost no distance limitations, and I still remember the location of the Broken Cauldron. Indeed, the Ghost Gate lacks distance constraints. Yet mastering the precise coordinates is quite challenging unless marked in advance. The last time, Dumbledore had successfully guided her with her paper crane. But now she only possessed a general direction, and it seemed she would need to exert more effort to succeed. Next time she visited Diagon Alley, she must discreetly place several more paper cranes along the way. Nevertheless, this did not deter her from using the matter to threaten Snape. With that, Jiang Lingmu deftly formed a spell, and the dark portal to the Ghost Gate swung open instantaneously. She turned to step inside, waving at Snape. Good night, Professor. I am off to London and will return before dawn. Until breakfast, then. As Jiang Lingmu stepped into the Ghost Gate, she felt a force pulling at her hood. Snape had seized it with a firm grip. With her back to him, Jiang Lingmu wore a victorious smile. When she turned around again, however, her expression was one of innocence. What is it, Professor? Snape's complexion was paler than the snow on the ground, his dark eyes devoid of their usual depth, replaced by an oppressive intensity as he spoke, his voice laced with the chill of a biting wind. Pray tell, where do you intend to go? Jiang Lingmu replied cheerfully. Diagon Alley. She raised an eyebrow. Or perhaps Nocturne Alley. I have heard that the venom of the Acromantula sells quite well there. Snape disdainfully released her hood. As if he had touched something foul, a look of revulsion etched upon his face. Hand it over. Certainly. Jiang Lingmu promptly surrendered all 60 vials of acromantula venom. One of them is a gift for you. Snape cast a quick glance and confirmed the count. But this is not all. Jiang Lingmu was not visiting the acromantula's lair for the first time. During her previous visit, she had exchanged a vial of acromantula venom for a piece of African tree snake skin. She undoubtedly still possessed more acromantula venom. Not at all. I have exchanged this much for tonight, and this is everything I have. Jiang Lingmu earnestly fabricated a tale. Her mention of Nocturne Alley was not solely to intimidate Snape. She had a long-standing collaboration with the acromantula swarm and could not rely entirely on Snape to dispose of her spoils. Connections are something she yearned for as well. She still had around 20 vials of acromantula venom, which she intended to gradually send to a foreign apothecary, saving the remainder for her own foray into Nocturne Alley. Snape tapped his wand against a pile of potion vials, causing them to shrink to more than a third of their original size, lining up to fly into his pocket. He shot Jiang Lingmu another piercing glance, but she revealed no hint of trepidation. You would do well to heed this. Now, return to your dormitory. Should I discover you have left the school without permission, our agreement shall be rendered null and void. With that, Snape abruptly turned, his dark cloak billowing behind him. Chapter 129, Sweet Osmanthus and Lotus Root. The following days passed without incident. The boys sought every possible way to relish their holiday, occasionally feigning diligence on their homework under Hermione's urging, while Jiang Lingmu accompanied Hermione in the library, having completed all her papers well in advance. Hermione delved into the study material for the next academic year, even contemplating course selections for her third year. In her words, each course was fascinating, and she simply could not bear to part with any. It seemed as though Hermione had entirely cast aside the events of the Chamber of Secrets. Jiang Lingmu was somewhat in the same vein, although she already knew from Snape that the diary now resided in Harry's possession. It was obscured amidst a plethora of Christmas gifts and thus went unnoticed. At least, Jiang Lingmu had not heard Harry mention or produce that tattered diary. Since she herself remained oblivious, she had no inclination to elaborate. Now, her secret base belonged solely to her once more, and she utilized the empty classroom to conduct magical planting experiments, following Professor Sprout's parchment notes. She arranged several shallow stone pots in the empty classroom, setting up numerous different groups with a season's worth of vegetables, strawberries, perennial blueberries, as well as lavender and nettles. The groups included those grown solely through spells, those aided by magic, and finally, a natural growth group. The results indicated that fruits and vegetables grown naturally, supplemented with magical energy, were far superior in taste. Upon reaching this conclusion, Jiang Lingmu ceased her ordinary agricultural magical experiments. The efficacy of magically accelerated magical herbs had already proven unviable, while those aided by magic grew faster. They only managed to shorten the maturation time by about 1/4. Whether the magically matured herbs could match the efficacy of those nurtured naturally remained to be seen. Her proposed plan was to wait for the results before proceeding. Should the outcome prove unsatisfactory, she would have no choice but to abandon the notion of shortening the growth cycle. Conversely, if the results were favorable, she intended to seek ways to further refine the spells promoting herb growth. One can only hope that the herbs she had magically accelerated would yield effects akin to those of ordinary herbs. Even if it merely reduced the growth time by 1/4, it would still be quite promising. Now, only 2 crucial steps remained before she could establish her farm. Firstly, securing the piece of land she had set her sights on, and secondly, finding a way to mitigate the abysmal weather conditions. It was imperative to ensure uninterrupted yields for at least 3 seasons each year and to guarantee the magical herbs could successfully winter. Regrettably, Professor Sprout and those seasoned farmers seemed to possess little in the way of effective methods for this. One particular predecessor, focused on cultivating magical herbs, had devised a rather ingenious scheme, seeking out environments and lands suitable for the growth of respective magical herbs worldwide, then traversing via Flu Network or Portkey to oversee them. Jiang Lingmu glanced at this predecessor's schedule. In the morning, tending to a farm in England. By noon, a visit to a farm in America. Returning in the afternoon for a quick trip to Spain, and finally, sleeping in a tent in the wilds of Africa at night. Jiang Lingmu recalled Harry's complaint that traveling via the Flu Network felt akin to being caught in a high-intensity washing machine. She sincerely marveled at how formidable this predecessor truly was. Professor Sprout evidently harbored doubts about the reliability of this individual, prompting her to provide numerous suggestions in her parchment notes regarding the construction and efficient utilization of greenhouses. However, Jiang Lingmu sought to exert her efforts in other areas as well. The cost of constructing and maintaining a magical herb greenhouse was indeed staggering. Although there remained potential for profit, both the margins and the cultivation area would be considerably constrained. In summary, such an endeavor was unsuitable for someone of her frugal disposition. Consequently, after thoroughly studying Professor Sprout's parchment notes, Jiang Lingmu immersed herself in Snape's advanced learning program in alchemy. She conceived a preliminary plan that might allow her to create an expansive, intangible greenhouse through a combination of formation magic and alchemical techniques. Naturally, this idea was still fraught with challenges, for despite Snape's exceptional curriculum, she remained a mere novice in the magical realm, lacking the requisite expertise. Besides her research and studies, Jiang Lingmu gradually sent 10 vials of acromantula venom to overseas apothecaries. The collaborating store was quite reputable, offering a price of 65 galleons per vial and repeatedly emphasizing the possibility of future partnerships. As for her plan to venture into Nocturne Alley, Snape's threats proved rather effective. She was reluctant to lose such a valuable mentor, compelling her to devise a flawless disguise that would not reveal her identity. Jiang Lingmu diligently experimented with various transfiguration techniques, but ultimately had to abandon the endeavor due to her insufficient height. It was a predicament. Transfiguration had its limitations. She was too short to convincingly portray an adult and too tall for a pixie, rendering her appearance conspicuously mismatched. Furthermore, Snape would undoubtedly traverse the channels of Nocturne Alley, significantly raising her risk of capture. The effects of the potion she had concocted were commendable, yet the preparation time was excessively long, and acquiring African snake skin from Snape was proving to be quite difficult. Thus, Jiang Lingmu decided to retreat, focusing on her studies with diligence, and she spent a rather uneventful New Year's Day abroad. With only 2 days remaining in the holiday, Harry, Ron, Fred, and George were clearly feeling the pressure. At the breakfast table, Hermione perused the third-year textbooks she had pre-ordered, leisurely enjoying her milk-soaked cereal, occasionally glancing disapprovingly at the 4 boys frantically working on their assignments. Hermione, would you please let us see your history of magic paper? Professor Binns requires it to be a foot long, Ron exclaimed, one hand clutching a pie and the other wielding a quill, as Jiang Lingmu noticed a drop of grease spreading across his parchment, prompting her to frown. Thank goodness it's Professor Binns. Had it been for potions or transfiguration, Snape and Professor McGonagall would have unhesitatingly given him a tea. Be careful. Your parchment. Hermione raised her voice, unable to tolerate Ron's sacrilegious treatment of a sacred paper. Even if you don't care about your history of magic grade, at least consider Professor Binns' feelings when he grades your paper. Ron quickly pushed his parchment away. What is the big deal? I bet he won't mind. Hermione rolled her eyes dramatically, while Harry remained silent, seemingly intimidated. I warned you. You all had ample time to complete your assignments. Don't even think about plagiarizing. You have time to finish, Ron. Jiang Lingmu swiftly polished off her fried dough sticks and tofu pudding, then produced a whole basket of plump blueberries, placing them on the long table and offering Hermione a generous handful. Eat some blueberries. They can help protect your eyesight. Thank you, Lingmu. Hermione's expression instantly softened. Fred and George exchanged astonished glances. A few owls flitted into the great hall, with 3 of them landing near Jiang Lingmu. They cautiously avoided the long table, slowing down well before reaching her, not dislodging a single feather nor crashing into any plates. Jiang Lingmu retrieved some fish treats from her magical ring to reward them, paying one of them 5 nuts for its services. In addition to the daily profit, Gringotts had sent her the latest deposit statement, indicating that her vault had received a substantial deposit of 2,000 galleons. Unable to resist, Jiang Lingmu glanced up towards the professor's table but found Snape absent. The final owl delivered a brief letter, inscribed in elegant, looping script, stating, 5 p.m., Headmaster's office, password, Osmanthus Sweet Lotus. Chapter 130, Uplifting News. Jiang Lingmu's eyes brightened as she carefully stored the letter in her magical ring. It seemed she could commence designing her new residence. Time slipped away, and as the clock approached 5, Jiang Lingmu arrived at the entrance of the headmaster's office on the 8th floor. She passed once more by the wall opposite the tapestry, imbued with a palpable magical energy. She nearly forgot about this. She would need to note it down to study later, for this wall certainly held secrets. Approaching the statue of the gargoyle, she declared the password, Osmanthus Sweet Lotus. No wonder old Vicky and the others had sought her advice on the preparation of Chinese desserts. This delicacy had yet to appear on the banquet table, presumably having already found its way into Dumbledore's stomach. The stone beast leapt aside, revealing a segment of the wall that parted to unveil a spiral staircase adorned with ancient carvings. This was not Jiang Lingmu's first visit to the headmaster's office. She navigated the ascent with familiarity, as the staircase moved upward automatically, the radiant oak door opening a crack, through which Dumbledore's gentle voice emerged. Is it 17? Please come in. Jiang Lingmu pushed the door open and stepped inside, where Dumbledore sat behind a massive desk shaped like a claw. Seated across from him was a figure clad in black. Jiang Lingmu narrowed her eyes, her wariness heightened. She hoped this person was not there to lodge a complaint. She revealed no hint of her apprehension. "Good afternoon, Headmaster, Professor Snape." Dumbledore smiled and nodded, gesturing towards a chair not far from Snape. "Good afternoon, 17. Please take a seat." As soon as Jiang Lingmu settled into the chair, Dumbledore moved his fingers again, and a teacup appeared before her, filled with steaming hot tea. "How has your holiday been?" Jiang Lingmu felt a stir of curiosity and instinctively glanced at Snape, who maintained his usual stony expression, looking displeased with everyone. "Very well. It seems Dumbledore is unaware of my recent activities." Jiang Lingmu smiled sweetly. "It has been quite fulfilling, Headmaster. Christmas was truly delightful, and I received an abundance of gifts." "Oh, I doubt anyone could dislike you, 17. Dumbledore remarked, his azure eyes flitting between Jiang Lingmu and Snape. He sensed he had overlooked something. Yet neither Snape nor Jiang Lingmu exhibited any telltale signs. The only certainty was that his potions master did not display the aversion and disdain for Jiang Lingmu that he outwardly manifested. "Headmaster, you summoned me, did you not?" Jiang Lingmu paused just long enough for Dumbledore to extract an envelope from a nearby stack of letters, which he handed to her. Jiang Lingmu accepted it with both hands, breaking the wax seal bearing the Hogwarts crest and withdrawing a piece of parchment. It was none other than the usage permit for the 1-acre plot of land outside the school that Dumbledore had previously promised her. The document bore not only a lengthy signature from Dumbledore, but also the seal of the Hogwarts Board of Governors. The documentation indicates that she may utilize this parcel of land without charge prior to her graduation, whether for cultivation or construction. Jiang Lingmu's eyes sparkled with delight. "That's wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Headmaster," she exclaimed. Dumbledore smiled gently at her, saying, "My dear child, it is my duty to assist you. I believe that, before the new term begins, Hagrid would be more than willing to take you to inspect the land." However, he shifted his tone, adding, "But remember, this is merely a visit. If you venture beyond the confines of Hogwarts, I shall be aware of it." Jiang Lingmu nodded earnestly in agreement, feeling a sense of relief. Thanks to Snape's warning, she had dutifully refrained from straying into nocturnality while at school. She recalled that on the first day of the previous term, upon her arrival at the Hogwarts station, Dumbledore had dispatched Snape to catch her in the act. Moreover, regarding the matter of the land sale, the Board of Governors raised no objections. If you find yourself financially constrained, renting is also an option. The land had remained vacant for far too long. Originally intended for expansion in anticipation of an increase in student enrollment, yet Dumbledore need not elaborate further. Jiang Lingmu comprehended the implications. Over the centuries, wizards had increasingly concealed their existence, leading to minimal interaction with the Muggle world. While the number of British witches and wizards remained stagnant amidst ongoing conflicts and high attrition rates. Consequently, the land earmarked for expansion was not only underutilized, but Hogwarts Castle itself had become less populated than before. Jiang Lingmu found it hard to assess the situation, but quickly grasped the crux of the matter. "So, this means a price has been established, correct?" Dumbledore's eyes twinkled with appreciation. "Indeed. However, the location of this land is somewhat unique, given its proximity to the school, hence the Board of Governors has stipulated certain conditions." Jiang Lingmu nodded thoughtfully. "As you say, establishing a farm poses no issues, but it would be prudent to avoid constructing excessively tall edifices or unconventional shops, such as joke stores, for instance." Jiang Lingmu conveyed her understanding. This was distinctly different from operating a convenience store at the school entrance, considering the Weasley twins. Had Zonko's joke shop opened nearby, none of the professors within the castle would likely enjoy a peaceful night's sleep again. "Rest assured, my sole aim is to establish a farm, and I will ensure that it remains sufficiently distanced from the professors to avoid causing them any inconvenience," Jiang Lingmu asserted confidently. Upon finishing her statement, she distinctly sensed Snape glancing at her. "Excellent, Jiang Lingmu. I have faith in your capabilities," Dumbledore remarked. Recalling the obstacles he had encountered while strolling beside the vegetable garden, challenges even he found difficult to surmount. The board's stance was that the asking price was set at 650 to 790 galleons per acre, and the land you desire encompasses a total of 68 acres. Jiang Lingmu swiftly calculated the figures in her mind. It must be said that Dumbledore's price range was quite generous, with a minimum of 4,420 galleons and a maximum of 5,372 galleons to acquire the desired plot. Accounting for various taxes, a fluctuation of 300 to 400 galleons seemed reasonable. After reviewing her savings, she realized that if the land were priced at 650 galleons per acre, she could purchase it immediately. Of course, acquiring the land was merely the first step. Whether constructing a house or a farm would still require substantial funds. Even if she were to undertake the labor herself, the cost of materials such as wood and stone would be considerable. Thus, The giant spiders in the Forbidden Forest would need to continue being harvested. Before the onset of this summer's vacation, she was determined to secure this parcel of land. Jiang Lingmu gazed intently at Dumbledore. I have another question, Mr. Headmaster. When may I expect to receive the basilisk? Dumbledore's mustache twitched as he reached for a jar of honey and a plate of what appeared to be cookies, pushing them towards Jiang Lingmu. Before the conclusion of the new term, my dear child. Speaking of the basilisk, there is another matter I wish to discuss with you. Jiang Lingmu noticed Snape's hand tightening on his knee. She sensed she had already surmised what Dumbledore intended to inquire. As she had anticipated, he asked, Has Harry exhibited any unusual behavior recently? Jiang Lingmu blinked. Unusual behavior? Well, nothing particularly out of the ordinary. Aside from having a bit of polyjuice potion with his friends and wandering around the Slytherin common room, I haven't noticed anything remarkable, sir. Apologies, dear readers. But there wasn't enough room in the dialogue. Regarding land prices, I found an article from last year about the transfer of a 9,800-acre estate by British nobility for 35 million, which roughly translates to 3,541 per acre, equating to approximately 714 galleons. 1 galleon is roughly equal to 5. I used this as a reference. Chapter 131, Flattery, Flattery, Misplaced Praise. Dumbledore appeared unsurprised by this response and continued, in fact, I gifted him that diary anonymously as a Christmas present, though it has undergone some modifications. The power of Tom's memories has been significantly weakened, and the basilisk has been carefully returned to its lair. Jiang Lingmu feigned surprise, her eyes widening in curiosity. Why? Do you wish for Harry to attempt to resolve the Chamber of Secrets on his own? Dumbledore clasped his hands on the table. Rather than wanting Harry to confront the basilisk, I hope he can face Voldemort, who was once a student himself. Jiang Lingmu understood immediately, just as in the previous academic year. Dumbledore regarded Jiang Lingmu with a look of astonishment before shifting his gaze to Snape. Snape remained silent, merely shaking his head slightly. Jiang Lingmu disregarded their unspoken exchange and continued along her train of thought. It was Harry who informed me. It seems I was correct in my assumption. Harry is indeed exceptional. Do you believe Voldemort will return, which is why you wish to prepare Harry in advance? Or is Harry the key to defeating Voldemort? Dumbledore regarded Jiang Lingmu with admiration, nodding in affirmation. Indeed, you are remarkably astute, Jiang Lingmu. She accepted his compliment with a modest smile. Please, since Voldemort's rise, only Harry has managed to escape his clutches. Does it really require much intellect to deduce that? I would like to ask you to keep a closer watch on him, while still maintaining confidentiality, especially after he discovers the existence of the diary. I hope you will refrain from offering him any additional assistance. I believe with your prowess, this will not pose a problem, will it? Jiang Lingmu nodded, confident in her ability to handle the basilisk even at its peak strength, let alone after its taming. Certainly, 600 galleons. Snape, who had remained silent, let out a scoff, though it was unclear whom it was directed towards. Jiang Lingmu ignored him, reiterating her terms. No more than this amount per acre. As for whether Dumbledore intends to negotiate the price down or cover the difference himself, I have no preference. Dumbledore seemed to have adjusted to her approach of not settling for less, agreeing without much hesitation. Jiang Lingmu squinted slightly, surprised at how readily he acquiesced. She had underestimated him. Had she known, she would have pressed harder. Nevertheless, it was best to recognize a good deal when one saw it. Mr. Headmaster, do you have any other matters to discuss? If not, I shall make my way to the Great Hall. Dumbledore tapped his fingers on the table, and several gleaming plates along with 3 sets of cutlery materialized before them. In the next moment, the plate was filled with food, and a warm jug of pumpkin juice appeared on the table. No worries, 17, you may dine here. Dumbledore flicked his fingers, pouring pumpkin juice into Jiang Lingmu's cup. I hope these dishes suit your palate. The bread in the basket was perfectly baked, accompanied by a generous serving of tomato beef brisket, a dish of bell pepper beef strips, and 3 pieces of grilled fish sprinkled with spices, alongside a portion of osmanthus-flavored lotus root for dessert. All of these were new recipes mastered by the house elves. Jiang Lingmu nodded, finding them quite acceptable, although the dining atmosphere felt somewhat peculiar. Reminiscent of the day she first arrived in England, Dumbledore's warm hospitality juxtaposed with Snape's silent demeanor. When Dumbledore's gaze returned to Jiang Lingmu for the 3rd time, she could no longer endure it and set down the bread in her hand. Please, speak your mind. How can anyone eat under such scrutiny? It hinders my digestion. Dumbledore hesitated, as he was accustomed to addressing other students from a position of authority, effortlessly gauging their clever, whimsical, or naive minds without the need for any magic. Yet, with Jiang Lingmu, this approach proved nearly futile. I assume you consider yourself good friends with Harry, am I correct? Jiang Lingmu pondered earnestly. If deception and concealment do not tarnish friendship, then I suppose so. Opposite her, Dumbledore appeared momentarily taken aback. Not to worry, I shall intervene when the time comes. 17. Jiang Lingmu nodded. We shall discuss it then. Dumbledore regarded Jiang Lingmu's expression, his cerulean eyes seemingly peering into the depths of her soul. 17. You seem rather unconcerned. Jiang Lingmu replied with a calm smile, feigning nonchalance. All things have their destined course. Then she switched to English. In the path of longevity, apart from extraordinary strength, we do not impose any other demands. To put it bluntly, when faced with the choice between self-interest and honesty, she had chosen the former. She wondered how Harry and the others would decide, whether they would consider it trivial or hold a grudge. She couldn't control their thoughts. She had contemplated this issue, finding little to defend. After all, she was the one who strayed from the path of righteousness. All she could do was hope that Harry and Ron would understand her. She truly could not afford to be without her ground. Harry and Ron would likely be upset, especially Harry, who consistently trusted his friends. But Jiang Lingmu assumed it would be more bluster than substance. As for Hermione, she would surely not blame her. Perhaps she would be angry for a time. But Jiang Lingmu was confident she could win her back. Well, there's a term that describes me quite accurately: unrestrained confidence. A flicker of amusement danced in Dumbledore's eyes. I have always held a keen interest in Eastern philosophies. And you, 17? He pondered briefly before awkwardly pronouncing two Chinese words. Open-minded, transparent. Jiang Lingmu instinctively replied. You flatter me. Too kind. How was she open-minded? Her master had said her heart was smaller than a needle's eye, and she wholeheartedly agreed, taking pride in it. She was not picky, but she refused to suffer losses. The two clever foxes exchanged banter while Snape observed silently, continuing his meal. From your perspective, do you consider this trial appropriate? Jiang Lingmu paused, momentarily unsure of Dumbledore's intent. Did he genuinely seek the truth, or merely desire flattery? How vexing the headmaster's decisions were. Of course, beyond reproach. Yet Dumbledore seemed oblivious to the hint of sarcasm in her tone, pressing on relentlessly. If it were you, what would you do? I am eager to hear differing opinions and thoughts. If it were them, it would depend on the circumstances, headmaster. Assessing the strength of the opposing forces. If I encountered troubles akin to Harry's, my master would likely adopt one of two strategies. Dumbledore's gaze fixed on Jiang Lingmu, eagerly awaiting her response. The first would involve my master finding a way to resolve it for me, shielding me until the matter passes, during which I might remain oblivious. The second, if my master could not resolve it, would entail a focus on my growth, ensuring I possess the strength to confront my adversaries. Jiang Lingmu smiled subtly, her words laced with meaning. I suspect my master lacks the patience to set me any trials. The path of longevity does not harbor idlers. Tossing her into a trial array for repeated torment was precisely the sort of thing her master would do. Chapter 132. Hers, all hers. As Jiang Lingmu's words faded, a profound silence enveloped the office. The only sound was the subtle whir of various silver artifacts whose purpose she could not discern. Even the snores of former headmasters hanging on the walls had ceased. Snape's cold, dark eyes bore a hint of derision, heavy upon Dumbledore. Meanwhile, Jiang Lingmu felt remarkably at ease. Having lost her appetite, she lifted the warm pumpkin juice and took a sip. It was evident that the headmaster had chosen a middle ground, trusting you have your own considerations. Her thoughts were more straightforward. Either Dumbledore possessed the unwavering capability and resolve to protect Harry, ensuring his normal studies and life remained unimpeded even with Voldemort's return, or he would divulge everything to him, feverishly nurturing him to develop the power to confront Voldemort in a short span. Clearly, Dumbledore was unwilling to choose either option. The former suggested he might lack such formidable power, while the latter. Jiang Lingmu recalled Dumbledore's words during the Mid-Autumn Feast, clearly. This benevolent old headmaster placed immense value on her educational experience at Hogwarts. Perhaps he believed children ought to engage in the pursuits befitting their age, learning, playing, and forging friendships in a safe environment, growing steadily. For any other child, this would be the most sensible decision, but Harry was far from an ordinary child. Harry, as you can see, 17, is not exactly. Dumbledore deliberated over his words, not a child endowed with obvious talent. As he spoke, Dumbledore's gaze flitted momentarily over the stern-faced Snape. I have taught at Hogwarts for many years and have encountered numerous talented students, 17, such as Tom. I have heard you are also a genius in the path of longevity, so I trust you understand my point. Jiang Lingmu blinked in surprise. Talent manifests in many forms. Sir, a resolute spirit is a talent. Kindness is also a talent. Of course, there is a possibility that you have yet to discover Harry's true talent. At this juncture, she suddenly recalled a crucial detail. Did Dumbledore truly know that Harry was a Parselmouth? Perhaps he feared Harry's talents were inclined toward dark magic, concerned he might become a second Tom Riddle, which was why he subjected him to trial after trial to assess his character. If that were the case, she could only say this was utterly inefficient. Last year's defense against the dark arts professor, this year's chamber of secrets. All the while, the enemy was hot on their heels. Was time not precious? Regardless, she found it incomprehensible. I believe Harry is quite perceptive. His magical aura is quite vibrant, yet he seems indifferent to his studies, showing little interest in competing for top grades or demonstrating his strength. What was most admirable about Harry was that, despite having endured a troubled past, he harbored no vengeful resentment. She could see he cherished his time at Hogwarts immensely. I have finished my meal. Please take your time, Mr. Headmaster and Professor Snape. Farewell. Jiang Lingmu rose, nodded to Dumbledore, and departed from the headmaster's office. The night had fully descended, yet curfew was still a while away. She resolved to seek out Hagrid immediately. Perhaps he would be willing to escort her to that piece of land for a glimpse. The approval granted by Dumbledore did not specify the exact acre in question. She might even delineate a plot for a dwelling on that land. The sound of the stone walls opening and closing echoed from outside the office, while the dinner on the table had grown completely cold. Snape set down his knife and fork. Unless there is a significant matter, such as dining with students, he articulated with particular clarity, I must ask for your pardon, as I have other affairs to attend to. Of course you have matters to attend to, Severus. Please, wait a moment, Dumbledore interjected. The perspective of a 17-year-old is always so fascinating. Severus, are you not prepared to share it with me? Snape's icy gaze rested upon Dumbledore's countenance. What exactly are you implying? I have heard that you have recently been supplying St. Mungo's and several apothecaries with potions that are far more efficacious than traditional elixirs. I presumed you were already aware of this since the banquet, Snape drawled. Her proficiency in potions is rather mediocre, coupled with some esoteric methods of longevity that we are both unfamiliar with, yielding those remarkably potent concoctions. Dumbledore raised his hands in acceptance of Snape's assertion. Indeed, Jiang Lingmu had garnered his attention with potions during the mid-autumn banquet, thus earning magical tutoring. He did not intend to persist on this matter, even though he was genuinely curious about what exactly the 17-year-old had done to persuade Severus to assist in the sale of potions. One last inquiry. How did she overcome her struggles with controlling her magical power? As her tutoring professor, you should be well aware of this. Snape curled the corners of his lips, his smile tinged with malice. I recently encountered a term from the Far East. Diligence can compensate for clumsiness. And the early bird catches the worm. Diligent study can often resolve many difficulties. He rose, adjusted his robe slightly, and strode toward the door, retrieving a cloak from the stand and draping it over his arm. If your star pupil could comprehend this principle, you would not be fretting here, would you? With that, he opened the door and departed. The night had completely enveloped the world as Jiang Lingmu followed Hagrid, observing his heavy-footed progress through the snow. After leaving the headmaster's office, she had made a beeline for Hagrid's hut and, after some persuasion, successfully convinced him to take her out of the school grounds. Both moved with a brisk pace. Hagrid's strides were lengthy, while Jiang Lingmu, though shorter, was quick on her feet. They meandered around the edge of the forbidden forest, veering onto a path blanketed in snow. The only indication that this was a path was the uneven footprints partially obscured by the snow. In the tranquil expanse, the only sound was the crunch of snow beneath their feet. Jiang Lingmu gazed ahead, where a dim, hazy light illuminated a cluster of oddly shaped, aged buildings at the end of the road. That was Hogsmeade. Oh, you are now a second-year student, Lingmu. By the end of this year, you will be able to visit Hogsmeade. All the students adore it there. Jiang Lingmu nodded. I know, it is one of the few purely wizarding villages. From the descriptions provided by the Weasley twins, it seemed comparable to Diagon Alley, a bustling place. Even though the resident wizard population was modest, it remained a renowned tourist destination. Although the wizards of Britain did not reside nearby, they occasionally visited or brought their children to experience the wizarding village, not to mention the numerous European travelers. She was thoroughly satisfied with both its location and size. Indeed, many shops are quite intriguing. We are almost there. Hagrid led Jiang Lingmu off the path to a broad, level area of land, which was precisely her target. Hagrid excitedly gestured with his hands. From that forest over there, following this path. Do you see that solitary house on the outskirts of Hogsmeade? That entire area belongs to the school. However, Jiang Lingmu's attention was drawn to the gently sloping hill adjoining that piece of land. Whose hill is that, Hagrid? Chapter 133. The Grand House Plan. Jiang Lingmu's mind raced with calculations. With an acre priced at 600 galleons, her budget for land acquisition was considerably ample, allowing her to potentially secure more than one plot at once. She was quite fond of that hill. Its gentle slope was spacious and sparsely wooded. She envisioned crafting spells or enchantments to improve the environment and weather, ideally for cultivating an orchard. It mattered little whose hill it was. She could ask Dumbledore to negotiate on her behalf. The more she pondered, the more pleased she became. Dumbledore had indeed not specified the location of the acre he temporarily allocated to her, She could choose freely from this expanse. With this acre of land, her intention was to establish her foothold in Britain, reserving the remainder for agricultural experiments. In essence, she could now return and plan her farm layout, constructing her abode in one fell swoop. Jiang Lingmu meticulously noted the details of the land as she obediently followed Hagrid back to the school. Uncertain of what instructions he had received, Hagrid appeared somewhat uneasy, accompanying her all the way to the castle before returning. As the holiday concluded, the returning students filled the once-empty Great Hall, plunging back into their daily academic lives. Jiang Lingmu busied herself, racing through study materials while also delving into alchemy alongside the Weasley twins, all the while seizing every available moment to engage in her craftsmanship. Yes, her so-called craftsmanship was none other than her house model. After yet another lunch, Ron, with a full belly, sat in his chair digesting the delectable meals that had improved remarkably since Jiang Lingmu established rapport with the kitchen elves. Harry was more restrained but had eaten quite a bit. His gaze darted between Hermione and Jiang Lingmu. He would glance at Hermione, who was engrossed in her third-year readings, then shift his attention to Jiang Lingmu, who was meticulously whittling wood with a carving knife. Before her lay a model resembling a dollhouse. Yet its architectural style was entirely distinct. White walls, dark tiles, soaring eaves, and intricate brackets, all harmoniously arranged. A petite, exquisitely crafted courtyard model stood on a wooden base. Jiang Lingmu held a particular fondness for Sioux-style architecture, despite lacking sufficient land to create an extensive garden. Sioux-style buildings eschew rigid symmetry, favoring a more flexible and intricate arrangement that exudes comfort and transparency. She also sought to incorporate elements from Western architecture, such as large windows, terraces, and spacious spiral staircases. Setting down her carving knife, Jiang Lingmu cast a vanishing spell over the wood shavings scattered across the table. And then she began to meticulously affix the crafted tiles and the dragon-like eaves to the rooftop. Lingmu, have you been working on that model for the past few days? Harry adjusted his glasses. I must say, it is truly beautiful. Jiang Lingmu offered him an approving glance. This will be the house where I reside for the coming years in Britain. What do you think? Quite lovely, isn't it? Once the house is constructed, she intends to place this model in the most prominent position. A house? Ron asked, somewhat dazed, turning his head. Are you planning to shrink yourself and live inside it? 17. It's merely a model, Ron, akin to a set of blueprints for reference. Ron's eyes widened. Are you actually building a house in the UK? His gaze swept over the exquisitely crafted model. Goodness, such a house must cost a fortune. Moreover, where do you plan to build it? Hermione closed her book and answered on behalf of Jiang Lingmu. On the plot of land situated between the school and Hogsmeade, which also belongs to Hogwarts. Lingmu is preparing to purchase that parcel. Harry and Ron exchanged astonished looks, their expressions mirroring each other as surprise. We've never heard you mention this before. And we're together in class every day? Hermione shrugged, unable to conceal her pride. Oh, Lingmu only shared it with me, but now you both know. Harry glanced at Jiang Lingmu, seemingly awaiting her to say something. Jiang Lingmu paused her work. I apologize, guys. I've been extremely busy lately. It's only natural that Hermione, who shares a dormitory with me, would be the first to know. I mentioned my desire to run a wizarding farm, remember? Naturally, it needs to be on wizarding territory. As for the house, I prefer not to return to the Xianmen for the summer. I'd rather stay here. Harry's expression of melancholy gradually transformed into envy. Oh, I don't want to go back to the Dursleys for the summer either. How wonderful it would be if I could build my own house. Why have I never thought of this? I don't necessarily need a house as grand as 17's. Even Hagrid's wooden hut would suffice. As long as it allows me to stay here during the summer. Ron patted him on the shoulder. Harry couldn't help but entertain the thought of the vast fortune in his vault. Perhaps he could acquire a small plot near Hogwarts or Hogsmeade. The more he considered it, the more feasible it seemed. If the school could sell land to 17, surely he could make an effort to? However, unlike 17, he lacked the means to earn money. He would have to budget wisely and perhaps save a little, allowing him to buy a modest house in Hogsmeade. The mere thought of possibly owning a home in the magical realm filled Harry's eyes with a brilliant light. Suddenly, a golden comet soared into the Great Hall. Heading straight for Jiang Lingmu, she extended her hand. Oh, Ingwue has replied to me. The paper crane transformed into a flat sheet, and Jiang Lingmu scanned the letter, her brow furrowing. Oh no, this is bad. What is it, Lingmu? Hermione inquired. Jiang Lingmu, unusually deflated, replied, Senior Sister 11 is in seclusion. What does it mean to be in seclusion? Harry asked. It likely refers to isolating oneself for study and improvement, during which one cannot be disturbed by the outside world. She had hoped that Senior Sister 11 would come to England to assist her in building the house. But now what would she do? Without her sister's connections, where could she find suitable materials or skilled craftsmen? If she were to do it herself, she could only manage a few wooden huts. And labor costs in the magical realm were quite steep. Jiang Lingmu sighed. I had planned to invite senior sister 11 to help me build the house. You know my 1,000 craftsman bed was made by her. Oh, how I long for her grand house. My dear senior sister. Jiang Lingmu felt utterly dejected. Harry clearly had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. Well, when she finishes her seclusion, won't that be fine? He suggested. How long can one really stay in seclusion? I certainly couldn't last a month. No, you don't understand, Harry. When she left the Dian sect, senior sister 11 had already been preparing for a long time to break through to the mid-level foundation. A seclusion period could last several months, or even years in some cases. By the time she emerges, she might have already graduated from Hogwarts. Chapter 134, Summoning People. The trio gazed at the despondent Jiang Lingmu, exchanging glances for a considerable time. Hermione was the first to react. Is your senior sister the only one capable of constructing such a house? Can't you ask someone else for assistance? Jiang Lingmu paused, then swiftly realized. Well, it's not as if there are no alternatives, is there? Of course. I can seek help from others. The reason I wanted to ask senior sister 11 was for the ease of international travel. She isn't here for study, so the customs process doesn't apply to her. As a proper sword cultivator, she could fly over on her sword, undoubtedly faster than I could by plane. Most importantly, she's family. I wouldn't have to spend any money. Those from the Xianmen lacked such advantageous conditions. Besides that, she could directly summon craftsmen from the underworld. Hermione. Thank you for the reminder. I adore you. Jiang Lingmu exclaimed, turning to give Hermione a great bear hug. Then tidied up the model of the courtyard she had nearly completed. If she could summon craftsmen from the underworld, why would she laboriously design it herself? Jiang Lingmu took out a piece of parchment and began to draft a new plan. First, summoning from the underworld would also require funds, but not in the same currency as the living world. Jiang Lingmu wasn't particularly worried about failing to summon anyone. In recent decades, the secular world of China had developed rapidly, and although the Xianmen had barely managed to emerge from years of turmoil and cultural devastation, its official organization remained weak. Furthermore, the secular world was actively combating feudal superstitions, leading to a decline in activities like burning paper for ancestral worship, resulting in a lack of inheritance for certain shadowy crafts. If the upper echelons stopped burning, the underlings would have no money, leading to a significant downturn in the economy of the underworld. The Xianmen had been established for several years, yet it had seen little progress, with an increasing number of souls in the underworld competing for scarce resources. However, she had the skills. Whether it was crafting gold paper, ingots, incense, or spirit tablets, she could do it all. By investing more in paper horses and incense, she believed she could summon a team of craftsmen. With so many skilled artisans throughout Chinese history, it was improbable that all had reincarnated, even if only a couple remained. That would suffice. Jiang Lingmu swiftly jotted down the necessary items on the parchment. These paper offerings were in high demand in the current underworld. Skills are never a burden. No matter how obscure the craft, there is always a place for it. The temple where she temporarily resided did not teach the craft of paper offerings, as it had its own traditions, while skills like crafting paper coffins were mostly family secrets. However, after the establishment of the Xianmen, various industries related to shadowy practices were consolidated for easier management. Although she could not cultivate, she had dabbled in the craft during her idle time. Secondly, having money was not enough. The souls lacked physical forms and thus could not work. To construct a house, the strength and precision of paper offerings were insufficient. She would need to find a way to improve them. The forbidden forest was vast, and the light conditions there were poor. But she was bound to find a few suitable shadowy woods. At this thought, Jiang Lingmu couldn't help but recall the willow tree that had feasted on various Black Lake fish for several months. Willows are of the Yin, and this particular willow not only consumed flesh but also possessed a spirit. It was hard for her not to be tempted. Jiang Lingmu swallowed, writing the characters for the willow tree on the parchment in a discreet manner. Once she was prepared with the paper horses and incense to bribe the underworld officials and finalize the construction plans, she would seek out this willow to discuss whether she could obtain a few branches. As for crafting gold ingots and incense, there was no better place than the potions professor's office. Unlike the last time when she created a substitute for herself, this time she was tasked with crafting currency and objects for those below, a process that demanded more stringent conditions. The underground chamber was capable of isolating the three lights, sun, moon, and stars, and its chilly ambience allowed the gathering talismans to exert their utmost efficacy. More importantly, it spared her from the incessant clamor of inquisitive questions. Thus, as dinner concluded, Jiang Lingmu exchanged pleasantries with her friends, deftly avoiding the returning Slytherins to the underground lounge, and meandered her way to Professor Snape's office. She raised her hand and rapped lightly on the door, which swung open slightly, granting her entry as Snape's unvarying voice beckoned her in. Professor Snape? It was a rare occurrence. Today, Snape was not engrossed in grading student essays, but was instead stationed at the potion-making table. 3 cauldrons simmered before him, each alight with flickering flames. Snape was meticulously stirring the contents of one cauldron with a slender spoon, colorful, spiraling wisps of smoke wafting above the table. A cluster of bottles and jars lay within his reach, all containing potion materials that Jiang Lingmu recognized as having been treated by her unique fire. "What brings you here?" Snape inquired, not lifting his gaze, his tone surprisingly tranquil. "Are you busy, Professor?" Jiang Lingmu ventured as she stepped further into the office. Snape turned his head, his cold eyes locking onto her beaming face. She could read the skepticism in his expression. "You better have a good reason." "I wish to borrow a space in your office to engage in some handiwork, or perhaps you could unlock the potion classroom for me. I assure you, my work will not disturb your potion studies." Jiang Lingmu maintained an obedient demeanor. After Hermione had taken a considerable amount of belladonna and lacewing flies from the student storage cabinets for her polyjuice potion, Snape had locked the potion classroom. Jiang Lingmu felt no animosity towards him. The ingredients required for the potion were indeed substantial. Even though the student material cabinet was accessible to all, there would always be a limit to consumption, and taking too much at once was undeniably conspicuous. The furrows on Snape's brow deepened as he scrutinized Jiang Lingmu's face, his eyes brimming with distrust. "What do you intend to do?" "Merely some crafting, though it necessitates the underground environment." Snape's thoughts wavered between the desire for solitude and the apprehension that Jiang Lingmu might cause mischief, ultimately deciding that the latter's repercussions were far more severe. "Do not make any noise." "Understood. I promise not to disturb you," she replied eagerly. "May I use this half of the table?" Snape's silence was acquiescence, and Jiang Lingmu found a chair, settling down and beginning to extract materials from her storage ring. Rolls of gold paper, a large ceramic jar of Nanmu adhesive powder, and a spice grinder swiftly filled the once barren half of the table. Snape, he regretted his decision slightly. Fortunately, Jiang Lingmu proved to be considerate. Her activities were relatively quiet. She retrieved a set of writing implements and talisman paper that Snape had seen not long ago. The only difference this time was that the ink she employed was not vermilion, but a deep, inky black. With deft strokes, she soon produced a series of gathering talismans. The reason why craftsmen such as sorcerers and paper artisans could circulate gold paper offerings in the underworld was due to the attachment of energy to these items. For instance, when burning gold paper as offerings, it was consumed by yang fire, allowing the denizens below to receive it. If the objects possessed insufficient energy, all that would remain in the hands of the living would be a handful of ashes. Jiang Lingmu had no such concerns. Her creations were destined to be of the highest quality. To resolve her housing issue in one fell swoop, Jiang Lingmu was thoroughly prepared. She first arranged a gathering formation on her half of the table using the freshly crafted talismans, ensuring that every material within would absorb ample energy before cleansing her hands to commence her crafting. First, she set about making incense. In the underworld, the quality of the incense was not of great concern. It merely needed sufficient energy. The materials she selected were quite ordinary: a generous amount of Nanmu adhesive powder, a touch of pine resin, and a hint of frankincense, just enough to impart a pleasant aroma. As she prepared to grind the spices in the mortar, a sudden inspiration struck her, and she drew forth her wand. Thus, she acquired an automated grinder. While it worked, she discreetly cast a silencing charm to prevent the fastidious professor, lost in his potion research, from ejecting her from the office. Fortunately, the spices did not emit a strong scent prior to being transformed into incense. Taking advantage of the grinding process, Jiang Lingmu neatly folded the rolls of gold paper, using her wand to cut them into orderly rectangles. If the spices could be ground by magic, then so too could the gold paper be folded. There was no fault in that logic. After a brief period of experimentation, she realized that folding gold paper ingots required more delicate control than the packaging paper she had used for selling candied hawthorns. 10 minutes later, the spices were ground into a fine, even powder, and Jiang Lingmu had successfully grasped the subtle differences between magically folding packaging paper and gold paper. Focusing intently on the steps to fold the gold paper ingots, she tapped the tip of her wand against a prepared rectangle of gold paper. The paper quivered slightly before beginning to fold itself, producing a plump ingot in mere seconds. Jiang Lingmu picked one up for inspection, relieved to find that the energy within had remained unaffected, allowing her to confidently apply her magic to the entire stack of gold paper. Crafting incense required a certain finesse, and Jiang Lingmu engaged in the task herself, mixing the spice powder with the adhesive powder. She extracted 2 gathering talismans, pinching them between her fingers. With a gentle flick, the talisman ignited, its ash cascading into the water basin, transforming the pre-prepared clear water into a pale gray hue. Snape had been observing Jiang Lingmu's actions intently, Upon witnessing this, he paused in his note-taking, stepping closer to her side of the table. As he crossed into her half of the workspace, he was immediately enveloped by an omnipresent chill. Jiang Lingmu's eyes widened. "Professor, please don't come closer." The energy emanating from her side was so dense it was nearly tangible. Who would willingly immerse themselves in such a chilling aura? In a hasty motion, Jiang Lingmu flung a talisman at him, which adhered to his chest with a resounding slap. The cold sensation dissipated instantaneously, and Snape glanced down at the talisman, noting that its ink was red, unlike the ones Jiang Lingmu had crafted that day. What was more alarming was that the edges of the talisman were singed and curling, as if on the verge of igniting. Snape quickly retreated several paces, distancing himself from Jiang Lingmu's workspace, the talisman on his chest now nearly charred. Jiang Lingmu exhaled in relief. "Professor, if you need anything, just call for me. Do not approach this side. I am currently producing some." She hesitated, searching for the right term. Items meant for the deceased. The aura on them could impose a burden on the living. To be honest, Snape struggled to comprehend her words. In his understanding, items for the deceased were merely offerings brought to honor and remember them, like a bouquet of flowers. "So what is it that you need?" Snape's gaze settled on the water basin. "Is that the river of forgetfulness?" Jiang Lingmu contemplated for a moment before realizing. Stepping out from the gathering formation with the basin to allow Snape a closer look. "It is not the water from the river of forgetfulness used for concocting the forgetfulness potion. This is talisman water." Another explanation loomed, and Jiang Lingmu felt a headache coming on. However, Snape's response took her by surprise. "I have heard that the sorcerers of Huaxia use talisman water to exorcise spirits and heal ailments." Jiang Lingmu regarded the potion's professor with newfound admiration. "Indeed. Yes, however, talismanic water is categorized into various types. Theoretically, each type of talisman can be transformed into its corresponding talismanic water. The method is quite simple. As you have observed, merely cast the ashes from the burned talisman into water. This pertains to the principles of talismans, which serve to lock spiritual energy and energy within the talisman paper through intricate designs. You might conceptualize it as a disposable spell that is convenient to carry. The so-called designs are, in fact, seal characters, as the mystical sect believes that these characters facilitate a more seamless connection with the energies of heaven and earth. However, Jiang Lingmu doubted Severus Snape's ability to comprehend this, so she chose to omit further explanation. Following Jiang Lingmu's line of reasoning, Snape swiftly grasped the significance of talismans. Imagine if wizards possessed similar disposable spells. During combat, the side endowed with more such spells could easily overwhelm the opposing side, akin to having countless allies. A remarkably astute strategy, wouldn't you agree? Jiang Lingmu felt a twinge of pride, believing that a well-drawn talisman could conserve considerable energy. She continued her elucidation. The most common method to activate a talisman is through combustion. When the physical substances such as talisman paper and pigments vanish, the energy is unleashed. At this juncture, integrating the ash into water yields the corresponding talismanic water. Thus, this is not the river water from the river of oblivion. Your confusion arose from the similarity in the energies contained within them. The distinction lies in the fact that the talismanic water derived from the gathering talisman contains purely energy, which, when crafted into incense sticks, poses no harm to spirits, instead fortifying the incorporeal body and aiding in cultivation. In contrast, the water from the river of oblivion is imbued not only with energy, but also with deathly and malevolent energies. Although Jiang Lingmu was diligently studying potion making, she had not delved into extensive research and could not definitively ascertain which energy from the river of oblivion was essential for the concoction of the forgetting potion. Snape momentarily set aside his queries and resumed brewing the unfinished potion, while Jiang Lingmu observed him carefully adding the materials she had treated with otherworldly flames into the cauldron. She poured the talismanic water into the blended incense powder, deftly molding it into a massive incense mass without the use of a squeezing tool, opting instead to employ magic directly. In no time, the incense mass transformed into a multitude of slender, uniformly elongated incense sticks, neatly laid out on the drying bamboo mat, numbering over 2,000. With several hundred additional sticks already in her storage ring, she was assured it would suffice. Jiang Lingmu stacked the bamboo mats together and positioned them at the center of the array to await drying. It would take approximately 2 days for them to dry. During this time, the gathering array could be dismantled, but the incense must not be exposed to the 3 lights while drying. Snape's office, though chilly, was not damp, making it an ideal environment for storing potion materials, which Jiang Lingmu was fortunate to utilize. After finishing the last gold paper, she roughly counted the number of gold ingots, over 1,000. These items were not only to be used for paying the wages of the underworld construction crew, but were also crucial for facilitating various dealings. The old spirits already assimilated into the underworld faced immense obstacles to even visit the mortal realm, let alone venture abroad. Organizing a construction crew necessitated considerable arrangements. Jiang Lingmu initially estimated her resources would be sufficient. If push came to shove, she could always return to use the space for crafting. Chapter 136. Engaging others for assistance. With all preparations complete, Jiang Lingmu wasted no time and resolved to summon someone shortly to inquire about the feasibility of her plans. She tidied up the scattered gold paper and ingots, dismantled the gathering array, and set fire to a talisman to cleanse the residual energy lingering in the office. Professor, the incense requires 23 days to dry. May I store it here? Snape merely glanced at her without uttering a word. And Jiang Lingmu understood this to mean permission was granted. Then I shan't disturb you further. Good night, Professor. As she tidied up the incense powder that had accidentally scattered during the process, a hint of anxiety flickered in her demeanor, prompting Snape to narrow his eyes. Regardless of your intentions, you are not permitted to leave the school grounds. Jiang Lingmu halted mid-step, taken aback. Did her desire to stir up trouble seem so transparent? You misunderstand, Professor. I am merely preparing for construction, intending to remain in England during the summer. Snape was only aware that Jiang Lingmu planned to purchase land for a farm, lacking familiarity with the finer details. Building a house? Before the summer holiday? Does she possess such wealth? It must be noted that Snape was arguably the most informed individual regarding Jiang Lingmu's financial circumstances within the entire school, having overseen several of her income streams. Acquiring a plot of vacant land was simple, yet constructing a house necessitated substantial labor and materials. This was an unavoidable truth. Even for wizards, Jiang Lingmu's funds were far from adequate unless she intended merely to erect a rudimentary wooden shack akin to that of a half-giant on the land. Or if she aimed to prioritize the house, she would have to forfeit a significant portion of the property. Or had she discovered something within the forbidden forest once more? Jiang Lingmu was quite displeased with Snape's scrutinizing gaze. Of course, I have no intention of employing wizards for the labor. The house I envision cannot be constructed by wizards. I believe Hogwarts has always been quite hospitable towards ghosts, has it not? After stating this, Jiang Lingmu disregarded Snape's potential reaction and stepped out of the office. This time, she was not merely opening the ghost gate. There was a stark difference between borrowing a path and summoning a ghostly envoy. To prevent the malevolent aura of the underworld from affecting others, Jiang Lingmu, under the cover of night, departed from the castle to the plot of land she wished to acquire. The moon and stars were obscured by dense clouds, and the howling cold wind billowed through her dark robe. But Jiang Lingmu remained unfazed as she retrieved her tools from her storage ring and set up a ritual altar on the vacant lot. Though referred to as an altar, it was merely a low table and an incense burner. Jiang Lingmu produced 4 incense sticks from her storage ring, giving them a gentle shake until the tips glowed red. But the feeble wisps of smoke were quickly scattered by the fierce wind. She inserted the incense sticks into the burner, skillfully forming a hand seal to open the ghost gate, and ignited a yellow paper talisman. In an instant, a chilling wind arose. The incense sticks burned exceedingly slowly in the burner, prompting Jiang Lingmu to take a seat on a small stool from her storage ring, patiently guarding the gate and the incense. This wait lasted a quarter of an hour. The underworld essentially exists as an independent space separate from the mortal realm. While borrowing a path abroad is straightforward, summoning a ghostly envoy poses certain complications. After all, ghostly envoys must adhere to territorial rules, and the deities of the underworld cannot traverse freely into another's domain. Finally, the sound of chains scraping against the ground reverberated from within the swirling black mist of the ghost gate, causing the burning speed of several incense sticks to accelerate dramatically. And a torrent of smoke flooded into the ghost gate, revealing a shadowy figure amidst the haze. The visitor's skin was pallid, clad in a black robe and boots, adorned with a black hat inscribed with the words "Peace under heaven," wielding a heavy soul-reaping rope, and a dark wooden plaque hung from his waist bearing the name Li Shi. From the perspective of the longevity path, ghostly deities are essentially ghost practitioners granted a position and protected by celestial laws. Ghost practitioners lack physical forms and are easily apprehended, a reality that also applies to ghostly envoys. Thus, their true names are of utmost importance and are typically kept concealed from public view. Li Shi serves as a nickname, indicating that this envoy's surname is Li, and he ranks 11th among the Black Wuchang. In the blink of an eye, the incense sticks had completely burned away. Jiang Lingmu promptly rose from her stool and bowed towards the ghost gate. I pay my respects to the envoy. Li Shi hastily returned the gesture. You honor me, young celestial master, he said, straightening up. He glanced toward the ancient castle, brilliantly illuminated in the night. No wonder I hadn't heard from you for so long. It turns out you ventured abroad. Jiang Lingmu raised a beaming smile. How have you been, Lord Li? How are the 7th and 8th lords faring? Everything is well, indeed. Today I find myself with a rare moment of leisure, allowing me to bring forth the decree. However, have you encountered any difficulties? Jiang Lingmu hastily offered his polite remarks. I apologize for the trouble, esteemed sir. Li Shi waved his hand dismissively. It would be a pity to miss out on your offerings. It is merely that everyone is preoccupied. Otherwise, this matter would not fall to me. If it pleases you, I have plenty on hand. I have summoned you today for a specific request. Jiang Lingmu did not waste any time and swiftly articulated her needs. Thus the matter stands, Jiang Lingmu said, rubbing her hands together. I wonder if there might be any flexibility? Rest assured, the benefits will be considerable. I will ensure ample preparation and will not create any disturbances below. Li Shi's brow furrowed, not because the request was particularly unfeasible, but because the Netherworld had never set such a precedent. He found himself uncertain about whom to approach regarding this issue. Should he consult Lord Ba, given his temperament? That felt unwise. Or perhaps he should speak with Lord Qi. That too seemed inappropriate. Alternatively, he could directly approach Lord Shui, who possessed the Book of Life and Death. As Li Shi hesitated with a troubled expression, Jiang Lingmu was already retrieving gold ingots. She produced 20 ingots and, alongside a piece of yellow paper inscribed with Li Shi's name, incinerated them. As Li Shi pondered whom to consult first, he suddenly felt a weight in his arms. Looking down, he was met with a dazzling array of gold. This little celestial master, he thought. I know the Netherworld is quite busy, regardless of the outcome. It would be remiss to let you make the trip in vain. Jiang Lingmu, ever perceptive, suggested, since you are bringing someone up, might I ask you to relay a message to Lord Shui? I shall draft a formal petition detailing the specifics, but as I am outside the realm, I must impose upon you for a few more efforts. Li Shi's eyes lit up. She had already devised a strategy, and he merely needed to act as a messenger, reaping considerable rewards. It would be unreasonable to decline. Very well, I shall return to seek out Lord Shui. Take care, little celestial master. Jiang Lingmu smiled brightly as she watched Li Shi make his way back to the gates of hell. Once he was out of sight, she performed a seal to close the connection and resumed her position before the altar, taking the yellow paper to draft a petition. She emptied her stock of incense from her storage ring, igniting a large bundle all at once. She placed a significant amount of incense into the censer, and then incinerated a pile of gold ingots along with the petition. Meanwhile, in the Netherworld, Judge Chui's pen paused, as a dense aura of Yin energy enveloped him, refreshing him and dispelling the weariness of overtime work. Almost instantaneously, heavy gold ingots rained down upon him, due to the substantial amount of gold. The following morning, Jiang Lingmu received good news from the Netherworld. It was breakfast time, and the long tables in the hall were filled with students from the 4 houses. Owls flying through the persistent light snow and thick clouds as they entered the hall. Jiang Lingmu sat once again with Hermione, facing the rather listless Ron and Harry. Their lack of enthusiasm was understandable, as today was Wednesday and Thursday would bring 2 consecutive potions classes with Snape. Ron even appeared somewhat apathetic about food. Hermione, however, maintained her usual demeanor, alternating between her breakfast and the open magical herbs and fungi and potions and elixirs, comparing the two. If I'm not mistaken, we're set to learn how to brew a hair growth potion in this lesson. I suggest you both review the material in advance. Ron set down his fork, frowning. Really, Hermione? Do you honestly believe that if Harry and I memorize the textbook, we won't face any reprimands? Oh, I didn't say that, Hermione replied, closing magical herbs and focusing intently on the pages regarding the hair growth potion and potions. Potions is a crucial subject, even if Snape has it out for you. You should still take it seriously. Jiang Lingmu found this reasoning sound, although it was evident that the 2 boys did not share her perspective. We're about to enter our 3rd year, and 3rd year means choosing electives. The significance of elective choices hardly requires elaboration, does it? Have you not contemplated what you wish to pursue in the future? The prospect of such distant decisions seemed to have eluded Harry and Ron entirely. Jiang Lingmu would wager 10 bowls of wontons that Harry was preoccupied with the imminent potions class, while Ron was likely contemplating what to eat after the class concluded. Ron looked incredulous. Hermione, Christmas has just passed. We have an entire term before 3rd year. Not an entire term. I've inquired with Percy and the others. We must submit our course selections by Easter. Jiang Lingmu had just finished her last spoonful of tofu pudding when Hermione stated, "She is correct. Snape's academic plan for her follows this timeline as well. This year, Easter falls in mid-April, leaving only 3 months until then." Fine, Hermione. You may be a bit ahead of yourself. Moreover, since summer break begins in early July, her time to construct her house seems rather limited as well. If you and Harry focused on your studies, you would realize that Lingmu's academic progress has far surpassed yours. In discussions about academics, Harry and Ron had never emerged victorious, yet this revelation still astonished them. The two boys exchanged incredulous glances with Jiang Lingmu, who wore a serious expression. Indeed, that is the case. Hermione has already previewed portions of the third-year syllabus, and I am hastening her progress. In reality, her study plan was somewhat erratic. Snape's schedule was both beneficial and detrimental. She had never been one to follow a linear path. Often, just as she grasped the basics in the lower grades, she would be drawn to the more advanced materials in higher classes. Thus, Snape's study plan became more of a reference for her to leap around. Thus, after half a month, her apparent progress remained slow. Hermione's tone was filled with excitement. And soon we'll be at the same level. Harry, Ron, the two boys silently exchanged looks, then discreetly retrieved their potions textbooks from their bags. Hermione wore a victorious smile as she continued to study. When suddenly the air before Jiang Lingmu distorted for a brief moment, and a black rift appeared. A chilling aura spread forth, causing Hermione, closest to Jiang Lingmu, to shiver. Jiang Lingmu's eyelids twitched, and she quickly cast a talisman to suppress the netherworld's energy. Hermione's eyes widened. Lingmu, what is that? Before Jiang Lingmu could respond, a piece of yellow paper floated out from the rift. Without any visible flame, the paper seemed to burn rapidly, curling up and vanishing. Simultaneously, a raspy male voice echoed throughout the hall as the yellow paper disintegrated. Little Celestial Master, Lord Shui has granted permission. Further details will be elaborated tonight at the altar. Jiang Lingmu. It was Li Shi's voice. No, he used her incense and gold ingots to convey this message? Must he be so direct? The once lively chatter in the hall fell to a sudden hush, all eyes now fixed upon Jiang Lingmu. Turning her head, she found herself locking gazes with Professor Dumbledore and Snape at the staff table, one curious, the other laden with warning. Jiang Lingmu. The black rift dissipated, and the talisman she had used to suppress the netherworld's energy ignited spontaneously without flames. After a long pause, the gentle murmur of conversation resumed. Hermione, Lingmu. What was that? Jiang Lingmu pondered for a moment. Perhaps it could be considered a message? Hermione had little time to pursue further inquiries, as breakfast concluded, and the food on the long table gradually vanished. Jiang Lingmu promptly rose from her seat. Time to go off to class. This marked the first potions class for Jiang Lingmu after she ascended to the second year, with the previous students already having formed their groups. Hermione's partner was a quiet and studious classmate, the diligent type, and Hermione had initially harbored concerns for Jiang Lingmu, contemplating the notion of transforming their duo into a trio. However, Jiang Lingmu gracefully declined. She preferred to work alone, relishing the comfort of solitude. Professor Snape's potions classes were predominantly hands-on, and once she completed the potion required for the lesson, she could engage in other activities, as Snape typically overlooked her small diversions. Thus, the seating arrangement consisted of Hermione and her potions partner Jiang Lingmu, alongside the dynamic duo of Ron and Harry. Jiang Lingmu turned to glance at the boys' group, observing them murmuring over the page detailing the hair-raising potion. Not far off, Neville appeared somewhat anxious, fidgeting with his collar and taking deep breaths to calm himself. Jiang Lingmu offered a subtle smile. It seemed her charm was having a positive effect. As more students trickled in, she sensed Draco Malfoy's brooding gaze upon her the moment he and his two brawny companions entered the classroom. Turning her head to meet his gaze, she bestowed upon Malfoy a gentle, affectionate smile. His expression stiffened, and he quickly averted his eyes, gritting his teeth in response. With the ringing of the class bell, the doors to the potions classroom swung open with a resounding crash, the force causing them to slam against the walls before rebounding to a close. Jiang Lingmu pressed her lips together, noting the impressive durability of the doors. Professor Snape strode into the classroom, his long black cloak billowing in his wake. He raised his wand, and the light in the room dimmed dramatically. Silence enveloped the classroom as Snape proceeded with roll call, pausing ominously upon reaching Harry's name. His gaze sweeping over Jiang Lingmu's table. She noticed Harry and Ron instinctively lowering their heads, striving to diminish their presence, prompting a silent tisk of disbelief from her. Such a conditioned response spoke volumes of the psychological impact they must have endured. Chapter 138, The Hair-Raising Potion. Fortunately, Snape refrained from unnecessary commentary. After calling the roll, he flicked his wand towards the blackboard, revealing the method for concocting the hair-raising potion. A warning glare swept across certain students, his deep voice resonating thereafter. To those among you, particularly those who seem miserly with their energy and intellect during potions class, I sincerely advise you to pay close attention to the blackboard before proceeding, lest you cause trouble and danger for others. His icy tone echoed in the unexpectedly silent classroom, as Jiang Lingmu observed Harry and Ron exchanging furtive glances. All the materials you require are in the storage cabinet. Now begin. Hermione was swift in her actions. Almost the instant Snape's words fell, she grasped the hands of her group members and Jiang Lingmu, leading them to the storage cabinet to quickly gather their materials before returning to their seats. Most students, like Harry and Ron, were no different, murmuring among their partners at the cabinet, occasionally glancing at the blackboard to compare with their materials, dawdling in the process. By the time Harry and Ron returned with their supplies, Jiang Lingmu had already finely chopped the ginger root, measured a precise dosage of mugwort infusion, adjusted the height of the cauldron, and ignited the alcohol burner. This was not Jiang Lingmu's first endeavor in brewing the hair-raising potion. It seemed that male pattern baldness was a common plight among British men, a reality mirrored even within the wizarding community. However, conventional hair-raising potions were not particularly popular in potion shops, as they could only stimulate hair growth, but were helpless against already bald patches. Even after being concentrated with magical fire, the improvements were minimal. Moreover, due to the inclusion of the unstable ingredient, rat tails, the side effects of the hair-raising potion were exceedingly bizarre. Some experienced mere allergies, while others endured unbearable itching and welts of various shapes after application. And yet others found that while body hair flourished, their scalps remained barren. Having sought out Snape to borrow research papers and experimental feedback on the hair-raising potion, Jiang Lingmu still felt as though she had been privy to a prank rather than a serious academic study. The final conclusion was that the hair-raising potion was more of a farce than a remedy. Jiang Lingmu believed she had stumbled upon a new business opportunity and had conducted preliminary research on the hair-raising potion prior to class. She devised two potential solutions. One involved improving the existing formula, while the other entailed crafting her own herbal version of the hair-raising potion. However, due to her recent focus on designing a model of her house, this research had yet to commence formally. Determined to begin, she knew she first needed to produce a competent potion to submit as classwork. As the cauldron reached the desired temperature, Jiang Lingmu added the finely chopped ginger root, setting the alcohol burner to low heat, and began to sauté the ginger with a long-handled spoon. The mildly spicy aroma wafted from the cauldron as the ginger was further dried out. Only then did she gradually pour the mugwort infusion along the length of the spoon into the cauldron. Once the mixture began to boil, she slowly introduced a pint of distilled water, maintaining a medium heat for the simmering. Every action flowed fluidly, unhurried, while Hermione and her partner occasionally cast admiring glances in Jiang Lingmu's direction. Stealing a glance towards Hermione's table, Jiang Lingmu noted that both girls were meticulous and evidently well prepared, executing the steps and handling the materials with great precision. She harbored no concerns for Hermione, considering she could master even the most complex of potions. Shifting her gaze to Harry and Ron, she observed that the ginger was unevenly cut, and the cauldron's preheating temperature was too high, resulting in a burnt odor the moment the ginger was added. In a flurry of confusion, Harry fumbled with the stirring, completely neglecting to adjust the heat to low, while Ron, in a panic, hastily poured in the mugwort infusion. Jiang Lingmu raised her hand, exclaiming, "Stop!" But it was too late. The cauldron emitted a loud hissing sound as steam billowed from beneath. In the next moment, Snape, previously fixated on Malfoy's table, turned sharply as if he had eyes in the back of his head, striding purposefully towards Harry and Ron. "It seems my pre-class warning was insufficiently clear. I knew some fools would never heed a professor's words. Would they, Potter? How should the ginger be handled? When is the appropriate moment to add the mugwort infusion?" "Answer." Harry, flustered, clutched the long-handled spoon, his eyes pleading for assistance from Jiang Lingmu and Hermione, only to find Snape's cold, oppressive gaze fixated on Jiang Lingmu's face. She resolutely lowered her head, focusing intently on her potion, pretending as if nothing was amiss. She would rather not face the consequences. She found herself exasperated with Harry. Couldn't he at least glance at the blackboard? Wasn't the entire procedure written there? Observing the panic and suppressed anger on Harry's face, Snape wore a faint smirk. And Jiang Lingmu couldn't help but steal a glance, biting her lip instinctively. To her surprise, Snape seemed to be in a rather good mood, not at all perturbed by Harry's blunders. This peculiar sensation was difficult for Jiang Lingmu to articulate. It felt as though Snape was deriving amusement from the situation, relishing the sight of Harry in a state of panic and indignation, yet too intimidated to retaliate. What a wicked sense of enjoyment. "What are you staring at, Potter? Answer my question." Jiang Lingmu discreetly pointed towards the blackboard with her spoon, and Harry, finally realizing, directed his gaze towards the blackboard, responding to Snape's inquiry. "It appears that Mr. Potter possesses at least a rudimentary ability to spell. Thus, could you elucidate which particular method on the blackboard lacks clarity? Which aspect has misled you into concocting such a disastrous potion?" Snape lowered his gaze to Harry and Ron's cauldron, his lips curling downward. "Let me ponder how best to describe a cauldron of refuse." Malfoy let a bout of derisive laughter, and the Slytherin side of the classroom gradually transformed into a cacophony of mirth. "Remake it." Snape raised his wand, and the failed potion in the cauldron promptly vanished. Due to your lack of diligence, Gryffindor loses 5 points, and furthermore, the two of you shall individually compose a 1-foot-long essay on the hair-raising potion. Harry and Ron exchanged glances and obediently approached the storage cabinet to select their materials anew. Jiang Lingmu stirred her potion in the cauldron with a slender spoon, her concoction having transitioned from a watery state to a mildly viscous consistency. Once the potion emitted a ginger-colored smoke, she could add the rat tails. She remained composed, multitasking with ease. Previously, while at the Shinmin, she had served as a substitute teacher. From that perspective, Snape's treatment of Harry and Ron was not entirely unjustifiable. His excess lay in the deliberate humiliation and intimidation, causing Harry to devote much of his attention in potions class to guarding against Snape's sudden outbursts, rather than focusing on potion making. So, why did Snape's demeanor towards Harry appear so peculiar? Clearly, he and Dumbledore were on the same side, both endeavoring to protect Harry from danger. There must be a story behind it. Chapter 139, Resolving Everyone's Baldness Woes. Jiang Lingmu was lost in thought, so engrossed that she failed to notice Snape standing before her until she heard Hermione's somewhat affected cough. Her eyes immediately refocused, and she caught a glimpse of Snape's face reflected in the now deep earth-toned potion. Jiang Lingmu, though she was loath to admit it, she was indeed startled by that expressionless, hollow-eyed visage. At this point, the potion was emitting ginger-colored smoke. Jiang Lingmu calmly increased the flame, then donned her gloves to grasp the rat tails, tossing them into the bubbling cauldron one by one. By the time she added the third tail, the potion's hue began to shift from an earthy yellow to a revolting brownish gray. Jiang Lingmu sifted through the pile of rat tails, selecting the thinnest one, which proved to be the perfect dosage, resulting in a light gray potion. With a flick of her fingers, her wand slipped from the hidden pocket in her sleeve, and she softly uttered a timing spell, ensuring that in 5 minutes, this potion would be just right. Throughout the process, Snape remained silent, casually retrieving a slender spoon from the toolbox on the desk, stirring her cauldron with a casual air. A cold huff escaped his large nose as he straightened up and moved to Hermione's group. Snape merely glanced at Hermione's cauldron before withdrawing his gaze and continuing to the next table. Hermione's partner appeared extremely anxious, while Hermione herself seemed more daring. She opened her mouth as if to pose a question, but ultimately remained silent. "What's wrong, Hermione?" Jiang Lingmu leaned closer, observing the potion in Hermione's cauldron, which was a light brownish gray. Hermione furrowed her brow. "I've added 3 rat tails according to the book's instructions, but the potion's color is not as described. You may need to select another smaller one. But the book states the book provides a general dosage. It's merely a book, after all. It cannot ensure that every rat's tail in the world is of standard size. Choose a smaller one, don't let go, and allow it to dissolve gradually. Once the potion reaches the correct color, discard the remainder." Hermione seemed persuaded. She extracted a slender rat tail from the tray and immersed it in the potion as Jiang Lingmu instructed. Indeed, as the tail dissolved halfway, the potion transformed into the light gray described in the book, and Hermione immediately lifted the remaining half, carefully placing it on the table. Her partner's eyes widened as he hurriedly cast a timing spell. "It really works." Hermione's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Jiang Lingmu, as though she had grasped something extraordinary. "Yes, how could I have been so rigid? The materials could never be identical." She had to assess the dosage based on the potion's condition. She had learned something valuable. "Lingmu, thank you." "You're welcome." Jiang Lingmu turned away, only to meet the pitiful, pleading gazes of Harry and Ron. Jiang Lingmu, how frustrating. Just then, her 5 minutes were up. She extinguished the flame, allowing a perfectly brewed hair-raising potion to cool gradually. She simply could not comprehend why the content on the blackboard was so difficult. Prepare adequately before beginning, so as to avoid chaos during the process. Chop the ginger more finely and evenly. If you can't gauge the preheating temperature, use a thermometer. That's it. Stir thoroughly. Even heating prevents burning, and the cauldron won't bite your hand, Harry. The remaining half of the class time was entirely consumed by Jiang Lingmu's attempts to assist Harry and Ron with their potion, leaving no opportunity for her to explore the materials for her own hair-raising potion. By the end of the lesson, they barely submitted a bottle of overly thick light brown concoction. Jiang Lingmu presented a flawless potion, while the remaining 4 bottles were discreetly stowed away in her magical ring, with Snape choosing to overlook the matter. At last, the class concluded. Both Gryffindor and Slytherin bore expressions of discontent, while only Malfoy remained spirited, sneering as he passed by the 4. Fortunately, Harry and Ron had no inclination to engage in a verbal sparring match with him. Harry exhaled a sigh of relief, as if the past hour and a half had not been a class, but rather a form of punishment. "Finally, it was over," he remarked. "Indeed," Ron added, his face reflecting lingering trepidation. "I'm hungry." Jiang Lingmu and Hermione exchanged glances, reading each other's silent exasperation. The four of them made their way to the Great Hall together. You two cannot continue like this. Perhaps you haven't noticed. But Neville has produced a rather commendable hair-raising potion. The brown in his potion is scarcely noticeable. Hermione lowered her voice as much as possible, as if she were about to scold the two boys by the ears. You should perhaps consult him for advice and invest more effort in potions class. It is a crucial subject, and you cannot let Snape deter your learning. Ron pouted, casting a beseeching look toward Jiang Lingmu. But we're 17 now, aren't we? Surely, our potion just now deserves at least a passing grade. Jiang Lingmu immediately waved her hand. I cannot guarantee that I will always assist you. To be honest, Snape was simply disinclined to offer any useful suggestions earlier. Otherwise, she wouldn't have provided them with even a hint. Besides, I have my own matters to attend to. I wish to experiment with improving the hair-raising potion and need to focus on building my home, purchasing land, and saving money. Harry seized upon the crux of her statement. Improvement? You plan to sell hair-raising potion? Yes. Jiang Lingmu's eye sparkled. My goal is to resolve all the world's hair loss woes. Don't you think that's a promising venture? Harry nodded. Indeed. But don't we already have a hair-raising potion? Hermione interjected. I've researched the hair-raising potion. How shall I put it? While it has been invented, its efficacy is notoriously unstable. Hermione asserted. I firmly believe that Lingmu's direction is correct, and she will undoubtedly develop highly effective new potions. Harry and Ron exchanged a glance, their expressions filled with bewilderment. For second-year students of magic, the concept of inventing new potions felt exceedingly distant. They could barely manage the original formulas. The four of them entered the Great Hall and took their seats at the raucous long table. Hermione promptly retrieved her potions textbook, along with a quill and a bottle of red ink, to jot down notes. Oh, I must record what Lingmu said in class. I have a premonition that I have made significant progress in my potion studies. As lunch had yet to commence, Jiang Lingmu, undeterred, took on Hermione's noble endeavor and continued to chatter away with the two boys. In terms of potion studies, I stand with Hermione. She is absolutely right. It is far better to learn independently than to rely on others. I suggest you both acquire a couple more ingredients from the student storage cabinet to practice diligently. Ron was reluctant to listen, but the student storage cabinet is locked right now. Then go retrieve them before class ends. Professor Snape, one team mind. Neville did just that. Jiang Lingmu's bright gaze fell upon Harry, compelling him to muster his focus under her scrutiny. What's the matter, 17? Chapter 140. XXX days until the Newt's examination. Jiang Lingmu blinked. I thought you would aspire to become an Auror in the future, Harry. Harry paused, only to realize the significance of being an Auror felt far too distant. He was merely 12 years old, with countless years until graduation. Me? Why would I want to become an Auror? This time, it was Ron who hastily answered his question. Oh, it seems 17, like others, believes you are destined to combat dark magic and dark wizards. But to be honest, being an Auror is pretty cool, isn't it? Harry blinked in confusion. Did he want to become an Auror? Frankly, all he wished for at that moment was to excel in Quidditch and achieve passing grades. Of course, he would never voice the latter in Hermione's presence. I'm sorry, I assumed that after last year's events, you might have such thoughts. After all, you've faced blood feuds. Wouldn't you want revenge? Jiang Lingmu hinted delicately. She could hardly persuade Dumbledore to alter his mindset. The old man was adept at digging pits, and she had no desire to complicate matters. However, as a friend, she could exert some gentle pressure on Harry. But I've heard that the selection process for Aurors is incredibly rigorous, requiring no less than an E, exceeds expectations, in several subjects on the Newts. I didn't pay attention to the exact subjects, but it certainly includes transfiguration, charms, potions, and defense against the dark arts. To take the Newts, one must continue studying in the appropriate advanced classes after 6th year. Each professor has their own criteria, which are based on our OWL's results from 5th year. Jiang Lingmu spared no effort in instilling anxiety in Harry and Ron, wishing she could unfurl a banner declaring XXX days until the Newt's examination, and plaster it across their foreheads, particularly Harry's. After Jiang Lingmu finished speaking, Harry, Ron, and even the students nearby fell into silence. Eventually, Ron broke the quiet. Merlin, how do you know so much? He was utterly incredulous. Just months ago, Jiang Lingmu could barely speak English. Jiang Lingmu maintained her smile, attributing her knowledge to Snape's study schedule. The potions professor must have been quite vexed by her incessant barrage of questions, hence providing her with such a comprehensive index of magical subjects. Hermione, having stopped her note-taking at some point, was now intently listening to Jiang Lingmu, though her reaction contrasted starkly with the others. Lingmu, you are truly remarkable. Hermione praised sincerely. I only knew that selecting courses in 3rd year is crucial. I had no idea you understood it so thoroughly. She resolved to delve into the OWLs and Newt certificates and formulate a more effective and detailed study plan. Harry. Ron. Jiang Lingmu shrugged. Take some time to think it over. Putting in effort now is far better than regretting it later. No sooner had she spoken than lunch arrived punctually at the long table. Ron's attention was instantly diverted, while Harry wore a contemplative expression, continually casting questioning glances at Jiang Lingmu. After enduring the soporific history of magic and a brief period of free time, the students finished their dinner and, under the guidance of Professor Sinistra, reveled in the wonders of the stars. By this time, it was quite late. A group of young Gryffindors descended from the observatory. Traversing the 8th-floor corridor towards the Gryffindor Tower, Jiang Lingmu could hardly contain herself. She discreetly slipped away from the student line and made her way down the stairs. The castle doors had already closed, and as she stealthily approached the Great Hall, preparing to push the doors open to the courtyard, a deep voice suddenly resonated from behind her. Staying quietly in the tower would cost you your life, wouldn't it, Jiang? Jiang Lingmu jumped in surprise, turning to see a glimmer of cold light emerge from the darkness. As Snape approached, his wand aglow. Well, she had anticipated this. The morning commotion had been too loud. Dumbledore could understand Chinese. However, Jiang Lingmu glanced behind Snape, confirming that only she and Snape occupied the Great Hall. Dumbledore was not present. Perhaps Snape had received orders to watch her from the old man, considering he had ignored her the previous night, making it illogical for him to suddenly take an interest in her activities. Good evening, Professor Snape. Are you here to stop me? Snape paused, his pallor accentuated by the wand's light. Dumbledore is concerned about you. Jiang Lingmu breathed a sigh of relief. He was not here to prevent her, merely to follow her. She cautiously regarded Snape and offered a cheeky smile. Thank you for your trouble, Professor. A full day of classes, grading countless tedious papers. And now you're working overtime to keep an eye on me. How busy you must be. If it were me, I would have flipped the table and quit by now. What a dedicated professor you are. Snape cast her a cold glare, seemingly loathing the instigator of his increased workload, his voice dripping with sarcasm. If you could manage to be a little more discreet, I should be in my office continuing my potions research, rather than wasting precious time here. What do you wish to accomplish? Jiang Lingmu felt wronged. It's not as if I made you work overtime. Dumbledore is the one who's worried. What does that have to do with me? Well, she could somewhat understand Dumbledore's concerns. After all, she had been rather reckless during the last incident with the basilisk, leaving quite an impression of carelessness. She defended herself. I am quite reliable, Professor. I merely wish to resolve the house situation. I cannot afford to hire a wizard, so I must enlist someone from my hometown. As she spoke, Jiang Lingmu forcefully pushed the Great Hall doors open just enough to slip through, and Snape quickly stepped forward to prop the door that was about to close behind her, following her out of the hall. But I can assure you, I will not cause any adverse effects on the school or the magical community. Since Li Shi can come here, it indicates that the local deity has no intentions of obstructing him. Snape responded with a derisive snort. Their pace was brisk, and soon after leaving the castle, they arrived at the plot of land Jiang Lingmu had her eyes set upon. Given that Snape still had guardianship duties to fulfill, Jiang Lingmu removed a wooden hairpin from her bun. In a flash of silver light, the pin transformed back into its original form as a spiritual sword in her hand. She drew a circle in the snow with the sword before putting it away. Feel free to observe, but only from outside this circle. Entering would be beyond your capacity, she remarked. With that, Jiang Lingmu retrieved an incense table and a bronze brazier from her spatial ring, casually taking a small stool to sit on. Though she lacked an incense burner, she had used all her incense yesterday to pave the path for Lord Shui, and the new incense was still drying in Snape's office. Jiang Lingmu drew a piece of yellow paper and placed it in the brazier, performing a hand gesture while murmuring incantations. Soon, the yellow paper ignited spontaneously in the brazier, and the frigid winds around them abruptly stilled. Chapter 141, The Dignified Legal Form. Utilizing the reflective light of the snow, Snape clearly observed the air before the incense table momentarily warp, akin to someone engaging in apparition. Shortly thereafter, a wisp of black mist emerged from the distorted air, rapidly coalescing into a vast black void. Snape then heard the sound of heavy footsteps. In the next moment, the mist dispersed to reveal an exceptionally tall figure. The being stood at least 10 feet tall, draped in an odd, loose black robe adorned with lavish, exaggerated embroidery, with a belt seemingly strung with jade beads loosely tied around his waist. As Snape looked higher, his pupils constricted at the sight of the figure's peculiar face, which did not conform to the features of any Eastern person he recognized. The figure's eyes were strikingly distinct, with exaggerated sclera, a bluish-gray complexion, and the lower half of his face framed by a circle of facial hair, topped with a hat decorated with dangling beads. Noticing Snape's scrutiny, the giant slightly turned his head, his dark pupils rolling in their sockets as they settled on him. With a mere glance, the giant withdrew his gaze. Snape stumbled, taking several steps back before he could stabilize himself. The giant's gaze felt like a tangible mountain, its imposing presence making it difficult to look directly at. Jiang Lingmu, oblivious to Snape's presence outside the circle, maintained her usual demeanor, undaunted. To intimidate malevolent spirits, the legal forms of the underworld deities were indeed formidable. And Lord Shui was no exception. He did not appear as such in reality. Naturally, it was impossible for the true deity of Lord Shui to descend in a foreign land. This was merely a fragment of his divine essence. Jiang Lingmu bowed respectfully. I am Jiang Lingmu, the 372nd disciple of the Dian sect, here to pay my respects to Lord Shui. The legal form spoke, its voice resonating like a thunderous bell, an overwhelming pressure emanating from it. Longevity Dao? Are you not a Xianshi? Although longevity Dao and the path of meritorious deeds share a common origin, their paths diverge entirely. While he had never seen Jiang Lingmu, he had heard her name mentioned by a few of his subordinates, who spoke of her as a remarkably gifted Xianshi who had assisted the underworld in numerous matters. The offerings of incense and gold ingots from yesterday confirmed this, indeed making her a rare talent. As Lord Shui scrutinized further, he realized that Jiang Lingmu possessed considerable cultivation. Being at the middle stage of foundation establishment, just a step away from perfection and not far from attaining the golden core. In an era of spiritual energy scarcity, her talents were quite intriguing. Unaware of the intricate thoughts swirling in Lord Shui's mind, Jiang Lingmu answered honestly. Regarding your question, I, 2 years ago, received my master's orders to descend the mountain and temporarily reside in the realm of the Xianmin, where I have learned some techniques. Lord Shui stroked his bushy beard, reflecting on how he had indeed fallen behind the times. He should not solely be confined to the ledger of life and death, but ought to venture out occasionally. Indeed, heroes often emerge in youth. You have handled many challenging matters for the underworld. Although you follow the longevity Dao, you possess considerable merit. I approve of your request, and I shall assign Li Shi to lead. Feel free to communicate any requirements to him. The underworld faced difficulties. If the Xianshi had the capacity to assist, they would not be in such dire straits. Even Meng Po's soup was being diluted with water. Yet, the Xianmin faced challenges as well, given the changing world. Jiang Lingmu felt a surge of joy and quickly expressed her gratitude, producing over 100 gold paper ingots to burn in the brazier. My incense has been exhausted, and the new batch is in the making. This is but a humble gift, and I hope the Lord does not take offense. Lord Shui nodded, acknowledging her thoughtfulness. Such a fine talent. It is a pity you are not among our path of meritorious deeds. With empty hands, Lord Shui departed, taking with him a couple of sleeves filled with gold ingots. After his legal form dissipated, Li Shi emerged from the ghost gate. Congratulations, young celestial master, for achieving your desire. Should you require assistance, feel free to ask. Jiang Lingmu felt at ease in Li Shi's presence and promptly took out a roll of parchment from her spatial ring, casually producing a stool for both to sit upon as they conferred closely. As for Su-style architecture, isn't it a coincidence? I hail from Jiangnan and happen to know a few renowned craftsmen, some of whom have yet to be reincarnated. Quite stubborn, aren't they? Your residence is not extensive. It should be completed within 6 months. There is no need for many hands, and you must consider the compensation. Your gold ingots are highly sought after. It is not a matter of them not coming, but rather a fear of them fighting over it. However, the skills of these spirits vary widely. We cannot guarantee that everyone possesses the ability to manipulate objects. You must resolve that yourself. By the way, you also practice paper crafting and puppet techniques? That is splendid. It will save us the tools for building the house. I shall teach you another trick. The 7th and 8th lords have recently taken a liking to divine steeds. Create a few fine horses for them. Once they make their move, this will be handled flawlessly. Jiang Lingmu nodded in agreement, making Li Shi feel quite comfortable. The two engaged in lively conversation for nearly an hour, finalizing the basic configuration of craftsmen. As for the materials for the house, she had plenty of wood in her spatial ring. Bricks, tiles, and stones could be procured through Xianmin channels, allowing the craftsmen to transport them directly from the underworld. No need for sea transport through customs, saving money and ensuring smooth progress. As for whether to pay in pounds or gold bars, Jiang Lingmu was indifferent. After all, she could ask Snape for assistance in making a trip to Gringotts. If that proved difficult, Hagrid could also help. Thus, she would trouble the upper management, and once the task was accomplished, there would be substantial rewards. With a beaming smile, Jiang Lingmu burned over 20 gold ingots for Li Shi, watching him disappear through the ghost gate. Once the gate closed, the black mist vanished, and the moonlight filtered through the thin clouds, casting a silvery glow across the snow-covered ground. Content with her makeshift altar, Jiang Lingmu turned to find the dark professor still standing in the snow, his gaze heavy upon her. Jiang Lingmu thought to herself, oh no, I got so caught up in conversation that I completely forgot about the spectator. Thankfully, the warming talisman she had sent earlier was still effective. Otherwise, standing in the snow for so long would have surely resulted in some adverse effects. Jiang Lingmu stepped out of the circle, acutely aware that Snape's resentment had nearly materialized, and she hesitated to meet his gaze. Ahem, Professor. I have completed my task. Will you be returning to the castle? Snape's expression grew even more menacing. I believe that not only must I return, but you must as well, Jiang Lingmu audaciously replied. But I still need to make a trip to the Forbidden Forest to gather some materials. Since the matter had been settled, she needed to find some suitable wood quickly. Crafting puppets from wood would require time. Otherwise, when the craftsmen arrived, they would be left staring at the materials without being able to accomplish any work. You may rest assured, I am merely seeking some rare timber this time. I have no intention of venturing into the lair of the eight-eyed giant spider, nor will I provoke the mystical creatures dwelling within the Forbidden Forest. Severus Snape narrowed his eyes, though he remained silent. His meaning was unmistakable. Do you expect me to believe that? Chapter 142. His target could be you. Two figures, one tall and one short, stood silently confronting each other amidst the snow. Now, return to the castle with me. Jiang Lingmu, finding persuasion futile, raised her hands in resignation. Very well, you cannot stop me. With that, she turned, deftly weaving her fingers to open the ghost gate. She had shown great respect for Snape's mission. She possessed 100 ways to elude him and pursue her own adventures, yet she refrained from doing so, hoping to ensure this professor could satisfactorily report to the headmaster. Dumbledore had merely instructed him to monitor her dealings with the underworld. He had not explicitly prohibited her from entering the Forbidden Forest. As long as it had not been stated, it was as if it did not exist. She felt justified in her understanding. I believe I have made sufficient concessions for you to fulfill your obligations before the headmaster. If you choose to follow me, I shall not hinder you. But I must enter the Forbidden Forest tonight. As she spoke, Jiang Lingmu stepped through the ghost gate, and a hurried footfall echoed behind her, a hand resting upon her shoulder. In the next moment, the two figures found themselves deep within the Forbidden Forest. The instant they emerged from the ghost gate, Snape withdrew his hand. Despite the brilliance of the moonlight, the depths of the forest remained shrouded in darkness. Towering trees developed dense canopies, interlocking to obscure the sky. It would be an affront to the forest not to produce shadowy wood under such dismal lighting conditions. Jiang Lingmu, exhilarated, began to meander through the woods, her goal clear, to find the small trees that managed to thrive in the narrow gaps between the towering giants. Though termed small, they were anything but diminutive. The magic of the Forbidden Forest allowed them to flourish even in the absence of light. Snape silently trailed a short distance behind her, observing Jiang Lingmu darting about the forest like a monkey, occasionally pausing to touch a tree for an extended period before using magic to sever some branches. For several hours, he had been tempted countless times to abandon her, yet he ultimately restrained himself, not due to Dumbledore's orders, but because of the enigma surrounding Jiang Lingmu. At the very least, Dumbledore had spoken a truth. He was indeed easily captivated by the allure of the unknown. This fascination far outweighed any indignation he might have felt. Even though he had diligently scoured numerous texts to comprehend the intricacies of Chinese culture and its mystical arts, he still found himself astounded by the novel experiences Jiang Lingmu presented. With this thought in mind, Snape quickened his pace to keep up with her. You believe you comprehend the implications of being under Dumbledore's scrutiny. Jiang Lingmu, having gathered a considerable amount of shadowy wood, was in a buoyant mood, eager for conversation. Moreover, the fact that this stubborn and proud potions master initiated a dialogue after she had teased him was indeed surprising. Of course, I thought he made himself quite clear during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Snape's voice remained cold and unyielding. Huh, do you truly grasp it? The tasks he desires of you are far more perilous than slaying a basilisk. Jiang Lingmu, eyeing another branch, waved her wand, causing the snow-laden limb to be severed and fall with a muted thud upon the ground. But I do not perceive the basilisk as a threat, Professor. You cannot always apply your standards to me. Her voice lowered. Moreover, Dumbledore may not achieve his desired outcome. What do you mean? Snape's mind conjured the first suspicion, that Jiang Lingmu intended to renege on her agreement with Dumbledore after reaping all the benefits. Yet, he was acutely aware that she, who was reluctant to incur even a small debt, was unlikely to make such a decision. Nothing of consequence, Professor, merely idle chatter. After all, Voldemort's target is Harry, not me. His target could indeed be you. You possess that which he has long desired. This statement effectively halted Jiang Lingmu in her tracks. What he has always coveted. Power. I do not disdain him, but he does not even possess a complete body. He cannot possibly learn what I have taught you. Last year, he had clung to the defense against the dark arts professor, and this year it was a diary containing fragments of his memories. clearly indicating he was not one to languish in obscurity. Snape gazed down at Jiang Lingmu with profound significance. Among the lavender pomona provided me, there exists a remarkably active biological substance, which does not dissolve in potions, yet stimulates biological activity effectively. So you are concerned Voldemort might target me in his quest for resurrection? Jiang Lingmu interjected, continuing his line of thought. But you have not disclosed this to the headmaster. Yet Pomona is aware. I believe Professor Sprout will assist in maintaining discretion regarding this matter. A smirk curled upon Snape's lips, tinged with malice. Perhaps you have forgotten. If Dumbledore wishes to uncover something, he need not inquire. So, Jiang Lingmu grasped it. The headmaster's surveillance over me is also to ascertain that I will not assist Voldemort? Given your fervor for galleons, he cannot help but harbor such suspicions. With a sigh, Jiang Lingmu turned to continue her search for new shadowy wood. The headmaster is indeed a cautious individual. However, it is understandable, for he does not entirely trust Harry. Snape furrowed his brow, clearly taken aback by this notion. He, not trust Potter. Yes, the headmaster is testing Harry, probing him. It is a trial. Perhaps you are unaware, but Harry is a Parseltongue. Jiang Lingmu's words struck like a stone cast into still waters, causing Snape to visibly struggle to maintain his composure. Parseltongue. Understanding Snape's stance, Jiang Lingmu offered no concealment. Indeed, do you recall the dueling club event hosted by Lockhart? You harbored doubts, did you not, but were unable to confirm them? In an instant, Snape recalled the myriad details of that fateful day at the dueling club. Thanks to his mind-blocking technique, he could revisit that memory repeatedly. Finally grasping a thread of insight just before Potter was taken away by Weasley and Granger, Jiang Lingmu observed as his expression darkened dramatically. Impossible. I have never heard of any connection between the Potter family and Slytherin. Jiang Lingmu shrugged. Do not take it personally. Even the library holds no ancient records regarding pureblood families. Perhaps it has been deliberately erased. As far as I know, such talents are inherited, are they not? Now, let us return to the main topic. Professor, I have heard of the headmaster's remarkable achievements. Before Voldemort, there was another dark wizard who once shook the entire magical world. If I am not mistaken, his name was Grindelwald. He was defeated by the headmaster, was he not? And Voldemort was once a student taught by the headmaster. I have seen the true 16-year-old Tom Riddle within that diary. A student who excelled not only in disguise, but also in manipulating others. Given such unpleasant experiences, I can understand the headmaster's caution. Chapter 143, In a Predicament. At this moment, Snape was wholly preoccupied, his thoughts consumed by the revelation of Harry Potter's Parseltongue ability, rendering him indifferent to any discussion with Jiang Lingmu regarding Dumbledore's tests and suspicions. He stood motionless, his mind retracing every detail since he had first encountered the boy, completely oblivious to the fact that Jiang Lingmu had already wandered far away. In the end, he gained nothing. After collecting a sufficient amount of shadow wood, Jiang Lingmu turned back and discovered that Snape was still standing there. This was the depths of the Forbidden Forest. In order to spare the potion's master the arduous trek back to the castle in the dark after a long night of work, she kindly chose to return. Have you thought of something? Snape snapped back to reality, his gaze refocusing, and he shook his head. Did Dumbledore really believe that Potter could become the second Dark Lord? How foolish of him to even consider such a notion. Jiang Lingmu cast a meaningful glance at Snape. Here it comes again, that dissonance of contradictory attitudes. She found it hard not to suspect that Harry harbored some deep-seated enmity towards Professor Snape. I too believe that the headmaster is overthinking this. But it's not a matter of worthiness. I simply think Harry won't succumb. His soul is pure, difficult to taint. Snape felt a lump in his throat, as if a toad had been forcibly lodged there, stuck and uncomfortable. Moreover, I find your attitude towards Harry to be quite peculiar. You wish to protect him, while simultaneously hoping he does not have it too easy. May I inquire as to why? Snape's expression darkened further, his lips pressed tightly together, showing no intention of answering Jiang Lingmu's question. She shrugged, resigned to the fact that she had no expectations of gleaning anything from Snape. A tumult of confusion, disdain, suspicion, and an unnamed rage, ignited by a sharp sting, swirled within him, leaving him uncertain whether it was directed at Jiang Lingmu or himself. These mixed emotions threatened to explode within his chest. Snape suddenly lifted his gaze toward the direction of the castle, then began to march toward the edge of the Forbidden Forest, like a beast striving to escape its predicament. He intended to confront Dumbledore for confirmation. He needed to know what Dumbledore was truly plotting. However, he had barely taken a few steps when he found himself unable to move, as Jiang Lingmu grasped the hem of his flowing cloak from behind. Professor, Jiang Lingmu spoke, her tone still calm, yet imbued with a disquieting composure in this moment. She had sensed Snape's intent. You wish to confront the headmaster face to face. Do you think he will be completely forthright with you? Dumbledore had neither disclosed to Snape the realities concerning Portkey, nor shared the information about Harry's Parseltongue ability or the clues related to Tom Riddle's diary. Perhaps he deemed it unnecessary, or perhaps he had his own considerations, or perhaps he simply did not trust Snape as much as he should. Jiang Lingmu could not ascertain these motives, but she was certain that Snape would not gain an audience with Dumbledore. Even if he did, it would be of little use. Stay calm, Professor. The reason I am revealing this truth to you is merely to encourage you to contemplate it as well. Snape indeed calmed down, anger and doubt receding from his dark eyes, replaced by a tranquil emptiness. He turned to meet Jiang Lingmu's gaze. The dense darkness of the forbidden forest could not conceal the brilliance of her eyes. He opened his mouth, his voice low and feeble, like a fragile twig struggling against the biting wind, ready to be swept away at any moment. You are right. Dumbledore has never bestowed upon me his complete trust. And naturally, I extend the same to him. Yet, I have always been merely a pawn, a piece on the chessboard, unable to fathom the mind of the player, left to decipher the game by myself. But Jiang Lingmu effortlessly yanked him from the chessboard with a mere fragment of information, and a terrifying, unutterable suspicion arose within him. Were his goals truly aligned with Dumbledore's? Jiang Lingmu raised an eyebrow. Paranoia is a common flaw of those in power. When one immerses oneself in the grand scheme, it becomes challenging to notice each individual within it. Just as an elephant does not deliberately avoid ants. Of course, when faced with other formidable beasts, the elephant may pause, but merely to halt its advance. Snape's gaze bore into Jiang Lingmu's face, filled with a complex array of emotions. The harshness of her words struck him profoundly, evoking a strong sense of dissonance. What exactly are you trying to say? Snape felt a vague suspicion stirring within him, yet it seemed absurd. He acknowledged that this teenager before him was shrouded in mystery, endowed with extraordinary power and remarkable intelligence. Yet, how could one extricate oneself from such a predicament? The solution was deceptively simple. Either the ants band together, many biting the elephant to death, or one must grow into an elephant oneself, ascending to the ranks of the planners, thus unraveling the conundrum. The notion of ants transforming into elephants sounded preposterous, didn't it? Jiang Lingmu's voice flowed like water, and Snape saw a seductive glimmer in her eyes. But for you, Professor, it is not insurmountable, is it? She had already uncovered and shared with him the secret to becoming an elephant. Once understood, Snape's power would undoubtedly undergo a qualitative leap. Surpassing Dumbledore, this was not mere rhetoric. In her eyes, Snape should be capable of far more. She was oblivious to why he willingly chose to remain a potions master at Hogwarts, but through their time together and her observations, she was convinced that she had glimpsed the suppressed ambition and shackles within him. These shackles did not seem to stem from external forces, but rather appeared to be self-imposed. He seemed somewhat cynical, disdainful of rules, yet obediently adhered to them. He despised chattering students and did not seem an exemplary professor. Yet he did not neglect his teaching duties. He possessed little patience, was not gentle, and could be acerbic and headstrong. Yet he occasionally revealed a peculiar and pure form of perseverance. Proud and defensive, he yearned to exhibit his prowess and talent while shrouding his secrets tightly. Jiang Lingmu struggled to comprehend what experiences could forge such a complex amalgam of contradictions. If previously she had regarded Snape merely as a useful teacher, a competent tool, then after this night, he had transformed into a complete, tangible individual. This potions master had successfully ignited her curiosity, albeit just a spark. I am genuinely curious about the choices you will make. Will you continue to willingly be a pawn, distrusted yet undeniably effective? Or will you carve out an alternative path to struggle for a different outcome? Jiang Lingmu had to admit that she anticipated the latter far more. Chapter 144, Ignorance. Snape's clenched hands were concealed within the voluminous folds of his cloak, his nails digging into his palms, the sharp pain extinguishing the boiling blood within him. He regarded Jiang Lingmu with a complex expression, as if seeing her for the first time. What a beguiling speech. Perhaps I should present these words to Dumbledore for a thorough discussion. I believe they are sufficient to prove that you do not belong in this school. Snape advanced toward Jiang Lingmu, leaning down to peer at her, his eyes glinting with unmasked malice. What do you know? You possess merely a handful of inconsequential information and believe you can become a player in this game? What is your true purpose? Jiang Lingmu blinked innocently. Oh dear, what a misunderstanding. What purpose could I have? I simply possess a good heart and felt it a pity that you, Professor, were walking down a dark path. In the realm of the mystical, she had encountered numerous individuals, herself included, all striving to survive. Thus, it was merely a surprise to witness someone so fervently seeking death. Severus Snape was acutely aware of Albus Dumbledore's wariness towards him, fully cognizant of the dire consequences of being at the mercy of others. To speak bluntly, should Voldemort ever resurrect, and a war ensue between the light and dark factions, sacrifices would inevitably arise within the intricate game of strategy. Snape would be amongst the foremost to fall. How could one, presented with an opportunity to break free from despair, willingly choose to remain subservient? Jiang Lingmu found herself perplexed and profoundly shaken. She had always positioned herself as an active participant. Passivity implied a lack of control, a sensation she detested. Observing Snape's demeanor now ignited a spark of indignation within her, leading her to resolve to respect the destinies of others. With a cold laugh, she mused, ultimately, what do the conflicts among wizards matter to me? I am here solely to repay debts incurred by the mystic sect and to earn some additional funds along the way. Of course, magic is indeed enjoyable, and possessing an extra form of power is rather delightful. I have acquired what I desired. Shall we return to the castle together? Jiang Lingmu opened the ghost gate, casually glancing at her pocket watch, noting it was 2 in the morning. After meditating for an hour, she could further explore the properties of the Shadow Wood, and it would be nearly time for breakfast. Snape remained rooted in place, and Jiang Lingmu, choosing not to press further, stepped into the ghost gate and vanished. The following day, during breakfast and lunch, Snape was conspicuously absent from the Great Hall, which left Jiang Lingmu feeling a twinge of unease. What if the professor had lost his way in the Forbidden Forest? Fortunately, their first class of the afternoon was potions, and with a loud crash, the potions master made a dramatic entrance. Jiang Lingmu observed Snape's pallor, likely due to his exhausting night traversing the Forbidden Forest. His complexion was alarmingly ashen. An atmosphere of dread more oppressive than usual permeated the classroom, causing even the Slytherin students to tremble in silence. By the end of the lesson, Harry had been reprimanded a dozen times, Ron 5 or 6, and Hermione had faced ridicule twice. Apart from Jiang Lingmu, no Gryffindor emerged unscathed. The reason Jiang Lingmu avoided censure was not due to her flawless potion-making, but rather because Snape had completely disregarded her. Whether she was concocting the potion for class or covertly experimenting with a hair-growth elixir, Snape offered her not even a glance. That evening, when Jiang Lingmu visited Snape's office to retrieve her incense, she was unsurprised to encounter a closed door, her incense from the previous night sitting forlornly at the threshold. What a temper, she thought. She collected her incense, realizing that she might not be able to gain access to Snape's office for some time. Indeed, some matters could not be rushed. That night, she outfitted her secret base with dark curtains, crafting them swiftly with the aid of her sewing magic. Once the curtains were complete, Jiang Lingmu retrieved all the shadow which she had collected from her storage ring, pulled out her woodworking tools, and began crafting puppets. The quality of the shadow wood from the Forbidden Forest far exceeded her expectations. After extensive testing, she concluded that there was no need for wooden puppets. Simply replacing the bamboo skeleton of the paper figures with shadow wood would suffice, as the strength of the paper figures could support the souls to perform construction tasks. Abroad, the abundance of fine materials was apparent. Shadow wood held significant value within the circles of the mystic sect in China. Consequently, Jiang Lingmu temporarily struck her plan to torment the willow tree from her list. As she finished crafting the paper figures, a reply from the mystic sect arrived. A large sum of talismans were dispatched, and the sect had arranged for various materials necessary for construction. Ying Wuwei had graciously advanced the funds, stating in the letter that there was no need for Jiang Lingmu to send money back, only the talismans she produced. Another expense saved, and Jiang Lingmu's spirits soared. Meanwhile, Li Shi had nearly gathered a workforce for her, successfully arranging a meeting under the cover of night to finalize the wages for the master craftsmen. The team of artisans from the underworld consisted entirely of masters, with an average soul age exceeding a century. Among them were even 7 or 8 spirits on the verge of dissipating. Jiang Lingmu had to expend considerable incense to stabilize their forms. Not wanting to bring the souls into the castle, she opted instead to construct a simple earthen shrine in the wilderness, surrounding it with formations to prevent the craftsmen from wandering off. Morning and evening, she would burn a few sticks of incense to maintain their focus while they began preliminary designs. The moment the materials from the mystic sect arrived, they could commence work immediately. Time flew by in a flurry of activity, and before she knew it, more than half a month had passed. Jiang Lingmu calculated that it was time for her second transaction at the giant spider's lair. However, given that Snape had severed all contact with her, and she had not seen him even during their weekly potion handovers, she would undertake this transaction alone. Nevertheless, Gringotts continued to send her account statements, and although Snape had refused to communicate with her, he had not ceased facilitating her transactions involving potions and giant spider venom. Her Gringotts account had amassed nearly 20,000 galleons. How utterly peculiar, she mused. With the additional raw meat ingredients procured through the assistance of Old Vicky and others, she ventured into the night towards the giant spider's lair to complete the second transaction. Under optimal conditions, the spider eggs had a high hatching rate. and the original 3 half-spherical webs were insufficient for the giant spiders to move about comfortably. The number of warmth talismans required had doubled. Coupled with the previously arranged raw meat, Jiang Lingmu managed to extract nearly 150 vials of giant spider venom from the lair. She planned to send 10 vials to the Egyptian potion shop she had previously transacted with, and keep the rest for later. It was unlikely that Snape would assist her again. She had no need for galleons for building, as she already had sufficient funds for purchasing land. There was no rush to sell this batch of giant spider venom. After all, it was a rare potion ingredient, and selling too much at once could draw suspicion and lead to a price drop. The remaining venom would be gradually sold in the Mediterranean region of Europe and North America. Amidst her busy schedule, February quietly arrived. Chapter 145, The Diary Reappears. As February settled in, the oppressive, heavy clouds that had blanketed the castle began to dissipate. The sun occasionally peeked through, and the snow outside the castle slowly melted away. However, the situation was not vastly improved. The weather remained cold and damp, and the melting snow left a muddy mess everywhere. Students traipsed in and out of the castle, leaving countless muddy footprints in the corridors. Filch was 100 times more irritable than usual, and as Jiang Lingmu hurried through the halls, she frequently spotted him scolding and grumbling while mopping and cleaning with his bucket. Just as Jiang Lingmu was engrossed in studying the extensive order list from various foreign potion shops she had obtained from Snape, a disturbance at the door caught her attention. Moments later, the amplified voices of Harry and his friends echoed through the empty classroom. "I think we should tell Lingmu. Perhaps she could make another discovery," Harry suggested. Then came Ron's voice. "I wonder what she's been up to lately. It feels like she's vanished after class every day." Jiang Lingmu rolled her eyes. Even if she disappeared right after class, they were still attending classes together daily, weren't they? Then came a knock at the door. "Lingmu, are you in there? We need to discuss something with you," came Hermione's voice. Jiang Lingmu raised her hand to lift the restrictions, and the door to the empty classroom swung open, revealing the 3 little ones standing outside. "I'm here, please come in." Jiang Lingmu beckoned them to enter and take a seat, casually gathering the scattered mail order lists from the low table and replacing them with a platter of mung bean cakes and tea. Ron exclaimed in delight. The trio swiftly shed their shoes, ascended the bamboo mat, and settled onto the cushions. "I can hear your voices. What brings you here?" The 3 exchanged glances, a conspiratorial air enveloping them, even Ron pausing in his quest for a second mung bean cake. Hermione was the first to speak. "It's Harry. He discovered something." Harry rummaged through his backpack, and Jiang Lingmu squinted, as if she had an inkling of what they were about to reveal. Indeed, Harry produced a somewhat tattered black-covered notebook from his bag, placing it on the table and flipping open the cover to reveal a title page inscribed with a name. Jiang Lingmu feigned confusion. "Tom M. Riddle? Is this a diary?" She reached out to prod the diary, seemingly attempting to glimpse its contents, only to find it utterly blank. But there's nothing written in it. What on earth is going on? Harry nervously adjusted his glasses. "It all began at Christmas when someone anonymously gifted me this diary. But I paid it no mind. Yesterday, while searching for a book, I stumbled upon it, and Ron spotted the signature." Ron swallowed the mung bean cake in his mouth. "I can never forget that name. 17, do you remember? At the start of the term, I was punished to clean trophies in the trophy room. Tom Riddle. He received an award for special contributions and was even a prefect, albeit from Slytherin." Hermione summarized the key points, her eyes sparkling as if she had unearthed a significant clue. The year he received the award coincides with the last time the Chamber of Secrets was opened. The dates on the diary align perfectly, and he happens to be a Slytherin. I believe there must be clues regarding the opening of the chamber hidden within this diary. Jiang Lingmu suddenly comprehended. It must be said that Hermione's reasoning was undoubtedly on point. Not only were there clues about the opening of the chamber, but Tom Riddle was also the very individual who had opened it. "So, have you discovered anything?" Jiang Lingmu inquired. "The diary has not a single word." With her words, the 3 of them fell silent. Hermione furrowed her brows. "Oh, we've tried everything. Revealing charm, disillusionment charm, but nothing has worked to reveal its contents." Hermione seemed convinced that the diary contained something significant. Ron hesitated. "Maybe it's just blank?" "Tom received this diary, but didn't he bother to write in it?" Ron's remaining words faded under Hermione's gaze. "In any case," she said, "Harry and I both believe this diary is peculiar. Lingmu, perhaps you have a way to make its contents appear?" Jiang Lingmu theatrically picked up the worn notebook, scrutinizing it for a moment before ultimately placing it back on the table. She shook her head. "I'm sorry, I can't discern anything amiss with it. Perhaps being overlooked is a blessing. Harry 1T have to face those trials, and the basilisk will remain undisturbed in the chamber until the term ends, after which it can be divided into potion ingredients and exchanged for gold galleons to fill her pockets." However, Jiang Lingmu soon realized she had been overly optimistic. Hermione resolved to investigate the Hogwarts school records in the library and even planned to seek out Professor Binns and the castle's ghosts for information. Ron had no particular thoughts. He mumbled as he took out his books and parchment, dutifully beginning his homework. Meanwhile, Harry stubbornly flipped through the thin diary page by page, contemplating the blank pages and the increasing dates. I have this strange feeling that Tom Riddle's name is somehow familiar to me. His belongings evoke a sense of nostalgia, as though I were holding something belonging to an old friend. But he lived 50 years ago, Harry mused, perplexed. Jiang Lingmu raised an eyebrow, continuing to peruse her mail order catalog. Could this be fate? Or was Harry, like Ginny, under some enchantment? That shouldn't be the case. Surely Dumbledore had dealt with this beforehand? Jiang Lingmu recalled Ginny's controlled state, believing Dumbledore must have addressed this diary. Otherwise, Harry and the others wouldn't be so composed. Aren't you all curious about who sent it to Harry? What was their intention in gifting him the diary? What purpose did they have? Hermione opened a rather thick book. We've considered that, but the gift was received last month. After Harry unwrapped it, he tossed it aside. And there were no clues on the wrapping paper, nor a card. The hard-won lead had once again led them into a dead end. In fact, the vast majority of students had already forgotten the tumult of last Halloween. One day in class, Professor Sprout joyfully announced that the mandrakes, which the second-year students had been nurturing for over a semester, had finally entered puberty and developed pimples. After Christmas, their growth rate has accelerated significantly, Professor Sprout remarked, winking at Jiang Lingmu. Before long, they will be ready for use, and will soon be able to cure Madame Pomfrey. It took the students a considerable amount of time to remember the petrified cat that had been attacked, and they weren't particularly pleased about its impending rescue. Chapter 146, A Good Start. After herbology class, Jiang Lingmu engaged in her usual discussion with Professor Sprout regarding the recent cultivation of magical herbs while Harry and the others waited outside the greenhouse for her. Jiang Lingmu received several quite practical suggestions, and after bidding farewell to the professor, she rejoined the trio. The path was muddy, and Jiang Lingmu expertly scattered a handful of grass seeds, causing soft, clean blades of grass to spring up wherever they stepped. Perhaps everything really is fine now? Harry mused quietly. Maybe the chamber only opens every 50 years, and when it does, it can only attack once. The last time it was a student, and this time it's Madame Pomfrey. Then we wait another 50 years for it to open again? By then, we'll be long gone from school, won't we? Perhaps we could return to Hogwarts then, alert the headmaster of that time, and catch the culprit in the act, thus resolving the issue entirely. As he spoke, he glanced at Hermione, who remained tight-lipped, her lips pressed together. If that's the case, no Muggle-born students will be harmed again. Ron nodded vigorously in agreement. We must remember the date. We cannot forget it. Hermione sighed, as if conceding defeat. That's all we can hope for. I found nothing useful in the library. Lingmu, are you not returning to the dormitory tonight? Jiang Lingmu nodded. Yes, I have matters to attend to tonight. I've placed some calming tea and incense in the drawer by my bedside. Feel free to help yourselves if you need it. After half a month, the materials for her construction had finally begun to come together, and tonight was the day to commence. She wondered how Snape reported to Dumbledore after witnessing her communication with the Spirit and the Reaper. In any case, neither Snape nor Dumbledore had paid any further attention to her activities in the wasteland. Speaking of which, did Snape know that Harry had discovered the diary? As night fell, Jiang Lingmu appeared in the desolate, empty wasteland. Early in the morning, she resolved to construct her abode at the foot of the mountain, a distance away from the road leading to Hogsmeade. To facilitate her comings and goings, she had previously placed paper cranes nearby to serve as markers. Jiang Lingmu closed the ghostly gate, her steps measured and rhythmic. After her footfall graced a particular spot, rippling patterns suddenly emerged in the air, and in the next moment, Jiang Lingmu's figure melded into these waves, vanishing into the desolate land. Behind the ripples, a towering pile of bricks and timber indicated the bustling site she had chosen for her dwelling. The craftsmen, having secured temporary shelter, were diligently excavating the foundation under the guidance of their lead master, the sounds of their labor resounding in a lively chorus. Naturally, all of this was shrouded by a protective array, otherwise it would undoubtedly attract attention. Days prior, Jiang Lingmu had employed the Eanwood talisman to set up an illusion and an Ean gathering array, the former to avert unnecessary troubles, and the latter to ensure the working spirits had ample energy. Upon her arrival, the craftsmen momentarily paused their tasks to greet her, calling out, "Little Celestial Master." Jiang Lingmu waved her hand in acknowledgement and approached the lead master. "You've gotten busy so quickly? It's been centuries since I've engaged in such work." The lead master had passed away at the age of 60 or 70, and his spirit, combined with the Eanwood paper effigies crafted by Jiang Lingmu, appeared indistinguishable from the living. Clad in an ornate and expensive funeral garment, his pale, aged face was etched with nostalgia. "Rest assured, little Celestial Master, we shall execute this task splendidly." As was customary, Jiang Lingmu made her way to a small earthen shrine in the corner, lighting several incense sticks, and retrieved a variety of food and drink from her storage ring, offering them on yellow paper as a tribute. With your craftsmanship, how could I not trust? Today marks the commencement of work. Let us all take a moment to enjoy the offerings I've brought. The spirits expressed their gratitude profusely, rushing forward to partake in the offerings. After receiving the incense tribute, their forms became more solid and vigorous, their work ethic intensified. Moreover, with the gathering array in place, the spirits felt no fatigue, toiling tirelessly day and night. Jiang Lingmu estimated that at this pace, she would behold her new home within 2 months. Truly, her ancestral home proved reliable. After discussing the details with the craftsman and ensuring everything was in order, Jiang Lingmu finally departed from the array as protective confines, preparing to return to the castle. Just as she opened the ghostly gate, she spotted a silver light on the road leading to Hogsmeade, accompanied by a dark figure shrouded in its glow. The shadow moved swiftly and steadily, its long black robe billowing, appearing almost spectral in the faint cold light. Professor Snape? Jiang Lingmu slipped through the ghostly gate, and in the next moment, she found herself on the road, effectively blocking Snape's path. Snape immediately raised his wand, only to realize that the obstruction was none other than Jiang Lingmu. He frowned, a cold snort escaping his lips, his deep voice laced with iciness. What are you doing here? Jiang Lingmu replied with an air of nonchalance. I'm here to supervise the construction. Snape could not help but glance at the desolate land. Despite the dim moonlight, it was utterly devoid of activity. What was she supervising? Snape parted his lips, but ultimately said nothing, suppressing a flicker of curiosity. He stepped around Jiang Lingmu and continued on his way. After half a month of deliberate avoidance, compounded by Jiang Lingmu's naturally vengeful disposition, the awkward encounter unfolded. Snape did not expect Jiang Lingmu to engage him in conversation again. However, Jiang Lingmu was anything but predictable. She was not angered by Snape's demeanor. To her, his prior avoidance merely reflected his own internal conflict. Furthermore, the weekly deposit statements from Gringotts had rendered Snape's coldness insignificant in her mind. Jiang Lingmu matched Snape's pace, catching a whiff of alcohol. And you? What brings you to Hogsmeade? Have you been drinking? Snape responded curtly. Professor? 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 Snape abruptly halted, meeting Jiang Lingmu's gaze with a clenched jaw. As a professor, I have no obligation to disclose my personal itinerary to a student. Very well, Jiang Lingmu replied, her eyes glinting mischievously. But today is not a day off. Can professors leave Hogwarts? Especially for a drink? Snape curled his lip, shooting her a glare before turning to continue his journey. Really? It's been over half a month, and you're still angry about that day? Shall I apologize? I shouldn't have said those nonsensical things to you. Nor should I have left you alone in the Forbidden Forest. I'm sorry. Snape quickened his pace. Professor? Jiang Lingmu raised an eyebrow, forming a hand gesture, and the dark, ghostly gate instantly opened before Snape. Unaware, he stepped right through, only for Jiang Lingmu to push him from behind. And they both materialized in the courtyard outside the Great Hall. Consider it my apology, Professor. Snape regarded her with a look of incredulity. He could not fathom why, despite his hostile demeanor, Jiang Lingmu would still approach him. Chapter 147, Concession. Jiang Lingmu ascended the staircase leading to the corridor, reaching the Great Hall doors, only to turn around and see Snape still standing motionless. Professor? Snape hesitated for a moment before following her up the stairs and into the darkened hall. Jiang Lingmu intended to head upstairs, while Snape was bound for the dungeons. Once within the castle, they would part ways. Clearly, Snape held no trust in Jiang Lingmu's sense of discretion. Return to your dormitory. Oh, Jiang Lingmu replied absently. Professor, have you forgotten our agreement? She added, by the way. How did you report to the headmaster last time? Did he have nothing to say? Snape's expression hardened, his face more rigid than a coffin lid. No comment. Very well. Then I have news for you. Harry has discovered that diary, and he is quite intrigued by it. Snape paused. If it pertains to academic matters, you may visit my office after 3 p.m. on Saturdays. He added, but do refrain from pestering me with foolish questions. His figure melted entirely into the darkness. The following morning, Jiang Lingmu discerned exactly what Snape had been up to the previous night. The reason was simple. She received her second letter from Gringotts that week, with an additional 300 galleons deposited into her account. After a brief calculation, she could almost confirm that the 300 galleons were the result of Snape selling the last few vials of acromantula venom. No wonder he reeked of alcohol. He had been networking. Life as a student at Hogwarts was indeed far more engaging than dwelling in the realm of the metaphysical. By day, Jiang Lingmu attended classes, completed assignments, and kept up with her studies, while by night, she strolled around the construction site. A large group of spirits worked day and night, and the progress was astonishing. Within less than a week, The foundation had already been excavated. Due to the soil quality, Jiang Lingmu employed both talismans and magic to ensure the foundation's stability, unafraid of any seismic disturbances. In recent days, she had also taken up the task of cultivating peach and apricot trees, preparing to plant a grove of them outside the yard once the house was completed. The wasteland lay flat and expansive, offering an unobstructed view as far as the eye could see. Even with her future plans for a farm, there would be little in the way of concealment. Thus, Jiang Lingmu decided to forego the idea of a courtyard wall, intending instead to use peach and apricot trees to create an arrangement that would effectively obscure her house. The choice of these trees was deliberate. Peaches are delectable, and peachwood possesses innate protective qualities. Moreover, by utilizing wood-based spells for cultivation, the trees would brim with spiritual energy, rendering them ideal for establishing a long-term formation. The inclusion of apricot trees was purely due to her fondness for their fruit. Should her magical greenhouse project succeed, she would also consider planting some green plums. During Wednesday's astronomy class, the weather was remarkably fine, with only a gossamer veil of clouds adorning the sky and a grand moon suspended in the heavens. Professor Sinistra seized the opportunity to elucidate the phases of the moon, teaching students how to discern and calculate its cycles. The variations in lunar phases have significant implications in herbalism, as the efficacy of magical herbs can vary dramatically depending on the timing of their harvest. Neville and Hermione listened intently, with Hermione occasionally raising her hand to pose questions, which Professor Sinistra addressed with patience. Ron, however, appeared somewhat befuddled, scribbling aimlessly with his quill, while Harry seemed entirely distracted, absent-mindedly rubbing his fingers over the tattered cover of Tom Riddle's diary, which he had tucked between his astronomy textbook. Observing his actions, Jiang Lingmu belatedly recalled something. Given Harry's obsession with Riddle's diary, was there a chance Ginny might stumble upon it? She had previously assured Ginny that she would handle the diary, and considering Ginny's profound concern for Harry, the consequences could be explosive. Just the thought of it made Jiang Lingmu's head throb. Ginny had nearly lost her life because of that diary, and she truly wished to spare such a lovely young girl from further torment. What to do? It wouldn't be right to let Ginny lose that memory, would it? There were indeed spells in the realm of metaphysics that could achieve this, but the risks were considerable. One misstep could leave a person utterly foolish, and she dared not intervene. After a moment of inner turmoil, Jiang Lingmu decided to let it go. She would take it one step at a time and deal with matters as they arose. With that thought, she lifted her gaze to the round moon on the horizon, suddenly struck by a realization. She had been so preoccupied lately that she had completely forgotten about the New Year's Eve and the Spring Festival. Today was already the Lantern Festival. Thus, after class, she rounded up Hermione and the others, asking Ron to fetch his twin brothers to join her at the secret base for some tang yuan. No one could refuse Jiang Lingmu's invitation for a meal. And half an hour later, while Jiang Lingmu had yet to return from the work site, the group had gathered outside the empty classroom. George and Fred, being quite thoughtful, had brought back a generous assortment of food from the underground kitchen, all of which were new dishes that Jiang Lingmu would find acceptable. The tang yuan received rave reviews, and the group savored the delicacies while Jiang Lingmu shared a brief account of the Lantern Festival traditions from her homeland, becoming utterly engrossed in the conversation. An idea struck Jiang Lingmu. After all, tang yuan could be considered a novel sweet treat, could it not? Perfect timing, as she was eager to finalize the land purchase. She resolved to bring some tang yuan soup to visit Dumbledore. Once they had feasted, George and Fred volunteered to tidy up the table. While Jiang Lingmu busied herself with boiling water for tea, they squatted beside her, one on each side. 17. Another grand festival is fast approaching. Haven't you thought of doing something special? Fred remarked with a grin, which Jiang Lingmu found to carry a hint of mischief. What festival? Easter? She queried, aware only of the Easter eggs, rabbits, and lilies associated with the holiday. I've heard that the Easter Bunny's symbolism arises from its remarkable reproductive capabilities. Wouldn't selling spicy rabbit dishes around this time be rather unethical? Fred shook his head vigorously, his eyes gleaming with a peculiar pride. No, I'm referring to Valentine's Day, which is just around the corner. 17. Don't you have any lucrative ideas? George chimed in, continuing Fred's thought. We initially intended to concoct some love potions to sell, but regrettably, we couldn't procure any Ashwinder eggs. Hermione, as if equipped with a radar for school rules, turned to them. Fred hastily clarified. Oh, don't be like that, Hermione. We wouldn't engage in such activities, at least not at this moment. Jiang Lingmu's focus shifted entirely. What is a love potion? She had only skimmed a few pages of the book on advanced potion making that Snape had gifted her, captivated by the small spells noted in its margins, and had yet to delve into the study of potions themselves. Hermione's expression grew somewhat peculiar, Yet she instinctively answered Jiang Lingmu's inquiry. A love potion, also known as an infatuation draft, does not create love out of thin air. Rather, it induces an intense obsession. During its effects, you will find yourself madly in love with the one who administered the potion, but that's the extent of it. Once the potion wears off, the infatuation fades. Jiang Lingmu blinked, keenly identifying a slight flaw in the explanation. How does this potion work? What is the duration of its effects? And what happens if I were to consume the infatuation draft myself? Much like a complex potion, it requires a bit of hair from the person administering it to take effect. A single ounce of the draft typically lasts around 24 hours. Jiang Lingmu's final question left Hermione momentarily stumped. As for a love potion without hair, I'm uncertain of its effects. It might amplify your infatuation for someone you already like. All right, ladies, now is not the time for your potion discussions, Fred interjected, redirecting their focus with an expectant look aimed at Jiang Lingmu. She found herself at a loss for what products to introduce for the Western Valentine's Day. It seemed they were quite bold when it came to matters of romance. Roses? Chocolates? Those seem rather unoriginal. To be honest, I have no ideas. These two items could easily be sold by others, and the chances of her making a significant profit appeared slim, especially given her limited time. George and Fred exchanged glances. Falling into contemplation, Ron, having finished his meal, perked up at their discussion of making money. Speaking of Valentine's Day, I heard something interesting from Lockhart today. Jiang Lingmu, despite having moved up to second year, had never attended Lockhart's class and instinctively frowned at the mere mention of his name. What was he up to now? Hadn't he embarrassed himself enough during the last Quidditch match and the dueling club? Oh, who knows what he is thinking. I only overheard him conversing with Professor McGonagall. It seems he intends to make a spectacle of Valentine's Day. Whatever he is plotting, we ought to remain vigilant and steer clear of him. Everyone agreed wholeheartedly. Even Harry, who had been somewhat disengaged, nodded vigorously before joining the conversation. Honestly, watching him make a fool of himself can be rather entertaining. Ever since I broke my arm during that Quidditch match, he hasn't called on me to demonstrate in defense against the dark arts class again, Ron added. Right. He has completely ignored me and Harry. Truth be told, that's quite a positive development. Noticing the conversation veering off course, George and Fred quickly pulled everyone's attention back. I've thought of a splendid idea, but it requires your assistance, 17. George winked at Jiang Lingmu. Roses may lack originality, but we can add a creative twist to them. Fred, we conducted a few preliminary experiments, yet we have not achieved success. The fresh roses of this season are exceedingly expensive, thus. Jiang Lingmu comprehended that they had long since formulated a plan and were particularly interested in her planned accelerating spell. Of course, she could oblige, as the vegetable garden was rather idle. Fred's eyes sparkled with excitement. Splendid. 17. Is there any way you could extend the blooming period of the flowers? The weather is still a tad too chilly. We don't ask for much, just a week of blooming without any maintenance. This indeed poses no difficulty. However, after calculating her schedule, Jiang Lingmu had to admit that she was quite busy. Moreover, her enthusiasm for Valentine's Day was rather lukewarm. It would be better for the twins to handle the fuss while she merely provided the flowers, earning a little profit in the process. She conveyed her thoughts to them, and the three of them promptly reached a consensus. How many flowers do you require for the experiment? I can provide them to you right now. Once you conclude your experiments and ascertain how many roses you need, you can plant more in the vegetable garden. George rubbed his hands together. Not too many. 50 or 60 will suffice. Jiang Lingmu had already designated a portion of the empty classroom near the wall as a planting experiment zone. It was not difficult to cultivate roses on site. The pots were readily available, requiring merely a handful of seeds. The twins had evidently prepared well. Having procured a large bag of rose seeds from an unknown source, Jiang Lingmu reached out to take a few. The seeds displayed remarkable vitality. Tossing several seeds into the pot, she didn't even need to perform the incantation. She simply waved her hand over the pot, and tender green shoots immediately broke through the soil. The leaves swiftly unfurled, roots began to sprout, and buds appeared at the tips of the branches, all blooming almost simultaneously, filling every nook and cranny of the empty classroom with the rich fragrance of roses. Marvelous! George and Fred cheered, and the two of them produced a pair of scissors from seemingly nowhere, swiftly snipping the blooming flowers along with their stems. With a flick of their wands, they removed all thorns and hurriedly departed with their bouquet. They needed to make haste to continue their experiments. Ron watched the twins leave the empty classroom, his expression somewhat forlorn. It seemed he would not be needed this time, would he? He could not cultivate a field of roses in moments like Jiang Lingmu, nor did he possess the alchemical talent of his brothers. Not at all. You can assist in harvesting the roses and help sell them. They will offer you a chance to work with them, Jiang Lingmu said, as she trimmed a dozen vibrant yellow roses, tidied them up, and carefully tied them with a ribbon salvaged from her candy stick. then handed them to a eagerly waiting Hermione. Wishing you an early happy Valentine's Day, Hermione. Fred and George completed their final experiment within 2 days. The two approached Jiang Lingmu in a cryptic manner, merely stating they had resolved the matter, refusing to divulge the little tricks they had devised with the roses. Jiang Lingmu was momentarily distracted from her research on a new hair growth potion, but her curiosity quickly waned. Upon hearing they required supplies, she promptly led the twins and Ron, who had sweet-talked his way into a new job opportunity, to the vegetable garden. The snow in the garden had melted significantly, revealing the moist, fertile soil beneath. Jiang Lingmu unearthed the 2-month hibernating Eru from the ground. With the assistance of the 1,000-hand Eru, the rose seeds were soon scattered across the entire garden. To ensure the harvested roses would continue to bloom, Jiang Lingmu stood at the center of the garden and formally performed a hand gesture. A refreshing green energy emanated from her like gentle ripples, radiating outward from her. In the blink of an eye, the roses in the garden blossomed from budding to full bloom, their intoxicating fragrance wafting through the air, tousling Jiang Lingmu's hair that fell across her cheeks. The roses bloomed densely, and Jiang Lingmu beckoned to Eru. Deep green vines intertwined above the roses, forming an aerial pathway. Jiang Lingmu gracefully emerged from the flower field, resembling not a witch, but rather a mysterious sprite of the forest. What are you staring at? Shouldn't you be getting to work? Jiang Lingmu leaped down from the vine ladder. Harvesting such a vast expanse of rose fields was no trivial task. Moreover, packaging them into bouquets and applying whimsical magic to them meant time was of the essence. Chapter 149. From Roses to the Magical Greenhouse. Jiang Lingmu left Eru to assist the Weasley brothers with their work while she returned to her secret base to diligently refine the hair growth potion. She selected several types of medicinal herbs from her storage, including arborvitae leaves, Fotii, angelica, and rehmannia, but all without exception met failure. She found it hard not to suspect that the spiritual energy-infused herbs she planted clashed with the potion materials, prompting her to change her approach. Now she was simultaneously searching for similar miraculous herbs while replanting the medicinal herbs with a plant growth spell. Although there was a potions master in the castle, Jiang Lingmu hesitated to seek assistance as it was not yet Saturday. With just 2 days remaining until Valentine's Day, Jiang Lingmu spotted Fred and George's Valentine's bouquet advertisement on the bulletin board in the Great Hall and Gryffindor Common Room. Surprisingly, the brothers had a knack for art. The advertisement poster was exquisitely designed, with content that was quite compelling. Unsure how to confess on Valentine's Day? Then gift them a bouquet of Weasley roses. Trust us, the bouquet is more romantic than you. Inspired by her gesture of gifting Hermione roses, the brothers had thought of additional ideas. As noted at the bottom of the poster, fresh roses provided by Jiang Lingmu, each bouquet consisting of 11 stems, themed around love, friendship, and gratitude, priced at 11 sickles. When Jiang Lingmu sat down at the long table, she noticed Fred and George weaving through the tables of other houses, both clutching long sheets of parchment, likely recording the orders for rose bouquets. Ron and Harry had also risen early. With the weather improving, Harry's Quidditch training resumed its original intensity, while Ron focused on his work, responsible for recording the orders and quantities from Gryffindor House. By the time the three brothers finished their bustling activities, Jiang Lingmu had already completed her breakfast, her head bent as she perused advanced potion making. This book was quite old, its pages yellowed and curled, filled with densely packed annotations, indicating its previous owner had studied diligently. Hermione had expressed envy over the various notes in her book more than once, even going so far as to search for secondhand old books. Unfortunately, the ones she acquired were mostly as blank as new books, the only difference being their missing pages. Little did she know that all of Jiang Lingmu's textbooks and supplementary materials from Hogwarts had been gifted by Snape. Naturally, due to the terms of their agreement, Jiang Lingmu could not divulge this. Fred and George finally finished their tasks, sitting down beside Jiang Lingmu, triumphantly shaking the parchment in their hands. Jiang Lingmu glanced at it, noting the myriad of names listed. The twins had always enjoyed selling quirky novelties among the students, earning them much popularity, and this year's Valentine's bouquet, devoid of any prank elements, was even more well received. The older students had caught on, primarily purchasing the love-themed bouquets, while the younger ones tended to opt for friendship and gratitude. A few minutes later, Ron successfully concluded his tallying, sitting beside Harry while handing over the parchment and quickly devouring his breakfast. We're all here now. I've asked everyone. Ron raised his chin, unable to conceal his pride. Fred reached out to take the list, adding a playful quip. Thank you, little Ronnie. Ron was too lazy to even light a fire. The earlier sales pitch had left him parched, and he merely rolled his eyes at the twins. Fred and George were busy counting the bouquets while having their breakfast. George remarked, "Oh, this is not good. We need to prepare more stock in case someone decides to buy at the last minute." Fred added, "And don't forget about Hogsmeade." Jiang Lingmu paused in her reading. Hogsmeade, your connections are quite extensive. Fred chuckled, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. His slightly longer bright red hair dancing restlessly on his shoulders. Of course, he whispered, glancing at Hermione, who was engrossed in her book. We decided to skip the last class this afternoon to distribute flyers in Hogsmeade. George chimed in. We've convinced the owner of Zonko's joke shop to help us sell some of the bouquets since we have our hands full with schoolwork. Fred continued, that's how it is. We might not have enough roses prepared. Jiang Lingmu understood. Shall we meet in the vegetable garden after dinner? Fred replied, thank you, 17. We've all agreed. After deducting Ron's wages from the profits, the remainder will be split among the three of us. What do you think? George insisted, don't decline, without your roses. There would be no business. Jiang Lingmu felt her face wasn't quite large enough for such praise, and, after some negotiation, settled for merely a quarter of the total profits. The division of the rest was a matter for brothers to decide. On February 14th, Jiang Lingmu had the rare fortune of enjoying a good night's sleep in the dormitory before heading to the Great Hall with Hermione. As they ascended the stairs, they encountered numerous students strolling about with vibrant bouquets of roses, and upon turning the corner, the courtyard was abuzz with excitement. The spot where she had previously sold candied hawthorns had been transformed into a stall, draped in pink sheets emblazoned with Weasley roses and shimmering, eye-catching letters, an impressive feat of magic. Fred, Ron, and their friend Lee Jordan were busy distributing the bouquets to eager students, while George managed the accounts. It soon became clear to Jiang Lingmu and Hermione what delightful surprise the twins had designed for the bouquets. Two first-year Hufflepuff girls were exchanging gifts, and as they gently shook their bouquets, bright petals floated down from the branches. Instead of falling to the ground, the petals danced in the air for a moment, forming the message I care for you before returning to the branches and blooming anew. Hermione's eyes sparkled with delight, and Jiang Lingmu felt a twinge of surprise. She hadn't expected the twins to create something so charming rather than mischievous. Oh, if it's magic, what a clever application of the summoning charm and levitation charm. How wonderful it would be if Hogwarts offered a course in alchemy, she mused. Jiang Lingmu began to discern the workings of it all. Essentially, the twins had treated the rose bouquets as magical conduits for alchemical purposes. She had been laboring over the fundamentals of alchemy, yet it was evident her mind wasn't as agile as theirs. Lingmu, what are you pondering? Jiang Lingmu stroked her chin thoughtfully. I'm considering whether I could find alchemical materials capable of carrying spells such as the protection charm, weather charm, or even the plant growth charm and expansion charm. Previously, she had focused on the preservation of magical energy and intricate mechanisms in alchemy, neglecting this more straightforward approach. By imprinting magic onto materials through alchemy, one could obtain magical talismans that were far more stable and long-lasting than regular talisman papers, requiring no magical energy to activate, thus not interfering with the growth of magical herbs. If she could employ these methods to create formations, it would resolve the greenhouse issues on a grand scale. If delicate rose bouquets could simultaneously support both the levitation and summoning charms, then the alchemical materials she needed should not be difficult to procure. Chapter 150, The God of Love and Roses. Jiang Lingmu's mind was brimming with thoughts of where to acquire alchemical materials, completely led by Hermione, until she heard Hermione gasp. What's wrong? Jiang Lingmu looked up and immediately understood the cause of Hermione's gasp. The once solemn and austere Great Hall appeared to have been bombarded by cheap pink projectiles, adorned with pink flowers on every wall. Heart-shaped paper cutouts cascaded from the overcast ceiling, a stark contrast to Professor Flitwick's enchanted snowflakes from last Christmas, landing amidst the food on the long tables. Jiang Lingmu clearly saw these confetti pieces drop into the milk jug, tainting the milk with an odd hue. She exchanged a quick glance with Hermione, and they both understood. Lockhart. As expected, Lockhart was present, clad in a flamboyant pink robe, exuberantly showcasing his grand romantic surprise from the professor's table. The other professors looked tense, clearly struggling to suppress the impulse to cast a hex on Lockhart, particularly Snape. Jiang Lingmu observed his indescribable expression and had no doubt that if it weren't illegal for wizards to murder, he would have unhesitatingly poisoned Lockhart. Yet, some students were clearly taken in by the spectacle, and Jiang Lingmu could see the gleeful smiles on their faces. She fervently hoped their delight stemmed from Valentine's Day rather than Lockhart's ostentatious surprise. However, Lockhart's antics were far from over. He clapped his hands, and a side door beside the professor's table swung open, revealing several grotesque dwarves or gnomes. Their faces were grim, yet they sported golden fake wings and harps, causing Jiang Lingmu's eyes to ache at the sight. Lockhart excitedly proclaimed, I have summoned the delightful God of Love for you. For just a few sickles, the God of Love can deliver Valentine's cards and love letters for you. I sincerely hope you all enjoy a splendid Valentine's Day, and of course, the little love gods are equally eager to assist my dear colleagues. Thankfully, Lockhart's remaining words faded under Snape's murderous glare. Jiang Lingmu tugged at Hermione's sleeve. I think, Hermione. Would you like to join me for breakfast outside? She had no desire to sample the colorful milk. Hermione nodded in agreement. As they turned to leave, Harry hurriedly caught up with them. Heaven knows, I can't stay here a second longer. I should have just gone to help Fred and the others. Jiang Lingmu thought of the Weasley brothers setting up their stall outside and led Hermione and Harry to the kitchens. The three of them packed plenty of breakfast that hadn't been tainted by confetti and enjoyed their meal outside in the courtyard. By the time class began, both Jiang Lingmu and the professors were immensely grateful for the Weasley twins' rose-selling endeavor on Valentine's Day. Although the price of the roses was slightly higher than Lockhart's greeting cards, they were visually stunning, innovative, and romantic. In comparison to the raucous gnomes barging into classrooms to deliver cards, strumming harps, and singing, the floating rose petals and messages of I care for you, and I like you appeared truly enchanting. Some students who had hesitated to purchase roses quickly changed their minds after witnessing the gnomes' antics. By the end of the day, the love gods, whom Lockhart had so high hopes for, found their business to be quite dismal. Little did anyone expect that Harry would become one of the victims. At lunchtime, the students were reluctant to linger even a moment longer in the pink-hued auditorium, hastily filling their stomachs before making a swift exit. The corridors were teeming with students, and Jiang Lingmu patiently followed closely behind her three companions as they navigated through the throng. It was at this juncture that an unexpected commotion erupted. A diminutive figure barreled through the crowd, shouting Harry's name at the top of his lungs. Harry Potter! Is Harry Potter here? Someone has dedicated a love song to him. Panic washed over Harry's face as he pressed a hand to his chest and abruptly turned to look at Jiang Lingmu. She, too, sensed the gravity of the moment. The good luck charm she had bestowed upon Harry had fulfilled its purpose for one last time. She nodded to him and urged him to run. Just then, a gap opened in the crowd, allowing Harry to nimbly slip through and dash away. The little one had already squeezed into the throng, his legs pumping in pursuit. Students craned their necks with eager anticipation. But Harry and the diminutive figure quickly vanished from sight. Jiang Lingmu spotted Ginny among the crowd, her expression a mixture of confusion as she gazed after Harry's retreating form. In an instant, she too extricated herself from the crowd and followed in the direction Harry had departed. Hermione squeezed Jiang Lingmu's hand, clearly having noted the unfolding drama. Ginny? But why? I mean, her brother's bouquets are far more charming than that little one. Jiang Lingmu offered no reply, merely gazing into Hermione's bright brown eyes. It didn't take long for Hermione to connect the dots. Well, compared to Fred and George, the little one seems a safer bet. When the bell for Charms class rang, Harry stumbled into the classroom, clutching his backpack in a rather disheveled manner. Mate, what just happened? Ron whispered urgently. Harry dropped his backpack onto the desk, and Jiang Lingmu finally understood why he had been clutching it so tightly. The bag had been torn violently in two, and all of his books and parchments were marred with crimson ink. Don't even get me started, Harry lamented as he opened his Charms textbook. Nearly every page stained with ink. He looked visibly shaken. Thank goodness I ran fast. That little one caught me, but fortunately, there weren't many people around. He grabbed my backpack and insisted on singing to me. A pained expression crossed Harry's face as he imagined what would happen if someone, especially Malfoy, witnessed that scene. He was incredibly strong. My backpack is ruined, and I was forced to endure a song. With that, he turned to Jiang Lingmu, his eyes tinged with a touch of sorrow. 17, can I buy another of your charms? Regrettably, Jiang Lingmu shook her head. Once a charm has turned to ash, it cannot be reused for at least 6 months, or else far graver consequences may ensue. If all tribulations could be averted through good luck charms, the world would be in utter chaos. Professor Flitwick glanced over, prompting Jiang Lingmu to smile obediently and focus intently on the lesson. After class, she intended to seek Flitwick's guidance on the intricacies of her dueling notes. She had already learned a considerable number of combination spells from those notes. At that moment, Jiang Lingmu had no inkling that this matter was far from over. Chapter 151, Unsettled Waters. That night, Jiang Lingmu was diligently working in her secret base. She was organizing her experimental data notes and records of failed attempts regarding the hair growth potion, preparing to pause for the time being until she could consult Snape on Saturday. Afterward, she spent half an hour reviewing several combination spell techniques from a dueling record that Professor Flitwick had explained to her. Brewing a pot of tea, she opened the mail-order catalog from the Davies and Band's shop, which specialized in alchemical products and was located in Hogsmeade, offering magical supplies such as Quidditch equipment. Jiang Lingmu perused the catalog filled with an array of peculiar items, such as anti-demon glasses and memory orbs, clearly indicating that the shop sold only finished products and not alchemical materials. Unwilling to give up, she rifled through the accumulated copies of the Daily Prophet, hoping to find information about alchemical material shops in the corner advertisements. but ultimately found nothing of note. Just as Jiang Lingmu resigned herself to the conclusion that the night would yield no further discoveries, the wards outside the empty classroom were triggered, accompanied by a knock and Ginny's voice. 17, are you in here? Jiang Lingmu's expression darkened as a thought crossed her mind, and she hurriedly opened the classroom door. Sure enough, Ginny stood outside, her face a mask of panic and fear. Upon seeing Jiang Lingmu, Ginny subtly exhaled a sigh of relief. I went to the dormitory to look for you, but Hermione told me you weren't there, so I thought to check here. 17, something's happened. Jiang Lingmu nodded, expertly calming her. I know, don't be afraid. Come in and tell me slowly. After several months, Ginny was once again sipping Jiang Lingmu's calming tea. 17, I saw it. I saw that diary. In Harry's hands. Ginny struggled to regain her composure, hastily recounting the afternoon's events wherein she had asked the little one to deliver a message. But Harry clearly did not take kindly to it, prompting her to chase after him to cancel. But I couldn't catch up with that little one. And I saw him grab Harry. I didn't have the chance to cancel, so I hid and then saw the little one tear Harry's backpack apart. I saw the diary wedged in Harry's books. How could it be in his possession? 17. Ginny was terrified, fearing that Harry might be swayed by Tom Riddle's diary or that he might discover the misdeeds she had committed the previous year. Her mind swirled with dread-filled speculation, leaving her too shaken to mourn her failed confession. Jiang Lingmu gently pressed her hand on Ginny's trembling shoulder. Ginny, I already knew the diary was in Harry's possession. Ginny's head snapped up to meet her gaze. Why? 17. Did you give him the diary? It wasn't me, Ginny. I only discovered recently that the diary was in Harry's hands. Trust me, I had already turned it over to the professor. Rest assured, I haven't mentioned you to him. However, I do not know why this diary has resurfaced, nor how Harry came to possess it. Ginny seemed to relax a little. I believe you, 17. You saved my life. I knew you wouldn't do that. Merlin, can even the professors not deal with this diary? Or has Riddle deceived even them? What should we do now? It's all my fault. Ginny buried her face in her hands, tears quickly dampening her fingers. Don't worry, Ginny. I've been keeping an eye on Harry's condition. He hasn't been affected by the diary, truly. Perhaps the professors have already dealt with it, carelessly casting it aside. In any case, I can sense that the diary's power has significantly waned. Harry has had the diary for some time now, yet he has yet to discover Tom Riddle's presence. As Jiang Lingmu spoke, Ginny gradually began to calm down. I think it's best if we do nothing for now and simply monitor Harry's state closely. Consider this. If the diary has already been dealt with, then it is merely an old notebook now, incapable of causing any significant impact. If we act now, we might inadvertently expose ourselves. What do you think? Ginny nodded, begrudgingly accepting Jiang Lingmu's reasoning. Jiang Lingmu gazed into Ginny's eyes, silently breaking into a cold sweat. Ginny's infatuation with Harry was undeniable, and she hardly believed that Ginny could remain passive in this situation. After much effort, she managed to placate Ginny. Yet Jiang Lingmu found herself devoid of the energy to search for alchemical materials in the shop. She simply felt exhausted. Money was hard to earn, land difficult to acquire, and one could hardly indulge in unpleasantness. For the sake of 600 galleons per acre of land, she was determined to continue with her performance, no matter the cost. As it turned out, mere moments after Ginny departed, Jiang Lingmu had set up her hammock, only to find the now vacant classroom cluttered with various items, leaving no space for her thousand-works bed. A knock echoed from outside the classroom once more. Harry, 17, are you here? Jiang Lingmu, why is everyone awake at this late hour? She leaped down from her hammock and opened the door. Harry stood there, one hand clutching a tattered diary while the other pulled along a yawning Ron, his expression brimming with excitement. I've uncovered the secret of the diary, 17. I wanted to bring Hermione along, but Ron and I couldn't enter the girls' dormitory. Could you please fetch her? I believe we need her. With no other choice. Jiang Lingmu donned her outer robe and quietly returned to the tower. The dormitory was infused with a soothing fragrance, and the three girls were sound asleep. She pulled back Hermione's bed curtains to find her curled up in her blankets, sleeping peacefully, her hair flowing beautifully across the pillow, and her cheeks flushed. I'm sorry. Jiang Lingmu thought to herself, it's all Harry's fault. She gently shook Hermione awake, using but a single phrase to dispel Hermione's drowsiness. Harry says he has discovered the secret of that diary. Soon, Hermione, now dressed in her outer robe, followed Jiang Lingmu back to their secret hideout. What secret? Harry, what did you find out? Did something appear in the diary? Upon entering the empty classroom, they found Harry and Ron seated before a low table, where the diary lay open, accompanied by an ink bottle and a quill. No, Hermione, Harry interjected. I discovered that this diary is not meant for mere reading. It can communicate. Remember earlier when my bag broke and ink spilled over all my books? I noticed that this diary remained completely untouched by ink. His expression oscillated between excitement and conflict. Then I tried dripping ink on it and found it absorbed the ink, so I attempted to write in the diary. And it replied. It claimed to be Tom Riddle, and that this diary holds his memories from when he was 16. Hermione reached for the diary, flipping through a few pages, only to find them still blank, devoid of any content. Did you ask him about the Chamber of Secrets? Harry and Ron exchanged glances, their expressions not particularly promising. Jiang Lingmu had a good inkling of what was to come. In fact, Ron and I just inquired about that. Riddle stated that he received the Special Contribution Award for successfully preventing the monster in the chamber from harming anyone further. He also mentioned that Hagrid was the one who opened the chamber 50 years ago. Chapter 152. Doubt and Truth. This is impossible. Hermione nearly screamed in denial. How could it be Hagrid? I mean, he is a Gryffindor. How could the heir of Slytherin possibly be a Gryffindor? Harry swallowed hard. Well, to be fair, I almost got sorted into Slytherin when I started school 2 years ago. It was the first time Harry had brought this up in front of his friends, and he appeared particularly anxious, nervously fidgeting with the hem of his clothing, his gaze flitting over their faces, fearful of any reaction beyond surprise. Hermione and Ron were certainly taken aback, but Jiang Lingmu remained as composed as ever, which brought Harry some relief. Ron opened his mouth, but then fell silent. After a moment, Hermione spoke up, her tone somewhat hesitant. How could this be? I'm sorry, Harry, I didn't mean anything by it. Harry took a deep breath, his demeanor suggesting a sense of resignation. You remember? The Sorting Hat took quite a while to make its decision. It said I was very suited for Slytherin, implying a strong desire to achieve greatness or something like that. But I kept telling it in my mind not to put me in Slytherin. Jiang Lingmu had always found the Sorting Hat's process somewhat peculiar, especially after gaining insight into Slytherin's circumstances. Were other houses devoid of dark wizards? Did those dark wizards from Slytherin begin as malevolent beings, or were they corrupted over time through relentless indoctrination and influence? Was choice greater than nature? Or did nature determine choice? However, since this concerned the traditions of such an ancient school, she chose to keep her thoughts to herself, respecting the customs even if she did not understand them. This doesn't prove anything. You're in Gryffindor now, and even if you wanted to switch houses, you no longer have that opportunity. Having a mix of traits isn't necessarily a bad thing. Jiang Lingmu's light-hearted tone eased Harry's tension. Ron patted him on the shoulder. I think you are a Gryffindor. Just think about everything we did last year. He then glanced at Hermione and Jiang Lingmu. Honestly, I thought Hermione and 17 would be in Ravenclaw, but it turns out you're both Gryffindors. Hermione smiled encouragingly at Harry, and the last remnants of his gloom dissipated. He thought, even if the Sorting Hat believed he was suited for Slytherin, his friends believed in him, and that was enough. Hermione continued, moreover, I believe your situation is incomparable to Hagrid's. He is the least Slytherin person I've ever met, and I refuse to believe he could do such a thing. Ron pursed his lips, remaining silent. Hermione turned to Harry. Harry, what exactly did the diary tell you? I want to know more details. Jiang Lingmu quietly prepared tea. Harry had a decent memory, and since Ron was present when he questioned the diary, they could supplement each other's details. They endeavored to recount the diary's words verbatim, which mirrored Riddle's manipulations of Jiang Lingmu fairly closely. However, Jiang Lingmu noticed that the diary did not directly present Harry and Ron with visual memories. It merely articulated the so-called truth. This significantly diminished its credibility. Jiang Lingmu understood that the diary had indeed been tampered with by Dumbledore beforehand. That is how it is, Harry said, his throat dry, hastily gulping down a cup of lukewarm tea. Initially, they had struggled to adapt to the tea's crisp, yet slightly bitter flavor. But now they had grown accustomed to it, even finding it refreshing and delightful. Hermione frowned. I still don't believe it. I mean, I've never heard of a giant spider that could petrify people. Jiang Lingmu noted Ron shrink back slightly. That is hard to say. In any case, they're not good creatures, are they? Moreover, remember that dragon named Norbert. Three-headed dogs certainly wouldn't intentionally seek to kill anyone. But Hagrid would definitely sympathize with the monster imprisoned in the chamber for centuries. Harry remained silent, his head bowed, while Hermione appeared somewhat irate. You too. On what grounds do you believe what this diary says is the absolute truth? It might be deliberately misleading us. Jiang Lingmu discreetly gave Hermione a thumbs up. Ron chimed in. Tom Riddle was at least a prefect. He received a special contribution award for this. Hermione, I believe you are being somewhat obsessive. I did not imply that Hagrid acted with intent, nor do I think he would deliberately target students from Muggle families. I suspect he merely felt a pang of sympathy for that creature and wished to take it out for some fresh air. Hermione maintained a stoic silence, her gaze fixed skeptically on the diary resting in the center of the table. Harry opened his mouth to speak. Riddle mentioned that Hagrid had been incarcerated in Azkaban, that he was expelled, and that his wand was broken. It is indeed true that he cannot perform magic. I do not doubt Riddle's words. Yet I cannot dismiss the possibility that he has entirely misconstrued Hagrid's actions. Perhaps the true culprit is someone else, and Riddle mistakenly implicated Hagrid, while the real offender, aware of the gravity of the situation, chose to retreat just as they did last Halloween. The trio had engaged in a thorough discussion, their various hypotheses all bearing a semblance of reason. Suddenly, they realized that Jiang Lingmu had not contributed to the conversation, and all 6 eyes turned toward her expectantly. 17. What are your thoughts? Harry inquired. Hermione, do you also suspect Hagrid? Ron added. In any case, spiders are definitely not benign creatures. Jiang Lingmu took a sip of her tea and set the cup back on the tray. I firmly believe that Hagrid did not commit murder, whether intentionally or accidentally. He may have indeed spent time in Azkaban, and his wand may truly have been broken, but he has not harmed anyone. Hermione's eyes lit up, a hint of anxiety evident as she regarded Jiang Lingmu. If he had genuinely harmed students during his time at school, Dumbledore would never have allowed him to return. Jiang Lingmu interjected. This is a matter of principle and is unrelated to whether Hagrid is kind or Dumbledore is merciful. The crux of the matter is this. If Hagrid had inadvertently taken a student's life during his school years, would he be inclined to open the Chamber of Secrets again? He would rather willingly languish in Azkaban as penance until death. This reasoning was compelling, and Harry and Ron exchanged looks of realization. Their belief in Hagrid's innocence solidified. Hagrid is innocent, Harry stated with newfound conviction. It is clear now that either Tom Riddle is lying, or he has misidentified the culprit. Harry's gaze towards the diary shifted, a sense of unease creeping in. He pondered a troubling thought. He could not fathom why he was so invested in this diary. Nor could he explain the peculiar familiarity he felt towards a Slytherin student from 50 years ago. Chapter 153, A Night Unfit for Sleep. After Harry's proclamation, the empty classroom fell into silence, the only sound being the gentle bubbling of the kettle. After a moment, Harry spoke again. I wonder what kind of person Tom Riddle truly is. If he were alive today, he would be quite old, wouldn't he? If only we could find him. I mean, does he hold a grudge against Hagrid? Should we ask Hagrid about it? The group exchanged glances, each face reflecting the difficulty of the situation. Clearly, any inquiry regarding Riddle would inevitably lead to uncomfortable topics. Hagrid's expulsion and imprisonment in Azkaban. Hermione shook her head. But Harry, how can we approach this? Azkaban, as Ron described, is a terrifying place. I doubt Hagrid would want to revisit such memories. Ron glanced warily at the tattered diary on the table. What should we do? I have a feeling that this thing is not quite right, he said, pointing at the diary and swallowing hard. It's as if there is something ominous about it. You know, because of my father's job, I've come across many items he confiscated. Some are merely pranks on muggles, like the constantly shrinking key, but others are far more sinister. Hermione blinked, recognizing that none among them knew the magical world better than Ron. Are you suggesting that this diary contains dark magic? Ron scratched the back of his head and turned to Harry. I can't say for certain. Perhaps we should hand it over to the professors? Professor McGonagall would certainly believe us, Hermione replied, her brow furrowed with concern. But what if they accept the diary's claims? Hagrid has a criminal record. Could this cause him trouble? Jiang Lingmu continued to quietly prepare her tea. From Harry and the others' perspective, it indeed felt like they were trapped in a dead end. They lacked the courage to confront Hagrid directly and couldn't simply hand the diary over to the professors. Suddenly, Hermione's eyes brightened. I believe we must continue our investigation. However, rather than approaching Hagrid, we should start at the library. The library? Ron questioned. Hermione, are you suggesting the library is a panacea? Jiang Lingmu interjected. It is indeed quite versatile. I believe Hermione means we should first identify any contradictions within the diary. For instance, does the extraordinary creature Riddle described, something resembling a giant spider, actually exist? Can it cause death? And if so, how? Can it petrify someone? And so forth? This way, we can ascertain whether he is lying, rather than relying solely on our subjective judgments. Our belief in Hagrid's innocence is irrelevant. True judgment must be based on evidence. Hermione nodded vigorously. Exactly. And if all else fails, we must seek out Hagrid. I believe that the harm caused by asking a couple of questions is far less than allowing him to remain unjustly accused. Hermione's plan received unanimous support from the group. With the pressing issue temporarily resolved, Ron stifled a yawn, which was soon echoed by Harry and Hermione, resulting in a cascade of yawns. Harry tucked the diary away, carelessly shoving it into his robe pocket, preparing to retire for the evening. Lingmu, will you accompany me back to the dormitory? Before the trio departed, Hermione glanced at the hammock, which paled in comparison to the bed, and asked, Lingmu, are you not returning to your quarters? Jiang Lingmu shook her head. I shall not return to fidget. I still need to tend to the herbs. Good night, Hermione. As the 3 sets of footsteps receded, Jiang Lingmu, too weary to tidy up the tea set, leaped onto the hammock, intending to take a brief nap. Just as she closed her eyes and adjusted her breathing, footsteps echoed once more. Very well, tonight is indeed unfit for sleep. Resigned, she rolled off the hammock, donned her outer robe, and opened the door to the empty classroom just before the knock sounded. This time, it was none other than Fred and George, their presence imbued with the scent of roses. Fred's eyes lit up upon seeing Jiang Lingmu. 17, you're still awake? Splendid. Jiang Lingmu maintained her smile, though she wished for rest after a night spent managing the Weasley brothers. Have you just returned from Hogsmeade? George grinned widely, revealing a row of gleaming teeth that hinted at the success of their Valentine's venture. Jiang Lingmu felt a spark of curiosity. Please, come in, for I have matters to discuss with you. With the tea set still unwashed, Jiang Lingmu resigned herself to boiling more water. This evening, the empty classroom should not be dubbed a secret hideout, but rather a tea house. George gazed at Jiang Lingmu with an expression of woe. 17. Do you have any food? We are famished. We sneaked out during dinner, and our time was spent in transit and tallying. Fred chimed in, giving a hearty slap to his bulging pocket, from which the sound of clinking coins echoed. Of course, would pie suffice? Jiang Lingmu retrieved 2 steaming parcels wrapped in oil paper. Fred and George were indeed ravenous, devouring their meals with the ferocity of wolves. After dining, Fred and George each produced small pouches from their pockets, presumably enchanted with space-enhancing charms, from which they poured forth a staggering quantity of coins far exceeding their capacity. The glimmering silver sickles reflected the candlelight, interspersed with numerous golden galleons. The last remnants of Jiang Lingmu's sleepless grievances dissipated, and she eagerly joined them as the trio enthusiastically counted the money. George exclaimed, You have no idea, 17, how immensely popular our bouquets were today. Thankfully, we increased our stock at the last minute. Otherwise, we would have missed out on a substantial sum of galleons. Fred chimed in. Every wizard visiting Hogsmeade purchased our roses. George continued. Zonko's joke shop wishes to continue collaborating with us. Fred then asked, 17, have you given any thought to Easter? The division of profits had already been arranged, with Jiang Lingmu set to receive a quarter, an impressive sum of 96 galleons. Even after deducting Ron and Lee Jordan's wages, Fred and George had certainly made a handsome profit. Jiang Lingmu found herself curious as to what they intended to do with their newfound wealth, pondering that unless one had an inexhaustible supply of money, most wizards lacked a sense of savings. George replied, Oh, we originally intended to purchase a better broom. I've always coveted Harry's Nimbus series. Fred casually tossed a galleon into the air, playing with it. But now, we have more money than we anticipated, and with Easter coming up, we plan to contribute a portion to our families. The remainder will be allocated for research, and some will continue to be saved for our broom fund. In unison, they declared, So, 17, you understand. We shall brainstorm some lucrative ideas for Easter. Can you continue to collaborate with us? Of course, Jiang Lingmu affirmed, before the twins departed. She also acquired a channel for purchasing alchemical materials. Chapter 154. Is her intention so obvious? Hermione's speed in gathering information from books was nothing short of astonishing. Within a mere day and a half, she had unearthed the details she sought from the library. During breakfast on Saturday, Jiang Lingmu busily marked the alchemical materials catalog. Hermione hurried from the library to the Great Hall and, upon sitting down, raised an eyebrow at Harry and Ron before pulling Jiang Lingmu closer. Lowering her voice, she asserted, I believe the creature in the Chamber of Secrets is not a spider. Jiang Lingmu observed Ron flinch at the utterance of the word spider. Hermione continued, I've perused several tomes on magical creatures, and the only one that matches Riddle's description of a massive spider is the Acromantula. With that, she opened a book to reveal her findings, showcasing an introduction to the Acromantula along with a vividly realistic illustration. In the next moment, Jiang Lingmu watched as Ron practically leapt from his chair, letting out a near-screaming wail. Hermione. Instantly, all the students in the hall paused their meals and turned to look at them. Quick-witted Harry covered the illustration with his hand. Hermione's expression morphed into a blend of embarrassment and guilt. I'm sorry, Ron, I forgot you were afraid of spiders. She pulled out the beginner's guide to transfiguration and placed it over Harry's hand to obscure the image. Ron, still shaken, retorted sarcastically, Oh, of course, you forgot. Harry patted him on the shoulder, and he resumed his seat as the buzz of conversation in the hall resumed. Suddenly, Jiang Lingmu recalled something. Wait, she said, her wand sliding from the hidden pocket of her sleeve into her hand. She murmured, muffliato, and then tucked her wand away. All right, we can continue speaking now. But let us keep our voices down. Hermione's eyes sparkled with curiosity. What kind of magic is that? It's a hearing interference charm that allows those nearby to hear only a buzzing noise, rendering our conversation inaudible to them. Harry's eyes lit up. Cool. Where did you learn that? Jiang Lingmu's gaze instinctively drifted to Professor Snape at the staff table. Oh, from an old book. I didn't expect it to be quite so useful, she said, not wishing to elaborate. Hermione, what did you discover? Oh, spiders. Hermione redirected her focus to the matter at hand. I found information on the Acromantula, It's the only spider-like magical creature that matches Riddle's description. Ron shifted a bit farther away, his expression conflicted and fearful. The text states that acromantulas are vicious and bloodthirsty, their venom possessing both high medicinal value and lethality. Harry interjected excitedly, but that doesn't align with what the diary states. Indeed, acromantulas lack the ability to petrify, and I believe, since even we can find such detailed descriptions, it indicates that many are aware of this magical creature. If Hagrid's spider truly killed a student, the Ministry of Magic would certainly have had sufficient evidence to convict him. Can you understand? Harry appeared a bit befuddled, but Jiang Lingmu grasped Hermione's underlying implication. In other words, if a spider were indeed responsible for a murder, Hagrid could not have emerged from Azkaban. His continued presence at Hogwarts implied that the Ministry lacked substantial evidence, likely indicating a discrepancy between the student's death and the spider's involvement. Harry's understanding dawned, and Ron, having mustered some courage against his fear of spiders, leaned in to join their discussion. Hermione looked genuinely pleased. So, it wasn't Hagrid and his pet. The creature in the Chamber of Secrets has no connection to spiders. Ron exclaimed, "Oh, thank goodness." Hermione's enthusiasm surged. "I think we should try to search through newspapers from 50 years ago to see if there are any related reports. Before I came here, I asked Madame Pants, and she said the library has every issue of the Daily Prophet since its inception." Before breakfast concluded, Harry was whisked away by Captain Wood for practice. Aware of Jiang Lingmu's busy schedule, Hermione did not invite her to the library and instead took Ron along. The rare fine weather, with a clear sky and warm sunshine, significantly uplifted Jiang Lingmu's spirits. She sent off her order and deposit invoice for the alchemical materials from the Olary, then returned to her secret base to organize all her efforts for the hair growth potion, preparing to seek out Snape directly at 3 in the afternoon. Regarding Tom Riddle's diary, should she remind Snape about it? The alchemical materials would take a few days to arrive, and the potion she intended to sell this week had already been prepared the previous night, leaving her house matters worry-free for the time being. Jiang Lingmu moved a small table to the window of an empty classroom, diligently writing her essay while also jotting down the questions she had encountered during her studies, preparing to consult Snape in the afternoon. Once she organized her queries, Jiang Lingmu felt rather certain that she would find it challenging to elicit a pleasant response from Snape. His meticulously detailed study plan had become her index, and her progress was evidently sporadic and disjointed. There was no doubt that presenting such work would earn her a scolding. But it mattered little. She was thick-skinned. Thus, as 3 o'clock struck, Jiang Lingmu appeared promptly outside Snape's office, cradling a bottle of Chinese liquor in her arms. "Come in." The arched door creaked open, and Jiang Lingmu tentatively poked her head inside. Even on a weekend, the potions master was inundated with a multitude of student potions and essay assignments, tethered to his desk. Jiang Lingmu approached the desk, first setting down the bottle of wine before retrieving the potions intended for sale the following week. "Professor, all the potions for next week are here. This is a bottle of Zweiking liquor, a gift for you." Snape did not lift his gaze, returning the quill to the inkwell as he meticulously examined each of Jiang Lingmu's potions. The quality remained consistently stable. "Take the liquor back." "Why?" "I merely wish to express my gratitude. If it weren't for your assistance, those toxins." Snape's demeanor was icy, not necessary. The commitments he had made were unfortunate enough. He did not require any additional acknowledgement, especially not from Jiang Lingmu. Everything she offered was labeled with a price. Who could tell what ulterior motive she harbored? "But isn't my intention quite clear?" "No, wait. This time I have no ulterior motives. I simply wish to avoid confrontation. If there are no issues, then do not disturb my work." "There are issues." "There are indeed." Jiang Lingmu hastily rummaged through her storage ring, pulling out her experimental records and a variety of failed hair growth potions, which swiftly filled half the desk. Snape finally regarded her with a disdainful glance. "What is this?" "Well, Professor, I am attempting to improve the hair growth potion. I have added several herbal ingredients that are supposed to promote hair growth, but all my attempts have failed. Could you take a look?" Her experimental data was indeed plentiful, yet it paled in comparison to that of a professional potion maker. Though the records were clear, they lacked a standardized format, rendering them somewhat cumbersome. As anticipated, Snape flipped through a couple of pages before he could no longer contain his irritation and tossed Jiang Lingmu a professional potion experiment record. "Reorganize, classify, and number according to the standard format." Jiang Lingmu obediently carried the materials and records to the experimental table to sort them, as Snape had not instructed her to return. Chapter 155, The Versatile Professor. No one spoke for a while. Jiang Lingmu took out a fresh piece of parchment, trimming it to match the stack of documents Snape had provided, binding them with magic before meticulously transcribing her chaotic experimental records onto it. As her hands moved steadily, Jiang Lingmu could not resist stealing a glance at the desk. Snape, with a stern expression, was engrossed in reviewing papers, occasionally marking them with heavy scores. The only sounds in the spacious office were the soft scratching of the quill against the parchment. Judging by the marks left by the quill, the majority of the papers had received a rating of P or D. Jiang Lingmu lowered her head again. Ever since the incident in the Forbidden Forest, Snape had embarked on a one-sided cold war of avoidance with her. She had thought that their previous encounter in Hogsmeade had broken the ice. But it seemed she had been mistaken. Jiang Lingmu felt a twinge of discouragement. Dealing with Snape was more challenging than improving the hair growth potion. An hour later, Jiang Lingmu completed her task, labeling the corresponding experimental records on a dozen vials before presenting the materials and booklet back to Snape. He merely raised his eyes coolly, tapping his finger on the desk. Jiang Lingmu, understanding the cue, placed the documents and failures in the designated spot. Potion research was not an endeavor that could yield immediate results, and she did not expect Snape to provide suggestions right away. "Professor, I have a few questions regarding my studies that I would like to ask you." She said this while producing a piece of parchment on which she had recorded her queries, placing it on the desk. Snape nodded, picking up the paper to glance at it, his brow furrowing tightly. "These are your questions?" Jiang Lingmu nodded vigorously. "Is there something wrong?" Well, she was well aware of what was wrong. Snape gripped a corner of the parchment, shaking it forcefully before tossing it onto the desk. His cold gaze fixed on Jiang Lingmu's face. "What is wrong? Why do you have third-year transfiguration theory alongside fifth-year charm problems? Not to mention advanced dark arts defenses that are only covered in the higher classes. Are those detailed study plans meant to be used like this?" Jiang Lingmu feigned innocence. The silent exchange of incredulous stares lasted a full half-minute before Snape inhaled deeply and succinctly began to explain to Jiang Lingmu. "Fine. Let her learn however she wishes. As for whether she learns well or understands, it is of no concern to him. He simply needs to address her questions." Jiang Lingmu bit her lip to suppress a smile, attentively listening. "So, the principle of the transformation spell from inanimate to animate matter also involves biological knowledge?" She had merely wished to turn a cup into a rabbit, never considering the complexity behind the logic. Snape's voice was low and steady. "What do matches, needles, beetles, buttons, and cups have in common?" Jiang Lingmu pondered for a moment before responding. "Regardless of whether it's a needle, a cup, or a button, they are all familiar and easy to visualize. Who doesn't know what a needle or a cup looks like? The structural forms of these inanimate objects are ingrained in my mind, requiring no effort to contemplate." Jiang Lingmu began to grasp the concept. The transformation spell, despite its myriad outcomes, remained rooted in a few key incantations. The challenge lay not in mastering the spell, but in harnessing her mind to visualize what form she wished to transform into. The more concrete the image, the better. It was no wonder she often conjured up rabbit meat that had been skinned and eviscerated. Her mind had wandered to thoughts of how to prepare rabbit meat instead of focusing on the rabbit itself. "I do not know what issue resides in your mind. Have you never seen a rabbit? Now, concentrate and envision a hopping rabbit, and then attempt it once more." Jiang Lingmu raised her wand, pointing it at the quill submerged in the inkwell, reciting the transformation spell. A flash of white light erupted, and the black quill vanished, replaced by a plump white rabbit that appeared on Snape's desk, locking its red eyes onto his. Jiang Lingmu bit her lip. Although this rabbit had not yet been slaughtered, it was evident that it would be quite delectable. Without needing Snape to comment, Jiang Lingmu had already discerned the flaw in her rabbit. It lacked the characteristic liveliness of an animal, and the transformation was only partially complete. The rabbit's paws were smeared with ink, leaving paw prints on the parchment that bore her questions. Snape's brow furrowed even deeper. Transformation spells typically commence with the transformation of similar objects, such as matches and needles or beetles and buttons. While the differences between a mouse and a cup are substantial, their sizes are comparatively similar, making the transformation of a cup into a mouse significantly less challenging than transforming a cup into a rabbit or a quill into a rabbit. He had recognized from the outset that Jiang Lingmu possessed considerable talent in magic. The day she had successfully transformed the quill into a needle was a testament to her abilities. To be fair, her recent transformation spell had been quite successful. Even students in advanced transfiguration classes could not achieve such results. Yet, evidently, Jiang Lingmu was not content to rest on her laurels. Transfigure. The motionless rabbit reverted to a quill, which Jiang Lingmu then levitated from the desk to the floor, continuing her attempts. Jiang Lingmu focused intently, envisioning a rabbit bounding across a grassy field, repeatedly detailing the rabbit's characteristics, its dark brown fur, brown eyes, a size not too large, and the mannerisms of its hopping and feeding. She endeavored to eliminate any distracting thoughts about placing the rabbit on the table, significantly enhancing the outcome of her practice. The quill transformed into a lively and charming gray rabbit, roughly the size of 2 adult palms, scampering about the office floor. Jiang Lingmu attempted to extract a handful of leafy greens from her storage ring, and the gray rabbit hopped over, eagerly inhaling the leaves with its three-part mouth. Professor, I have succeeded. I understand now. No wonder biological knowledge is essential. It allows for a more concrete imagination. Jiang Lingmu's eyes sparkled with remarkable brilliance. Snape, taken aback, instinctively averted his gaze as if scalded, disliking such fervent directness. It was akin to how serpents instinctively shy away from sunlight. Throughout the entire third-year Transfiguration class, you will continually learn to transform inanimate objects into various living beings. Soon, you will discover that due to differences in magical aptitude and intelligence, the pace of students will diverge increasingly. As I have summarized, the study of transfiguration progresses from the minuscule to the monumental, from the monumental to the intricate, and from the intricate to the adaptable. Snape's patience seemed to be abruptly replenished, and the questions regarding the charms class were swiftly resolved, to Jiang Lingmu's great benefit. Professor, you truly possess a wealth of knowledge. I believe you would have no trouble teaching transfiguration and charms as well. So why are you fixated solely on the defense against the dark arts? Chapter 156, My Sole Defense Against the Dark Arts Professor. Jiang Lingmu soon realized why. As he elucidated the defensive spells, Snape's demeanor softened considerably. He likely had a genuine fondness for this subject, or perhaps a passion for dark arts. Jiang Lingmu even suspected that his dedication and enthusiasm for this field rivaled that of potion making. Unfortunately, due to some unreliable professors of defense against the dark arts, she could only rely on self-study for such a crucial subject. Her understanding of the foundational theories far less profound than that of transfiguration and charms. Jiang Lingmu inquired specifically about the shielding charm and the thief's sensing spell, which lacked clear categorization. They could be classified under charms, yet were intricately linked to defense against the dark arts. The fifth-year charms class would provide a preliminary introduction to these defensive spells. Meanwhile, in the advanced class of defense against the dark arts for 6th and 7th years, professors would teach students to grasp the principles of defensive magic and adeptly apply these spells against werewolves, inferi, and even dark wizards. Jiang Lingmu's questions pertained to the advanced curriculum. She realized that to swiftly create magical talismans, she must thoroughly master these spells. Moreover, she desired to extend their effects to potentially shield against adverse weather, thus necessitating a meticulous understanding of the principles behind these defensive spells. Clearly, this was not a task that could be accomplished in haste. Snape quickly discerned Jiang Lingmu's lack of essential foundational knowledge, and his enthusiasm for teaching waned sharply. His cold black eyes narrowing dangerously. To what extent have you read the textbook for defense against the dark arts? Jiang Lingmu, unusually timid, admitted. I just finished the dark arts self-defense guide. Then I suppose I needn't continue discussing practical defense against the dark arts and theoretical defense against the dark arts. You are asking about these defensive spells too early. Return and finish reading those books. Jiang Lingmu was dissatisfied with his directive. While she could still encounter issues in transfiguration theory, she lacked confidence in comprehensively understanding both defense against the dark arts texts in one go. Her queries would only multiply. However, currently, Snape permitted her only one opportunity per week to ask questions. When would she ever fully grasp those defensive spells? Professor, I heard you've always wanted to teach defense against the dark arts? As soon as Jiang Lingmu posed the question, she realized she had tread upon dangerous ground. For Snape's gaze instantly transformed into one of sheer menace. Yet, undaunted, she continued, I also know that the headmaster has yet to approve your application for that position, correct? She boldly proposed her ideal scenario. You see, the situation is such. You wish to teach, I wish to learn. So would you be interested in conducting a personal class just for me? We could meet every day or every other day for half an hour. I promise to pay close attention and diligently complete any required assignments. Even if it were merely my solitary defense against the dark arts class, it would afford you an unprecedented teaching experience. What do you think? Snape scoffed softly. I believe I am not yet so pitiable as to indulge in teaching defense against the dark arts solely to satisfy an urge for the position. He could hardly be bothered to reject Jiang Lingmu's splendid idea outright. Now leave. By next Saturday at 3 o'clock, I will have reviewed these. He paused, disdainfully tugging at the corner of his mouth, so-called potion experiments. It is truly unimaginable that a student who has yet to complete advanced potion-making dares to entertain thoughts of improving potions. Jiang Lingmu brushed off his remarks, her mind racing back to the terms of their agreement. According to the pact, Snape was obliged to answer any questions Jiang Lingmu had regarding magical studies without reservation. However, this was contingent upon her being able to meet with Snape to pose her inquiries. As it stood, Snape had decreed that she could only pose questions once a week, locking her out of his office at all other times. She could hardly storm in just to ask a singular question. A sudden realization struck Jiang Lingmu. Wait, perhaps that wasn't entirely impossible. The requirement for unreserved answers did not explicitly include conducting a class just for her, but with 2 necessary steps. She could seek his counsel without limitation. The first step, encounter Snape in person. The second step, pose her question. Clarifying these 2 points filled her with enlightenment. Very well. I shall gladly acquiesce. Now, Professor, having concluded my questions, do you have any inquiries for me? Jiang Lingmu raised her hand, pointing to her head. At what stage are you currently? Snape did not respond. In fact, ever since their quarrel in the Forbidden Forest, he had not asked her any questions regarding the magical system. I have no questions. Jiang Lingmu squinted slightly. Was it truly that he had no questions? Or had he ceased his explorations altogether? Why? Her gaze was remarkably clear, and Snape could even see his own reflection within her eyes, somber, pale, and unfathomably vulnerable. There is no reason. I shall reiterate for the last time. Leave my office. Jiang Lingmu raised her hands in a gesture of surrender, her tone lighthearted. Very well. You certainly have the right to decide whether to continue or terminate our discussions. As long as the agreement remains, I incur no loss. You are the one who relinquishes easily attainable power. What can I say? Snape's hand, resting on the back of his chair, tightened momentarily. Jiang Lingmu turned away, walking to the door, grasping the handle. As if struck by a thought, she paused, turning back. One more thing. I must inform you that Harry and the others have discovered the secret of that diary. I believe it is merely a matter of time before they unravel the mystery. Has the headmaster tasked you with keeping an eye on Harry to see if he communicates anything further to you? In Snape's eyes, she detected a fleeting glimmer of shock. Indeed, Dumbledore had not informed him of Harry's movements. She suddenly pondered a troubling question. If neither Snape nor she were monitoring Harry, how was Dumbledore keeping track of him? Clearly, as headmaster, he had far fewer opportunities to interact with Harry than she did as a classmate or Snape did as a potions master. Or was it that Dumbledore preferred to remain an aloof observer, indifferent to the process of Harry solving the puzzle, focusing solely on the outcome? Regardless of the methods employed by Dumbledore to monitor Harry's movements, one immutable fact remains. Dumbledore has temporarily relieved Snape of his duty to protect Harry. A realization that Snape himself has come to acknowledge. Contemplating this, Jiang Lingmu felt a twinge of unease. Could it be that the old man has uncovered something? Snape's increase in power is not overtly apparent. What schemes is Dumbledore truly concocting? As for the final inquiry, Professor, may I have a private audience with the headmaster in the coming days? I wish to expedite the acquisition of that parcel of land. Snape's response was notably terse. He was preoccupied. Jiang Lingmu understood. It seemed that until she fulfilled the conditions of their agreement, obtaining that land at a reasonable price would be a futile endeavor. She opened the door and departed from the office.